The patriarch of the esteemed Hua family, the Huo Clan, adopted an adorable little bundle of joy, quirky and captivating, sleeping soundly during the day and bursting with energy at night. People speculated whether this might be the reincarnation of a nocturnal creature. Ing Zai Zai remarked, "I am merely adjusting to the time difference, for the denizens of the underworld are creatures of the night." The earthly caregiver retorted, "My little one sleeps whenever he pleases." The heir of the spiritual family suggested, "Shall we let the little one take you on a day tour of the underworld? A preview of life after death, perhaps?" The king of the underworld welcomed them. "Welcome to my realm." Continuing from the previous chapter, chapter 189, she aims to transfer the child's fortune. The three brothers of the Hua family landed one after the other, still shaken when they spotted the little one leaping through the window. They were momentarily speechless. A surprise voice called from behind, "Si Jin, you all." The little one, having just entered through the window, saw them and softly called out, "Hello, brother Ming Su." Bai Ming Su was about to lift the little one into his arms when Hui Si Ju swiftly scooped the child up first. "Ming Su, what brings you here?" Bai Ming Su pointed to the adjacent door. "I was entrusted to check on someone inside, but upon arrival, I sensed something amiss." The door was ajar, allowing them to glimpse Hua Chunyun, who appeared to be dozing on the sofa. "Uncle." They rushed inside, and Bai Ming Su quickly reassured, "Do not worry. Uncle Hua is fine. He merely inhaled some sedative smoke and is temporarily unconscious." The little one, detecting the scent of sandalwood, let out a heavy sneeze. "Brother Ming Su, who invited you here?" Bai Ming Su frowned. "Old Master Dong." The little one, confused, asked, "Who is that?" Hua Si Jin immediately recalled, "That must be Dong Song Song's grandfather." Since discovering who his true uncle was, Hua Si Jin had thoroughly investigated the Liu family and their close ties with the Dong family. "But hasn't Old Master Dong been deceased for over a decade?" Bai Ming Su nodded. "My grandfather told me that Old Master Dong contacted him through a dream, warning that his descendants were in danger and asking the Bai family to check on them, just in case." Hua Si-chan clicked his tongue in astonishment. It can happen like that? The little one was aware that denizens of the underworld could send dreams to their living relatives to help avert disasters, for without money in the underworld, one would face dire straits. S.O. Grandfather Dong and grandfather Bai are acquainted? Bai Ming Su affirmed, "Indeed, the M.Y. grandfather was nearly harmed in Yunchang during his youth, and it was old Master Dong who assisted him in escaping the peril." Over the years, the Bai and Dong families had maintained contact, hoping to persuade Uncle Dong to settle in the capital, though he had persistently declined. As for Huang Yuxiang, according to grandfather's words, she seemed unaware of the connection between the Dong and Bai families. This expansive flat, nearly 300 square meters, was lavishly decorated and modern. Yet, before their arrival, Hua Chunyun had been alone. Where are the Dong family members? If the little one believed uncle was in danger, then the only likely assailant was Huang Yuxiang, who was pressuring uncle in the hospital, or Wang Yuling, who had dealings with her. But neither Huang Yuxiang nor any member of the Dong family was present. The little one slipped from her second brother's arms and approached the unconscious uncle. She noticed faint marks on his neck, remnants left by a malevolent spirit. Fortunately, due to Brother Ming Zu's timely arrival, the spirit's scheme had failed, resulting in its hasty retreat. With her chubby hand, she gently touched her uncle's neck, quietly erasing the traces left by the wicked entity. "All done. Uncle is safe now." Having removed the marks made by the spirit, it would not be easy for it to find uncle again. Bai Ming Su discovered a rudimentary altar in a small study, containing a few strands of hair, which he carefully bagged. Hua Chunyun had inhaled a significant amount of the sedative smoke, causing the three brothers to feel uneasy, and together they transported him to Kanghua Hospital. Coincidentally, as Hua Chunyun was being examined and admitted to a ward, they encountered Huang Yuxiang. Upon seeing Hua Chunyun, her eyes displayed no surprise, yet her face wore a mask of concern. What happened to Chunyun? The little one immediately noticed that the faint lifeline around Huang Yuxiang's neck had darkened significantly, indicating that her malicious actions had backfired, draining her vitality. Instead, at this rate, within 10 days, Huang Yuxiang would undoubtedly meet an untimely demise. The little one recalled how this wicked aunt had harmed her uncle, so she spoke with a fierce tone. "Wicked aunt, if you continue your misdeeds, you will surely end up lifeless on." The streets within 10 days, fuming with rage. Huang Yuxiang nearly erupted with curses, but recalling the little one was the adopted daughter of Hua Chunling, she had been compelled to apologize profusely. After their departure, promising to make amends with Hua Chunyun before being released. How could this little girl possess such fortunate circumstances to be adopted by the patriarch of the Hua family? According to Wang Yuling, obtaining the other party's birth date or physical remnants could allow a master to transfer their fortune. If she could transfer the little one's fortune to her son, with this little girl's good fortune, she would no longer need to go to such lengths to pair her daughter with Hua Chunyun. To put it plainly, the match between her daughter and Hua Chunyun was merely for her son's future. Realizing this, Huang Yuxiang's demeanor softened as she looked at the little one. Little one, your name is Zai Zai, right? You are so adorable and plump. The little one remained silent. The three brothers of the Hua family observed her coldly, witnessing the infamous fickleness of her character. Given Huang Yuxiang's actions yesterday, even if they were intimidated into silence, it was implausible for her to suddenly display such warmth towards the little one. To put it bluntly, it was a case of ulterior motives. After praising the little one, Huang Yuxiang reached out to touch her head, intending to discreetly pull a few strands of hair, but upon seeing the little one's bald head, her expression faltered. She had forgotten. The daughter adopted by the Hua family was currently bald. What a peculiar hobby! As she attempted to approach the little one, Hua Jin and Hua Chen stepped forward, shielding Hua Ju, who held the little one. Bai Ming Su also took a step forward, forming a solid barrier. By the way, you haven't explained what happened to Chunyun. Wasn't he fine just yesterday? The little one, oblivious to the superficial niceties, felt the chilling aura surrounding Huang Yuxiang and spoke coldly. Anyone who engages in dealings with malevolent spirits will face a tragic end. Upon reaching the underworld, one must endure the tortures of the 18 hells before accounting for their sins. Wicked Ant, are you prepared to accept the tortures of the underworld when you lie lifeless on the streets 10 days from now? Huang Yuxiang was seething with anger but dared not retaliate. Ultimately, she retreated, muttering children speak without restraint before leaving in disgrace. However, the little one's words pierced her heart like a needle. After departing, she hastily sought out Wang Yuling. Not only did the little one's venomous remarks disturb her, but the condition of Hua Chunyun, who had been sent to the hospital, was entirely at odds with the plan Wang Yuling had outlined. From the current perspective, Hua Chunyun was not insane. Of course, the most pressing matter was to transfer the fortune of the little one from the underworld. Chapter 190, Ming Zai Zai. Your end is near. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Hua Chunyun awoke. Hua Jin held the little one, accompanied by his two younger brothers and by Ming Su, who had been vigilantly watching over him in the hospital room. Upon his awakening, they immediately summoned the doctor for a checkup. Once it was confirmed that he was out of danger, they finally departed from the hospital. On the way home, Hua Chan could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired, "Uncle, whose house did you go to? Why were you there?" Hua Chunyun lightly tapped his forehead. "That is the house that Ergo bought for Uncle Dong and the others. Uncle Dong sent me a WeChat message, asking me to come over as he has something to discuss with me. When I arrived, the door was slightly ajar, and Uncle Dong messaged me saying he was at a nearby supermarket and asked me to wait. Then, while waiting, I fell asleep." Kai raised a crucial question. "Uncle, are you certain the message was from Uncle Dong? You might have attracted something sinister." Terrified of such entities, Hua remained silent. "I will call Uncle Dong immediately to check." A minute later, Hua Chunyun hung up the phone, his expression darkening considerably. This outcome was anticipated by everyone present. Kai mentioned Huang Yuling. "Uncle, Sister Song's mother has made a deal with a ghostly entity. She will be found lifeless on the streets in 10 days. Hua Chunyun's face turned pale. "I will call Uncle Dong to come to the capital right away." Dong Guocheng arrived in the capital at 5 that afternoon. With his refined demeanor, he appeared nothing like his wife, Huang Yuxiang, who was prone to tantrums. Dong Song had yet to regain consciousness, but she was out of danger and had been moved to a VIP ward with the possibility of waking up that very night. Seeing the furrowed brow of Dong Guocheng, Hua Chunyun felt immense guilt. "Uncle Dong, I am truly sorry I failed to take care of Song. Dong Guocheng waved his hand, patting Hua Chunyun's shoulder. "Chunyun, this is not your fault. If Song Song hadn't insisted on coming to the capital, none of this chaos would have occurred. She was fully aware that Gu Xingyu was in the capital and insisted on coming. Your aunt is also acting irrationally, trying to pair you two together. With a sigh, Dong Guoqing added, I should be the one apologizing. Chen Yun, I am sorry. Thanks to Chen Yun, the Dong family's vineyard business flourished beyond measure. However, he had no intention of relocating the vineyard to the capital. He initially agreed to it because his family was eager to move, along with the influence of Chen Yun. Dong Guoqing sighed again. Uncle knows you have always treated Song Song like a younger sister, but she is ultimately my daughter, and I worry about what might happen. Suddenly, Dong Guoqing stood up and bowed to Wu. It is I who should apologize. Chen Yun, I am sorry. Huo Qin hurriedly placed Kai Kai on the nearby sofa and supported Dong Guoqing. Uncle Dong, what are you doing? If it weren't for your care when I was young, I might not have grown up safely. Thus, even after being struck by Huang Yuxiang, Huo Qinyin felt no resentment. However, he simply could not marry Song Song. That was a bond of siblings, not of lovers, and he did not wish to hinder her future. Kai Kai quickly shook her head. No. Uncle, your luck has been stolen, and you had a harsh childhood, but you are a member of the Wu family. As long as the Wu family stands, their fortune will protect every true member, ensuring you grow up safely. Huo Qinyin, Kai, you are making Uncle Dong feel quite awkward. But Dong Guoqing suddenly smiled, his gaze towards Kai filled with joy. Is this the daughter of President Hua? Miss Kai? Kai nodded with a grin. Hello, Uncle Dong. Huo Qinyin corrected her. Kai, you should call him Grandpa Dong. Kai tilted her little head and explained in a sweet voice, but Uncle Dong doesn't look as old as a grandpa. Huo Qinyin. Dong Guoqing laughed heartily, responding, Uncle Dong. Qinyin, Kai sweetly called out, Hello, Uncle Lu. Lu Shibor regarded Kai as a significant person in his life, joyfully lifting her up and tossing her playfully. As a doctor, he noticed that Kai's clothing was thin and sensed something unusual about her. Just as he was about to lift her clothing to check her little belly and back, Kai quickly covered her clothes. Uncle Lu, are you also here to see Sister Song Song? Lu Shibor nodded. Kai, let Uncle Lu take a look at your belly. Why does it feel like stitches? Did you get some thread tangled around you while playing? Kai's big eyes spun around as she hurriedly replied, No. Kai is well behaved. How could you get tangled in thread? That would be so uncomfortable. Kai nodded vigorously. Exactly. Lu Shibor. The more you insist, the more suspicious it seems. However, it was not the time to discuss it, perhaps due to Uncle Dong's presence. He could always check on Kai more thoroughly later. Besides, there was a lingering scent of barbecue. It seemed someone had come directly from a barbecue to the hospital to visit Dong Song Song. As they chatted, Huang Yuxiang arrived. Upon seeing her, the expressions of everyone changed. Earlier that morning, when they had seen Huang Yuxiang, her hair was still dark, even if somewhat graying. But now, her hair had turned completely white. Her already thin cheeks appeared even gaunter, almost resembling skin stretched over bones, looking somewhat terrifying. Had it not been for the clothes she wore that Dong Guoqing recognized, he might not have recognized her at all. Dong Guoqing's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly stood up. Yuxiang, what has happened to you? Huang Yuxiang's gaze appeared vacant, and upon recognizing Dong Guoqing, she burst into tears. Guoqing, you must save our son. Please save him. Hai Dao Chong said that I am getting older, and my luck is poor. We need to use the life of a young person or child with good fortune to save our son. Only then can he live. Dong Guoqing's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly. What happened to you, Hua? Explain clearly. Huang Yuxiang's face was ashen, as if unsure of where to begin. But upon Xin and Kai, her expression suddenly shifted. Her anxious and terrified gaze turned icy, and the talisman stuck to her back suddenly compelled her to lunge at Huang and Kai like a rabid dog sensing meat. In a dilapidated house in a village over 100 miles away, Hai Dao Chong fixed his gaze through Huang Yuxiang's eyes, targeting Kai, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Kai, your demise is assured. Chapter 191. The little one is about to split. Indeed, the kind that actually splits. The moment Huang Yuxiang moved, the already peculiar little one reacted. It departed from Hua Qinyun's embrace at an imperceptible speed, simultaneously pushing away Hua Qinyun and the utterly astonished Lu Shibua, who resembled a dazed goose. As her small mouth opened, the faint, nearly invisible ominous energy was completely devoured by her. At the same time, she leaped up, her tiny hand slapping decisively against Huang Yuxiang's forehead. Freeze! Search! The brief and cryptic incantations, imbued with all her strength, were forcefully drawn into Huang Yuxiang's mind. The little one observed every detail of Huang Yuxiang's whereabouts and encounters after leaving the hospital that morning, and upon glimpsing the malevolent Taoist she had previously encountered, she let out a soft hum. So was you the big bad guy? Closing her eyes, the little one summoned the Jiu Yuming Hua, the nether fire of the 9 netherworlds. Even though her power was diminished, those who dared to manipulate her uncle must face the consequences. The Jiu Yuming Hua blazed fiercely as the little one swiftly ignited a puppet talisman hidden beneath Huang Yuxiang's clothing with a flicker of flame. Huang Yuxiang trembled violently, as if struck by electricity, emitting a piercing scream akin to that of a wild beast before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The Taoist in the dilapidated house, upon seeing the azure flames through Huang Yuxiang's eyes, was momentarily bewildered. He did not comprehend what it was, but his subconscious warned him of danger, extreme danger. In a panic, he retreated hastily, raising his hand to sever the connection with the puppet. But it was too late. As the puppet representing Huang Yuxiang was engulfed in the azure flames, he felt as though his forehead was set ablaze, as if a volcano had erupted within him. The searing heat radiated from within, spreading throughout his body in an instant, causing him to writhe in agony, screaming uncontrollably as he rolled on the ground. Pain! Pain! It's so hot! Help! Help! Perhaps fate had not abandoned him. As the Taoist struggled frantically, someone happened to pass by the corridor, heard the commotion, and called for an ambulance. Being different from ordinary people, he was swiftly taken to a nearby hospital. Meanwhile, in the hospital room of Kanghua Hospital, the little one's strength was severely compromised, and the power of the Jiu Yuming Hua had diminished by half. However, her body was gravely injured. Even with her power reduced, it continued to test her fragile form. The faint sounds of stitching unraveling echoed repeatedly, only audible to her. The little one's expression shifted as she looked down at the layers of severed stitches, hastily wrapping her chubby self in her clothing, then dove into the anxious gaze of Hua Qinyun. Her small voice was urgent. I am about to split open. At most, I can last 3 minutes. Hua Qinyun had never witnessed the little one in such a state of urgency and realized something was amiss. He disregarded Huang Yuxiang's condition and rushed out with the little one in his arms. Lu Shibua sensed the gravity of the situation, for the little one's expression was one of sheer terror. Yet, Hua Qinyun had already departed, and he could not abandon Uncle Dong, especially with Ani lying on the ground in an uncertain state. He anxiously called for help to get Huang Yuxiang into the emergency room. Hua Qinyun, carrying the little one and rushing downstairs to the parking lot, found it difficult to breathe as he placed her on the back seat. Little one, what do you feel unwell? Shall we conduct a checkup first? The little one was about to shake her head, but upon feeling her precarious neck and the wobbling of her small head, she quickly halted. Hua Qinyun inquired, Stitch what? The little one felt the threads on her mouth beginning to unravel, her speech becoming less coherent. Stitch my body, Hua Qinyun exclaimed, huh? The little one endeavored to burrow into her oversized clothing, reminding her uncle before she could split apart. Hua Qinyun asked again, huh? Why? As her calves began to part inch by inch, the little one seized the opportunity to tuck her separated flesh back into her clothing. During the 10-second countdown to splitting, she urged her uncle once more. Hua Qinyun felt a chill in his heart. His concern for the little one intensified, mingled with an insatiable curiosity. He had seen a great deal of the world. Was there anything more horrifying than witnessing the little one's belly split open, revealing a myriad of wobbly flesh? Accompanied by self-cooking? Surely not. While lost in thought, he suddenly heard something shatter from the back seat. The sound resembled that of ceramic breaking, cracking inch by inch until it shattered into fragments. Little one? Hua Qinyun's mind raced to the pale face of the little one, his concern outweighing his curiosity and fear. He quickly turned to glance at the back seat. Upon seeing this, his foot slammed down on the accelerator, driving the car to its limits. His mind blank as he was met with the sight of the little one's limbs cracking apart, and her neck splitting open instantaneously. With a loud thud, the little one's smooth head fell right before him. It dropped. Like a rolling watermelon, it plummeted from midair onto the back seat, then rolled off the pile of flesh onto the floor beneath the rear seat. Wachinian thought this scene is too intense. His handsome face contorted in a frenzy. He barely had time to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. The little one, now in pieces, had no time to assess her uncle's condition. Her lively eyes discerned the car veering off onto the side road, and she hurriedly used her intact chubby hand to grasp the steering wheel with all her might. The direction was corrected, yet the speed did not decrease. In a state of utter chaos, the little one hastily leaped from the steering wheel to frantically pry her uncle's foot off the accelerator. Huffing and puffing, she managed to shift it halfway, visibly reducing the speed. However, outside, terrified screams and urgent whistles pierced the air. In a panic, the little one looked outside, only to find her eyes rolling onto the gas and brake pedals. She quickly retrieved one of her eyeballs, tossing it onto the dashboard to gauge the direction. Oh no! The car still careened onto the side road, where a police car was conveniently parked. Two police officers, whistling, swiftly dodged their still speeding vehicle. The little one clung to the steering wheel, rapidly turning it once more. With a loud crash, the car collided with the rear of the police vehicle, coming to a halt. The eyeball she had tossed onto the dashboard was propelled by the deploying airbag, flying into the crevice behind the seat in the rear. Meanwhile, the pile of her remains that had been tightly wrapped in her clothing fell apart, with severed limbs and other parts landing on the floor of the back seat. As the little one prepared to gather the scattered pieces, two police officers hurriedly threw open the driver's side door. Chapter 192. Uncle becomes the murderer of a dismemberment case. What to do? What to do? If the police officers discover her in such a state, they will surely be terrified. As the officers opened the driver's side door, the little one quickly covered her eyeball beneath the seat. They can't see me. They can't see me. Another officer opened the passenger door, relieved to find it empty. He quickly glanced toward the back seat, and the sight startled the young officer, fresh from the police academy and unaccustomed to gruesome and terrifying scenes. There is. The older officer, who was carrying the unconscious driver out of the vehicle, turned to his younger colleague, asking, "What is going on?" The young officer, frightened out of his wits, could not articulate a coherent response. An elderly police officer, possessing both hands and feet, placed Huo New York in on the ground to await the arrival of emergency services, unable to suppress a scoff at the words of his younger colleague. As long as one is not physically impaired, who does not have hands and feet, you truly should consider a different profession. This line of work may not suit you. The younger officer, in a state of alarm, attempted to explain, "No, it's a dismemberment." A child, covering one eye with a pudgy hand, peered at the young officer in fright before cautiously releasing her grip and sneaking around the seat to tug at the clothing in the back of the car. If she could just pull it down a bit, it might conceal her severed arms and legs, wouldn't it? As the child delicately tugged at the hem of her clothing, the young officer witnessed the scene with utter clarity. He leapt back in shock, rendered speechless and instinctively letting out a scream. The older officer, clearly exasperated, observed the younger man's fixation on the rear seat, as though something ghastly lay within. He finally turned to look, and there was the child's pudgy hand gripping the fabric, her small fingers trembling as they delicately pulled downwards. The older officer doubted his vision and rubbed his eyes. The childess was wedged in the gap behind the back seat, her view unobstructed, while the other eye, positioned near the accelerator, was completely blocked. Even if her eyes had been reduced to mere sockets, she could still see everything. However, at that moment, she perceived nothing. Focusing solely on the effort of tugging at the hem of her clothing, unaware that her subtle movements were entirely visible to the two officers. The younger officer was too terrified to utter a word, his survival instinct holding him together in the face of this grim reality. The older officer, whose eyesight was failing, decided to close the driver's door and approach the rear seat, pulling it open. Inside lay the child's clothing, shoes, and other items, with something bulging beneath them. What he had previously mistaken for a small hand now lay on the ground before the seat. Fearing the possibility that the clothing concealed a small animal, he reached for the fabric. The dismembered child, in her fragmented state, revealed a ghastly sight, causing the older officer's face to pale in horror, and he stumbled back, collapsing beside the vehicle. His first instinct was not to flee in terror, but to urgently grasp his radio and shout into it. "Major incident! Major incident! Preliminary assessment indicates a case of dismemberment. Please summon the bear team and forensic experts to the scene 30 meters east of the West Street intersection. The dismembered child was bewildered. How could there be a dismemberment case? Surely she would know if there were. Moreover, this was her uncle's vehicle. How could there possibly be a dismemberment? The child had never believed herself to be dead and thus did not perceive herself as a corpse. Failing to grasp that the body referred to by the officer was, in fact, her own. By the time she realized this, her fragmented self was already being placed into a transparent bag by the arriving forensic experts. Hey, you can't put me in a bag. I can't breathe. Although I won't die, my bones and flesh might just explode. She attempted to intervene, but fearing the officers might be frightened, she focused on suppressing the urge of her disjointed body. It was at this moment that Huo New York regained consciousness, discovering himself in a police vehicle. His hands cuffed. What on earth is happening? You actually laid hands on a child of 3 or 4 years. He was utterly bewildered, but upon hearing the mention of a child, he immediately thought of his niece. Where's my little girl? The older officer, barely containing the impulse to strike Huo New York glared at him through gritted teeth. That child, is she yours? A tiger does not eat its offspring. How could you even be considered human? Huo New York retorted. If you wish to speak, then speak. Why resort to personal attacks? Why am I handcuffed? What crime have I committed? He protested vehemently, for he had not seen his niece and was alarmed to find himself in a police car, fearing the worst. In a moment of panic, he had completely forgotten what he had witnessed before losing consciousness, shouting at the officers, "Stop your nonsense. My little girl is missing. Where is she? Why am I handcuffed? Let me go. I need to find her." When he raised his head, he caught sight of his SUV not far away, and his mind flooded with memories from before he fainted. My girl is in pieces in my car. He was stunned by his own thoughts. But none of that mattered now. What was crucial was to find his niece. Let me go. I need to find her. Where's my phone? Get back to me. I need to call Uncle Goo. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew suddenly silent, for the older officer, unable to bear it any longer, struck Huo New York rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, the child's spirit, observing her fragmented remains being handled by the forensic experts, was frantic. She glanced at her uncle's vehicle, her anxiety causing her spirit to shed several strands of energy. Oh no, my strength is waning. Seeing her uncle being taken away by the officers, she hastily connected with her father, the king of the underworld. Daddy, my body is in pieces, and the police found me. Uncle is being arrested as a bad guy. The king of the underworld, perplexed, replied, Wasn't it stitched together? In her childlike voice, she expressed her urgency and a hint of helplessness. It was stitched, but now it's come apart again. I can leave, but I fear the officers might be frightened and may not know what to do if they're scared to death. I can't alter the fate list right now. The king of the underworld, growing irritated, responded, That human doctor is utterly unreliable. Wait, I will come quickly. A nearby staff member at the underworld, hearing that the Lord was leaving, hurriedly spoke up, Your Majesty, what about these new souls? The staff member continued, Their strength is weak. If they block the door waiting for new souls to enter the underworld, who knows if they will be crushed into ghost cakes or be subjected to the pressure of the underworld's gates. The king of the underworld retorted, My daughter's body is in pieces. I haven't used my powers to stitch her back together, so what if they are crushed into meat patties or soup? The staff member replied, But they're all dead ghosts. Why worry about it? With a huff, the king of the underworld dismissed the concern and set off to find his daughter. In the police station, the child's spirit followed the forensic experts closely. When she saw her remains being taken to the technical department for dissection, she seized the opportunity when one of the officers stepped out to take a phone call. Floating over to open the bag containing her fragmented self, her dismembered parts, desperate to escape, surged forth as soon as the bag was partially opened. The child quickly glanced around, noting that the forensic officer was still outside on the phone, and began to piece together her limbs, aiming to form a rough outline. I just need to cover them up. Then I can find Uncle Goo to stitch me back together. A familiar aura enveloped her, prompting her to look up. There stood her father, the king of the underworld. Daddy, her voice brimmed with urgency and joy. Please help me put myself back together. My body was confined in that bag and is feeling suffocated. The king of the underworld responded, Confined in a bag? The child nodded fervently. Yes. It was completely airtight. I took the chance while the forensic officer was on the phone to set myself free. Let us hurry. The Lord of the Underworld arrived in a hurry, scarcely taking note of his surroundings. In his frantic attempt to piece together his daughter's body, He cast a glance around and was struck by the realization an autopsy room. Had humanity truly lost all that was dear to them? The little one, oblivious to the meaning behind her father's thoughts, noticed him attaching her soul to her face and promptly tore it away. Daddy, you've made a mistake. This will make Uncle Goo's work far too burdensome. The Lord of the Underworld retorted, no need to seek him for stitching. His skills are lacking, and he talks too much. The child was perplexed. Then who'll stitch me up, Daddy? The Lord of the Underworld scoffed. Are there not enough doctors in the Underworld? If it weren't for your serious injuries, this minor damage could be resolved with a mere flick of my hand. Reflecting on this, the Lord felt a twinge of melancholy. Let us just patch it up, as long as you do not lose any flesh. After saying this, he indiscriminately applied various bones and flesh onto the general outline of the child's form. As the forensic pathologist entered the room after finishing a call, the Lord of the Underworld had already transformed with his daughter into a wisp of light black mist and departed. What was happening? Wang Ming inhaled deeply and hurried to investigate. The autopsy table was scarcely large enough, and it held only the dismembered remains he had previously placed there. Now, aside from the bag, everything had vanished. How could this be? As a forensic pathologist, Wang Ming did not believe in the supernatural and swiftly moved to check the computer surveillance in the adjacent office. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld, cradling his haphazardly pieced daughter, returned, obscuring the surveillance footage as he carelessly tossed some items into the bag. Curiously, the child inquired, Daddy, what did you put in that bag? The Lord replied, something akin to what they found. After all, my dear daughter's flesh has suddenly vanished, and it would be challenging for that human forensic pathologist to explain. The child exclaimed, oh, Daddy is so clever, flattered by his daughter's praise. The Lord of the Underworld bent down and found the child's crown among the disordered flesh and bones, smiling as he kissed it. So my daughter is also clever, knowing to call upon Daddy for help when things go awry. As the father and daughter exchanged glances, laughter erupted between them. However, the child hesitated, but Daddy, what if Papa Hua and the others cannot find me? The Lord of the Underworld assured, then I shall have old by grant him a dream. The child's eye sparkled, thank you, Daddy. In a fit of joy, the Lord instinctively lifted his daughter high. Alas, tragedy struck. The poorly bonded daughter shattered once more. Despite leaving the police station, human society had advanced at an astonishing pace over the decades, with surveillance cameras omnipresent. The Lord of the Underworld hurriedly disabled all surrounding cameras and quickly knelt to gather the fragments of his daughter. As he collected them, he grumbled, that Dr. S. stitching skills are truly abysmal. My dear child, I now believe the land I promised you and the spirit money I sent out were not worth it. The child busily assisted. Daddy, Uncle Gu is very skilled. It was the power of the Jiu Ming Hua that caused me to shatter. The Lord of the Underworld suddenly felt a pang in his teeth. As they conversed while frantically gathering pieces, a car's headlights illuminated them perfectly, casting a spotlight on the Lord of the Underworld and the scattered remnants of his daughter. The driver, upon witnessing the scene, gasped. The Lord of the Underworld had just pieced together the head, holding the eyeballs in his hands, while the child's fragmented form lay beside him, creating a grotesque tableau. The driver screamed, "Ah, a murder!" The Lord of the Underworld, bewildered, retorted, "Whom has he killed? Does he need to commit murder for a mere body?" In that moment of confusion, the driver, having witnessed the horrific dismemberment, slammed on the accelerator and sped away in terror. He needed to report this. If he did not capture that murderer, he, as a witness, would likely be silenced. The driver's heart raced as he dialed 110. Hello, this is near Guanghua community. A horrifying dismemberment murder has occurred. I am a witness. The murderer saw me. Please protect me. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld, ensuring nothing was left behind, swiftly departed with the disfigured child, heading toward the gates of the Underworld. Not far from the police station, officers arrived at the scene within 5 minutes. The driver, a man in his 50s, trembled as he pointed to the site, his demeanor frantic and animated. Right there beside the greenbelt, I saw a man with a face as pale as paper dismembering a child's body piece by piece. The head was intact, but the eyes had been gouged out, those dark sockets staring at my car. I was terrified. That perverse killer even attempted to piece the remains back together. He is undoubtedly a deranged murderer. The responding team leader, Xiong Qi, was already fraught with anxiety over the unresolved situation with Huo Chenyun, and now faced a case of a dismembering murderer. Do you remember the appearance of the killer? The driver nodded frantically, yes. A face as white as a ghost. When he looked at me, I thought I was seeing a spirit. But how could a ghost dismember bodies? That's why I'm certain he is a perverse killer. Xiongqi summoned a sketch artist, instructing the driver to describe the killer's features. He himself hastened to the scene indicated by the driver. Were there any clues? Just as his colleague finished speaking, Xiongqi's phone rang. It was Wang Ming calling. Captain Xiong, the dismembered body parts have been replaced. Replaced? Xiongqi pondered. Upon seeing Huo Qinyun at the police station, he surmised the human remains were somehow linked to the child. Now, they had disappeared, even swapped for pork. Xiongqi's expression turned complex as he scratched his short hair. Understood. This matter is rather peculiar. I have requested personnel from a special department to come. You handle other matters for now. Wang Ming on the other end protested. What special circumstances? This is a blatantly obvious murder and dismemberment case. We cannot let it slide just because the murderer is from the Hua family. Captain Xiong, you are not that kind of person. Xiongqi countered. How about we let the child experience a miraculous resurrection before being dismembered again? I am quite busy, so I'll hang up now. Without waiting for Wang Ming to respond, Xiongqi ended the call. The sketch artist arrived, bearing an equally perplexed expression. You cannot sketch? The artist lamented. The witness only remembers a ghostly pale face. There are no other discernible features to capture. It's impossible to draw. Xiongqi immediately recalled encountering the child's father at the hospital entrance. Oh, the case is cracked. Just then, Huo Chenling's call came through. Captain Xiong, where are you? Have you seen the child? In the field. As for the child, it was highly likely she had been taken by her biological father. Previously, when Dr. Gu performed the stitching in the operating room, the child appeared quite normal upon exiting. However, given that there was now a witness claiming to have seen the dismemberment, it was likely the child had been utterly obliterated. Xiongqi felt both curious and anxious, ultimately leading to a headache. He would have to inform the witness that it was merely an illusion. What else could he say? When they met, Xiongqi confirmed his suspicions were entirely accurate. In the office, Huo Chenling furrowed his brow as he stared at Xiongqi. So, you are certain it was the child's biological father who took her? Xiongqi replied, it's a hypothesis. However, the witness only remembered a ghostly white face, with all other facial features and physique obscured. Therefore, I surmise that the individual is indeed the biological father of the child, as you previously mentioned. Hua Chenling silently marveled, realizing that the Lord of the Underworld had indeed come personally. He turned to his solemn-looking brother. Brother, if the child's biological father has arrived, can we still raise her? Hua Chenling chuckled softly. This is the mortal realm. Implied within the dialogue is the notion that this is a realm inhabited by humans. Even the esteemed lords of the underworld find it inconvenient to traverse freely. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiantao felt a tempest of emotions surge within him. The father of the little one from the underworld has arrived? How can the deceased wander so freely between the realms of the living and the dead? If encountered by ordinary people, those with fragile constitutions would surely fall ill from the lingering aura of spirits. Huo Chenling and Huo Qinyun remained silent, as the matter concerning the identity of the little one's biological father was not theirs to disclose. Hua Chenling lifted his gaze. You cannot even manage the malevolent forces of this world, yet you intend to reason with the underworld? Perhaps you should consider becoming a resident of the underworld beforehand and engage in discourse with their leader. Chun Jiantao questioned if this was truly the same Hua Chenling. The head of the Hua family was typically known for his succinct and brutally honest manner of speaking. Why did he seem to be offering a kind-hearted warning now? Gu Qifeng rushed in, and while it did not surprise him to find Hua Qinyun in the hospital, the presence of both Hua Chenling and Chun Jiantao astonished him. What brings you all here? This must be a significant event. Hua Chenling adjusted his tie. The little one has been taken away by her biological father. Initially, Gu Qifeng did not grasp the implication. Her biological father? Surely, a father would treat his daughter well. So what was the concern? As realization dawned, his expression shifted from pale to dark and nearly green with anxiety. Her biological father? Was that not the scoundrel who had previously bested him to the point of unconsciousness? What was his name again? Gu Qifeng's breath quickened. His pupils dilated as he gasped for air. Where is he? Where is he now? He had sent me a surgical room's worth of offerings in land from the underworld to express his gratitude. Xiongqi rose and quietly secured the office door. Such inhuman discourse should be heard by as few as possible. Otherwise, it would be unbearable, observing the disheveled state of the little one. The Lord of the Underworld summoned the emissaries of Yin and Yang. You too, inquire if there are any doctors among the ghostly attendants skilled in suturing. If so, bring them forth. The emissaries exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the little princess in such disarray. The black emissary remarked, "Little one, did you go to the human realm and play in a meat grinder?" The white emissary added, "Or did you venture to the borders of our nation, only to become a victim and be dismembered?" The little one, her mouth now stitched together, could speak normally. "Uncle Black and Uncle White, I did not play in a meat grinder, nor was I dismembered. I simply exploded while refining the weak water." The emissaries shuddered, their speech faltering. "Refining weak water? Are you serious?" The little one, her large eyes twinkling, responded sweetly, "Yes. However, it is quite difficult to refine. Uncle Black and Uncle White do not attempt it. You would not even stand a chance against my little finger, let alone the weak water, which would surely scatter your souls." While the little princess spoke truthfully, it stung their hearts. The Lord of the Underworld became agitated. "What is with your expressions? Is it not a fact that you cannot even contend with her little finger? Are you still seeking a doctor? If not, then you shall sew her up yourselves. If you fail, do not bother to summon souls. Simply go to the 18th level and work there, understood?" The emissaries appeared, nearly contorted with distress. The Lord of the Underworld waved his sleeve, sending them flying. "Enough of this nonsense. Why not use your time for something more productive?" As the black and white emissaries were thrown aside, the Lord's stern voice echoed back, "Bring me 10 or 8 hair transplant specialists as well." The beleaguered emissaries acknowledged yes. The little one curled her tiny finger around her father's sleeve. "Daddy, Uncle Black and Uncle White only care about me." The Lord of the Underworld looked upon his fragmented daughter with tenderness and an indescribable ache in his heart. "All right, my dear, father was wrong. I shall be more mindful in the future." The little one clung to her father's finger with her chubby hand, nuzzling affectionately. She understood that her father wanted Uncle Black and Uncle White to find a doctor quickly, as he was genuinely concerned for her well-being. After speaking, the little one planted a kiss on her father's cheek. "But Daddy, will your emotional fluctuations not hinder your recovery?" Instantly, the Lord's irritation dissipated, replaced by a warm sensation in his heart. "Very well, I shall strive to control my emotions better. If I become agitated, I will simply take action." A staff member entered. "My lord, there are gifts from the human realm for the little princess. Here is the list for your review." The Lord of the Underworld inquired, "Gifts from the human realm? Are these from her human father? What is the meaning of this?" The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy, this is the first gift I have ever received in the Underworld. I want to see." The Lord of the Underworld pondered whether he should inform his daughter that typically, gifts sent from the human realm to the Underworld are meant for honoring the deceased. Ultimately, the Lord chose not to dampen his daughter's spirits. The gift list was in simplified characters, which the little one could not decipher. So she eagerly turned to her father for assistance. The list contained not only her human father's name, but also those of Hua Chunling and his 3 sons. Moreover, there was also the name of the verbose and inept human doctor. As for the gifts, the Lord of the Underworld surveyed the list of houses, cars, and various children's toys, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Indeed, it was they. But whom do they underestimate? The daughter of the esteemed emperor of Fengdu lacks for nothing in terms of housing, transportation, toys, or jewelry. He closed the gift list, feeling a surge of irritation. There was no need to even look further. They had already bestowed upon his daughter numerous jewels. The little one exclaimed, "What?" The Lord swiftly glanced at his disheveled daughter. "My dear, do you truly believe you can adorn your head with a crown, or wear a necklace or bracelet around your neck or fingers in your current state?" Her bright eyes dimmed in disappointment as she realized she could not wear a hairpin since she had no hair, and any jewelry might become lodged in her flesh. The Lord of the Underworld seized the moment. "They also offered houses and cars. Do you not think that my palace is sufficiently grand?" She gazed at the magnificent and imposing palace of the Lord of the Underworld, which could accommodate 100,000 souls, the largest in the 6 realms. The Lord was pleased. "We can simply teleport wherever we wish. What use do we have for cars?" The little one pondered this and agreed. Father is correct. Cars are indeed only useful in the human realm. The Lord felt a swell of satisfaction, believing his daughter to be exceptionally obedient and understanding. Alas, she was in such a fragmented state that he wished to caress her chubby cheek, but he would have to sift through the mass of her disarray. It was likely that what he touched would not even be her cheek, but perhaps her bottom. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such actions. The Lord of the Underworld cleared his throat. "So what are these gifts?" The Lord attempted to suppress the smile, threatening to break free, offering a dignified acknowledgement. The little one twirled her tiny hand around her father's long fingers, nuzzling affectionately with her soft voice. "Thank you, Daddy." The Lord felt as though his heart might melt. Such precious moments of fatherly love are rare. But then, the unobservant returned. The black and white emissaries arrived with 20 ghostly figures in tow. "My lord, we have brought the doctors skilled in suturing and the hair transplant specialist you requested." The Lord shot them a sidelong glance, and despite his injuries, the imposing presence of a lord of the underworld sent chills down the spines of the black and white emissaries. Were they not quick enough? They had already utilized their fastest speed in a millennium, and to ensure honesty, they had forced the ghostly figures to undergo a trial by dismemberment and hair-pulling before bringing them forth. Without further ado, the speed of those hair transplant specialists is truly remarkable. The doctor's inner thoughts. Heavens, I owe you a debt of gratitude. The hair transplant specialists. If we fail to complete the procedure within the stipulated time, we shall be condemned to the depths of the underworld for 2 years. How can we not transform ourselves into a multitude of centipedes, laboring tirelessly? Indeed, we are grateful. They are now dragged before the ruler of the underworld, and upon encountering his chilling, piercing gaze, their spirits nearly falter. The doctors and specialists. We have come before our king. The pleasant and heartwarming moments of familial bonding come to an abrupt end as the underworld ruler's expression darkens. The doctors and specialists. Might you have forgotten something, my lord? The young princess possesses strength far surpassing our own. Suturing her requires considerable power. Are we certain we can manage? The ruler of the underworld casts a glance their way, his voice low and foreboding. Is there a problem? The doctors and specialists. No problem. It's just that time may be of the essence. The ruler has tasks to attend to at the gates of the underworld, overseeing the transit of new souls. He will only have time to deal with the traitors once that is complete. The faster and safer the young princess recovers, the better. A human doctor accomplished the suturing of the young one in merely 4 hours, and that was solo, surpassing 4 hours. How could you still claim to be anything but a ghost? The doctors and specialists. For hours? Given the state of the princess, whose shattered leg bones are likely in 100 or more pieces, 40 days might be pushing it. More importantly, only when her strength is restored can her father, the king of the underworld, focus on his duties. Thus, the young one joyfully expressed her thanks. "Thank you, dear uncles and grandfathers. You are the finest doctors I have ever encountered. You have worked so hard." The doctors and specialists. It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to assist the young princess. Initially reluctant to agree, given the time constraints and limited power, the young one's praise of them as the finest doctors swayed their resolve. Regarding power, they felt inadequate, yet family abounds, and if that is insufficient, there are friends, and if that still falls short, there are the ghostly aides. The truth remains, greater numbers yield greater power. The more ghosts involved, the stronger the force. This is something human doctors cannot discern, nor can they perceive. 2 hours later, the suturing of the young one was complete, thanks to the support of the ghostly forces. This completion equated to a restoration of strength. The doctor smiled. It is finished. The specialist gazed upon the countless strands of hair, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. The young princess's hair is extraordinarily abundant, even if she were to enlarge her head to 1/10 of the size of the king's palace. They would not dare to squat atop her skull to search for hair follicles for transplant. The young princess did not mind. However, their king cast a glance, nearly scattering their very souls with fear. To dare frolic atop the head of the heir to the underworld, they must be courting annihilation. Thus, the beleaguered specialists continued their arduous task, enduring the incessant jibes from their irritable king. With such speed, how could they still claim to be hair transplant specialists? The specialists. If you think you can do better, then by all means, step up. The ruler of the underworld, teetering on the edge of irritation, furrowed his brow, his voice dark and chilling. Are you capable? The specialists. Oh, who do you think you are insulting? While the underworld may have its limitations, do men not possess strength? The specialists glanced at their own ancestors, still awaiting reincarnation, summoned to assist. Most were men, each one stirred by the ruler's taunts. Within 20 minutes, they would surely complete the task. The ruler of the underworld let out a scoff, saying nothing further. The specialists and their ancestors. Who are you looking down upon? Let's proceed. We shall work swiftly. Chapter 196. For the prosperity of my next life, let us charge forth. With the increase in ghostly numbers, their strength multiplied. especially when provoked. The ruler of the underworld observed, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. Without some provocation, these ghosts would surely slack off. The suturing threads solidified instantly, and her flesh and blood resumed their previous form. The young one touched her brow and felt that the Juyo Minghua burned even more intensely than before. The spark now greater. As she gradually stood, though still merely a small child, her overwhelming and profound strength radiated throughout the underworld, instilling trepidation in the ghosts. In that moment, all denizens of the underworld sensed the powerful, chilling aura and instinctively knelt in reverence. Ghosts who had entered the underworld less than a millennium were oblivious to the nuances of this newfound power, while those over millennium old displayed expressions of astonishment. Seemingly incredulous, even the 10 Yama kings murmured in awe. This was the power that had existed since the inception of the underworld. Had the Emperor of Fengdu fully recovered? Impossible. If he could regain his strength so swiftly, Jiang Wei would never have dared to defy him. Was it the young one? Presumably. She is the heir to the underworld, and it is only natural for her to possess such formidable and awe-inspiring power. Jiang Wei, it seems, has no hope whatsoever. He is blinded by greed. For millennia, no new life had been born in the underworld. The sudden appearance of a young one 3.5 years ago was entirely abnormal. Yet he believed the Emperor of Fengdu could protect his wife and child while safeguarding countless souls of the underworld, thinking he could turn the tide. One of the Yama kings suddenly raised a question. So why does the young one exist? The other 9 Yama kings fell silent. Why? If you have the ability, go ask the Emperor of Fengdu. The underworld reveres strength. The Emperor of Fengdu is unmatched in power and possesses a volatile temperament, quick to obliterate any who dare challenge him. Even Jiang Wei, whose strength far surpassed theirs, was suppressed beneath the waters of the weak for over a millennium. Having previously escaped, he now finds himself once again shackled within the underworld. Even if he now hides in obscurity, the ruler of the underworld is the Emperor of Fengdu. As long as Jiang Wei exists, he will undoubtedly be found. Are they foolish enough to question the Emperor of Fengdu about this? Regardless, she simply exists. If they do not understand, they may as well view it as the continuation of life. Though new life is impossible in the underworld unless born in the mortal realm, the young one is evidently not. She exists beyond the realms of the 6 worlds, transcending the 5 elements. The thoughts of the 10 Yama kings eluded the young one entirely. Her attention was captivated by the burgeoning and robust power, and she joyfully leapt 3 feet high. Father, I have recovered. This seemed to be within the ruler of the underworld's expectations, as a smile graced his lips. This was the faith of the denizens of the underworld in their heir, a rare and genuine belief emanating from the ghosts' hearts, rather than from coercion or fear. The young one's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of her pre-explosion state. Considering the young one's identity, the ruler of the underworld found her sudden surge in power perfectly reasonable. The existence of the underworld hinges upon her. If it wishes to endure, it must empower her. Those who obstruct the transformation of the underworld, if they do not change, ought to vanish from existence. The ruler of the underworld pondered deeply, while the young one remained blissfully unaware, happily circling her father. After a few spins, the overjoyed young one finally noticed that the hair transplant specialists and their ancestors were so weakened they could only perceive a faint shadow. Were it not for the dense aura of the underworld providing protective mechanisms for its excellent denizens, they might have been on the brink of losing their souls. The young one felt immense gratitude and reached out. The doctors and specialists, along with their ancestors, had not anticipated such sudden fortune. Thank you, young princess. May you successfully reincarnate, find peace and prosperity, and enjoy a life of wealth until your natural end. The physicians and hair transplant specialists were overwhelmed with gratitude, as the blessing from the future heir of the underworld mirrored the portrait of their forthcoming lives. They expressed their heartfelt thanks to the heir and their king. The underworld's esteemed figure smirked, gesturing dismissively. Hurry along, lest you miss the moment for reincarnation. The promise of wealth and prosperity may turn into a fleeting existence. Driven by the ambition for a prosperous next life, he urged onward. Having lived in poverty in this life, he was determined to be wealthy in the next. The underworld's dignitary clicked his tongue, his handsome visage illuminating with a radiant smile, as he playfully tossed his daughter into the air. You are remarkable, the child giggled, attributing her prowess to her father's guidance. The underworld dignitary laughed heartily, cradling his daughter as they proceeded towards the gates of the underworld. My dear, now that you are restored, assist your father by reinforcing the seals on the gates. Anyone who dares to defy will be automatically sent to the 18th level of the underworld. The child, brimming with energy, was eager to demonstrate her abilities. All right, father, I will await your command. With a mere lift of her chubby hand, the formidable gates of the underworld trembled slightly, as if intimidated by the strength of the one who dared to act. The originally ajar gates swung wide open, seemingly anxious to avoid being shattered by the might of her power. Nestled in her father's embrace, the child closed her eyes in concentration, her soft voice emanating an authority that belied her youth. By the name of the future heir of the underworld, I decree that any defiant soul entering through this gate shall be sent to the 18th level of the underworld. After delivering her proclamation, she recalled another matter and added, residents of the underworld, any who are improperly attired or disfigured in appearance shall not pass through this gate at any time or for any reason. Intruders shall be sent to the Hall of Underworld Laws. The underworld dignitary narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this would keep the underworld quite busy in the days to come. After all, many of the new souls arriving at the underworld, particularly in recent years following the frequent accidents in the mortal realm, often arrived missing limbs. Some were even in such a state that they possessed little flesh intact. Those with family to attend to their remains might receive proper burial attire or prosthetics, while many others, such as orphans, arrived in a truly lamentable condition. The underworld dignitary raised an eyebrow, recalling that his daughter had seen many such souls before but had never mentioned them. Had her trip to the human realm made her realize that dismembered spirits could frighten the living, prompting her to issue this decree? It was a well-considered decision. It would prevent timid souls from inadvertently encountering such sights and suffering shock, which would only add to the underworld's burdens. The grand gates of the underworld trembled violently before stabilizing under the pressure of her command, a faint golden light flashing around the gates, which then quickly succumbed to the surrounding swirling, ghostly mist. The protective barrier seemed to vanish in an instant. In that moment, all residents of the underworld received an official announcement via the underworld's public platform. Chapter 197, A Kindergarten Diploma Required. A new residential decree was issued by the underworld, detailing the following. 1. Any defiant souls entering through this gate shall be automatically sent to the 18th level of the underworld. 2. Residents of the underworld, anyone improperly attired or disfigured shall not pass through this gate at any time or for any reason. Intruders shall be sent to the Hall of Underworld Laws. The residents reacted with surprise. The first decree surely did not concern them. They would never dare transgress. As for the second decree, many of the disfigured spirits began to wail in despair. What were they to do? They had perished in distant lands, and by the time their families arrived, they had already been cremated. There was no time to procure prosthetics. I am in a similar predicament. This is simple. I must send dreams to my living relatives, instructing them on what to burn for me. Yes. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, let us consider it an early gift from our descendants. The underworld dignitary, sensing the commotion among the spirits, could not help but chuckle. His daughter's decree was well-timed, as establishing a new order in the underworld required modernization. Dismemberment was indeed unbecoming. After issuing her command, the child realized she hadn't communicated this with her father, the king of the underworld. She sighed, her gentle voice softening, her large eyes blinking innocently as she looked down at her chubby hands, feeling a bit anxious. Father, I apologize. I forgot to inform you in advance. The dignitary laughed heartily. My dear, you are the future ruler of the underworld. Not only can you issue mandates regarding appearance, but you may also amend the rules of the underworld. The child looked up suddenly, excitedly bounding into her father's embrace. Thank you, father. You are wonderful. I love you. The underworld dignitary felt his heart melt. He kissed her cheek and then took her hand, leading her toward the palace of the underworld. Now that the gates are secure, it's time for your father to attend to other matters. You may go and play. The child gazed up at her father with concern. But father, you are still gravely injured. The underworld dignitary laughed once more. Do not worry, my dear. Although I am wounded, your newfound strength is formidable. The likes of Jiang Wei would not dare to make a move. The child blinked her large eyes. Father, where is Jiang Wei? I will swallow him whole. The underworld dignitary shook his head. He remains in the underworld, but he is cunning and elusive, hiding from us. We have not yet located him. The child became increasingly worried. Is it dangerous for you in the underworld? Then, the dignitary smiled, his demeanor exuding a calm authority that suggested he had everything under control. Fear not. His injuries are far more severe than mine, and he relies on the misguided loyalty of his so-called followers for strength. A motley crew of unscrupulous individuals. Their survival is merely a result of the good deeds accrued by their ancestors, but they have squandered it all in this generation. When they meet their end and report to the underworld, it will be a spectacle to witness as many of their ancestors, who once worked in the underworld, punish their ungrateful descendants. The underworld dignitary mused, a smirk growing on his face. The child's eyes sparkled. Then, Father, let us go to the human realm together. The underworld dignitary was inclined to agree. After all, she was his daughter, sweet, adorable, and wise beyond her years, truly endearing. However, he needed to first handle his current responsibilities. As for a trip to the human realm, the underworld dignitary, though reluctant to part with his daughter, recognized that many aspects of the human world were indeed worth studying. Most importantly, even if she remained in the underworld, he could not be with her every moment. Since she enjoyed the human realm, it would be best for her to spend some time there. The child still looked concerned, her voice soft and tender. I can stay with you in the underworld, and once you recover, I can go learn in the human realm. The underworld dignitary felt a surge of tenderness for his child. He gently stroked her dark hair, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet duty called as he sensed the multitude of tasks awaiting him. Did she perceive him as weak? The child shook her head vigorously. Father is the most powerful, majestic, and handsome man across the 6 realms. He is not weak. Standing tall, she puffed out her chest with a proud demeanor. You are the little weakling. The underworld dignitary raised an eyebrow. The child explained, Granny Meng said that I am a chick, still small, so I'm called a little weakling. The dignitary frowned. Is Granny Meng planning to retire? He ground his teeth in concern as he looked down at his daughter, who barely reached his knees. My dear, let us hurry to enroll you in kindergarten. With at least a kindergarten diploma, you would not be unaware of what weakling means. Without waiting for her agreement, the dignitary casually lifted his hand, casting her out of the underworld. The child, expelled from the underworld, found herself that evening in the human realm, where countless souls received dreams from their relatives in the underworld, all requesting offerings to be burned, predominantly for their physical remains. The following morning, the family awoke to share the astonishing news. Initially, they believed it to be a mere absurd dream. However, it turned out that even their dog had experienced a similar dream. Do not inquire how they knew, for upon awakening, the dog eagerly tugged at them, urging them toward the wedding shop with fervor. When they gathered to discuss their experiences, it became evident that someone in the family had passed away, and the deceased had somehow contacted them from the underworld, requesting offerings. My late relative had been gone for nearly 18 years, never once reaching out in a dream. Yet this time, he startled me by asking for a leg to be burned for him. Everyone in the vicinity was familiar with such dreams. Yet, in a bustling metropolis like the capital, at the Hua family manor, Hua Xiqing found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream, wherein he encountered a shadowy figure resembling an uncle without a head. The figure beckoned to him, pleading for a head to be burned. Bewildered in his dream, he instinctively asked, Who are you? I do not recognize you. Why should I burn you a head? The headless uncle responded, Good child, we have met before. That night, I was getting a new head, and you happened to see it. It frightened me so. The young boy jolted awake, his face pale, as he rushed to his elder brother's room, clutching a small blanket. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing his elder brother, while the door across from him opened simultaneously to reveal their second brother. Hua Xiqing cried out, Elder brother, second brother, I had a nightmare. We must go to the abandoned villa in the outskirts with the little one. Hua Jingjing and Hua Siju chorused. You dreamed too? Hua Xiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Did you also dream of it? Hua Siju ruffled his hair. I dreamt of an uncle asking for 2 legs to be burned, and another uncle requested half a head, if suitable. Upon hearing this, Hua Jingjing added, I encountered many disheveled older gentlemen, requesting offerings of clothing. He hurried away, seemingly anxious to evade further questioning. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, initially gripped by fear, but gradually regaining their composure. Hua Xiqing pondered aloud, So, do you think we have given too many gifts to the little one, leading these spirits to believe we are charitable and come seeking our assistance? Chapter 198. Let me introduce you, little treasure. Hua Siju chuckled softly. That is indeed a possibility. The phone call came from Bai Mingxiu, his voice somewhat heavy. Bai Mingxiu surveyed the exquisite fairy tale manor adorned with dazzling jewels and miniature cars, rubbing his temples. Hua Jinjing remarked. Grandfather suddenly got up during the night and informed me that the business at the wedding shop will flourish. I suspect new policies have been introduced in the underworld, and perhaps the little one and her father are too preoccupied to discern who made the offerings, thus rejecting them outright. Hua Jinjing recounted the dreams of the three brothers, prompting Bai Mingxiu to have an epiphany. Perhaps the little one recalled the fright her brothers had endured previously, prompting a decree from the underworld that all spirits must appear appropriately attired when visiting the human realm, or they would not be permitted to leave the underworld. As Bai Mingxiu speculated, Hua Jinjing interjected. Mingxiu, if it is convenient, Bai Mingxiu seemed to have anticipated this request. I shall visit the Hua Manor. There are changes in the underworld, and you three should refrain from going out tonight. Hua Jinjing responded without hesitation. Very well, we shall await your arrival. Hua Xiqing, clutching his blanket, exclaimed, I miss the little one so much. It feels like she hasn't been here long at all. Hua Siju laughed, his eyes filled with longing. That is because she is such a well-behaved, adorable little darling. Hua Jinjing remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Who could argue otherwise? In the past week, their grandparents had incessantly inquired about the little one, and they dared not return to the ancestral home, fearing their grandparents would uncover her true identity and hurriedly attempt to retrieve her from the underworld. However, the underworld was simply not an option. The thought was utterly awkward. What if their brother became a younger sibling? And not even a younger sibling at that. The generational hierarchy was simply unimaginable. As the three brothers sat on the sofa in Hua Jinjing's room, their expressions fraught with concern, a piercing scream erupted from the garden of the manor. Ah! Hua Jinjing, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing exchanged alarmed glances before hastening downstairs toward the garden. Although autumn was approaching, the Hua family garden remained vibrant with blooming flowers, many of which were rare varieties not found elsewhere in the country, filling the air with their fragrance. To facilitate evening strolls for the manor's inhabitants, the garden was softly illuminated. Upon entering, one experienced an almost dreamlike illusion. After a brief 5 to 6 minutes, the three brothers arrived at the garden's floral archway in their shuttle car, where Butler Luo and the bodyguards were already present. Without waiting for Hua Jinjing to inquire, Butler Luo quickly explained, Young masters, Mr. Su Lu has been startled. Su Lu, the muscular man adorned with tattoos, stood there pale-faced and sweating profusely. Young masters, I apologize. I did not intend to scream in the middle of the night. I suddenly dreamt of that little girl. The Hua brothers frowned. You dreamed of the little one? Su Lu awkwardly scratched his buzz cut, attempting to muster a sheepish smile. Well, did she mention where she is? Su Lu hesitated. Do you really believe in such things? It was merely a dream, but seeing your serious expressions, I cannot withhold the truth. I dreamt that the little girl was flying in the sky. He found the dream utterly farcical. Hua Siju queried. You fell asleep and dreamt of the little one, yet you screamed in fear? Did she frighten you? Su Lu quickly clarified. Not at all. It was merely that I dreamt the little girl suddenly fell apart, and that jolted me awake. The Hua brothers exchanged glances, envisioning the little one perched on a large locust tree, surveying her surroundings. Everything was cloaked in darkness. This was far from the locust tree behind her human caregiver's home. With a sigh of melancholy, she lamented her father, the king of the underworld, for carelessly dropping her. Her sense of direction was poor, and it seemed she had landed in the wrong place. Where is this? Determined to find a ghost to inquire, the little one surveyed her surroundings, only to find an eerie absence of any spirit presence. In the distance, the graveyard remained devoid of any lingering souls. All had presumably been escorted to the underworld by her father. Feeling despondent, she pondered how she might locate her human caregiver, having undergone a physical transformation. The essence she had previously left with her caregivers dissipated with her new form, rendering her utterly incapable of sensing their whereabouts. There was not a single ghostly silhouette in sight, let alone a person, clinging to a branch. The weight of the little one caused the tree to tremble as she struggled to shift downward, her short, chubby legs unable to grasp the thick branch. Glancing around, she noticed no one was present, prompting her to resort to her magical abilities. In an instant, she plummeted from the tree branch, rolling down the stout trunk of the locust tree, landing gracefully at its base. flattening herself against the ground. Her little belly rose and fell rhythmically with each breath, her chubby legs kicking up as she exerted herself, bouncing back up from the ground. Patting her bottom, she glanced about the surrounding woods, feeling utterly perplexed. Where should she go? After scanning left and right, she chose a direction that appeared pleasing and plunged into the depths of the forest. With no one around, she felt free to sprint through the trees like a gust of wind, closing her eyes to avoid losing her bearings. As she ran, she whispered to herself in her tiny voice, do not look, just keep moving forward. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zai heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she scampered faster, quickly ascending a hill. In her haste, she leaped over the crest, momentarily airborne. Spotting 3 figures below, the little creature hesitated for a brief moment. 2 individuals were positioned not far from the car, seemingly preoccupied with personal matters, while another sat in the passenger seat, donned in headphones, engrossed in a comedic sketch titled Today's Happiness Too. The burly man in the passenger seat awaited a classic punchline, eagerly chuckling as the moment arrived when the character Ma Li was about to draw back the curtains. Show yourself, little darling, he exclaimed. Zai blinked in realization. Is that her? She thought, all right, here I come. With a soft thud, Zai's feet sank into the yielding earth as she tilted her head back, her large, glistening eyes fixated on the 2 gentlemen before her. The 2 men, caught off guard with their trousers half down, were startled at the sight of the little one. Chapter 199. Zai gets lost. As Zai stood with her feet embedded in the soft soil, she glanced from one uncle to the other, her innocent eyes darting between them in their partially disrobed state. Hey, uncle, what are you doing? The 2 men, momentarily paralyzed with fear, finally regained their senses and blurted out in unison, a ghost. Forgetting their trousers, they bolted toward the vehicle, shrieking in terror. Zai, determined to keep up, extricated her legs from the mud and called out, wait, uncles! Zai's lost. The 2 men exchanged terrified glances, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A ghost! Help! Zai sprinted ahead, her voice sweet and innocent as she explained, Uncle, Zai is not a ghost. Zai's a person. I'm lost. Could you please tell me where my father's home is? The 2 men, startled, dropped their trousers in shock. Zai looked at the fallen pants and then at their hairy legs, noticing their bright red underwear. Uncle, your pants fell, she exclaimed. Is that red underwear meant to ward off evil spirits? The 2 men screamed in panic. A ghost. My mother lied to me. Red underwear cannot ward off evil. We are being haunted by a little ghost. Zai observed their fright and realized they were indeed terrified. She raised her hand, her fingertips gliding through the air, swiftly erasing their vision of her. Seeing them tremble, she sighed heavily and snapped her fingers. With a soft thud, the 2 men collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Zai stood in astonishment. Where did this little darling come from? She pondered. The voice that called out to her earlier echoed in her mind. As she turned her head, she saw the burly man, Nia Wei, emerging from the car. Upon witnessing his friends sprawled on the ground and the pudgy little girl, he hesitated, feeling a mix of disbelief and caution. Residing in a small county beneath the imperial capital, known as Hua Nation, they were situated halfway up Ing Zue Mountain, far from the nearest town. Where could this chubby little girl have come from? He wondered, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Zai, sensing his apprehension, turned her eyes in a playful manner, not wanting to scare him. She lowered her head and sat down abruptly, wailing. Nia Wei, unable to withstand the sound, rushed over to scoop her up, soothing her while gently patting her back. The mountain breeze chilled the air, and he instinctively pulled her closer to keep her warm, placing her in the passenger seat before rousing his companions. Zhongqi, Hongbo, wake up! What are you doing? Upon waking, Zhongqi and Hongbo exchanged bewildered glances, trying to comprehend their surroundings. What is happening? Nia Wei, equally perplexed, replied. I was hoping to ask you. Seeing you both sprawled out, I thought we were being robbed again. The 2 men, having lost their memories of the incident, chorused. Who took our pants? Nia Wei looked at them incredulously. Didn't you say you needed to use the restroom? So we pulled over? Lost child? Zai's head popped up from the passenger seat, smiling brightly. Zai is right here. Zhongqi and Hongbo exclaimed in disbelief. Where did this child come from? Is this some trap set by the local thugs? As they contemplated further, their bladders reached a breaking point, prompting them to hastily secure their pants and dash away to resolve their urgent needs. Once they had relieved themselves, They quickly returned to the vehicle. Zhang Qi accelerated, driving away at breakneck speed. At 6 in the morning, as they approached Hua Xian, the narrow road was flanked by mountains on one side and a steep ravine on the other. Suddenly, a black luxury car sped past them. Zhang Qi, startled, swerved the steering wheel, but the black car collided with theirs. With a loud crash, the luxury vehicle took up the lane, while Zhang Qi's car slammed against the barrier, its front suspended in midair. Zai Zai, roused from her slumber, instinctively raised her eyes and, with an invisible force, stabilized the car from plummeting into the ravine. Niewei, cradling Zai Zai, tightened his grip, his face pale as he shouted, "Everyone, move to the back and exit through the rear door, or we'll fall." Zhang Qi cursed in frustration. "This is attempted murder." Hong Bo joined in. "If anything happens to us, I swear I won't let them off the hook." Zai Zai's soft voice chimed in. "Nothing will happen, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Hong, Uncle Nya. Let us exit the car first and then reason with them." The three men nodded in agreement. Zhang Qi and Hong Bo urged, "Niewei, you take the child and get out first. If necessary, set her down." Zai Zai puffed out her tiny chest, reassuring them, "Nothing will happen. We will all get out safely. I'm holding everything up. How could it possibly fall?" Despite her words, the adults remained skeptical, their faces pale with tension as they cautiously maneuvered to the back seat to exit the vehicle. Zai Zai watched, her large eyes blinking innocently as she nestled in Ye Wei's embrace, behaving like a good little girl, with sweat trickling down their backs. Zhang Qi finally turned to the now-stopped black luxury car, angrily shouting, "You bastard! Are you in a hurry to die? You owe us for the damages to our car and for emotional distress." The driver of the black car, Feng Shi, emerged, his fear subsiding upon realizing no one was hurt. He was displeased with Zhang Qi's words, retorting, "No one died. It's just a car. Try cursing me again, and I'll make you regret it." Chapter 200, Threats. The three men's expression soured. Zhang Qi shouted, "Is that how you speak? This is about a car? If we hadn't been lucky, we could have all gone over the edge. Do you see that we have a 3- or 4-year-old child with us?" Hong Bo added, "Do you think you could just kill us? This is a society governed by law." Zai Zai nodded emphatically. "Bad uncle. You were driving under the influence and crashed into our car. You owe an apology and compensation." As for dealing with them, Zai Zai merely regarded it as a joke. Feng Shi's 3 companions also alighted from the vehicle, each one portly and arrogant. They scoffed, proclaiming, "Did anything even happen? If one lacks the skill to avoid falling into a deep ditch, can they blame us? Indeed, even if they fell, they deserved it." Zhang Qi felt a surge of anger rise within him, while Niewei maintained his composure, advising, "Do not resort to violence. If we strike first, our rightful position may become unjustifiable. I have already contacted the police." Feng Shi and his 3 friends erupted into laughter. Yes, yes. Call the police. Let me tell you, even if the police arrive, or even the county magistrate, they will have to treat me with utmost respect." Zai Zai observed the small clouds of malice gathering above them and let out a heavy huff. "Uncle Drunks, if you apologize to us now and compensate Uncle Nya, this matter will be settled. If you continue to bully us, the consequences will be dire." Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, Feng Shi and his companions felt emboldened. The words of a mere child ignited fury in one of them. "You little brat, get lost. Otherwise, I'll toss you aside right now." Zai Zai raised her small chin defiantly. "Go ahead and toss me." The man, filled with bravado, glanced at Feng Shi and the other 2 brothers, advancing menacingly towards Zai Zai. As Niewei prepared to shield Zai Zai with a gentle approach, she slipped from his arms. "Zai Zai." Feng Shi and the others approached her, while Niewei, Hong Bo, and Zhang Qi rushed forward to protect her, only to find themselves unable to move any closer. The 3 exchanged anxious glances, cold sweat pouring down their faces. "Zai Zai," Zhang Qi exclaimed. "Step aside. She's just a little girl. Why do you need to argue with a child?" Hong Bo urged. Zai Zai quickly apologized. Zai Zai nodded. "Uncle Hong is right. You all should apologize." The 3 men felt a sense of urgency, fearing the drunken men would harm Zai Zai before the police arrived. As they panicked, the man beside Feng Shi grabbed Zai by her collar and attempted to lift her. However, no progress was made. Frowning, he exerted greater effort, yet she remained unyielding. Initially using one hand, he resorted to using both, but still, the little girl did not budge. Zai Zai looked up at him with wide eyes and sweetly encouraged him. "Bad uncle, keep going. Try harder. Hurry up." The man's 2 companions stepped forward, and together they tried to overpower her. Zhang Qi and Hong Bo watched in confusion, unable to understand why they couldn't advance, as there was nothing blocking their path. Niao Wei, remaining the calmest, reassured them, "Do not panic. Zai Zai appears to be in control." Zhang Qi and Hong Bo turned to see that indeed, the three burly men combined probably weighed around 600 pounds. Yet they could not lift a child of 3 or 4 years. Feng Shi, smoking a cigarette and observing the perspiration on his friends' foreheads, felt anger rise as he saw the little girl looking up at them with a mischievous smile, urging them on. Why not just kick her instead? The three men simultaneously thought, yes, kick her. Zhang Qi, Hong Bo, and Niao Wei lost their composure. Zai Zai, just as Zai Zai finished speaking, Feng Shi's foot aimed for her chest. The malice brewing in his eyes seemed to pour into that kick, filled with force, completely disregarding the fact that she was but a child, and he could very well send her tumbling into the deep ditch below. Zhang Qi, Hong Bo, and Niao Wei were horrified. Zai Zai, are you all beasts? Just as Feng Shi's foot was mere inches from Zai Zai's heart, it was suddenly halted by a chubby little hand gripping his ankle. The stark contrast between the man's robust legs and the soft, delicate hand of the little girl was striking. No matter how much force Feng Shi applied, he could not budge her an inch. Zai Zai seized him and began to whirl him around. Given her size, Feng Shi's head scraped against the ground as he spun, letting out a series of wails. Help! Help! Zhang Qi, Hong Bo, and Niao Wei looked on in disbelief. The other three burly men snapped back to reality, roaring as they charged towards Zai Zai. Their faces twisted in fury, eyes glinting dangerously. You seek death. Zai Zai lifted her chin, her small voice dripping with pride. I cannot perish. But if you do not apologize, you shall surely face retribution. You little brat, just wait until we finish you off. The three men lunged, but none noticed how Zai Zai moved. When they regained their senses, Feng Shi was already sent crashing to the ground, howling in pain. The distant sound of police sirens pierced the air. Zai Zai glanced at the three men, writhing in agony, and released Feng Shi, tossing him aside. She controlled her strength impeccably, ensuring he would not suffer any fatal injuries, nor even break a rib, but the pain would be excruciating. Feng Shi felt dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes, as his stomach churned. When he finally hit the ground with a thud, he retched violently. The police arrived. Deputy Captain Xiang Hui approached first, inquiring, who called the police? Niao Wei promptly stepped forward. It was I. Xiang Hui's gaze suddenly shifted to the man sprawled on the ground, vomiting profusely. Blood smeared across his face. Young Master Feng? Feng Shi didn't even glance at him, pointing at Zai Zai and making a slicing motion across his throat. Xiang Hui squinted and exchanged a knowing look with the two auxiliary officers. Niao Wei sensed something amiss. Just as he began to speak, the auxiliary officers approached. Since you reported the incident, you will accompany us to take a statement. He then turned to Zhang Qi and the others. You all must be involved in the incident as well. You might as well come along. The nauseated Feng Shi was assisted to his feet by a police officer, and after a moment, he glared coldly at Zai Zai, who smiled innocently at him. Several young officers appeared somewhat hesitant, while Xiang Hui lowered his head slightly and spoke softly, "Take them away." As Niao Wei realized something was wrong, he pulled out his phone, but before he could even access his contacts, Xiang Hui snatched it away. We will temporarily hold onto your phone. Once the statements are completed, we will return it to you. Without waiting for Niao Wei to respond, he walked off with the phone. A young officer, having only been on the job for 3 months, seemed aware of the predicament awaiting them and felt a pang of compassion. He cautiously glanced around to ensure no colleagues were watching before quietly advising them. Causing a scene will not benefit you. Think of someone you can contact. Provide me with the number, and I will make the call for you. Upon arriving at the police station, Zai Zai was carried away by Xiang Hui. Concerned for the three uncles, she waved her chubby little hand at them before being taken away. Uncles, do not worry. Zai Zai will be just fine. If anything happens, it will be to those bad guys. Niao Wei, Zhang Qi, and Hong Bo were too anxious to believe her, feeling as restless as ants on a hot stove. Unfortunately, they were from ordinary families and did not know any influential figures. Even with the kind police officer willing to make a call, they had no idea whom to contact. Niao Wei, glancing at the young officer, urgently spoke, "Officer, Zai Zai is only a little over 3 years old. You cannot take her for questioning alone. She is far too young." The young officer, Xie sighed and shook his head. However, she has offended the son of a powerful family. Feng Shi is a reckless individual, and as a newcomer, My words carry little weight. There is not much I can do to help. Hong Bo quickly interjected. Zai Zai is not our child. Just look at her clothes and how beautiful and delicate she is. She must belong to a wealthy family. Her parents are probably searching everywhere for her. Officer, please help us by sending out her photo. Zhang Qi nodded in agreement. Yes. If necessary, we can even contact the television station to broadcast her picture. We will cover any expenses. We implore you. Xiaoyu paused, his previously pale expression gradually brightening. That can be arranged. Just wait. If the child's parents possess a substantial background, Xiaoyu, momentarily glimpsing a flicker of hope, hastily departed. Just as he stepped outside, he was halted by a colleague from the same cohort. I know what you intend to do. The true culprit behind the Shishan murder case remains at large. And someone from the city has arrived, Captain Xiongqi. Do you wish to tempt fate? Xiaoyu hesitated. The colleague stroked his chin. I've heard that Captain Xiong is exceptionally upright and has 3 children of his own, which should afford him some empathy. Xiaoyu patted his shoulder. Thanks. Meanwhile, in Xiang Hui's office, the child, Zai Zai, sat on a chair, curiously glancing around. Xiang Hui, unable to locate any information about Zai Zai in the system, entered just in time to see the little one's curious expression. Though quite endearing, he knew better than to offend those who were untouchable. A rough and furious voice echoed from behind. Where is that little brat? I'll make her pay. His face had been scraped against the cement floor, and in his desire for vengeance, he had endured the pain and hastily bandaged himself at the precinct before coming over. Xiang Yifhonet, knowing that Zai Zai appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, and he was not overly concerned about her overhearing. Master Fong, this child's identity is unclear. We should investigate further. Fong sure seethed with rage, wishing he could dismember Zai Zai to avenge his disfigured face. Isn't she just one of those 3 outside? Zai Zai protested, straightening her small, pudgy back and haughtily huffing. The uncles are not my daddies. My daddy is injured and residing in the underworld. Xiang Hui inquired. In the underworld? Zai Zai nodded earnestly, yes. But I also have another daddy in the mortal realm. Fong Shi's 3 companions arrived, and one remarked, this implies her biological father is gone, and she was adopted. Ha ha ha. Any wealthy person who adopts a girl like her would likely only do so to use her as a pawn for future family alliances, devoid of genuine affection. With this, they believed they could eliminate the little rabbit without fear of repercussions. Yet Xiang Hui felt an ominous premonition. Master Fong, the Bureau has no record of her identity. If she was adopted, it should not be difficult to trace. The absence of information might indicate she is an orphan, unregistered at birth. Alternatively, it could be that the system is encrypted, making certain identities inaccessible. Observing her attire, though tattered, the fabric is of high quality, and her features are exquisite. With skin as tender as a freshly shelled egg, he suspected the latter possibility. However, he knew that the upper echelons were far beyond the reach of a mere deputy captain from a small county precinct, leading him to remain silent for a moment. The 3 men beside Fong sure spoke in unison. The lack of records likely means she was an illegitimate child, abandoned by her family simply because she was a daughter. Zai Zai could not bear such words. She sprang up from her chair, her eyes wide with indignation. I am not an illegitimate child. Both my daddies, whether in the underworld or on Earth, only have me as their daughter. I am the only daughter of my 2 daddies. Fong Shi and his companions gritted their teeth in frustration. They wanted to strike, but were deterred by the child's apparent strength, knowing she could easily overpower any of them. With her hands on her plump hips, Zai Zai stood on the chair, barely taller than anyone in the office, yet exuding an undeniable presence. Do you intend to make a move? She extended a tiny hand, palm open, beckoning with a finger. Come on. Fong Shi and the others exchanged glances. Xiang Hui, observing the child's confidence, grew increasingly convinced that her background was indeed significant. Master Fong, perhaps we should conduct another investigation? Or consider if there are any families in your circle that have recently adopted a child, specifically a girl. One of Fong Shi's companions added. The most talked about recent adoption in our circle is that of Huo Clan, the head of the Hua family. Zai Zai blinked her big eyes. Although she had never heard of the mortal father's name, she was familiar with her great-uncle's name. Based on what her King of Hell father had said about naming conventions, she knew that names among brothers often differed by only a single character. Huo Clan. The surname is Hua. She recognized her brother's names. Her excitement flared. Uncle, do you know Huo Jin, Huo Ju, and Huo Chun? The man was momentarily taken aback. How do you know the names of Hua Ch and Ling as 3 sons? Zai Zai beamed with delight. So, Hua Ch and Ling is my daddy. Feng Shi and the others were incredulous. What are you talking about, little rabbit? Zai Zai, in high spirits, spoke in a soft, melodic voice. Let me tell you, I am Daddy's daughter and the sister of my 3 brothers. Feng Shi and his companions scoffed. Do you think we would believe that? They were entirely skeptical, perceiving the child as merely cleverer than others. Now attempting to devise a means of self-preservation upon sensing their intentions towards her. Furthermore, he had received the latest news before arriving in Huafeng County that Hua Ch and Ling's adopted daughter was said to be quite peculiar, rumored to be bald. Yet he had some concern for the child before him, prompting him to inquire, "Little one, is your hair real? Is it yours?" Feng Shi's heart sank as he grew increasingly ruthless, thinking, inject her and then dispose of her in the reservoir to drown. In Chapter 202, showcasing the villainous side, Zai Zai, though unaware of the intentions behind the injection, sensed the malice and intense murderous intent emanating from the man. Being tossed into a reservoir meant he intended to drown her? Zai Zai gazed at Feng Shi in disbelief, clearly astonished by his cruelty. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She could not be drowned. Yet, when it came to those wishing her harm, be they human or spirit, Zai Zai had never shown mercy. As she watched Feng Shi glare at her coldly before leaving in pain, Zai Zai's small hands excitedly rubbed together. You wish to drown me? Then I shall frighten you to death. There is a cause for every effect. Zai Zai was not deliberately scaring humans. Thus, when the injection was administered, she merely pretended to squirm and soon felt the fluid swiftly enter her bloodstream. Zai Zai blinked her big eyes and curiously asked the masked man administering the injection, "Uncle, what kind of injection is this for me?" The man, accustomed to doing Feng Shi's bidding, had never before injected such a substance into such a small child and felt guilty, unable to meet her clear, watery gaze. "This is a needle to help you sleep soundly." After speaking, he donned a cap, bowed his head, and quickly exited. Zai Zai understood. It was the same kind of thing that the previous bad policeman had used to muffle her mouth. She would have to pretend to faint. A minute later, Zai Zai tiredly rubbed her eyes. Xiang Hui, seeing that the time was right, picked her up. "Good child, sleep now. Everything will be fine once you're asleep." Zai Zai mumbled an indistinct agreement, seemingly recalling something, and with great difficulty, lifted her eyelids to look at him. "Police uncle, when I wake up from my nap, will I be able to see Daddy?" Xiang Hui replied, "Yes." Zai Zai hummed inwardly, "Big liar. If I were truly human, I would definitely sleep forever." Directly reporting to the underworld. Thus, Xiang Hui was added to her list of those she wanted to scare. Oh, and the uncle who had given her the medicine earlier. In the office, Xiang Hui received a phone call, then placed Zai Zai on the nearby sofa to let her sleep, covering her with a coat before leaving. In less than 30 seconds, the office door swung open. A fully armed man entered, swiftly scooping up Zai Zai and departing. 3 minutes later, a tremendous explosion erupted from the electric parking shed in the precinct's backyard, followed by flames shooting into the sky. Half an hour later, Zai Zai was unceremoniously thrown into the frigid reservoir. A fully armed man waited in the grass by the reservoir for 10 minutes, ensuring that there was no possibility of survival before he departed swiftly. As the villain hurriedly left, the little one, who had been merrily fishing in the reservoir, slowly emerged. "How dare he plot against me?" The little one lay back on the water's surface, chuckling gleefully. The thrilling game was about to commence. As he walked, he found himself lost in a dense thicket. The little one thought, never mind. The first step in instilling fear begins with catching up to that villain who discarded the body. With a wide grin, the little one expressed excitement and anticipation. "Bad uncle, don't leave me behind." The little one elongated their voice while mimicking the eerie laughter of ghosts, floating up to chase after the body-dumping villain. The man thought he had misheard. After all, before tossing the child into the reservoir, he had ensured the child was sedated and close to eternal rest. As he walked, the breathing became lighter, and by the time he disposed of the body, it was almost non-existent. Not to mention, he had waited by the side for another 10 minutes. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Just as the body-dumping man mounted his motorcycle, the increasingly closer sound startled him, nearly causing him to stumble. When he turned back, he was astonished to see the child he had discarded in the reservoir, who had remained motionless for over 10 minutes, suddenly appearing behind him, grinning and speaking. "Body-dumping uncle, hurry and carry me." The body-dumping man screamed in terror. He scrambled onto his motorcycle, attempting to start it multiple times without success, cold sweat pouring down his face. The little one continued to emit a chilling voice, their face taking on a ghostly pallor. Body-dumping uncle, I have caught up to you. The man trembled all over, his hands nearly slipping from the handlebars. Don't come any closer. As the little one drew nearer, they intentionally bulged their eyes, revealing blood-red irises. The body-dumping man felt as though his soul was about to escape him, but in that moment of looking down, he suddenly noticed two shadows on the ground. One was his own, and the other belonged to the child before him. Ghosts could not possibly cast shadows, could they? The body-dumping man snapped back to reality. It was broad daylight. Where could such a ghost come from? He steadied his racing heart and pulled a fruit knife from his pocket, viciously slashing towards the little one's neck. The blow was fierce and brutal, akin to harvesting chives, as half of the little one's neck was sliced open, their head hanging limply backward. The body-dumping man sighed in relief, witnessing the little one's body collapse on the ground, and he too slumped down, exclaiming, "Damn it, that scared the life out of me. How dare you pretend to be a ghost to frighten me? Just wait until I chop you into 18 pieces and feed you to the rats in the sewer." The little one, feigning death on the ground, spoke in a soft, eerie voice. "Chop into 18 pieces? Body-dumping uncle, is this how you envision it?" The body-dumping man watched as the little ones squeezed their blood-red eyes. "Oh, you don't like that? How about this?" The little one's abdomen remained intact, while their arms and legs cracked into neat sections, forming exactly 16 pieces, plus the small belly and head making it 18 in total. The body-dumping man was taken aback, but the little one continued to grin and change the subject. How about this instead?" The little one warned, "Body-dumping uncle, you can't let your soul escape. If you suddenly drop dead, that would be so dull." The body-dumping man gazed at the body that was in 18 pieces, yet still spoke animatedly, unleashing a blood-curdling scream. A ghost. He didn't know where he found the strength to rise from the ground, but he hastily mounted his motorcycle and sped away in panic. The little one watched him flee and couldn't help but cackle ominously, warning him. With a loud crash, even from a distance, the little one saw a massive splash of water. Justice prevails, and karma is indeed real. The little one clapped their chubby hands, their dark eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. In an instant, her body returned to its original state, and her head appeared to be reversed. She quickly adjusted it by twisting her neck 180 degrees. Now, let us find the next one. Chapter 203. Back to reading. For there is everything in books. Hua Chenling's lips twitched, his expression contorted. Little Hua Xiqing sensed trouble and hurriedly made his escape, clutching at the little one. What began as an awkward moment transformed into laughter as Hua Xijin and Hua Siju, who had been stifling their amusement, finally burst into laughter at the sight of their father's struggle. Their father, visibly suppressing laughter. Hua Xijin and Hua Siju exclaimed in unison, "Dad, we're going to keep an eye on Xiqing and the little one." Hua Nai stood at the door, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling a rush of blood surge to his head, his emotions boiling over as he barely restrained himself from slapping his younger son. The noise within the room grew louder, filled with unrestrained words, and Hua Chenling's embarrassment over the children caused his ears to flush red before returning to normal. He glanced at the surveillance monitor, his gaze shifting to the open suite door. A disdainful smile crept onto his lips as he turned and walked towards the elevator, dialing Jiang Lin, who was waiting downstairs. "Bring someone who understands surveillance up. Room number 5888. "Yes, sir." Jiang Lin quickly arrived with 4 bodyguards. Upon exiting the elevator and hearing the commotion from within, the 5 initially stood in shock, then exchanged glances, finally averting their eyes to the expressionless master while awkwardly gazing up at the ceiling. Hua Chenling's voice was low and icy. "Live stream it." Jiang Lin nodded immediately. "Yes, sir." After issuing his orders, Hua Chenling turned to leave, his pace swift, seemingly disgusted, as if he were in a hurry to find someone. Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment. "Sir, are we looking for Miss Zaikai?" At the mention of his daughter, Hua Chenling's expression softened slightly. With his back to Jiang Lin, he nodded lightly and quickened his pace, soon entering the elevator and departing. Jiang Lin suddenly understood. The 4 bodyguards were somewhat puzzled, but it didn't hinder their work. Thus, they connected calls and communicated in hushed tones, lowering their voices to avoid being overheard by those enjoying themselves in the room. 3 minutes later, Hua Chenling met with the 4 children in the hotel's buffet restaurant. "Zaikai, come here for a hug." Nestled in her older brother's embrace, The little one lifted her drooping eyelids at the sound of her father's voice. Though her voice was weak, she still stretched out her chubby arms. Daddy hug. The sweet little voice made Huo Siju reluctant to let go. Ignoring his second son, Huo Chunling bypassed him and directly scooped his daughter from his brother's arms. What would you like to eat, little one? The little one's mouth was smeared with grease, a hint of milk still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Huo Chunling took a tissue and gently wiped her mouth clean, glancing at the food on the plate and then at her round little belly. He ventured to ask, "Are you still eating meat?" The little one, nearly too tired to keep her eyes open, looked at her father's hopeful gaze and nodded eagerly. "I want to eat with Daddy." Her older brothers had mentioned that they hadn't eaten, and surely their father hadn't either. So the little one wished to eat meat and keep her father company. Hua Chunling smiled, lifting the little dumpling to search for food. After taking a few steps, he noticed the plates in front of his three sons filled with various vegetables, and a rare, tender smile appeared on his face. "You three wait here. I'll get you some meat." Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siching exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes." The little one kept nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes." The three brothers need to eat more meat to grow tall and strong. Earlier, the brothers didn't eat meat. They all gave it to me. Hua Chunling's smile deepened. "How about we get more meat for your brothers to eat later?" The little one beamed. "Let us get more. I'll definitely get more. Let's make sure the brothers are full." Hua Chunling bestowed a gentle kiss upon the cherubic cheeks of the little one. "Indeed, my darling is truly remarkable. So well behaved." The little one beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Daddy is great too." Following this, she planted a kiss on her father's cheek. And the father-daughter duo merrily set off to procure some food. Hua Sijuan inquired of his younger brothers, "Are we eating now or not?" Hua Siju replied, "Not eating." Hua Sikan asserted, "Absolutely not." The vivid memory of the delectable, smoky-emitting grilled meat, with its rich aroma lingering in their minds, made them hesitant at the sight of any meat. Hua Sijuan chuckled softly, falling silent as he lowered his head to consume boiled broccoli. Meanwhile, Hua Siju and Hua Sikhen eagerly picked out bacon sandwiches from their plates, devouring them with gusto. Behind them, a server pushed a food cart, smiling as she presented an array of meat dishes before the boys. The little one observed her three brothers' rapt attention on the meat and thought her father's decision wise. It became clear that the brothers had intended for her to eat to her heart's content, hence they had given all the meat to her. Consequently, she clambered onto the stool with great determination, but her short legs struggled against the height of the chair, her small arms propping her up while her legs dangled helplessly. The sight was so endearing that even the server could not help but chuckle. "Babies are truly adorable," Hua Chunling remarked, giving the little one a gentle lift at her backside, allowing her to successfully ascend the stool. "Thank you, Daddy." Hua Chunling smiled warmly. "You're welcome." Perched on the stool, the little one hastily began distributing food to her dazed brothers, urging, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, hurry and eat. It's better warm than cold." Hua Chunling encouraged. "Go ahead. These are all handpicked by our little one for her three brothers." The Hua brothers nodded like little chicks pecking at grain. These are all things that the brothers love to eat. The little one even specially requested grilled meat. How fragrant! Upon witnessing the boys' faces contorting with barely contained discomfort, Hua Chunling placed a piece of grilled meat in front of his eldest son. "Sijuan, you're the big brother. Share with your two younger brothers." Hua Sijuan replied, "Okay," as he lowered his head to eat the grilled meat. Hua Siju exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be such a big brother." The little one, not to be outdone, took up two small forks in her tiny hands and skewered two pieces of grilled meat simultaneously, offering one to her second brother and the other to her third brother. Second brother, third brother, Hua Siju and Hua Sikhen shouted in unison, "Ah!" Just as the grilled meat reached their mouths, they abruptly stood up. Second brother, third brother, is going to the restroom. The little one, puzzled, nodded her little head and reminded them, "Then hurry up or the grilled meat will get cold." Hua Siju and Hua Sikhen covered their mouths and dashed off. With a smile, Hua Chunling gently asked his eldest son, Sijuan, "Do you need to go to the restroom as well?" The mention of it caused Hua Sijuan's throat to tighten. The grilled meat felt as though it had a mind of its own, threatening to emerge. "Dad, little one, I'm going to the restroom too. You all eat first, don't wait for us." Observing his previously composed eldest son now racing away, Hua Chunling lightly tapped the table with his long fingers and let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Jiang Lin called, "Sir, Team Xiong suspects that the young lady's disappearance in Huafeng County is related to Feng Shi and others. The mastermind, Feng Shi, is the one leading in the suite. The son of a politician, the deputy mayor of the capital. Hua Qinling suddenly pondered why the missing little one would be outside the suite. The thought that she might have witnessed something unspeakable within darkened his eyes. Chapter 204. The Hua boys, Daddy calls you for barbecue. Hua Chunling's lips twitched. His expression contorted. Young Hua Sikin sensed trouble and swiftly took the little one away. What had initially been awkward transformed dramatically once the little one and her brother spoke, causing Hua Sijuan and Hua Siju, who had been desperately suppressing laughter, to burst out in mirth. Seeing their father struggling to maintain composure, Hua Sijuan and Hua Siju chimed. Dad, we'll keep an eye on Sikin and the little one. Hua Chunling, standing at the doorway with veins bulging on his forehead, felt a surge of blood rush to his head, the overwhelming emotions preventing him from slapping his younger son at that moment. The noise within the room grew louder, the words increasingly crude and devoid of decorum, causing Hua Chunling's ears to redden with embarrassment. He glanced at the surveillance, his gaze slowly drifting to the open door of the suite. A disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he pivoted and strode towards the elevator, simultaneously dialing Jiang Lin, who was waiting downstairs. Bring someone who understands surveillance up. Room number 5888. Yes, sir. Jiang Lin quickly ascended with 4 bodyguards. Upon exiting the elevator and hearing the raucous sounds from within the room, the 5 men were initially taken aback, exchanging glances before silently and awkwardly looking up at the ceiling. Hua Qinling's voice was low and menacing. Live stream it. Jiang Lin promptly nodded. Yes, sir. After issuing his instructions, Hua Qinling turned to leave, his steps brisk, seemingly repulsed, and eager to find someone. Jiang Lin hesitated. Sir, have we located the young lady? At the mention of his daughter, Hua Chunling's expression softened, albeit slightly. With his back to Jiang Lin, he nodded gently and quickened his pace, swiftly entering the elevator to depart. Jiang Lin suddenly understood. Though the 4 bodyguards were somewhat perplexed, it did not hinder their tasks. They began connecting calls while keeping their voices low to avoid alerting the revelers within the room. 3 minutes later, Hua Chunling reunited with his 4 children in the hotel's buffet restaurant. Little one, come to daddy. Nestled in her second brother's arms, the little one stirred at the sound of her father's voice, lifting her heavy eyelids. Her tiny voice was soft, yet she extended her chubby little arms. Daddy hug. The sweetness of her voice made Hua Siju reluctant to let go. Hua Chunling ignored his second son, maneuvering past him to scoop his daughter from his embrace. What else do you want to eat, little one? The little one's mouth was smeared with grease, and a bit of milk lingered at the corner of her lips. Hua Chunling gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, ensuring it was clean, and glanced at the food on her plate before looking at her round little belly. Attempting to inquire, are you still eating meat? The little one, nearly too sleepy to keep her eyes open, gazed up at her father with hopeful eyes, nodding her head. Eating together with daddy. The elder brothers had mentioned they hadn't eaten, and surely their father hadn't either. Thus, the little one desired to accompany her father in eating meat. Hua Chunling smiled and lifted her up to seek out food. After a few steps, noticing his 3 sons' plates filled with various vegetables, he lowered his gaze, revealing a rare, tender smile. You 3 wait here. I'll bring you some meat. The Hua brothers eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. The 3 brothers need to eat more meat to grow tall and strong. Just now, they didn't eat any meat. All of it went to the little one. Hua Chunling's smile deepened. Then how about we bring back more meat for the brothers to eat? The little one beamed. More. I will definitely bring back more. Let the brothers eat their fill. Hua Chunling kissed the cherubic cheeks of his little one once more. Yes, my little one is truly amazing. So well behaved. The little one giggled. Daddy is great too. After saying this, she planted another kiss on her father's cheek, and together they joyfully set off to procure their meal. Hua Sijuan inquired of his younger brothers, are we eating now or not? Hua Siju replied, not eating. Hua Sikin asserted, absolutely not. The vivid memory of the barbecue, with its rich aroma and sizzling sound, lingers in the mind, making one apprehensive at the sight of meat now. Hua Sijin chuckled softly, choosing silence as he lowered his gaze to consume the boiled broccoli. Hua Siju and Hua Siqing eagerly selected bacon sandwiches from their plates, devouring them with gusto. Meanwhile, a server wheeled in a cart, beaming as he placed an array of meats before them. Kai Kai observed her 3 older brothers fixated on the meat, feeling grateful for her father's wise decision. It was evident that her brothers had intended for her to eat her fill, hence their earlier indulgence in all the meat. Now, With her short legs struggling against the height of the chair, she clambered up, her little arms pushing against the seat, her chubby legs unable to gain leverage as she wiggled her petite frame, eliciting laughter from a server. Such a cute child. Hua Chenling lifted the little one slightly, helping her ascend the seat. Thank you, Daddy. Hua Chenling replied gently. You're welcome. Once seated, Kai hastily offered food to her brothers, big brother, second brother, third brother. Hurry and eat. It's better warm and cold. Hua Chenling encouraged. Go ahead. These are all chosen by Kai for her 3 brothers. The Hua brothers nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grains. These are all what you love to eat. I even specially had them prepare barbecue. It smells so good. Seeing the strained expressions on his sons' faces, Hua Chenling placed a piece of barbecue onto the plate of his eldest son. Sijin, you're the eldest brother. Share with your younger brothers. Hua Sijin responded with an O and resumed eating the barbecue. Hua Siju exclaimed, I never expected you to be such an elder brother. Kai, not to be outdone, wielded a fork in each hand, spearing 2 pieces of barbecue. One was brought to the mouth of second brother, while the other was directed towards third brother. Second brother, third brother, ah? Hua Siju and Hua Siqing sprang up simultaneously. Second brother, third brother, needs to use the restroom. Kai, puzzled, nodded her little head, advising them. Then hurry, or the barbecue will get cold. With their mouths covered, Hua Siju and Hua Siqing dashed off. Hua Chenling, smiling gently, inquired of his eldest, Sijin, do you need to go to the bathroom? Just mentioning it made Hua Sijin feel as if the barbecue lodged in his throat began to rebel. Dad, Kai, I also need to go to the restroom. You all eat first, don't wait for us. Seeing his normally composed son now sprinting away, Hua Chenling lightly tapped the table, then let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a call from Jiang Lin interrupted him. Sir, the bear team suspects that Miss is missing in Hua County, possibly related to Feng Shi and others. The mastermind, Feng Shi, is the one leading in the suite, with his father holding political office as the deputy mayor of the capital. Hua Chenling's thoughts raced. Why would the missing Kai be outside the suite? The possibility that she witnessed something unspeakable within made his dark eyes deepen with intensity. Chapter 205. Such a timid child. How can they play? With her brothers gone to the restroom, Kai felt satisfied after eating, but began yawning and rubbing her eyes. Noticing a shift in her father's demeanor, she couldn't help but ask, Daddy, what's wrong? Nothing. Has Kai eaten her fill? Calculating the time, he realized the absurdity on the top floor was likely about to go viral online, and with several televisions in the restaurant, he hastened to finish his breakfast. Glancing at Kai, whose eyelids were drooping. You're feeling sleepy, aren't you? Yes, Daddy, Kai is full, but the brothers haven't eaten enough yet. They only had 1 bite of meat. Hua Chenling felt assured about his sons, knowing his eldest was typically steady. With him present, he was at ease. How about we wait for your brothers in the car while you nap? Kai found this agreeable, rubbing her large eyes sleepily. Kai will listen to Daddy. Hua Chenling lifted the little one and exited, but as they approached the buffet entrance, an unbelievable commotion erupted from within the restaurant. Heavens, it's so chaotic. Kai turned her head. Hua Chenling gently pressed her head down to ensure her view was obscured. It's fine, Kai. Sleep now, Daddy is here. Comforted, Kai yawned and obediently nestled against her father's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. As Hua Chenling settled Kai into the car, Jiang Lin arrived with 4 bodyguards. Sir, Hua Chenling gestured for silence, and Jiang Lin promptly complied, only then noticing the little bundle in his arms. It's the young lady we haven't seen for over a week. Observing the small child, Jiang Lin hesitated to speak. Hua Chenling noticed and feigned ignorance. He lowered his voice. What is it? Jiang Lin also whispered, Sir, the deputy captain of Hua County, Xiang Hui, knows you're here and wishes to meet with you. Hua Chenling gently patted his daughter's back, scoffing lightly. Does he think he is worthy? Jiang Lin clarified. Xiang Hui is likely affiliated with Deputy Mayor Fong. Hua Chenling's expression sharpened with coldness. Then let Deputy Mayor Fong come personally. Neglecting education is a father's fault. Jiang Lin nodded affirmatively. The 3 Hua brothers, each possessing strikingly handsome features, now bore ashen expressions. Seeing Kai nestled in her father's embrace, seemingly asleep, they exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Dad, we were wrong. We will never dare again. Hua Chenling cast a fleeting glance at his sons and raised his chin slightly. Hua Sijin stood tall. Yes, Dad. Hua Siju and Hua Siqing exchanged glances, with Hua Siqing leaning closer to their father, gazing longingly at his sweet sister, sleeping peacefully. Dad, Hua Chenling interrupted. Kai is asleep. You can't play with her now. You and your two brothers go to fetch the people. Hua Xiqing replied, oh, he still felt he had enough of her. Once the eldest led his two younger brothers into another vehicle. Hua Chenling nodded to the driver. Yes, sir. The car had barely pulled away from the hotel entrance when a black sedan rushed in. Xiang Hui stepped out, instructing the closure of all surveillance cameras on the top floor before heading straight for the suite. Inside, a gathering of 10 individuals was nearing its conclusion. Feng Shi lounged on the sofa in a bathrobe, with a woman, barely clothed, nestled in his arm. Upon Xiang Hui's abrupt entrance, the crowd was startled, and Feng Shi frowned in displeasure. What are you doing, Xiang Hui? Are you raiding my territory? Xiang Hui's face darkened with anger as he pulled out his phone, dialing a number before handing it to Feng Shi. Sensing something amiss, Feng Shi hesitated before accepting the phone, his complexion paling. Yes. All right. I will leave right now. At 6:30 in the evening, Kai was roused by her father for dinner in the restaurant, as visitors from the Fong family had arrived. The restaurant was bustling, not just with the 5 members of Hua Chenling's family, but also with Nie Wei, Zhang Qi, Hongbo, Xie Yu, and Su Lu. Surprisingly, Su Lu recognized Nie Wei, Zhang Qi, and Hongbo. They all hailed from Shuizhu Town in Huafeng County, having grown up as childhood friends. Initially, both parties were reserved, as this was their first time dining with the powerful figures of Huagua's foremost family, an unimaginable scenario that had suddenly materialized. When Hua Chenling expressed his gratitude, Nie Wei, Zhang Qi, and Hongbo finally looked up, exchanging awkward pleasantries while glancing around. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar face. Shule? Su Lu was equally taken aback, lifting her head in astonishment. Nie Wei, Zhang Qi, and Hongbo, it is no wonder that the voices of these 3 sounded particularly familiar. Yet, due to the presence of Mr. Hua, they dared not raise their heads. Mr. Hua Chenling spoke with a faint smile, so you are acquainted. After a moment's hesitation, Nie Wei promptly made the introductions. Noticing the discomfort among them, Mr. Hua Chenling expressed his gratitude and toasted before the butler, Luo, announced the arrival of the Fong family. He exchanged pleasantries with the group and rose to leave the dining room. As soon as he departed, Hongbo and the others let out a sigh of relief, their previously rigid postures relaxing. Nie Wei exclaimed, Mother, this is quite taxing. Hongbo chuckled in agreement. Xie Yu cleared his throat, prompting Nie Wei and the others to remember that while Mr. Hua had exited, the 3 young masters of the Hua family remained present. Hua Xijin had long been aware of their unease, but it was impolite for the Hua family to be without a representative. He deliberately shifted the conversation to the little one, who was happily munching away while playfully serving food to the uncles and brothers. Her soft and adorable expressions eliciting cheerful laughter and creating a notably harmonious atmosphere. Upon finishing their meal and entering the living room, they found Fang Yuming and Feng Shi still present. Feng Shi knelt on the floor, his shirt stained with blood from a severe beating by his father. Trembling, with his face bandaged, his eyes, though small, were filled with fear. When Nie Wei and the others emerged, he froze momentarily. Upon seeing the little one in Hua Xijin's arms, Feng Shi began to tremble uncontrollably. You. The little one blinked her large eyes and pointed her small hand, plunging the entire hall into darkness. Her chilling voice echoed hauntingly, Bad uncle, come play with me. Feng Shi's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, fainting instantly. The little one remarked, Such a venomous strike, yet such a timid heart? This won't do. Must play with her. Chapter 206. What use is an apology when a child is dead? The little one effortlessly conjured a barrier, enclosing herself and Feng Shi within it, using her chubby legs to kick him awake. Bad uncle, don't sleep. It's time to play a game. Feng Shi, groggy and bewildered, opened his eyes to find the little one just inches away, instinctively screaming in terror. Huh? A ghost. With a smile, the little one reassured him. Not a ghost. I'm just fine. Come play with me. How about hide and seek? I love hide and seek. You hide, and I'll find you, okay? Without waiting for Feng Shi to respond, she clapped her small hands. It's settled. I'll count to 3, and then we begin. 1, 2, 3. After counting, the little one gently kicked the terrified Feng Shi out of the barrier, ensuring her eerie voice could only be heard by him before dissolving the barrier and giggling. Bad uncle, I'm coming. The entire process seemed prolonged, yet transpired in the blink of an eye. The butler, Luo, barely had time to inquire about the sudden blackout before the lights in the living room flickered back on. Suddenly, Feng Shi, who had been unconscious on the floor, sprang to his feet, gasping for breath as he bolted for the exit, shouting, "Help! There's a ghost." Fang Yuming's expression darkened, for he believed his son was merely guilty of wrongdoing. Since Mr. Hua had agreed to meet him, he was well aware of the purpose of his visit. He sees his pale, sweating son, admonishing Fang Shi, "Calm down. The little one is fine. You need to sincerely apologize to her." Fang Shi, momentarily stunned, opened his mouth to speak but was taken aback when the supposedly deceased child appeared before him, floating and grinning wide, her mouth stretching larger to reveal sharp, blood-stained teeth. A ghost. Fang Shi lost control again, fleeing in panic throughout the living room. Meanwhile, the little one, having divided her essence to tease Fang Shi, was now cradled in the arms of her father, Huo Clan, who observed Fang Shi's frantic antics with a deepening scowl. Fang Yuming, both embarrassed and anxious, called out to his son repeatedly, but Fang Shi continued to scream for help like a madman, causing his father's jaw to twitch in frustration. At last, unable to endure any longer, he physically intervened, stepping in front of his son and delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Fang Shi, have you had enough of this nonsense?" Fang Shi was momentarily stunned. After a few moments, he recognized the man before him as his father and rushed to embrace him. "Dad, there's a ghost. That child is dead, and she has come to claim my life. She wants to play hide and seek with me. And if she finds me, I'm done for. Please, Dad, save me. Find a master to help." Fang Yuming suspected his son had lost his mind. It was an undeniable fact that his son had arranged for the little one's demise, and Huo Clan had gathered ample evidence. Fortunately, the child was still alive, which was why he dared approach. Their only option now was to confess and seek redemption. However, he never anticipated his son would descend into madness at such a crucial moment. Taking a deep breath to steady his rising anger, Fang Yuming instructed Fang Shi, "Immediately apologize to the little one, admit you were wrong, and plead for her forgiveness." The little one nestled in her father's embrace, while her divided essence continued to playfully scare Fang Shi. Bad uncle, I see you. Found you. I'm gonna eat you up." Her innocent voice, juxtaposed with her eerie giggle, made Fang Shi tremble uncontrollably. As he saw the little one approaching with her mouth agape, he screamed in terror, shoving past Fang Yuming and bolting outside. With a loud thud, Fang Yuming fell to the floor. Fang Shi, Huo Clan gazed down at him, his eyes devoid of warmth. Is this the sincerity with which second young Master Fang apologizes? Fang Yuming hastily interjected, "Mr. Hua, it's not like that." Fang Shi, without hesitation, Huo Clan interrupted, "We have received second young Master Fang's sincerity. Deputy Mayor Fang, feel free to leave." Fang Yuming, with a strained back, struggled to rise, desperately explaining, "Mr. Hua, Fang Shi has indeed erred, but it is fortunate that the little one is still alive. I know further words are futile, but I implore you not to pursue this to the bitter end. I, Fang Yuming, have only 2 sons. My eldest, due to a childhood illness, is now mentally challenged, and we rely on Fang Shi." Huo Clan maintained a stoic expression, fixing his gaze upon him. "Deputy Mayor Fang, I, Huo Clan, have but this one daughter. Had she not been so fortunate, she would be lying in a coffin, and we would be conducting her funeral." Fang Yuming felt his heart sink. He knew his younger son had acted atrociously, even worse than a beast. It was indeed deserving of punishment. If only his eldest were not mentally challenged. If only his mother had not forced him, he would not have had to come here, having dedicated his life to integrity. He never expected to be brought low by his wayward son, losing all dignity. What could he do? This was his own flesh and blood. Tears welled in Fang Yuming's eyes as he knelt down. Yet Huo Clan swiftly intervened, grasping his arm to prevent him from bowing. "Deputy Mayor Fang." Fang Yuming's face turned pale, filled with embarrassment, anxiety, helplessness, and deep remorse. Huo Clan looked down, his demeanor still cold. "Deputy Mayor Fang, it is precisely because of your reputation that you and Fang Shi were allowed to enter the gates of Huo's manor. If not for your genuine character, as you claimed, the doors of Huo's manor would never have opened to you, and I would certainly not have met with you." Fang Yuming stood frozen in place. "Vice Mayor Fang, we are both fathers. My visit stems from an understanding of your desire to protect your fierce and ruthless son. Similarly, I hope that as a father, you can comprehend my yearning to safeguard my tender 3.5-year-old daughter." Fang Yuming's fingers began to tremble, and the words that danced on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. The child, soft-spoken, declared, "Uncle Fang, the bad uncle is truly wicked. If the child who was targeted had not been me, they would have surely perished. Observing Fong Yoming's slowly stooping form, the child felt no sympathy. Her spirit still playfully toyed with Fong Shi like a cat with a mouse. While her essence conversed with Fong Yuming about the principles imparted to her by her father, the King of Hell. What use is an apology when a child has died? Even if another child were to be born, they would never be the same as the one lost. Uncle Fong, I am merely 3.5 years old. Yet I understand the principle of retribution for murder. How is it that you and the wicked uncle, both of mature age, do not? Fong Yuming, incredulous, raised his gaze. His heart nearly ceasing to beat, his lips quivering. What did you say? Who is Yu Ruhan? Chapter 207. I am proud to be illiterate. Initially, Fong Yoming's body, which had been gradually slumping due to the child's words, straightened upon hearing the name Yu Ruhan, his posture becoming upright. He was aware that his younger son was an ne'er-do-well, a wastrel, yet he could not believe he would cause a death. However, the situation involving the child was before him, and Fong Yuming was momentarily flustered. The child had overheard this while playing a game with Fong Shi. She was unaware that the wicked uncle himself had orchestrated Yu Ruhan's demise 3 years ago. Uncle Fong will surely uncover the truth, Fong Yuming declared. As a life lost, I, Fong Yuming, am an upright official. He nodded to Hua, Chenling, and the others before swiftly departing, his figure unsteady, his steps faltering. Daddy, the daughter, miraculously returned, left Hua Chenling heartbroken. The day of the search led to such events. How could he bear it? Hua Chenling quickly called Jiang Lin to investigate the matter regarding Yu Ruhan, and afterward, he comforted the child. Do not fear, Daddy is here. Daddy, when can I go to kindergarten? Hua Baobao was taken aback. Kindergarten? The child nodded, because father in the underworld disapproves of me for lacking a kindergarten diploma. Observing this scene, Niewei, Zhangqi, and Hongbo exclaimed, no, the child's biological father has perished. How can he disapprove of her lacking a kindergarten diploma? Recognizing the uniqueness of the child, Sulu pondered. His tattooed arms had been cleansed. The nearly 2-meter-tall man gazed at the soft, delicate child and could not help but tremble. Perhaps the child could indeed communicate with her deceased father. Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siqing could not contain their laughter. The child was being scorned by her biological father. How splendid. They were not disapproving. Would it be best if she never attended kindergarten? Thus her father in the underworld would continually disapprove, preventing him from seeking her out? Would this allow her to remain with them forever? Hence, Hua Siqing quickly interjected, Bao Bao. Kindergarten is rather dull. It is filled with noisy children who cry incessantly. Hua Siju instantly grasped his brother's intent and joined in. Indeed, there are too many children in kindergarten, and many are unreasonable, crying at the slightest provocation, making a racket. Hua Sijin hesitated for a moment before aligning himself with his two brothers. Bao Bao, your second brother and third brother have a point. A kindergarten diploma holds little significance. The child looked perplexed. But I lack a kindergarten diploma. What if my father in the underworld disapproves of me? She needed to learn, after all. Hua Chenling embraced Bao Bao and explained, what does a kindergarten diploma matter? As my daughter, even if you are illiterate, you are still the most adorable, beautiful, and formidable illiterate in the world. The three Hua brothers concurred. Father speaks the truth. If your father in the underworld disapproves, it is merely his lack of discernment. Bao Bao felt differently. No, father in the underworld possesses excellent taste. Hua Sijin smiled and playfully echoed her sentiment. Indeed, your father in the underworld has remarkable judgment. Otherwise, he would not have chosen us as your brothers. Bao Bao beamed, nodding vigorously. The King of Hell is super nice, and my earthly brothers are also super nice. Niewei, Zhangqi, Hongbo, and Su Lu observed, the educational philosophy of the super rich is indeed different. I am proud to be illiterate. If this were their child, not attending kindergarten would warrant a reprimand. Hua Chenling noticed that there were many matters he could not discuss in front of Niewei and the others. So he decided to change the subject and approach them directly. As he did so, Niewei, Zhangqi, Hongbo, and Su Lu found themselves unable to withstand the conversation. Within a minute, the four excused themselves. Bao Bao suddenly turned to Su Lu, who was also gazing at her, his expression somewhat anxious. The child recalled that she had been unable to erase the memory of the uncle seeing her hair. She raised her chubby little hand and gently tapped his forehead from a distance. Su Lu appeared dazed, his expression gradually becoming vacant. After erasing those memories, Bao Bao smiled brightly and shook her head at Su Lu, then looked at the other three uncles. Uncle Su, Uncle Nye, Uncle Zank, Uncle Honk. Remember to come and play with Bao Bao when you have time. Sula felt somewhat disoriented, sensing he had forgotten something, but unable to recall what it was. Nie Wei, Zhang Qi, and Hong Bo quickly responded with smiles, and then Hua Xijin personally escorted them out of the Hua family estate. Fan Yuming also carried his unconscious son away. Soon, only Hua Qinling's family of 5 and the servants remained at the Hua estate. Just as Hua Qinling was about to call to inquire about the aftermath of Xiongqi and Fang Shi's plot against Bao Bao, Hua Silin's call came through. Good. Hua Qinling hung up, embracing Bao Bao and leading his 3 sons directly to the Hua family ancestral home. The ancestral home was abuzz with activity. Reporters swarmed outside the villa, and an ambulance was parked nearby. As they entered, doctors were seen carrying the bloodied Huang Yuxiang, whose fate remained uncertain. Bao Bao glanced at her. Today marked the 10th day, and Huang Yuxiang should have been lying lifeless in the streets. Yet, something had occurred at the ancestral home, and she sensed the arrival of the Underworld staff sent to guide souls. Simultaneously, she adjusted the lifespan records, pulling out the judge's pen, and resolutely extended Huang Yuxiang's life by 6 months. In 6 months' time, even the gravest of injuries would heal, and the blame could not be placed on the grandparents. The Underworld staff, upon discovering the disappearance of Huang Yuxiang's death notification on their phones, exchanged glances and promptly departed. Bao Bao, seeing the Underworld staff leave, whispered into her father's ear, "Daddy, Huang Yuxiang cannot die now. You need not worry." Hua Qinling's body stiffened momentarily, then he tightly embraced the child. "Thank you, Bao Bao." Bao Bao giggled. "No need to thank me, Daddy. You are my father, and it is only right for you to protect me. It is likewise my duty to protect you." Hua Qinling's heart melted utterly as he swiftly entered the house, nearly colliding with Hua Qinyun, who was rushing out. "Second brother?" Hua Qinling nodded. "You go to the hospital first. I will check on our parents." Hua Qinyun nodded hurriedly, but as he left, he suddenly noticed Bao Bao, his face filled with shame. "Bao Bao, once the young uncle resolves this matter, I will apologize to you." Bao Bao, recalling how she had frightened her young uncle unconscious, felt somewhat guilty. "Young uncle, is Bao Bao's fault. I am sorry." Hua Qinyun intended to say something, but Hua Qinling reminded him, "Go to the hospital and keep watch. Do not give any ill-intentioned individuals the chance to take advantage. The reporters are watching." "Yes." Hua Qinyun hurriedly boarded the ambulance. Hua Qinling entered the living room, cradling the little one in his arms. The floor was stained with blood, and the expressions of old Master Hua and old Madame Hua turned pale. Upon seeing the child, their faces brightened with joy. Just as they were about to speak to their granddaughter, their gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the floor, causing their hearts to skip a beat. They hurriedly stepped in front of the little one, shielding her from the sight and glaring at their second son. "What were you thinking bringing her in here? Quickly take her to the backyard to play." Chapter 208. The human heart is far more terrifying than ghosts. Noticing her grandparents deliberately blocking her view, the little one beamed a sweet smile. "Grandpa and Grandma, I am very brave. I'm not afraid of anything." Old Master Hua and old Madame Hua were hesitant to believe her, urging their grandchildren to take her outside while they would handle matters with the adults. Hua Qinling, feeling helpless, gently patted the little one's head and spoke kindly. "Why don't you and your brothers go play in the backyard while Dad talks with Grandpa and Grandma for a bit?" The little one obediently nodded. "I will listen to Dad. Grandpa, Grandma, I will see you later." After exchanging pleasantries, the little one was swiftly taken by Hua Silin and followed him to the backyard. Hua Xijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing watched and hurried to catch up. The newly built children's play area in the backyard was adorned entirely in pink, and the moment the little one laid eyes on it, she was enchanted. "Wow, so beautiful. I love it." Hua Xijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing were momentarily baffled. When did Grandpa and Grandma renovate this? Hua Silin, who had been residing at the old house, was well aware. Hua Siju patted his younger brother's head. "As long as you know, that's enough." Hua Xiqing remarked, "When I was little, I wanted a giant slide too, but Grandpa wouldn't allow it." Hua Xijin also patted his younger brother's head. "As long as you understand, why humiliate yourself?" The little one turned in Hua Silin's arms and peered at her third brother. "Third brother, now there's a giant slide. Let's play together." Hua Xiqing, who had just been humiliated, felt his mood lift upon seeing his adorable sister. "All right, let us go. I'll carry you to play on the slide." Hua Silin raised his hand and pulled the little one up, skillfully dodging Hua Xiqing's grasp. "I'll take the little one first." Hua Xiqing protested. "Silin, she is my sister." Hua Xijin and Hua Siju chimed in simultaneously. "Xiqing, Hua Xiqing awkwardly closed his mouth, turning to see Hua Nation. No, she has now changed her name to Guanin. Hua Xiqing frowned. Guanin, what are you doing here? Hua Xijin and Hua Siju simultaneously grabbed their younger brother's arm, while Hua Silin sighed as he held the little one. Xiqing, Anin is here to pack her things. Once she is done, she won't be here anymore. Guanin lowered her gaze, appearing pitiable. Brother Xiqing, I'm sorry. I'll finish packing soon and won't disturb you. Hua Xiqing frowned, his temper flaring. Can you speak properly? Are we bullying you or something? Why do you look so wronged? Hua Xijin reminded him again. Xiqing, speak nicely. Hua Xiqing felt aggrieved as well. Big brother, it's not that I'm not speaking nicely. It's her who isn't speaking properly, acting as if we were bullying her. But she is not even part of the Hua family. Why can't I ask why she is here? Hua Silin quickly interjected. Xiqing, asking is justified. Guanin nodded timidly, her voice quivering. What Brother Xiqing said is right. After all, there is now a little sister at home. If we don't clarify, what if a bad person comes in and poses a threat to her? Hua Xiqing huffed. Now that sounds like a sensible comment. Hua Siju, who had been silently staring at his shoes, couldn't help but smirk, his eyes revealing a hint of sarcasm. What do you mean by now there is a little sister at home? It sounds as if Guanin is being driven away because of the little one's arrival. The truth cannot be concealed forever. It was only a matter of time before Guanin, not being of Hua blood, would be discovered and cast out. Hua Siju furrowed his brow, casting a lingering glance at Guanin, who was still sulking with her head down. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the cold glimmer in her eyes. Hua Siju's frown deepened, but he remained silent, not wishing to put Hua Silin in a difficult position. Hua Silin, understanding that Hua Xijin and Hua Siju were trying to alleviate the tension, handed the little one to Hua Siju. I'll go check on it to see if she is finished packing. You all play with the little one for now. Hua Siju smiled as he held the little one, agreeing, all right. Just before the little one left Hua Silin's embrace, she leaned in close and whispered in his ear, Brother Silin, be careful not to let her touch you. She has grown stronger and can see things in her mind. However, the dark mass she perceived was indistinct, resembling a featureless blob with a pointed tip like a mound. It seemed to be in a slumber, which was why she hadn't heard Guanin conversing with it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hua Silin's eyes, yet he took the little one's warning to heart. After all, the changes in his uncle's family had stemmed from Guanin. Okay, Brother Silin understands. Thank you for the warning, little one. Have fun, and I'll join you shortly. See you soon, Brother Silin, the little one exclaimed. Though it had only been a week since they last met, Hua Silin felt as if an eternity had passed. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Guanin, lifting her gaze at that moment, felt a surge of intense jealousy. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, but the comfort of her long-standing life had subconsciously regressed her emotions to that of an 8-year-old, making her feel as though her brother was being taken away by the little one. With the system temporarily down, Guanin's thoughts began to wander. She timidly greeted Hua Xijin and the others, offering a sweet smile to the little one before turning to grasp Hua Silin's hand. Hua Silin intended to let her hold on, but the little one's words echoed in his mind, causing him to instinctively scratch the back of his head and successfully evade her grasp. Guanin, the little one watched, giggling heartily. Guanin did not miss the little one's playful smile, convinced that it was intentional. She was deliberately creating distance between her and her beloved brother. Little one, just wait. For now, she was powerless to act, as this was the Hua family's old residence, and she could not venture into the Hua estate. However, the little one wouldn't remain at home forever. Come September, she would start kindergarten. The elementary school Guanin would attend was only a wall away from the kindergarten the little one would go to, providing ample opportunities for her to teach the little one a lesson. Ghosts. The human heart is far more terrifying than any ghost, and far more capable. The system had upgraded, and the store now offered talismans specifically designed to deal with ghosts. She had been saving them. September 1st was a date Guanin eagerly anticipated. Chapter 209. The little one sees through Guanin as Hua Silin took Guanin away. Hua Xiqing frowned and muttered, Big brother, second brother, did you see that? Guanin's gaze towards the little one was quite frightening. Hua Xijin hadn't seen it, but Guanin's deliberate display of timidity upon seeing them filled him with distaste. Hua Siju observed closely and nodded at his brother's words. It was indeed quite unsettling, giving off a sinister and malicious vibe. Hua Xijin frowned, but Guanin is only 8, right? An 8-year-old, sinister and malicious? The little one quickly shook her head, she isn't. I couldn't see her soul before without touching her forehead, but now that my strength has increased, I can see that this Guanin is not the same 8-year-old Guanin. Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siching were all baffled. Little one, what do you mean by this Guanin is not the same 8-year-old Guanin? The little one looked at her older brothers and then explained in her sweet voice. Once, Sange, the third brother, was simply Sange. However, due to the arrival of Deji's soul in Sanji's body, what appeared to be Sange was, in fact, Dege. The three brothers of the Hua family immediately understood and simultaneously inquired, Kai, what about the original Guanin? The 8-year-old Guanin? Hua Siju, recalling a fantasy novel, suddenly thought of a term. Kai, is it akin to soul possession? Being from the underworld, Kai understood the meaning of soul possession and quickly shook her little head. Ergo, this Guanin is not a case of soul possession. If a soul were to be possessed against its will, there would be signs of struggle in its spiritual realm. However, this Gu in Anne's body shows none. She must have ceased to exist before the arrival of the current Gu in An, or just before. Hua Siju snapped his fingers. So, it's a case of transmigration? Kai was perplexed. Huh? Hua Sichan was equally confused. Ergo, what is transmigration? Hua Sijin was aware of the concept, but remained silent, waiting for his younger brother to elucidate for their siblings. Hua Siju provided a clear and comprehensible explanation. It means the original Gu and then suddenly died. And the current Gu in Anne's soul traversed through time and space to occupy the body of the original Gu in An, commonly referred to as soul crossing. Kai zitge adodali. Kai understand. Ergo is right. The current Gu in Anne's soul is indeed like that. She looks much older than 8. The three brothers of the Hua family became curious. Kai, how old does she appear? After contemplating, Kai replied, she looks about the same age as that bad aunt. The three brothers exclaimed, what? A woman in her 30s or 40s has a soul crossed into a child body and has been pretending to be a child. Si, Jen exclaimed in frustration. No wonder Grandma and Grandpa thought she was so well-behaved and lovable since childhood. If she, a woman in her 30s or 40s, is not more sensible than me, how can that be just? Hua Siju remarked. I recall Guanin began changing around the age of 3 or 4. Hua Sijin directly asked the crucial question, Kai, can you find out when Guanin was soul-crossed? Kai furrowed her little brows. As long as the real Guanin is not reincarnated, her soul should still be in the underworld. I can bring her here to ask. After a moment's pause, Kai zitge. The underworld is filled with dense, energy, and her father, the king of the underworld, should recover quickly. Kai closed her eyes and used underworld language to contact her father. The king of the underworld was surrounded by chaos, with numerous spirits wailing. Kai frowned at the sound. Daddy, what is wrong? Are you feeling better? The underworld lord was overwhelmed. I'm much better. Kai, don't worry. There are too many spirits without relatives in the human realm. Since the new regulations were enacted, these spirits have been wailing, trying to send dreams to the living, regardless of whether they are relatives, which has frightened several timid, ordinary people to death. Those who died from fright are now in the underworld settling scores with the spirits that scared them. Kai remarked, does this seem to be your fault? Feeling a bit guilty, Kai explained to her father, Daddy, should we change the new regulations? The underworld lord responded, changing the rules frequently? Kai, do you aspire to be a foolish monarch? Kai scratched her head. Daddy, what should we do? Or perhaps I can burn some clothes for those spirits without relatives from the human realm. The underworld lord had been waiting for this suggestion. Kai, you are quite clever. That is a brilliant idea. Your milk father in the human realm isn't short of money. Let him prepare it. The number of spirits without relatives isn't too many, around 200,000. Supporting them is still supporting, just as the human realm has charitable organizations. So too should the underworld, starting with your milk father, concerned that Kai might not be able to persuade her milk father. The underworld lord gently explained to his daughter, tell your milk father this is a way to accumulate virtue. After 100 years, when he reincarnates, he will undoubtedly be ahead of the game. Kai nodded, recalling the time Uncle Gu had sewn a body for her, and her father had provided land in the underworld, built houses, and even given her a lot of paper money. She suddenly felt that her father, the king of the underworld, had given too little to her milk father. Daddy, what about the land, houses, and paper money? Shouldn't those be included? The underworld lord replied grandly, of course, as long as he supports these spirits in the underworld until they reincarnate. I will have the staff build him a villa in the underworld. Kai was overjoyed. Daddy is the best. After discussing this, Kai finally remembered her purpose for contacting the king of the underworld. Daddy, can you help Kai find someone? The underworld lord asked. Who? Kai Zeepli? Guanin. When she died, she should have been called Hua and probably around 3 or 4 years old. The king of the underworld, overwhelmed, snapped, Get lost. Get lost. Didn't you see I was speaking with my daughter? Can't this wait? An underworld staff member reported, Your Majesty, the spirits are fighting, devouring each other. Soon, there will be more powerful spirits. Just as Kai was about to say something, her father's urgent voice cut in. Daddy is busy now, goodbye. All right, goodbye, Daddy. In the name of the heir to the underworld, he promptly listed the soul of the one originally named Hua Nation, but who should be Guanin, and presented it to her. It was confirmed that Guanin had reincarnated 3 years ago. Kai slowly opened her eyes. In Chapter 210, Taking Action Against My Real Brother. As soon as Kai opened her eyes, she saw Sangu leaning over her, one hand testing her breath. Sangu? Huasichin felt a bit awkward and chuckled foolishly. This Kai. Sangu was worried you went to the underworld. He was afraid you might suddenly stop breathing. Huasijin and Huasiju did not speak, but their expressions indicated they shared the same concern. Otherwise, they would have intervened. This was reminiscent of when she, as a child, had played too much and unwittingly ventured into the 18 levels of hell. It was only after her father, the king of the underworld, realized she was missing after several days of frantic searching that he found her practicing with a saw in the 18th level of hell. The saw was too large, and she was too small to handle it properly. Where her father found her, the saw had fallen, and she had accidentally severed her own little foot. The king of the underworld was horrified. Fortunately, being immortal, he waved his hand, and her foot was restored. He then instructed her that she must inform him wherever she went, or he would be extremely worried. Kai embraced her 3 brothers and sweetly recounted the matter of Gu and Indigo, Ergo, Sangu. Kai just found out that the real Guanin reincarnated 4 years ago, immediately after her death. This revelation was expected. After all, the real Guanin had left when she was still young, and her identity had not been revealed. The Hua family was not short of money, just like their mother, who, due to her merits during her lifetime and wealth, was able to reincarnate early. Perhaps Guanin. Wait, the original Guanin's death was completely unknown. If Kai had not revealed it now, the Hua family would have remained unaware that Guanin was not the original. Thus, when the original Guanin died, she was only 3 or 4 years old. How could a child of that age have the merits to reincarnate swiftly? Kai shook her head earnestly. There are too many new souls now. Even if the old, weak, sick, and disabled are prioritized, they still have to be assessed for character, merits, etc., and then wait in line according to the underworld system. Huasiju also recognized the gravity of the situation, his heart skipping a beat. In Kai's case, can she reincarnate immediately after death? At this point, Kai also pondered the issue concerning Guanin. Her big, dark eyes widened as she thought it through. So, is there a problem with Guanin reincarnating so quickly after her death? Huasichin was still a bit confused. What issue? Our Hua family isn't short on money. She was only 3 or 4 when she died, so reincarnation shouldn't be too concerned with character, right? Kai, note that. Her expression serious. But Sangu, before today, did you know that the real Guanin had died? Huasichin was instantly taken aback. Oh right, they were all unaware that Guanin had passed away. Thus, no one from the Hua family had offered her paper offerings. However, the true Guanin had managed to circumvent the rules of the underworld and was reborn after her death. Zai furrowed her brow, pondering that the underworld rules were infallible. Unless someone had invested a substantial amount of money for Guanin, she would not have been reborn. Huasijin, Huasiju, and Huasichin simultaneously grappled with a question. Who had known over 4 years ago that the real Guanin had died? And why would anyone pay for her rebirth? Huasichin appeared somewhat bewildered, but Huasijin and Huasiju quickly thought of one person, Guxinghua. Zai distinctly recalled this person who was clearly deceased yet seemed to be alive, leading her to deduce that he must have taken the true Guanin's lifespan, transferring it to himself in a life-for-life exchange. The 3 Hua brothers exclaimed, if that is indeed the case, it is truly terrifying. Huasichin remarked, isn't Guxinghua Guanin's father? He is her biological father. At that moment, Huasilin was passing by with a suitcase, carrying Guanin, and he looked puzzled upon hearing Huasichin's words. Sichin, what's wrong with Guanin's father? Huasijin exchanged glances with Huasilin and smiled faintly. Brother, it's nothing. Siqing is merely curious. Having grown up together, Huo quickly comprehended Hua Sijin's meaning and refrained from saying more, nodding at them as he led Gu in away. Naturally, Gu noticed Hua Sijin's exchange with Hua. Jealousy transformed her demeanor. Initially, she felt slighted when Hua refused to hold her hand, but she had intended to let it go. However, seeing Hua completely aligned with Ming Zai, Zai now ignited a deep-seated hatred within her. Since he no longer regarded her as a sister, she would not hesitate to be ruthless. As they approached the entrance of the old residence, Gu deliberately quickened her pace, kicking the stairs with her toes and letting out a sharp scream. Huaxilin's reflexes surpassed his thoughts, and he instinctively reached for Guanin. In that instant, as her wrist was grasped, Guanin purposely yanked Huaxilin towards her, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes as he fell to the ground. With her head bowed, Guanin slowly lifted it, her face pale and pitiful. "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose focus. I didn't expect to fall while walking. Are you all right?" Huaxilin shook his head, quickly helping her to her feet. "I'm fine. How about you, Anin? Did you hurt anywhere?" "Brother, I think I might have twisted my ankle." Huaxilin, concerned for his sister's pain, promptly scooped her up. "I'll take you to the living room and call a doctor." Guanin quickly shook her head, looking at him timidly. Observing her awkward and timid demeanor, Huaxilin felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was his biological sister. Even if she did not share the Hua surname, they still shared the same mother. Hua Sijin's expression darkened as he read a message on WeChat. Zai had sensed early on that Silin was destined to face this calamity, and despite her warning, he had not managed to avoid it. "Big brother, can we go together to see Guanin?" Hua Sijin scooped up the little one. "Of course. Let us go." Hua Siju and Hua Siqing hurriedly followed. "Let us hurry. The faster, the better. Guanin is a fake. Silin must be heartbroken over his sister's injury, and he is likely holding her." The three brothers and one little sister rushed out from the children's playground, dodging the living room, and sprinted toward the entrance. Hua Sijin called Huaxilin directly. "Brother, wait for us a moment. We'll join you. We have something to discuss." Huaxilin, surprised at the entrance, nonetheless agreed. Guanin leaned closer and overheard. Her eyes glinted with a cold smile. It was even better to go together, as the car's space was limited, and she still had something on her side to plant on the Hua family's offspring. Chapter 211. "Brother, Ming Zai wants to crush me." With a scheme in her heart, Guanin sat quietly and obediently in the back seat, awaiting their arrival. Hua Sijin quickly arrived with Zai and his two younger brothers, and Huaxilin found their hurried approach amusing. "Why are you running? Are you afraid I won't wait?" Hua Sijin and Hua Siju, having trained regularly, found the distance trivial. However, little Hua Siqing was panting, hands on his hips, stuttering. "Isn't it because we didn't want to keep Brother Silin waiting too long?" The back door of the extended Lincoln was ajar, and Guanin's soft voice chimed in. "I'm not worried about waiting. I have plenty of time." Hua Siqing glanced at her, but turned away. Sitting in the extended Lincoln, Guanin's emotions fluctuated greatly. During her time as a Hua family lady, riding in an extended Lincoln was commonplace, as the Hua family's status demanded it, and she was the sole daughter. Now, however, with the arrival of Ming Zai, she had lost everything within the Hua family, including the preferential skills bestowed upon everyone in the old residence by the system. The Hua family had awakened to the truth that Hua Chunling had not perished at the hands of the Zhang family, and everything was now contrary to her original plans. She could not swallow this resentment. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Ming Zai curiously observed her. "Sister Anin, are you feeling unwell?" Although phrased as a question, Zai's expression was earnest, as if she had already discerned Guanin's feelings. The Hua brothers all turned their gazes toward Guanin, who bowed her head, not wanting them to see her unmasked jealousy, resentment, and discontent. "It's just that I haven't been with my brothers and sister for a long time due to my mother's situation, and now that I'm no longer considered a Hua family member, I can't see you whenever I want, which makes me a bit sad." The implication was clear. There was no need for pretense here. Hua Siqing quickly nodded, "Right? I heard your biological father has 2 sons and 2 daughters. What do you rank among them?" Guanin suppressed her anger, lowering her head further. She instinctively shrank back, seemingly more timid. "I have an older brother and sister, making me the 3rd. I also have a younger brother and sister, with my brother being the same age as Zai, and he'll be starting kindergarten in September." The Gu family residence was not far from the Hua family old residence, a 15-minute drive. This villa area had exclusive noble schools, ranging from kindergarten to university. If Zai Zai attended kindergarten, it was highly likely she would be in the same class as Guanin's younger brother. To her surprise, Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siqing spoke in unison. Zai Zai doesn't he need to rush into kindergarten? Zai Zai replied, okay. She complied with her brother's words. As their conversation continued, they soon approached the Gu family villa. Guanin grew anxious. Since boarding the car, Ming Zai Zai had been cradled in Hua Sijin's arms. Sitting opposite her, while Hua Siju and Hua Siqing flanked him. She had no opportunity for contact. How could she plant the insect she held? The woman who had given her the insect had stated that it required skin contact to burrow into a person's flesh instantly, yet she had not had the chance. As the car came to a halt, Gu Inan swiftly exited. Once outside, she turned around, eagerly looking at Zai Zai. Zai Zai, can Sister Inan carry you down? If Hua Sijin and the others could not plant the insect, she must first ensure Ming Zai Zai was implanted, as she intended to make Zai Zai her puppet, subject to her whims. Just as Hua Sijin was about to refuse, Zai Zai had already extended her arms with a smile. Thank you, Sister Inan. Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siqing frowned. Zai Zai. As the three attempted to intervene, Zai Zai had already leaped into Guinan's embrace. Although Zai Zai was merely 3.5 years old, she was a plump bundle, and her weight was substantial. Guinan momentarily forgot her current age of only 8 and her slender frame. Instinctively, she tightened her grip as she held Zai Zai. The insect hidden in her sleeve began to stir the moment it made contact with Zai Zai's delicate skin, swiftly burrowing into her flesh as if drawn to a sweet source of water. Kai Kai sensed something and discovered that the tiny creatures within her veins were identical to those in her brother Si Lin's. With a satisfied smile, she realized these little bugs were the very things Guinan used to deal with Si Lin. Being held by Guinan, Kai Kai could distinctly feel that there were 4 more of these small bugs hidden within her sleeves, and even Guinan herself harbored one. Though curious, Kai Kai kept her thoughts to herself. However, she would not let her brother's schemes go unpunished. Therefore, the moment Guinan lifted Kai Kai, she felt surprisingly light. Just as she was about to set Kai Kai down after getting out of the car, Kai Kai's body suddenly felt like lead, making Guinan feel as if she were carrying a mountain. Fearing she would be crushed if she did not let go, she quickly tossed Kai Kai aside. In that instant, as Kai Kai was thrown, her spirit attempted to grasp something from Guinan's consciousness. To her astonishment, she managed to pull out something resembling a lump of excrement. Kai Kai was utterly fascinated. Though that lump lacked physicality, her spirit also had no corporeal form, existing like a ghostly entity, yet it had the ability to make contact. As she was retrieving the system, the brothers of the Hua family happened to witness Guinan cast Kai Kai aside. Enraged, they exclaimed, Kai Kai. Hua Sijin rushed to embrace Kai Kai, who had been thrown to the ground, while Hua Si Lin and Hua Siju hastened to confront Guinan. What exactly do you intend to do? Hua Silin demanded. Brother, I did nothing. It was Ming Kai Kai who wanted to crush me. Guinan replied. Hua Silin couldn't believe his sister was speaking such nonsense. You were the one who insisted on holding Kai Kai. Though she's a bit chubby, would she really crush you? If you don't want to hold her, then simply don't. No one is forcing you. Guinan felt a surge of frustration. Brother, I held her to save you. She's not human. She's a ghostly entity. Hua Silin gazed at his sister in disbelief, remaining silent for a long moment. He stared intently at her, the darkness in his eyes slowly clouding over with despair. Anan, why have you changed so much? Are you still my sister? Kai Kai, having shaped the system into a small, formless ball, tied a strand of hair around it and let it float in the air, her expression filled with disdain. It mainly resembled excrement too closely. Hearing Hua Silin's words, Kai Kai hurriedly climbed out of her brother's arms and ran to Hua Silin. Lowering her voice to inform him, Brother Silin, she isn't really Sister Inan. The real Sister Inan has been gone for over 4 years. Hua Silin froze, his entire being seeming to turn to stone. Guinan, just a few feet away, heard Kai Kai's words clearly and instinctively called out to the system. System, help me. Chapter 212. Kai Kai confronts others. After Kai Kai finished speaking to Hua Silin, she heard Guinan communicating with something else in her mind. System? Was that the thing she had tied up in the air with her hair? Kai Kai blinked. Sister Inan, so that thing you've been communicating with is called the system? Why does it look like a lump of excrement? Guinan responded. The Hua brothers exclaimed in unison. System? Hua Siju, who often read novels at school, gasped. Kai Kai, are you implying that Guinan traveled through time with the system? Kai Kai, not that, hap fi my si. That should be it. She was just calling out to the system. Hua Lin's focus remained on Kai Kai's assertion that Guanin was not the genuine Guanin. After all, even if it was not their father's child, they shared the same mother. Now Kai Kai declared that his true half-sister had perished 4 years prior. How could Hua Lin not feel agitated? He trusted Kai Kai's words implicitly, and without hesitation, he seized Guanin by the collar. Tell me, who are you? Why are you in my sister's body? Return my sister to me. He recalled how soft and adorable his sister had been when she was Kai Kai's age, always trailing behind him, calling out brother. When he attended school, she often clung to him, wanted to go along. Each time he entered the school, she would weep uncontrollably. Over the years, he had sensed a change in her. Yet he repeatedly reassured himself that it was merely because she was growing up and no longer clung to him as she once had. It turned out that it was not his sister who had changed, but rather his sweet and obedient sister had been replaced by this woman. Brother, she is lying. I am your sister. Ming Kai Kai is slandering me. Brother, you are my real brother. Do you not believe me? Hua Lin, of course, did not believe her. He was not foolish. In previous years, he and his grandparents, along with their father, had targeted the family of his second uncle. Until Kai Kai arrived at the Hua family estate, he had no idea what she had done, but when that invisible control suddenly dissipated, he felt a relief he had never known. The Hua family had stood strong for many years, relying on unity. This was the education he had received since childhood. Yet he had begun to reject his 3 cousins in high school. That rejection had felt inexplicably justified at the time, particularly as he felt the cold, unapproachable demeanor of his second uncle and the detached feelings of his 3 cousins towards the estate. Hua Lin looked at the face before him, his Adam's apple bobbing as his breath grew slightly heavier. What is your name? Why have you taken over my sister's body? Just as Guanin was about to struggle, a black sedan pulled up beside them. The door opened, and Wang Yuling quickly exited the car. She grabbed Guanin and pushed Hua Lin aside, both furious and agitated. Lin, what are you doing? Although Anne is not a child of the Hua family, she is still your sister. If the Hua family cannot accept her, can you, as her own brother, not do the same? Or did your father say something? Is her existence a stain on your father's honor, a lifelong humiliation, prompting your father to have you seize the opportunity to deal with her? As Wang Yuling exited the car, Kai Kai and the other 3 brothers hurried forward. Standing alongside Hua Lin, Kai Kai spoke in a childish voice. She is not Brother Lin's sister. She does not belong to this world. Inside the car, Gu Xingbo, who remained seated, slightly turned his head, his gaze passing through the tinted window to fall upon the little soft creature outside. Her delicate face and pudgy little body seemed just like she did years ago when he encountered her in the underworld. Those 7 years had passed. The little one appeared to have grown only a tad. Thus, apart from his unwillingness to accept death and his efforts to reverse fate using his biological daughter, this little one existed? Were they akin to one another? Or was the person behind this little one more capable than the one behind him? Otherwise, how could she still be growing so slowly? Initially planning to exit the car, Gu Xingbo suddenly changed his mind. The Guanin outside had lost her value. Her life or death was of no concern to him. However, if that little one could be of use to him, how could he not swallow the entire Hua family? As he gazed at Ming Kai Kai, she suddenly turned her head to look at him. The car window had a tint, and he was not worried about being recognized by those outside. Kai Kai abruptly turned her head towards the car, and Hua Jin followed suit. Kai Kai, what is wrong? Kai Kai explained in her sweet voice. Big brother, there's someone in that car. It's the father of sister in an S body. The soundproof glass of the car prevented Gu Xingbo from hearing the little one's words. He thought that whatever the other party said had nothing to do with him, as he was not visible to them, and the topic would not reach him. Just moments ago, Hua Lin had appeared as if he would devour Guanin, and with Wang Yuling now descending. It was highly likely related to matters concerning the Hua family. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Hua Jin had already carried Ming Kai Kai to the car window. The glass was tapped 3 times, causing Gu Xingbo to furrow his brow, which then slowly relaxed as he revealed a very affectionate smile before opening the car door to step out. It turns out to be Master Jin. I sincerely apologize. I was on a call and did not notice anyone outside. He wore a loving smile, yet his face was marked with confusion as he glanced at the crowd. What is happening? Guanin, upon seeing Gu Xingbo and Wang Yuling appear simultaneously, felt as though she had found her saviors. Dad, Mom, Ming Zai is spouting nonsense and bullying me. Not only is my brother not helping, but he also wants to strangle me. Wang Yuling shielded her daughter and glared fiercely at Ming Zai. Ming Zai, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, and it would not have been driven out of the Hua family. You're a scourge. As Hua Siju prepared to speak in her defense, Zai Zai interjected first, her small expression grave, her little mouth flapping rapidly. Zai Zai is not a scourge. Zai Zai is a little princess. You yourself slept with this fat uncle and bore a child who is not Big Uncle's daughter, causing Big Uncle and Brother Sijin heartache. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you claim that Zai Zai is a scourge. You deserve to be expelled from the Hua family, although Wang Yuling had no lives to take. All the causality was related to her, and Zai Zai would not easily let her off. Father Ming has said that to deal with villains, one must be even more villainous. When confronting those who cannot distinguish right from wrong, one must strike at their heart. Thus, Zai Zai raised her chin, exuding an aura of intimidation despite her small stature. Moreover, your daughter is not truly your daughter. She's a transmigrator with a system, simply put, a wandering soul. Do not ask how Zai Zai knows. She is simply all-knowing. No need to thank me. After all, I am not helping you, but rather assisting Brother Sijin and Big Uncle, so do not delude yourself into thinking otherwise. Wang Yuling trembled in anger, clearly disbelieving. Zai Zai raised her hand and pointed to Wang Yuling's forehead, directly opening her yin-yang eye. See for yourself. Chapter 213, Defying Fate. Countless lives, a chilling sensation pierced Wang Yuling's forehead, and she instinctively recoiled. No, but Zai Zai would not allow her to refuse. Zai Zai looked at her with confusion. Do you not believe your own eyes? If you cannot trust your own sight, why not simply remove them and use them as glass balls for play? Wang Yuling was startled by Zai Zai's ruthlessness. This seemingly innocent little being was suggesting she should pluck out her own eyes. Just as she was about to angrily rebuke Ming Zai Zai, she looked up to see her daughter gazing at her with fear. To be precise, it was the soul within her daughter's body. Her daughter was merely 8 years old, delicate and beautiful. However, the soul within her daughter's body appeared nearly the same age as her. Wang Yuling instantly collapsed, furiously demanding, "Who are you? Why are you in my daughter's body?" Guanin had contemplated various possibilities of her identity being exposed, but never anticipated that Ming Zai Zai would so decisively open Wang Yuling's yin-yang eye. She was indeed a transmigrator, but she had already died in her original world. It was due to inadvertently binding with the true fate goddess system that she arrived in this realm, entering the body of Guanin, who had just perished. To put it plainly, was she not a wandering soul? Trembling in fear, Guanin still sought to fight back. "Mom, Wang Yuling raised her hand and slapped her sharply across the face, causing her head to turn. "Shut up. I'm only 43 this year. You look to be in your 40s. How dare you claim to be my daughter? I cannot possibly bear a child of your size." Gu Xingbo frowned from his side. "Yuling?" Wang Yuling, feeling as though she had found her anchor, quickly grabbed Gu Xingbo's arm, her voice trembling. "Xingbo, you must find a master to help us with an in. This ghostly thing has taken over her body. Our in is gone. The ghost inside looks to be not much younger than I am." As Wang Yuling spoke to Gu Xingbo, Zai Zai took the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. The more she looked, the more she could not help but inhale sharply. Holding her, Hua Sijun assumed she was unwell and quickly lowered his voice to ask, "Zai Zai, what is wrong?" Zai Zai shook her small head, also lowering her voice. "It's nothing, big brother." Zai Zai has simply never encountered such a heartless and malicious person. Gu Xingbo's aura was disordered. He had originally been destined to die, but had survived by leveraging his bloodline to reverse his fate. He was exceedingly cautious, transferring the life force of others gradually rather than all at once. This subtle extension of his own life had allowed him to seize the fortune of many, resulting in his current achievements. The chubby ghost uncle and the short-lived ghost father she had previously encountered in that desolate courtyard were, in fact, Gu Xingbo. Since Gu Xingbo carried the fortune transferred from the chubby ghost uncle and the short-lived ghost father, all her earlier observations had proven accurate. For instance, both the short-lived ghost father and the chubby ghost uncle had their fortunes taken by Gu Xingbo, which explained their early demise. While Zai Zai was lost in thought, Hua Sijuan's gaze fell upon Gu Xingbo, who was busy pacifying Wang Yuling and seemed oblivious to the Hua brothers' scrutiny. "Yuling, you are under some delusion, and it is clearly our daughter." Wang Yuling, having opened her yin-yang eye, could see things that Gu Xingbo could not, and her emotions were highly agitated. Guanin, witnessing Gu Xingbo speaking up for her, felt as if she had found her pillar of support and eagerly grasped Gu Xingbo's hand. "Dad, what is happening to Mom? I am clearly your daughter. Why is she saying such things? Dad, let us take Mom to the hospital to have a look." As Wang Yuling grew increasingly frantic, Gu Xingbua smiled apologetically at the Hua family children and hurriedly led Wang Yuling into the villa. Master Sijuan, I truly apologize for letting you witness this farce. Next time, I will personally invite you for a gathering and thank you for all the care you have provided for Renin and her mother over the years. After speaking, Gu Xingbua instructed the driver to quickly close the villa door. Outside the door, Hua Siken pondered Gu Xingbua's final statement, feeling uncertain. Eldest brother, second brother. Why do I feel he isn't genuinely grateful to us? Hua Siju slapped his younger brother on the back of the head. He has turned our uncle's head green, yet still claims to thank us for caring for his lover's wife for many years. Can that be sincere gratitude? Hua Sijuan's eyes were cold. This is a veiled provocation. Hua Siken was astonished. Did he consume dragon liver and phoenix gall before leaving? Does he not know our father's temperament? Uncle is our father's own brother. Hua Siju replied. Due to the matter of the land in the western suburbs, our father has already had dealings with him. He may appear kind, but his heart is venomous. As the eldest son, Hua Sijuan was already involved in company affairs due to his university studies. Hua Siju and Hua Siken were left in the dark. But that did not prevent them from grinding their teeth at Gu Xingbua, Wang Yuling, and Guanin. Has there been any result regarding that land? Hua Sijuan shook his head. Last time he caused a stir that resulted in a death. Otherwise, that land should belong to our father's company. However, due to the incident, it remains unresolved and has been delayed. Zai Zai, recalling the chaotic fortune surrounding Gu Xingbua and the continuous wealth being siphoned into him, extended her chubby little hand. What is supposed to belong to Dad will belong to him. Gu Xingbua cannot take it. Big brother, do you know where that piece of land is? Zai Zai inquired. Eager to take a look, Hua Sijuan hesitated. That place had claimed more than one life, and he feared that Zai Zai, being so young, might be frightened by the sight. That place, Zai Zai explained in a babyish voice, it's precisely because there have been deaths that Zai Zai wants to go and take a look. Hua Sijuan suddenly realized. He had momentarily forgotten that Zai Zai was the daughter of the Lord of the Underworld, a true little princess of the Netherrealm. In the realm of the Underworld, one can traverse freely, thus the places where lives have been lost hold no secrets. Hua Sijin awkwardly touched his nose and said, All right, big brother will take you there now. Hua Siju and Hua Siqing nodded in unison. We shall accompany you. They then turned their gazes towards the ever-silent Hua Silin, who, with a complicated heart, nodded in agreement upon seeing his younger siblings' concerned expressions. I will go too. The truth of his mother's infidelity was undeniable, and his sister was no longer the sister he once knew. Once in the vehicle, Hua Silin could no longer suppress the question that weighed heavily on his mind. The little one, Zai Zai, chuckled and said, Brother Silin, I helped your mother open her yin-yang eyes so she could see the ghostly entity hidden within Guanin. Hua Silin's lips twitched. Zai Zai could open yin-yang eyes too? As Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siqing prepared to shield Zai Zai's identity. Her soft voice echoed in the car. Considering the driver was present, she lowered her voice. I can open them, and I can even go to the underworld. Hua Silin felt a sense of unease creeping in, but instinctively lowered his voice further. To the underworld? Does that not mean death? Chapter 214. Come on. Let's pop the puss. Zai suddenly smacked her forehead, recalling something. Brother Silin, are you brave? What if you get scared to death? Just like Father King of Hell said? She leaned closer, inquiring with a tiny voice, Brother Silin, are you courageous? Do you watch horror films? The particularly terrifying ones, where bodies suddenly split into dozens of pieces. Hua Silin replied, I do watch them. I am quite brave. I once accompanied your big brother to their medical school to observe a dissection class. Zai Zai felt reassured upon hearing about the dissection class. Then it settled. I can speak and I can see. Hua Silin was puzzled, while Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siqing watched him with a knowing expression, as if waiting for something. Zai Zai, with her soft voice and proud demeanor, declared, Brother Silin, I am the little princess of the underworld. I can see ghosts, I can open yin-yang eyes, and I can visit the underworld. Anything a ghost can do, I can do too. And things that ghosts cannot do, I can do. Hua Silin's first reaction was to reach out and touch Zai's forehead, perplexed. You don't have a fever? Zai replied. Hua Siqing raised the privacy screen in the vehicle and turned off all the monitoring devices, rubbing her little hands together with a mischievous grin. Zai, quickly take out your eyeball for him to see. Hua Siju, reveling in the spectacle, added, What is an eyeball? Zai, quickly lift your little belly to show Brother Silin the roasted meat. Hua Sijin stifled a laugh, cautioning, Zai, take it easy, although Brother Silin is not particularly timid. Don't frighten him too much. Huo looked at them, wondering if his three younger brothers had lost their minds. You can take out your eyeball? You can lift your belly to show roasted meat? Zai nodded at her big brother. Big brother, I know. I'll just show Brother Sillin a small scar. With that, she reached up to tug at her own head. Brother Sillin looked quickly. At that moment, Huo turned his head just in time to be nearly scared to death by Zai holding her own head. Even with some mental preparation, he still shuddered and fell from his seat to the floor, uttering an expletive. Huo and Huo burst into laughter. Huo, still somewhat composed, shook his shoulders while helping the terrified Huo back up. Huo was amused by Zai's little scar, which truly was tiny, no larger than a bowl. Huo, still shaken, gulped repeatedly, murmuring in disbelief. That scar is indeed no bigger than a bowl from a beheading. Huo looked at Zai holding her own little head, his expression a mix of incredulity. The four brothers heard a faint cracking sound, then saw Zai adjusting her head, which had tilted slightly. Huo family's four brothers thought, a living, walking Lego girl, what a sight to behold. Huo and Huo handled it well, while Huo was still somewhat unsettled but managed to maintain his composure, at least not fainting. Once he calmed down, Huo remembered the question about his real sister. Zai, what about your true sister Inen? Zai shook her head, sighing like a little adult. In her previous life, she was born into the wrong family, encountering a cruel biological father who, after siphoning off her lifespan, swiftly sent her to be reincarnated. Thus, even in the underworld, she cannot be found. Huo face turned paler, feeling as if he was suffocating. Inen had her lifespan stolen by Gu Xingbo? Zai nodded. That is what I saw. I had met Gu Xingbo in the underworld before. At that time, he should have been dead, but suddenly he was alive again. Today, I saw chaotic fortunes and lifelines on him. He has caused many deaths. He is utterly wicked. Huo eyes gradually reddened, his hands clenched into fists. Making a cracking sound, Huo patted his shoulder, while Zai, with a soft voice, hugged one of his arms to comfort him. Brother Sillin, do not be angry. It is better for Inen to have left early. Living longer beside that big bad guy Gu Xingbo would only bring more heartache. Huo stared blankly at Zai. Then what about my mother? Zai shrugged her shoulders, sighing again like a little adult. If Wang Yuling were a good person like Uncle Gu or Uncle Xiong, she would have helped without hesitation. But Wang Yuling is not. If she had not strayed, had not entangled with Gu Xingbo, she would have naturally kept her distance from him. Whatever problems Gu Xingbo has, they would have nothing to do with her. Rationality told him that Zai was right, and her stance was entirely valid. However, emotionally, he could not remain indifferent, knowing that his biological mother had jumped into the fire. Just as Huo was about to say something, his body suddenly stiffened. Zai felt a little bug biting her inside, and quickly looked at Brother Sillin. Brother Sillin, do not be afraid. Zai will help you take out the little bug. Huo's expression froze, his gaze gradually losing focus. Huo and Huo were astonished. What little bug? As Zai explained, she took action. A little black bug, hideously ugly. With that, her chubby fingers transformed into slender points, plunging into the spot 3 inches above Huo's heart, grabbing the little black bug that was preparing to swim towards his heart. Before the other 3 brothers could scream, they noticed that Huo's chest was devoid of any bloodstains. Zai opened her palm. Look, a little bug. The black, plump bug wriggled vigorously, attempting to burrow into Zai's palm. When she denied it entry, her tender skin was impenetrable, and the little black bug was preparing to flee. Zai seized it, applying a bit of force, resulting in an explosive mess. A foul odor accompanied the dark red blood that oozed between her fingers. The Huo brothers felt their stomachs churn as Zai gleefully presented her little hand before them. Look, I squished the little bug. The stench surged, assaulting their senses, and the Huo brothers quickly retrieved garbage bags, one by one, bending over to vomit. Ugh, Zai exclaimed. There's another one in my body. Should I keep it or squish it? The Huo brothers shouted, quick, squish it. When did such a disgusting thing enter Zai's body? Zai chuckled. Listening to my brothers. She revealed her little belly, as the little bug had already burrowed towards her heart, still digging deeper. Suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he opened his mouth, the little one had swiftly opened her chest, rummaging through her organs until she found the ugly little black bug. With a decisive grip, she crushed it once more. 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the outskirts of the undeveloped area in the West City Development Zone. Upon disembarking, The four brothers of the Hua family appeared pale, particularly Hua, whose countenance was ashen due to the overwhelming visual shock and the recent tragedy of losing his sister to the beastly Gu Xingbua. The little one lowered her head, taking a few hesitant steps to the side, her little hands drooping. Hua Sijin quickly scooped her up, gently planting a kiss on her cheek. The brothers' nausea had nothing to do with the little one's actions, but rather the foul stench emanating from the bug she had just crushed. Instantly revitalized, the little one asked, "Really?" Hua Siju and Hua Siqing nodded vigorously, affirming her. Hua Silin added, "Yes." "What kind of bug was that? Why did it smell so awful?" "We couldn't help but feel nauseated." The little one did not perceive the smell as unbearable, as the bug was tainted with Yin energy, to which she felt an innate affinity. She believed it must be a bug that could control people, for just moments ago, her brother Silin had suddenly stiffened, and she felt the bug within her biting at her, sensing an attempt to manipulate her through that very creature. It was of no consequence if she was controlled. After all, no one could truly dominate her. However, controlling her brother Silin was out of the question, which is why she decisively crushed those two little bugs. Hua Siju, being an avid reader, quickly speculated, could it be akin to the Miaojianggu worms? Typically categorized into mother and child varieties, or perhaps love worms. They are planted in individuals, who then unwittingly serve the whims of those who control them. The little one, unfamiliar with Miaojianggu worms, found his description entirely accurate. Indeed, they were Miaojianggu worms. Hua Silin's expression darkened further, his breaths becoming shallower. "Did Guanin plant this in me today?" The little one nodded, "Yes. I warned Brother Silin to avoid an inn, but she must have encountered you." Hua Sijin pondered, "So, the little one was deliberately placed in the Gu family's villa to learn what Gu Inin had implanted in Brother Silin?" The little one cheerfully affirmed, "Yes. I was also planted, so I could identify what it is, its threat to Brother Silin, and how to eliminate it without harming him." Hua Silin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. A simple thank you seemed woefully inadequate. He hurriedly took the little one from Hua Sijin's arms, holding the plump little creature tightly. The little one sensed her brother Silin trembling, filled with a deep sadness and a simmering anger. She quickly wrapped her tiny arms around his neck, soothing him in her sweet, innocent voice. "Brother Silin, do not be sad. Everything will be all right. You no longer have Sister Inin, but you have me. I will protect you." In that moment, the suppressed emotions within Hua Silin overflowed, and he could no longer hold back his tears. He wept softly, trembling as he held the little one close. Hua Siju, Hua Silin, and Hua Siqing quickly surrounded him, offering their support. Hua Sijin spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "When we learned of our mother's absence, we felt the same sorrow. So, Brother Silin, let your heart weep. Once you have grieved, we shall seek vengeance for Inin together." Hua Siju's eyes glistened indeed. "We will avenge Inin." Hua Siqing added, "With the little one by our side, we will surely achieve this." The little one, clinging to Hua Silin's neck, nodded vigorously, appearing adorably fierce. "We will take revenge. Gu Xingbua is wicked and will meet a dreadful end. After his demise, he shall languish in the depths of hell for at least 300 years. The brothers nodded in agreement. "Yes, let him suffer in the depths of hell for no less than 300 years. As they comforted Hua Silin, he soon regained his composure. Wiping his tears, he noticed the concerned gazes of his siblings and felt a bit embarrassed. Hua Siji interjected, "Brother, let us go investigate the site of the incident." Hua Silin quickly nodded, holding the little one as they set off. "Yes, let's go see what happened." Hua Siqing whispered to Hua Siju, "So Brother Silin can feel shy too." Hua Siju patted his brother's head. "Everyone has their awkward moments, compared to our uncle's embarrassing moments. This is nothing." Hua Siqing recalled the time their uncle was recognized by their grandparents and became animated. "Yes, that was truly awkward. Ha ha ha." Hua Siju sighed softly, reflecting that their uncle's temperament was forgiving. Had it been their father subjected to such ridicule, even in jest, he would have surely served them a hearty reprimand, complete with various punishments. The five siblings arrived at the site of the incident, a barren land spanning over 3,000 acres, with a township visible in the distance. The area still bore remnants of vegetables and fruits, previously occupied by local villagers before the government officially auctioned the land. The incident had occurred at a dilapidated stone bridge, now collapsed. Hua Sijin led his siblings to the edge of the fallen bridge. At the time of the incident, 8 villagers were standing on the bridge, 3 of whom perished. The families have been quite vocal about their grievances due to compensation issues. Hua Silin, having read about the news, grew somber as he recounted. The families believe the government conspired with our Hua family to deliberately harm them, a display of power at their expense. Nearly a month had passed since the incident, and the area was devoid of any lingering Yin energy. The little one circled the vicinity of the stone bridge, her fingers touching the remnants of the bridge's head. Where only half of the Jinxiao beast remained, she sensed its presence. Uncle Pawa, are you all right? The Jinxiao beast retained a faint essence, seemingly communicating with the little one, acknowledging her presence. Once proud, its demeanor shifted upon seeing her. Ah, it is the little princess. With the underworld in such disarray, even a little one like you has been sent to work. That is considered child labor in the mortal realm. Does your tempestuous father know? The little one hurriedly shook her head. No. I came on my own. It has nothing to do with my father. I wish to understand why so many have perished here. The Jinxiao beast sighed. What else could it be? People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. It was that vile Gu Xingbua, employing deceit after deceit, tricking the villagers into ruin, borrowing names of others, utterly nefarious. The little one, her large, dark eyes twinkling, asked, was he borrowing the name Huo Clan? The Jinxiao beast chuckled. Indeed, Huo Clan is the unfortunate fool ensnared by Gu Xingbua. The little one puffed out her cheeks. Uncle Pawa, Huo Papa, is my father in the mortal realm. The Jinxiao beast was perplexed. Your real father is so busy that you must seek a mortal father? It couldn't help but laugh heartily at the little one's earnest expression. The little princess is preparing to build a new era in the underworld with her fiery father. Splendid. So, you came for your mortal father? Oh dear, he truly knows how to cling to powerful connections. After a moment of levity, the Jinxiao beast returned to the matter at hand. The matter was orchestrated by Gu X Ingbo, and his actions were nothing short of insidious. At the time he deceived these villagers, he exhibited a cunning malice that left no trace. Upon the demise of 3 villagers, he immediately resorted to lavish expenditures and gifts, enlisting formidable masters to oversee the situation, ensuring their souls were swiftly reincarnated. Thus, even the little princess of the underworld, Zai Zai, found it impossible to inquire about their spirits. Zai Zai furrowed her brows, realizing that the inability to question the spirits meant she could not assist her father. Hua Sijin and the others noticed the sudden change in the little one's demeanor and expressed curiosity. Zai, what troubles you? Zai pointed to the half-destroyed Jinxiao beast. This Jinxiao beast informed her that Gu X Ingbo was particularly treacherous, and Zai was unable to consult the spirits as they had already been reincarnated. Hua Silin stared at the Jinxiao beast in confusion. Jinxiao beast? You converse with Zai? Before Zai could affirm, Hua Silin recalled the scene of Zai searching for insects in the car, and felt that his question was somewhat redundant. It seemed rather unremarkable that Zai could communicate with the Jinxiao beast given her identity. Zai, however, flashed a soft smile at Hua Silin. Indeed, but the Jinxiao beast here is quite weak, merely a remnant of its consciousness. With the bridge gone, it will fade away to another place in need. Hua Silin remarked, I have truly gained insight. He had seen many stone bridges adorned with various small creatures, previously assuming them to be mere ornamental decorations, unaware that they were the legendary Jinxiao beasts. Hua Sijin comforted Zai. Gu X Ingbo has always been ruthless. Our father must have a plan to counter this. He did not mention that if all else failed, they would abandon this piece of land. The Hua group was vast and did not need this particular plot. However, they were now being forced into a corner. Abandoning it would imply that the Hua group acknowledged the incident was due to their staff's deliberate misconduct during an on-site inspection, ultimately leading to the deaths of the 3 individuals. Yet, retaining possession of the land meant they would find no evidence to support their innocence. Gu X Ingbo was determined to force the Hua group into bearing the blame while compelling them to relinquish the land. This would undoubtedly tarnish the Hua group's reputation and severely impact their stock market standing. Gu X Ingbo was not only cunning, but also utterly devoid of humanity, willing to resort to any means for profit. Zai's little brows remained knitted as her dark eyes scanned the surroundings. Big brother, there are surveillance cameras over there. Hua Silin and Hua Sijin simultaneously shook their heads. The cameras have long been broken. Someone like Gu X Ingbo would never leave such obvious evidence. Gu X Ingbo had come prepared to undermine the Hua family. The Jinxiao beast, overhearing this, could not help but chuckle. Little princess, Zai is impressive. You even understand the purpose of surveillance. Zai puffed up with pride, raising her chin. Her father, the king of the underworld, had informed her that the human realm was rapidly advancing, with surveillance present almost everywhere. When arriving in a new place, she must first disable the cameras to avoid alarming ordinary people. The Jinxiao beast laughed heartily. So that is how it is. I thought your father was too busy to even touch the ground, simply tossing you into the human realm without any guidance. Zai Zai huffed. Father would never do that. He is wonderful. The Jinxiao beast, amused by the little one's expression of unwavering admiration for her father, laughed even louder. Zai Zai's eyes suddenly sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the laughing Jinxiao beast. Uncle PF, you have been here all along. The surveillance isn't permanently non-functional. You must have the previous footage, right? The Jinxiao beast replied, Little one, you may appear soft and innocent, but your mind is quite sharp. It was about to depart. Having initially waited for a fated encounter, never expecting that fate would lead to Zai Zai. Indeed, I have the footage, and it is crucial evidence. Zai Zai eagerly inquired, Uncle PF, where's the surveillance? The Jinxiao beast, grinding its teeth in frustration, directed her, walk 20 meters ahead. There is a ditch. Beyond that ditch lies a grove with a surveillance camera that seems broken, but I tampered with it, and the footage is quite clear. That scoundrel Gu X Ingbo thought of me as merely an ordinary Jinxiao beast. When he summoned a master, he inadvertently scattered my soul. He fails to consider that I am PF. Had I not intentionally given him the impression that my soul was shattered, could any master, no matter how formidable, have dealt with me? Zai Zai's eyes widened in admiration. Uncle PF is incredible. You can even feign a shattered soul. The Jinxiao beast was somewhat embarrassed by her sincere praise. Whether I am impressive or not is irrelevant. What matters is that they are simply too incompetent. If it weren't for the division of responsibilities among the 6 realms, I would have crushed him myself. Zai Zai affectionately rubbed against the Jinxiao beast. Then Uncle PF is still amazing. Thank you, Uncle PF. The Jinxiao beast, on the verge of dissipating, smiled and advised the little one, quickly retrieve the footage. Before I fade, you must get the video, or else it will vanish with me. I'm going right now. The 4 brothers of the Hua family observed Zai Zai as she alternately cuddled the fragmented Jinxiao beast and then beamed with joy, murmuring to herself. Before suddenly standing up and sprinting ahead, leaving them bewildered, Zai Zai enveloped the surveillance footage in her power, and in an instant, the Jinxiao beast completely vanished, leaving Zai Zai with no opportunity to bid farewell. The 4 brothers of the Hua family watched as she suddenly tilted her head and murmured incantations to a camera. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Hua Sijin was the first to speak. Zai Zai, that camera has been broken for a long time. There is no evidence. If there were surveillance footage to corroborate their claims, even if Gu X Ingbo were devious, he could not tarnish the Hua Group's reputation. Zai Zai explained cheerfully, Uncle PF just mentioned that the camera had been tampered with, and it holds particularly clear evidence. Meanwhile, Hua Chunling, having just left the Hua family estate to visit Hua Qinyun, received a call from Jiang Lin, who was usually composed but had suddenly become very agitated. Sir, a fully operational surveillance camera has been discovered at Ungshi Bridge. Gu X Ingbo received this news almost immediately, having just placated the almost frenzied Wang Yuling. He was preparing to confront Gu Ainin when his assistant called with urgency, speaking rapidly and with trepidation. Mr. Gu, it has suddenly come to light that there is a fully functional camera at Ungshi Bridge, which recorded footage from 2 days prior to the incident. It has already gone viral online. Chapter 217. Snatching Zai Zai. The entire internet erupted. The news of Ungshi Bridge's collapse had been circulating for nearly a month, resulting in 3 fatalities, all occurring during the Hua Group's staff inspection. Previously, all evidence pointed towards the Hua Group, as they were intent on acquiring that piece of land. The families of the deceased adamantly asserted that the Hua Group's personnel had deliberately sabotaged the bridge's foundation days before the inspection, leading to the collapse. This assertion had been supported by the forensic department of the police station, which confirmed that the bridge's foundation had indeed been tampered with. During this tumultuous period, the Hua Group had been under immense pressure, yet Hua Chunling's steady demeanor and strong leadership prevented any major disasters. However, the anger of the families of the deceased had reached a boiling point. Just yesterday morning, relatives of the deceased had confronted the Hua Group, with one threatening to die at the entrance of the Hua Group's headquarters, prompting the front desk to call the police to prevent a riot. No one anticipated such a significant reversal in the situation. The Hua Group was to bear the blame. although Ungshi Bridge had been tampered with. The culprits were not from the Hua group, but rather the Fanyuan group. Guex Ingbo was the chairman of the Fanyuan group, wielding absolute authority within the organization. Although they were also a bidding company, no one suspected the Fanyuan group. After all, Guex Ingbo was a well-known philanthropist, and no one could fathom that the Fanyuan group would engage in such heartless acts. 3 lives were at stake. Indeed, it was also deserved. In this day and age, how could anyone still believe in those so-called masters? They were nothing but frauds. And yet, when disaster struck, they sought to pin the blame on the Hua group. The Hua group has truly encountered a streak of ill fortune, finding itself pitted against the ruthless Fanyuan group. Little Zai Zai, where have you been these days? Why haven't you come to visit your grandparents at the old residence? Zai Zai, Hua Siju gently placed a piece of apple in her tiny mouth, offering her a reprieve. Zai Zai cannot read, and during these days, my brothers and I have been assisting her with her studies at the estate. Hua Laotai was rendered speechless. Isn't it normal for a child who has attended kindergarten to be unable to read? What exactly are you trying to supplement? Hua Laoyes also found the idea absurd. Before you attended kindergarten, did I confine you to the study for additional studies? Hua Siju. Hua Sijin chuckled as he prepared tea for their grandparents. You are correct, and that is why, when our father learned of it, he reprimanded him severely. Zai Zai is merely 3.5 years old, a perfect age for play, and there is no rush to enroll her in kindergarten. Hua Laoyes and Hua Laotai were not in agreement. Hua Laotai spoke first. Indeed, this is playtime. However, Zai Zai is already 3.5, and it is time for her to attend kindergarten. Many children in the community are sent to early education institutions at 2.5 or even 2 years old. Enrolling Zai Zai at 3.5 is not considered early. The nearest kindergarten to Hua Manor is less convenient than here at the old residence. If Zai Zai were to attend kindergarten, with several grandsons also needing to go to school, the responsibility of picking her up and dropping her off would naturally fall upon them. How wonderful! Hua Laotai eagerly anticipated the start of the school term, as she would be able to see her adorable granddaughter every day. Hua Laoyes could see through his wife's thoughts with a single glance and gently nodded. Yes, Zai Zai is indeed no longer a small child. It is time for her to start kindergarten. Hua Siken, who had been intently watching television, rushed over to shake his head. No. Father has said that it is perfectly fine for Zai Zai to be illiterate. She is still the best little illiterate in the world and does not need to attend kindergarten. Hua Siju nodded in agreement. Exactly. Moreover, with us around, it doesn't matter whether Zai goes to school or not. We can take care of her for a lifetime. The last 3 words were said with a touch of uncertainty, as Zai was no ordinary child. Her biological father is a powerful figure from the underworld, and who knows how long her life may truly be. Oh, it suddenly came to mind that Zai had mentioned being able to provide for her 3rd brother in his old age, and if necessary, she could also support his descendants. Hua Siju quickly turned to Zai, who was nestled in their grandmother's embrace, munching on the apple passed to her by her elder brother. Zai, you would want to go to kindergarten, would you? Hua Siken was anxious. Yes. Zai, do you remember what your 3rd brother said about the children in kindergarten being adorable, but also quite noisy? Hua Sijin was about to speak when Hua Laotai interrupted. What are you doing? Are you proud of having an illiterate sister? Hua Siju and Hua Siken nodded in unison. Of course, even if she is illiterate, she is still our sister. We do not mind that Zai cannot read. Hua Laotai was momentarily taken aback, then playfully scolded. Very well. When school starts in September, you 2 brothers should also refrain from attending and join her in being illiterate. Before the brothers could respond, Hua Laotai leaned down to ask Zai, do you want to go to school? Zai didn't want to. After all, she had come to the human world to find her father and to learn. However, her father and 3 brothers seemed reluctant for her to attend school, and Zai could not comprehend why. Thus, she tilted her little head, blinking her large, sparkling eyes, and sweetly said, I will listen to Daddy. Her father, the 2nd son, has always been strict with his 3 sons, ensuring that they are never late or leave early for school, and he will surely take Zai to school. The 3 brothers of Hua Siju chuckled. Their biological father would undoubtedly oppose. If he were to comprehend that Zai's father was coming to claim her, what then? As the grandparents and grandchildren chatted and played, time passed swiftly. Hua Sijin noticed that his grandparents' expressions had returned to normal, leading him to speculate that the situation with Huang Yuxiang was likely stable, which brought him relief. As dusk fell, Hua Chunling made a phone call. Hua Laotai eagerly inquired, Has Huang Yuxiang awakened? Yes, she has. There are cameras in the living room. And you did not lay a finger on her. This matter does not concern you. Dong Guocheng is currently working on her mindset, so you may rest easy. Huo Laodai felt more reassured. What about Qin Yun? Is he still in the hospital? He has 4 bodyguards with him. He regards Miss Dong as a younger sister. Huo Laodai felt genuinely at ease. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I was thinking that if Qin Yun truly likes Miss Dong, then let them marry. We are not the kind of parents who would thwart their love. The Hua family does not require him to seek a match of equal standing. If he does not like her, that is even better. After all, her mother is quite rare. Having such in-laws, our Hua family may face unrest. It seemed that Hua Chenling was quite busy. Huo Laodai offered a few words of advice before preparing to hang up when she heard her second son remind her. The Gu family is likely to come over tonight. I have arranged for someone outside the old residence. Regardless of what they say, you need not pay them any mind. Huo Laodai recalled the news from earlier in the day and devised a plan. Mother knows, rest assured. Goodbye. Just as the call ended, a maid hurriedly entered. Eldest master, old madam, the Gu family has arrived. Huo Laodai commanded without hesitation. Shut the main door tightly. Do not receive guests. Yes, old madam. The maid quickly left, rushing towards the villa's entrance. Zai Zai noticed her grandmother's change in demeanor and, upon hearing that the Gu family had arrived, immediately thought of Gu Xinghua. Grandma, is it Gu Xinghua? Huo Laodai shook her head. I do not know. I only know they are from the Gu family. Your father said that if the Gu family comes, we should ignore them. What Daddy said, then we shall not meet them. Zai Zai giggled. Then we will obediently listen to Daddy. He surely wants to protect us. Huo Laodai was amused by the little one's heartfelt words. My sweet Zai Zai, I adore you so much. You are so considerate. Zai Zai snuggled affectionately against her grandmother, about to speak when she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Her hearing was exceptionally acute, and she also heard the sizzling sound of roasting meat. Grandma, are we having roasted meat for dinner? Huo Laodai smiled and nodded. Yes. That day, I heard your uncle say that you particularly enjoy roasted meat and even hid some on you, so I had someone prepare a whole roasted lamb. We will head to the small garden to enjoy it shortly. Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Sikhen chimed in unison. Grandma, we want to eat radishes, greens, and broccoli. Huo Laodai stared at them in astonishment. You want to eat radishes, greens, and broccoli? Hua Sikhen scratched his head, chuckling. Yes, so Grandma, I also want plain water noodles. Hua Sijin and Hua Siju added simultaneously. So do we. Steamed buns or vegetarian dumplings are fine. Huo Laodai exchanged glances with Huo Laoyes, who had been silent, and he slowly looked up. Are you all preparing to become monks? Zai Zai asked curiously. Become monks? Huo Laoyes' voice immediately turned very gentle. It means to become a monk, and one must shave their head. Zai Zai understood this, and recalled how she had once pulled out her own hair. As a result, her strength had significantly diminished. To Zai Zai, becoming a monk signified weakness, and she quickly shook her head at her 3 elder brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother, do not become monks. It is not good at all. Monks are too weak. They cannot even stitch up their own tummies. Huo Laoyes and Huo Laodai. Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Sikhen spoke in unison. Zai Zai, we will take you to the small garden to eat roasted lamb. Without waiting for Huo Laoyes and Huo Laodai to respond, Hua Siju scooped up the little one, and the 4 siblings swiftly left the living room. Huo Laodai remarked, Are they not acting strangely? Huo Laoyes replied nonchalantly, Let them eat roasted meat. We can observe everything. Huo Laodai slapped her thigh. Yes, that is an excellent idea. Let us go. 10 minutes later, after consuming a feast of roasted lamb, the 3 brothers, Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Si, rushed simultaneously to the restroom. Old Madam Hua cast a glance at Old Master Hua before embracing the little one, attempting to soothe her. It's all right. It might just be that your brothers ate too quickly and feel uncomfortable. Your grandfather will check on them, dear. Be good. And Grandma will continue to feed you roasted meat. The little one, seeing her grandfather heading out and feeling at home, giggled merrily. The little one listens to Grandma. Outside the grand entrance of the Hua family mansion, Gu Xingyu, who had been bailed out by Gu Xinghua after an incident involving Dong Song Song, glowered through the ornate iron gates at the maid. No visitors? The maid nodded. Gu Xingyu frowned. Did you not inform my father, Old Master Hua, and Old Madam Hua, that I am here? The maid, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Mr. Gu. The old master and madam interrupted me as soon as they heard someone from the Gu family had arrived. The implication was unmistakably clear. Gu Xingyu felt as if he had received an invisible slap to the face. Though he found it hard to believe, the closed iron gates forced him to accept the bitter reality. A surge of unprecedented hatred welled up within him for old Master Hua and old Madame Hua, who were so cold-hearted. Even if he was not their biological son, they had raised him for over 20 years. One could form an unbreakable bond with a dog after a decade or two, let alone with their youngest son, who had been pampered since childhood. Gu Xingyu lowered his head, feeling his fingers tighten within the cuffs of his suit. He suppressed the fiery anger threatening to erupt and managed to force a smile as he slowly raised his gaze to the maid. "Aunt Zhang, you watch me grow up. Please help me speak to them. I genuinely need to see the old master and madam. It won't take long." Though the maid felt sympathy for him. Having worked in the old mansion for so many years, she was no fool. "Mr. Gu, my apologies." After saying this, she nodded at him and turned to leave. Gu Xingyu felt a mix of fury and frustration as he realized he could neither make a phone call nor see anyone. Recalling his elder brother's ruthless gaze before he left, fear began to creep over him. Gu Xingbo was merciless, despite being brothers. How much affection could he truly harbor for him? Although he had rescued him last time, it had come at the cost of a brutal beating from the bodyguards. And even now, his spine still ached from the ordeal. Hesitating to turn back, Gu Xingyu ultimately chose to bide his time. He lit a cigarette and leaned against his car, waiting. The iron gates swung open, and Huo Chenwei's car entered the mansion without pause. Seeing this, Gu Xingyu wasted no time in slipping inside. "Elder brother." Upon hearing the call, Huo Chenwei's expression turned as cold as ice. "Gu Xingyu, your elder brother is Gu Xingbo. I have only two younger brothers, Chun Ling and Chen Yun." Before Gu Xingyu could respond, Huo Chenwei continued, "The Hua family does not welcome you. You should leave." Having finally gained entry, Gu Xingyu was not about to leave so easily. "Mr. Hua, I have matters to discuss with the old master and madam. Please allow me inside. Just this once. I will leave immediately after." He glanced around and noticed the 10 or so bodyguards that Chun Ling had mentioned would remain at the mansion. "Escort him out." "Yes." Gu Xingyu's expression darkened as he shot a cold glare at Huo Chenwei. "Must your family be so heartless?" Before Huo Chenwei could respond, old Madame Hua emerged, cradling the little one. "It is not our Hua family who are cold-hearted. It is your Gu family who are too sinister and ruthless. 3 lives were lost, and you calculate as you please." The little one slipped from old Madame Hua's arms and scampered toward Huo Chenwei. Raising her little arms and calling out sweetly, "Uncle, hug." The bad uncle is hiding that ugly black bug in his hand. Is he here to harm us? As the little one was lifted by her uncle, her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 219, Defeating the Villain. How could the little one be absent? The once glistening pupils of the little one turned pitch black, exuding a chilling aura that made Gu Xingyu shiver uncontrollably. Gu Xingbo had mentioned that the little one possessed strange powers and was no ordinary child. Having dealt with spirits and the supernatural, he recognized that the little one was not behaving as usual. Just as the bodyguard were about to seize him, the little one suddenly spoke. "Uncle bodyguards, don't touch him. He has bugs on him that eat people." Gu Xingyu's face paled as he turned to old Madame Hua, desperately explaining, "Old madam, I didn't do anything. I simply wanted to see you and the old master. I brought you both some supplements. They're in the car." Though he mentioned the supplements, he showed no intention of turning back to retrieve them. Upon hearing this, the driver quickly exited the vehicle to fetch the supplements from the trunk. Old Madame Hua approached with a faint smile but distant demeanor. "Since you missed us so much and brought supplements to see us, then go fetch them yourself so we can see your sincerity." Huo Chenwei frowned, "Mother." Old Madame Hua shook her head. "He has that intention. Let us give him chance." Gu Xingyu's tense nerves relaxed, and he nodded eagerly. "Please wait. I will bring them in right away." The little one glanced at her grandmother, then at her uncle, and finally at the hesitating bad uncle, contemplating whether to first retrieve the little bugs she had hidden. Would that frighten Grandma? Then I shall wait a bit longer. Fortunately, they had come out in time, and her uncle had not yet been infested with the little bugs. The little one clung to her uncle's neck and spoke in a tiny voice. "Uncle, you should keep your distance from the bad uncle. The bugs on him, my second brother called them Gu Chong, can burrow into a person's skin and control them." Huo Chenwei looked at the little one in disbelief. "How do you know this?" Facing her own family, the little one's black eyes sparkled brightly, her soft voice chiming. "Because I have experienced it." Huo Chenwei and old Madame Hua were oblivious to the exchange between the two. Just as Gu Xingyu turned to exit the iron gates, Old Madam Huo made a gesture to the bodyguard stationed on either side to close and lock the gate. The sight nearly sent him into a fit of rage. Old Madam? Old Madam Hua sneered. Gu Xingyu, if you had even a shred of conscience or decency, our Hua family would not be lacking a child like you. Even if you were not of our bloodline, we would still be willing to associate with you. However, you must ask yourself, over the years, how many heinous acts have you committed relying on the Hua family and the status of Chunling, the Hua family's leader? Before Gu Xingyu could respond, Old Madam Hua's expression hardened, her voice turning frigid. If we must define our relationship, then it is that of enemies. The little one clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Grandma is amazing. Grandma is powerful. Grandma rules the world. The once stern and fierce demeanor of Old Madam Hua crumbled instantly. Even Hua Chenwei, who had been seething at the sight of Gu Xingyu, could not help but chuckle. How humiliating for Gu Xingyu. The invisible slap left him battered and bruised, his dignity shattered. Yet, he had not come into contact with any member of the Hua family, which clearly contradicted Gu Xinguo's instructions. He gritted his teeth in silence, nearly biting his tongue in frustration. After a lengthy pause, he gathered the supplements and slowly approached, suppressing the overwhelming hatred within him. From a distance, he knelt before Old Madam Hua through the iron gates. What the old lady said is true. It was Xingyu's fault in the past. His gesture of kneeling surprised both Old Madam Hua and Hua Chenwei. The little one sensed the turbulent aura emanating from Gu Xingyu, as if he were about to shatter something and throw it at them, and she innocently inquired, is he just pretending to be pitiful? Kneeling on the ground, Gu Xingyu was filled with a heart-wrenching despair. Mrs. Hua had raised Gu Xingyu for many years, and to claim that she bore no affection for him would be a deceit. However, she was resolute and had learned to be pragmatic, especially after her second son revealed that Gu Xingyu had known for many years that he was not of the Hua lineage, yet continued to deceive them. Her feelings for him diminished significantly, and as Gu Xingyu's misdeeds gradually came to light over the years, Mrs. Hua's disdain for him grew immensely. Hence, she deliberately sent Gu Xingyu to fetch some supplements, only to lock the door behind him as soon as he stepped outside. Gently stroking the soft hair of the little one, she nodded with maternal affection. The little one was indeed clever. Yes, he was merely feigning pity to garner sympathy from both his grandmother and uncle. The little one curled his lips, expressing his utter disdain. How could someone so wicked expect to elicit sympathy from the astute Mrs. Hua and her uncle? Did he genuinely believe he could fool them? Gu Xingyu raised his head, his eyes filled with malice. Mrs. Hua took a step forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her granddaughter. What is this? Have you been embarrassed by the little one's revelation of your true intentions? Previously, you exploited the Hua family's influence in the entertainment industry, and now you stoop so low as to threaten a mere 3.5-year-old child? Gu Xingyu could no longer contain his anger and unleashed a torrent of profanity. A 3.5-year-old child? Mrs. Hua, open your eyes and see clearly. She is no ordinary child. She is a malevolent creature. Her very existence has cost countless lives. She is a monster. Mrs. Hua was incensed, not merely by the insult to her beloved granddaughter, but by Gu Xingyu's audacity to label her as a monster. Just as she was about to instruct the bodyguards to open the door and teach Gu Xingyu a lesson in decency, she suddenly noticed several reporters nearby with their cameras. Realizing that regardless of Gu Xingyu's despicable character, he was still a public figure, and the Hua family was already under scrutiny due to the recent tragic incident involving Xiao, with the mother of Dong Song Song causing a scene. Matters were escalating one after another. If news broke of Gu Xingyu being beaten by the Hua family, the family would remain in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. Mrs. Hua, feeling a surge of frustration, ground her teeth. The little one, confused by her anger, followed her gaze and spotted the reporters. Remembering her father's advice, she knew that such nuisances should be dealt with discreetly. Thus, she winked at the reporters, her invisible aura swiftly enveloping their cameras, rendering them useless. With that settled, she gleefully rubbed her chubby hands together. Uncle bodyguards quickly opened the door. We must not miss the chance to deal with the bad guys. Simultaneously, Gu Xingyu felt a surge of excitement. As he turned hostile, he had already begun devising a plan B. If footage or images of him being beaten by the Hua family were to emerge, he could easily pay off some online influencers to tarnish their reputation. Chapter 220. Is the term old and unyielding meant as a compliment? Mrs. Hua was momentarily taken aback. The little one? At her advanced age, She had consumed more salt than the little one had eaten rice, and for a moment, she could not comprehend the little one's intentions. The little one understood her concerns and reassured her, "Grandma, don't worry. I guarantee that all those cameras are broken." To further alleviate her worries, the little one concentrated, manipulating her aura to envelop the entire villa within 100 meters, effectively disabling all electronic devices. If the reporters were to check their phones now, they would discover they were devoid of signal. Once she completed her task, she looked up at her grandmother. "Grandma, trust me. If I say they are broken, they are indeed broken." Mrs. Huo blinked, momentarily flustered. "All broken? Could someone as cruel and cunning as Gu Xingyu really be so ineffective?" The little one, feeling somewhat challenged, realized it was difficult to clarify matters to her grandmother. What to do? Just as the little one hesitated, Mrs. Wen noticed the urgency in the little one's demeanor, grasped her hand gently, and decisively addressed the bodyguards. "Open the door. Let the chips fall where they may. Are we to fear the spotlight?" The wrought iron gate was swiftly reopened. Upon seeing this, Gu Xingyu sneered coldly, further inciting the situation, as expected of a creature that has harmed countless lives. "How bold you are!" No, the gate had opened, and he had every means to plant his venomous schemes upon this old woman, not to mention the little one. Not a single one would escape. Thus, the moment the door swung open, Gu Xingyu dashed toward the two, but Mrs. Hu's fury ignited. He not only insulted her precious granddaughter, but also aimed to attack them directly. One impertinent wretch. Just as she prepared to intervene, Huo Chenhui stepped in front of her, only to be intercepted by the little one. "Grandma, uncle, watch this." Fearing the chaos might frighten the little one, Mrs. Huo noticed Gu Xingyu had suddenly been sent flying like garbage. She stood in shock, while Huo Chenhui was equally incredulous. The bodyguards surrounding them were momentarily stunned. What was happening? The reporters hiding nearby erupted with excitement, having missed the little one delivering a swift kick that sent Gu Xingyu soaring 2 meters away. "Quick, capture this. The old lady has kicked him out. Who would have thought that at her age, she still possesses such strength?" It was rumored that Huo Chenhui's wife had been unfaithful, and the affair involved Gu Xingyu's brother, Gu Xingbua. What explosive news! Unable to confront Gu Xingbua directly, they would settle for targeting his younger brother instead. With the rumor that the child was not even his, this revelation would surely overshadow the Enshurqiao incident and create a media frenzy. The little one was multitasking, delivering blows to Gu Xingyu while attentively listening to the discussions among the reporters. Upon hearing that their cameras were malfunctioning, she beamed with joy. Mrs. Hua observed Gu Xingyu, now utterly defenseless against the little one's assault, and her lips twitched with disbelief. Even if Gu Xingyu had intended for them to act, it was impossible for him to remain completely passive. Having raised him for over 20 years, she knew he was not the type to endure suffering. His frequent illnesses had earned him her and her husband's favoritism. Upon discovering he was not actually their blood, Mrs. Hua finally understood. The issue was not the purity of the Hua lineage. It was that Gu Xingyu had never truly belonged to the Hua family, raised within their walls. He had known from an early age that he was not one of them, and thus retained the ruthless, selfish, and cunning nature of the Gu family. As Mrs. Hua and Huo Chenhui watched Gu Xingyu being kicked away for the 4th time, they had grown accustomed to the spectacle. The little one was simply having fun, treating Gu Xingyu as a ball to be kicked around, and he deserved it. Meanwhile, the reporters nearby were alerted as Mrs. Hua discreetly signaled to a few bodyguards. The bodyguards promptly complied, moving closer. The little one ensured that Gu Xingyu had been thoroughly kicked before halting her assault. Confident that she had not caused any lasting injury, but had certainly inflicted enough pain to elicit cries. The bodyguards arrived, accompanied by 5 reporters who trembled in anticipation. "Madame Hua, we, Gu Xingyu, writhed in agony, yet we did not forget the insect in our hands. He barely touched the corners of the old and young one's garments, let alone their skin. To make matters worse, he was mercilessly beaten, feeling as if his entire being was disassembled." He glared at the 5 journalists. "What do you want?" The 5 journalists replied. They didn't want to be here either. The crux of the matter was that they were no match for the professional bodyguards of the Hua family. Upon seeing the bodyguards approach, they turned to flee, but a kick to their lower backs brought them crashing to the ground, writhing in pain, unable to escape. They had intended to take covert photographs, but ended up capturing nothing and receiving a beating instead. When they lifted their shirts to check, there were no bruises to show for it, leaving them without evidence to report to the police. What could they do other than being seized by the bodyguards? Madame Hua was already deeply disappointed in Gu Xingyu, and now her disappointment reached its zenith. After nurturing him for over 20 years, all the resources of the Hua family seemed wasted. In a moment of rage, she lifted her foot and kicked Gu Xingyu in the stomach while he lay on the ground. Spit it out. While her strength was not formidable, the sensitive area she targeted elicited a pained scream from Gu Xingyu, who then began to vomit uncontrollably. After raising him for so many years, he was no better than a dog. Though Gu Xingyu wanted to curse, the pain was too intense. The sudden urge to vomit caused remnants of food to surge into his nasal cavity, leaving him choking and weeping as he lay amidst the filth of his own vomit. Much to Madame Hua's disgust, clean up this mess and toss him out. Gu Xingyu, already writhing in pain, nearly succumbed to fury upon hearing Madame Hua's words. "You old hag, you little wretch," interrupted him. The little one called her grandmother an old hag. Don't think that just because you praised her, it would spare you from cleaning. Gu Xingyu was stunned into silence. Madame Hua was equally taken aback. The bodyguards and journalists were even more bewildered. When the little one noticed everyone staring at her, she seemed puzzled. She scratched her head, as if beginning to understand, and then blinked her big, round eyes, asking Madame Hua softly, "Grandma, don't you like it when they call you an old hag?" The staff of the Underworld mentioned to her, while taking her around, that in the human realm, being old yet not dead signifies longevity, a tremendous blessing. Madame Hua struggled to voice her thoughts. Are you certain that the term old hag is a compliment? She felt that sending the little one to kindergarten was an urgent necessity. The little one nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Grandma is older, which means she is old. And not dead signifies living on, and living on is longevity. Isn't that a compliment? Madame Hua, how reasonable. She found herself unable to refute it. Gu Xingyu regained his composure and erupted into hysterical laughter, despite the pain. To think old hag was a compliment. Huh, you a family have adopted a fool. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It hurts. The little one directly unhinged his jaw, scolding him in a sweet voice. You're the fool. Your whole family is full of fools. Knowing full well that seizing a person's fortune and lifeline is a deed of misfortune. You've been doing it for so many years. And you, the grandmother, has shown you great kindness, yet you disrespect her. If she were to strike you down, the underworld would deem you guilty. And your niece, Guinin, is just as wicked as you, wanting to plant insects on us. Gu Xingyu's body jolted, instinctively wanting to flee, but the little one would not allow it. As he attempted to turn in pain, her chubby little legs stretched out, tripping him. He stumbled, hitting his mouth against the iron doorframe, splitting his lip and causing blood to gush forth. The insects in his sleeve, sensing blood, crawled out and swiftly burrowed into his body. Madame Hua, Chen Hui, and the bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines. Madame Hua's pupils widened. Are those the cursed insect from Nanchuan? Such harmful creatures are still being raised by someone? The little one did not know where Nanchuan was. But upon hearing the term cursed insects, she nodded eagerly. Grandma, the second brother, said they are cursed insects that can control people. The bodyguards turned pale, for they were ill-equipped to handle such things. Yet none retreated, their faces ashen, but their gazes sharpened. The journalists were nearly petrified, as they had not anticipated that Gu Xingyu possessed such insidious items, instinctively stepping back in fear of being cursed. Hua Chenwei squatted down, looking at Gu Xingyu, who lay on the ground, momentarily dazed. Gu Xingyu, was your purpose for coming today this? Gu Xingyu panicked. He was terrified, because the cursed insect had all entered his body. Get away. All of you, get away. He scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the iron gate, hastily escaping into his car, his face ashen as he sped away. Hua Chenhui furrowed his brow, instructing the bodyguards, stop him, charge him with causing trouble and injuring me, and send him to the police station. Si Lin went to the Gu family, with Gu Xingyu possessing such things. The Gu family was likely unaware of the situation. He needed to be prepared. The bodyguards nodded and quickly drove off, leaving the journalists exchanging glances. How did Gu Xingyu injure the head of the Hua family? Suddenly, they saw Hua Chenhui walk to a nearby flower bed, dig out a red brick, and slam it against his forehead. With a loud crack, blood flowed freely. Madame Hua and the little one were startled. Chenhui, uncle, the journalists thought. One extraordinary move. Madame Hua watched as the little one rushed over, while she remained to intimidate the journalists. What did you witness today? The journalists, driven by survival instinct, replied. The young master of the Gu family came to cause trouble, swinging a brick and injuring the head of the Hua family, then drove away. Madame Hua was satisfied. The little one climbed up her uncle's leg, resembling a koala, and nestled into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Uncle, hurting oneself is wrong. Hua Chenwei, fearing to frighten the little one, tilted his head to wipe the blood flowing from his forehead. Yes, Uncle made a mistake. I will never harm myself again. The little one climbed even faster, moving from his arms to his shoulders, and finally perched on his neck, holding his head and using her tiny hands to wipe away the blood. Although small, she was acutely aware of these matters. Uncle, are you worried about Brother Seelin? Hua Chenwei was taken aback by the little one's insight. It was evident that she genuinely cared for them and had never let go of her worries. He felt grateful, yet ashamed. Indeed, Uncle must be prepared. The Gu family is not only shameless, but also cruel and vicious. I fear for Brother Seelin, who is worried about his mother going to the Gu family, and I fear he might be schemed against. The little one looked up at the sky, her expression tinged with helplessness. In that moment, Hua Chenhui felt he understood the little one's expression of helplessness. Little one, Uncle. The little one once again embraced her uncle's head, gazing down at the wound that was still bleeding, unable to suppress a whimper. Uncle, you must believe in me. Brother Seelin is my brother. I know she's going to the Gu family, and I will definitely not let anyone harm Brother Seelin. The cursed insects can burrow in a Brother Seelin's body once, but not a second time, because I secretly made preparations on him. The wicked should be punished. The little one's eyes turned cold. If they dare to harm Brother Seelin again, it will be they who suffer. Hua Chenwei, though having witnessed the little one's extraordinary strength, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at her words. While he thought this way, he had no intention of dampening his little niece's enthusiasm. The little one's heartfelt concern moved him deeply. Instinctively, he supported the little one's chubby legs dangling from his neck to prevent her from falling. Hua Chenhui cleared his throat. Yes, Uncle understands. Kai Kai's large eyes twinkled as she glanced down at her uncle, who looked distinctly doubtful. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, Uncle, where are you headed now? Hua Chenhui replied, to the hospital for an injury assessment. Kai Kai's eyes brightened. Uncle, Kai Kai will accompany you. Hua Chenhui, thinking that Kai Kai was simply worried about him, felt an inexplicable warmth and couldn't help but lean down to plant a kiss on her chubby little leg. As long as Kai Kai wasn't afraid, everything would be fine. Kai Kai had given her uncle a heads up. She was unafraid of any situation. Was her uncle brave enough? Hua Chenhui couldn't help but chuckle. Your uncle may not boast about many things, but his courage is certainly unmatched. Kai Kai's eyes twirled with curiosity. Uncle, have you ever seen a dead person? Hua Chenhui's lips twitched slightly. I have. But Kai Kai, you are only 3.5 years old. Isn't it a bit too frightening to ask such morbid questions? Kai Kai pressed on. What kind of dead person? Was their body split apart? Just then, Hua Laotai, their grandmother, entered and overheard the last two exchanges. Without a second thought, she raised her hand to smack her son's head, only to have Kai Kai block her, worried about accidentally hitting her. The slap landed squarely on her son's temple instead. You may be self-destructive, but I know you're worried about Seelan. Why on earth are you discussing dead people with Kai Kai? Are you leading her to think about dismemberment? Is this how a proper uncle behaves? Hua Chenhui sighed. Chapter 222, The Most Unfortunate Uncle. Kai Kai hurriedly covered her uncle's head with her hands. Grandma, it's not Uncle's fault. It was all my questions. They have nothing to do with him. Did Hua Laotai believe her? Could a 3.5-year-old really conjure such chaotic thoughts? She glared at her son. Look at yourself. And then look at Kai Kai. You're in your 30s, and yet a child is more considerate than you. Hua Chenhui, in a bid for fairness, opted not to visit the hospital where Chi Fong was located and instead went to the city center hospital. The examination and bandaging were completed in under an hour. Throughout the process, Kai Kai remained at his side. The doctor and nurses couldn't help but admire the adorable little girl waiting so patiently to accompany her uncle. One nurse playfully asked, Little one, are you not afraid to be in the hospital with your father because you're worried about him? Kai Kai quickly clarified in her sweet voice. Nurse, he is not my daddy. My daddy is in the underworld, and one is busy working at the company. This is my uncle. The nurse, touched by the revelation, exclaimed, I didn't realize such a lovely child has lost her biological father, and her adoptive father is preoccupied. Yet, here you are, accompanying your uncle to the hospital. The nurse praised her. You are truly wonderful. Kai Kai beamed. You are wonderful too, nurse. I saw how carefully you treated my uncle's wounds, making sure not to hurt him. Who could resist such a soft, adorable, and considerate child? As Huo Chenhui completed his treatment, Kai Kai became the center of attention among the nurses. Unable to suppress his laughter, he approached and lifted Kai Kai into his arms. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you all for your care." "Not all, Mr. Hua. Would you like to have a full-body checkup? We could take care of Kai Kai here." Huo Chenhui, sensing their ulterior motive to keep Kai Kai engaged in play, felt a smile creep upon his face. "Why would I need a checkup? I am perfectly healthy." He decisively carried Kai Kai away. "Uncle, do you want to know how amazing Kai Kai is?" Huo Chenhui chuckled, enchanted by the eager sparkle in her eyes. He tenderly stroked her soft hair. "Of course. Your uncle can't wait." Kai Kai cautiously created a small space around them, ensuring that no one could see them, and began her performance. "Uncle, would you like to see the ones without heads or the ones without eyeballs? Or perhaps the ones that are roasted?" Huo Chenhui was utterly bewildered, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "What?" Kai pointed her neck and her wide eyes, like taking off the head or digging out the eyeballs. Huo Chenhui, taken aback, replied, Kai. He pulled her closer, speaking gently yet firmly. Kai, let us go for a checkup. It will be quick and painless. Kai scratched her smooth forehead, "But uncle, I'm already very healthy. Aren't we supposed to see how amazing I am?" Huo Chenhui paused, his tone a blend of patience and a hint of severity. Kai, I know how remarkable you are, but right now, your uncle feels it's essential to check your health. Huo Chenhui thought to himself, "Oh no, this child has been deeply disturbed." Her words were filled with gruesome imagery, far beyond mere childish innocence. It seemed like something was amiss in her mind. He wondered how such a young child could conjure thoughts of eyeball digging or roasted bellies. Were Si Jean and the others watching horror films around her at the Hua estate? This simply wouldn't he do. Kai was a little girl, only 3.5 years old. Si Jean and his friends should be more considerate and not scare her. Seeing her uncle lost in thought and evidently unconvinced by her words, Kai grew anxious. "Uncle, why don't you just pull on Kai's head?" Huo Chenhui, puzzled, asked, "Why would I do that?" Kai replied, "Because you can just pull it off." Huo Chenhui was left speechless as Kai took matters in her own hands. "Uncle, look!" With a swift motion, her head appeared to detach flawlessly from her neck. Huo Chenhui instinctively reached out to steady her head, but in his haste, he exerted too much force, and with a sickening crack, he heard what sounded like bones fracturing. Kai burst into laughter. Yes, just like that. Her head not only separated from her neck, but also revealed a fissure at the back of her head, splitting it perfectly down the middle. Huo Chenhui's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprinted towards the emergency room, shouting, "Help! Please save my Kai." Kai quickly reassured him. "No need to panic, uncle. I'm perfectly fine, look." As for Huo Chenhui, who thought he was rushing towards the emergency, he was merely running in circles. Still within the space Kai created, her head seamlessly merged back together, and the gap that had formed while she spoke vanished. Huo Chenhui's mind went blank. Muttering in disbelief, "Oh my heavens! What sort of illusion is this?" Kai scratched her head, sensing her uncle remained unconvinced. "Then let me show you again. Uncle, look, these are my eyeballs. When I get bored, I like to pop them out and play with them like glass balls. Uncle, this is the roasted meat that my third brother wanted to eat. However, the little one did not allow Sangu to partake in the roasted meat, opting instead to directly serve the ribs. Alas, Sangu was unwell and suffered from a bout of vomiting, thus missing the meal entirely. Oh, and then there was the matter of dividing it into 8 pieces. Indeed, it could even amount to 16. If that were insufficient, an endless number of pieces could be created. As the soft, melodious voice of the little one transformed, so did her chubby little frame, transitioning from a whole piece to 8, then to 18, and ultimately to a chaotic heap of meat with 2 large eyes perched atop her head, her small mouth intact yet floating in midair, animatedly chattering away. In her eagerness to prove her point, the little one insisted he touch her eyes and the meat when she produced them. Huo Chenhui. Chapter 223, Playing the Ghost Catching Game. 3 hours had elapsed by the time they returned to the Hua family estate, with Hua Sijin arriving to pick them up. It was now nearly midnight, and both Huo Leioi and Huo Laotai were troubled by matters on their minds, thus remaining awake on the living room sofa, exhausted by the feast of roasted meat. Hua Siju and Hua Siqing succumbed to slumber on the sofa, having not slept well recently. Observing Huo Chenhui's pale, distracted countenance, Huo Laotai found it peculiar, suspecting something may have happened to Silen. "Chenhui, has something happened to Silen?" Seeing that Ergu and Sangu had both fallen asleep, The little one quickly lowered her voice to explain. No, no, Grandma, Brother Sillen is fine. Huo Lei stood up and gently took the little one from Hua Jin's arms. You all continue your conversation. I will take the little one upstairs to rest. She is still young and requires ample rest to grow. Having spoken, he had already carried the little one to the staircase. The little one wished to express her lack of fatigue, but upon meeting her grandfather's concerned gaze, she merely pouted her lips. Grandfather, uncle. Huo Lei affectionately patted her little head. Your uncle is an adult. He has seen much in his time. There is nothing to worry about. Everything will be fine by tomorrow. Worried that the little one might disrupt her sleep cycle, Huo Lei personally kept watch over her. Initially quite spirited, the little one found herself compelled to lull herself to sleep, eventually drifting off without realizing it. When she awoke, daylight streamed through the window, and the magpies outside chirped joyfully. The little one sluggishly climbed out of bed, rubbing her eyes. Is there good news? She pondered as she waddled backward off the bed and made her way to the washroom, to ensure the little one felt at home in the old estate. Huo Lei and Huo Lautai had renovated the room set aside for her. The wash basin was tailored for a 3.5-year-old, eliminating the need for a stool. There were matching cups, toothbrushes, and towels, with all necessary toiletries readily available. In a bid to delight her, they even transformed a former game room on the 3rd floor into a dressing room, connecting it to her current bedroom. After brushing her teeth, the little one dove into the wash basin, her chubby hands scrubbing her face in an endearing manner. Once finished, she turned her head and noticed a door beside her. Upon entering, she was awestruck by the array of colorful clothing, shoes, and bags within. Wow, so many clothes. At that moment, Huo Lautai had come upstairs to check if her granddaughter was awake, and couldn't he help but laugh at the little one's astonishment. Not too many. This is only half of them. Grandma, I can't wear so many clothes. Huo Lautai had already approached her granddaughter, bending down to lift her in her arms. Of course you can. We can alternate outfits. One set for morning, another for noon, yet another for afternoon, and still a final one for evening. There are not enough clothes. The little one, accustomed to changing outfits in the underworld only when her father, the king of hell, remembered, replied, but in the underworld, I wasn't dirty. I was always clean with magic, so it didn't matter whether I changed or not. However, now Huo Laodai kindly queried, observing her granddaughter's dazed expression, does the little one not like pink princess dresses? The little one's eyes sparkled. I like them. What about overalls? I like them. How about little pink party dresses? I like them. Do you not like Hanfu? The little one nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I like them all. Thank you, Grandma. Huo Laodai beamed. So it really isn't too many, is it? The little one's chubby face flushed, giggling sweetly in agreement. Not too many at all. I can wear them all. By the time the little one and her grandmother descended from upstairs, the living room was remarkably quiet. Huo Lautai tended to her granddaughter's breakfast before taking her out for a stroll. Were her grandfather and the older brothers. Huo Lautai replied with warmth. They have gone to the hospital to check on how matters are progressing with your little uncle. Today, Grandma will take you to play. Before the little one could speak further, Huo Laodai deftly shifted the topic. Dear, there is no need to worry about them. They are all adults and know what they are doing. You, my dear, are only 3.5 years old, just the right age to play and learn well. Focus on having fun. The little one obediently nodded, her heartwarming innocence shining through. Huo Laotai, utterly charmed, led the little one to the car, swiftly departing the Hua family estate and heading straight towards the most luxurious kindergarten in the villa district. Indeed, today, Huo Lei and Huo Laodai had divided their responsibilities. Huo Lei would keep the sons and grandsons occupied, while Huo Laodai was tasked with taking the little one to experience kindergarten, though it was not an urgent matter. The previous night, the old gentleman had overheard his granddaughter's candid thoughts on the elderly, which had kept him awake. Thus, the couple decided to separate the children. The private elite kindergarten remained in session even during the summer. Prior to her arrival, Huo Laotai had informed the principal, and upon reaching the kindergarten, she went directly to the principal's office. Madam Hua, welcome. Principal, he greeted Huo Laotai, instantly captivated by the sight of the little one in her pink princess dress. Is this the little one? She is simply adorable. In the car, Huo Laotai had mentioned that they were visiting the kindergarten to meet Principal He, prompting the little one to cheerfully introduce herself. Hello, Principal Ai, I am the little one. Principal He knelt down before the rosy-cheeked child, her eyes filled with affection. Little one, would you like to explore the kindergarten with me? The little one considered that if she did not go, her grandmother might remain with her to play. However, recognizing that her grandmother was elderly and needed rest, she smiled and nodded. Thank you, Principal I would like to go. Principal He picked up the little one. Such a good child. With a nod to Huo Lautai, she carried the little one out of the office. Naturally, Huo Lautai felt uneasy, but the principal's office had surveillance cameras, allowing her to watch her sweet granddaughter through the monitor from the office sofa. Principal He carried the little one to the kindergarten playground, where a new class was conducting an outdoor lesson. She gently set the little one down. Noticing the principal approaching with the little one, Teacher Song, the homeroom teacher of the new class, squatted down and smiled at the little one. Are you the little one? I'm Teacher Song from class 2. Hello. The little one cheerfully greeted. Hello, Teacher Song, I'm the little one. With a smile, Teacher Song took the little one's hand and gently asked, would you like to play games with the other children in the class? The little one caught sight of a few wisps of indistinct shadow lingering in a corner of the playground and couldn't help but feel curious. Are we playing the ghost-catching game? Teacher Song replied. Chapter 224, Crying 4 times in one morning. A nearby child, still with tears on their face, heard the little one's question and burst into tears. I don't want to catch ghosts. I don't want to play the ghost-catching game. Ghosts eat people. Taken aback, Teacher Song immediately embraced the child, offering comfort. There is no ghost-catching game today. We will be playing the handkerchief game. Another child also began to cry. The teachers of Class Heir, having spent the entire morning coaxing the little ones who had just entered the kindergarten 3 days prior, found themselves in utter disarray. Each teacher was enveloped by 7 or 8 children, attempting to comfort and console them, yet to no avail. The children, merely 3 or 4 years of age, were overwhelmed by their yearning for their mothers, and soon the playground echoed with their cries. A small child hung her head, her chubby hands fidgeting restlessly. Upon noticing the headmistress squatting before her, she timidly lifted her little head and spoke in a soft voice. Headmistress, did I cause trouble? Headmistress, he quickly smiled to reassure her, explaining that the child's game had perhaps exceeded the comprehension of her peers, causing their distress. The child nodded earnestly, acknowledging her understanding that her friends were timid and that she would refrain from mentioning frightening things in the future. Headmistress, he, taken aback by the child's maturity and understanding, gently patted her head and spoke soothingly. Relieved to ascertain that the child did not wish to leave the kindergarten, Headmistress, he sighed in relief. After more than 10 minutes, the children were calmed by the 3 teachers, all of whom, along with the 20 or so children, were drenched in sweat. The teachers were exhausted while the children had been crying. Just in time for their mid-morning snack of fruit, the little ones sat obediently at the table, with some curiously eyeing the child. Who brought you to kindergarten? One child asked. My grandmother, the child replied. Why not your father or mother? She continued. One father lives in the underworld. One father works at a company. One mother lost her soul when she gave birth to me, and the other mother was killed by someone, the child explained. The other children were taken aback. You have 2 fathers and 2 mothers? The child nodded yes. One from this world and one from the underworld. At that moment, Teacher Song approached with a platter of cut fruit and was startled by the child's revelations, quickly placing a piece of cantaloupe in her hand. Try the cantaloupe. Is it sweet? The teacher asked. The child smiled brightly and thanked her. Thank you, Teacher Song. Teacher Song returned her smile and, along with the other 2 teachers, began distributing the fruit. Where's the underworld? One child inquired. The underworld is where everyone goes after they die to report, the child explained. But my grandmother died, and my father said she went to heaven, not the underworld. Another child interjected. The child quickly clarified, that's impossible. After people die, they must first go to the underworld. Only those who ascend can go to heaven. And that doesn't exist nowadays. The other child remained unconvinced. But my father said my grandmother is in heaven, watching over me. The child felt this understanding was incorrect. Unable to bear the deception, the first child burst into tears. The child quickly adjusted her words. All right, your grandmother is in heaven, watching over you. The sobbing child lamented. I know what you said is true because I overheard my parents whispering about burning paper for my grandmother in the ground. Another child chimed in. My great-grandfather isn't watching over me from heaven either. My family burned paper for him too. Wah. Mommy and Daddy are lying. The remaining children, who had been quietly listening, were unable to contain their tears and began to cry out, I want my mommy. The teachers once again comforted the wailing children, and the initial child realized she might have caused another uproar. Thus she softly murmured, Don't cry, don't cry. The children looked at her, their cries intensifying, especially those who had lost loved ones, gasping for breath amidst their tears. Teacher Song, feeling helpless, decided to send the child to play in the adjacent library with another teacher while she and her colleague tended to the distraught children. As the children were calmed and began to engage in play, it was nearly lunchtime, and the life skills teacher brought the child back to join the others at the table for lunch. This time, the child was wise enough to refrain from mentioning the underworld or any frightening topics, and her parents dared not bring them up either. Observing the food before her, the child thought it insufficient for her appetite, yet she dutifully bowed her head and began to eat. She consumed her meal steadily and swiftly. Teacher Song noted her remarkable efficiency and couldn't help but smile. "Is it delicious?" Teacher Song inquired. The child nodded vigorously. "Yes, Teacher Song. May I have another serving?" Surprised by the child's hearty appetite and observing that little food remained on her plate, Teacher Song smiled and nodded, granting her request. While waiting for her additional serving, the child was approached by another student who asked, "Why do you eat so well?" The child innocently explained, "Because I always eat by myself at home. My father in the underworld is often busy and out of sight, so I learned to find food on my own at a young age." The child speaking to her suddenly appeared disheartened. "At home, my mother always feeds me. My grandmother always feeds me. I miss my mother's cooking. I miss my grandmother." The classroom was once again filled with cries, and several children, overwhelmed by their emotions, accidentally knocked over their plates, spilling food everywhere. The noise startled them further, and their cries grew louder. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hua, who had been watching her granddaughter via video from the headmistress's office, could no longer remain seated. In a rush, she arrived to pick up the child. The teachers, having finally calmed the children who were crying for their parents and grandparents, were preparing to resume their meal when Mrs. Hua arrived. Kai. Upon seeing her grandmother, the child quickly finished her food in a few bites. As she stood to leave, she glanced back at her classmates. Teacher Song sensed the impending chaos and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The children erupted into a new round of wailing, the cries more heart-wrenching than before. Chapter 225. Kai performs again. After exchanging pleasantries with headmistress Mrs. Hua cradled the now lethargic Kai as they exited the kindergarten and made their way to the car, seizing the opportunity while her grandmother conversed with the headmistress. The child audibly consumed the faint, lingering essence of negativity outside. The taste was unpalatable, tinged with a metallic aftertaste, yet it provided a sense of fullness. Though not entirely satisfied, the child still felt drowsy. Once Mrs. was settled into the car and attempted to speak with her granddaughter, she noticed the little one nestled in her arms, sound asleep, even in her pink frilly dress. The gentle rise and fall of her belly as she breathed was utterly adorable. However, Mrs. Hua's heart ached at the thought of the day her granddaughter had endured at kindergarten. It was evident that Kai was bolder and more aware than her peers. Yet she remained merely a 3.5-year-old child, oblivious to the well-meaning fabrications of adults. Reflecting on Kai's mention of her parents residing in the underworld, Mrs. Hua felt a wave of compassion for her. The challenges of kindergarten were likely formidable. In the living room, the atmosphere was tense. Upon seeing Kai asleep in her mother's embrace, Hua Chenwei's expression was particularly telling. Images flooded his mind of the child pulling at her head or exposing her belly during their time in the hospital, causing his throat to constrict with emotion. Despite the complexity of his feelings, he promptly took Kai into his arms. "Mom, is Kai asleep?" he asked. Mrs. Hua nodded yes. "She must be tired from all the coaxing. Let her rest for a bit." Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Siching, the three brothers, inquire, "So, Grandma, you really took Kai to kindergarten?" Mrs. Hua affirmed, "Yes, is there a problem?" The three brothers exchanged glances, stifling laughter as they glanced at their stern grandfather seated in the middle of the living room, sipping tea. How could there be? Does Kai like kindergarten? Did she have fun playing? They asked, their thoughts echoing with a silent plea. Kai, please do not enjoy kindergarten." Madame Hua wore an expression that was somewhat difficult to articulate. Upon observing the situation unfold, the three Hua brothers exchanged glances, their eyes shining with anticipation. Hua Sijin tentatively inquired, "Grandmother, does the little one not enjoy kindergarten?" Hua Siju, harboring skepticism, added, "Or perhaps our dear one has been bullied by other children." Hua Siching chuckled, "Or maybe the little one simply misses us." Madame Hua interjected. Hua Chenhui could not contain himself any longer. "Mother, since you and father deliberately took the little one to kindergarten for an experiential class, you ought to share how it went." The three Hua brothers chimed in, "Yes, grandmother. Do tell us. We are quite anxious." Clearing her throat, Madame Hua's expression shifted to one of rare embarrassment. It seemed the little one might have been somewhat demanding of the teacher at kindergarten. Hua Chenhui and his three nephews exchanged puzzled looks. Demanding of the teacher? The little one overwhelmed the teacher? Madame Hua, confused, queried, "What do you mean by overwhelming the teacher?" Hua Chenhui and the brothers waved it off. Nothing of significance. Just some nonsense. Madame Hua scrutinized them with a hint of suspicion before waving her hand dismissively. "No more of this. I shall take a rest. Dinner will be served shortly." Ensure the kitchen prepares an ample portion for the little one. She hardly ate enough at school. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiqing immediately interjected, "Grandmother, did the kindergarten leave the little one hungry?" Hua Siju suddenly conceived a brilliant idea to prevent the little one from attending school. "Grandmother, our dear one possesses an extraordinary appetite. It would be best to let her stay home and play, where she can eat her fill." Hua Xijin observed the expressions of their grandparents and formulated a suggestion. "Grandmother, it's acceptable for the little one to begin her studies. But perhaps school is not the most suitable environment. Why not consider hiring a tutor?" Madame Hua's husband slowly set down his teacup. "Hiring a tutor sounds good. It would allow the little one to study here at the old residence, where your grandmother and I can conveniently oversee her." Seeing the opportunity, Hua Xijin realized the practicality of having a tutor for lessons. "Grandfather, I have no objections." Hua Siju exchanged a glance with his elder brother, both recalling their father, who was tirelessly working overtime at the company. "I too have no objections." Although Hua Xiqing had not yet grasped the notion of exploiting their father, he readily aligned himself with his brothers. "I have even fewer objections. Grandfather and grandmother, I shall move in as well. I require your care." Madame Hua teased, "Shall I assign you 10 or 8 nannies?" Hua Xiqing laughed, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, grandmother." Hua Siju patted his silly younger brother's head. "Xiqing, your brain." Hua Xijin interjected calmly, "Perhaps we should add a pig brain soup for lunch." Hua Xiqing, taken aback, asked elder brother, "Why the sudden addition of pig brain soup? Is there not enough food?" The elder patriarch remarked, "Eat brains to nourish the mind." Hua Xiqing, realizing he had been the subject of a jest, blushed slightly. The little one, having slept soundly until 7:30 in the evening, awoke with renewed energy. Her little stomach growled as she ventured downstairs in search of food. Just as she was about to pull open the door using a small stool, it swung open, revealing her uncle, whose chin had a remarkably elegant contour. The little one, in her sweet and innocent voice, called out "Uncle." Having just dealt with the situation involving Huang Yuxiang at the old residence, he had rushed to the hospital, lacking the opportunity to greet the little one properly. During these days, Hua Qinyun had been mentally preparing himself, repeatedly reminding himself that even if the little one were not human, she was still his dear niece. He crouched down and embraced the small, fluffy figure at the door, gently kissing her forehead. "Little one, I am sorry." The little one shook her head earnestly. "It has nothing to do with Uncle. It was my fault for not being able to control myself and frightening you. I am sorry. I will never scare you again." Hua Chunyun felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. At that moment, when the accident occurred, he had suddenly fainted from fright, and certainly, it was the little one who had helped him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Despite her repeated cautions against looking back, he had succumbed to curiosity. This 3.5-year-old child was so understanding, leaving him, an adult, feeling utterly ashamed. His eyes grew warm as he quickly averted his gaze. The little one wrapped her soft arms around his neck, soothing him in her childlike manner. "Uncle need not feel guilty. I am perfectly fine now. You need not worry. I will protect you." Hua Qinyun, overwhelmed with guilt, could only hold her tightly, continuously apologizing. "Little one, I'm sorry, I am sorry." Yet he vowed never to be afraid again. "Little one, can you still shatter into pieces?" The little one paused but nodded adorably. "I can," to assuage her uncle's fears. She quickly added, "And I can also merge back together instantly." Hua Qinyun struggled to muster a smile. "Little one, may I see that again?" The little one gazed at him with wide eyes, and despite the embarrassment coloring his cheeks, he spoke gently. "Rest assured, Uncle promises not to be afraid. This was family, and she had saved his life. If he were to fear such a close relative, was he still human?" Seeing that her uncle seemed insistent on witnessing the event, the little one nodded. "Then let me perform it once more." Hua Qinyun smiled. "All right, Uncle will watch closely." Thus, the little one transformed into a pile of fragments in her uncle's embrace, and one of her eyeballs accidentally slipped through his fingers, rolling away until it was halted by a foot. In Chapter 226, the pivotal question arose: do you have a girlfriend? The little one in Hua Qinyun's arms instantly reconstituted into her original form, although she was now missing one eyeball, and hurriedly leaned on her uncle's shoulder to gaze at the newcomer. Hua Qianwei, who had come to check if the little one was awake and concerned she might be hungry, looked down to see a small round object rolling near his feet. He was puzzled about what it could be. Just as he prepared to kick it to discover its nature, he heard the little one's sweet voice calling out to him. "Uncle, that is my eyeball. Please do not step on it." Hua Qianwei instinctively looked up and locked eyes with the little one, who now had only one eye glistening with moisture while the other was a dark void, nearly causing him to stumble. Seeing her anxious gaze, Hua Qianwei endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor. "Huh? Oh, all right. Uncle will be careful not to step on it." Hua Qinyun had indeed grown considerably braver. Even witnessing the little one transform into a heap of mush in his arms, his expression had fluctuated, but he held firm. Hearing the little one mention her eyeball, he quickly turned to Hua Siju. "Elder brother, please pick up her eyeball. If it rolls away, she will be blind." Hua Qianwei hesitated but swiftly bent down to retrieve the little one's eyeball. Upon receiving it, her excitement caused her remaining eye to sparkle joyfully. "Thank you, uncle." Hua Qianwei felt a surge of emotions that words could scarcely capture. The little eyeball soon regained its previous luster. "Uncle, are you here to see me?" Hua Qianwei, recovering from his daze, took a deep breath and feigned a relaxed tone. "Yes, I came to check if you were awake and to ensure you weren't hungry." While saying this, he repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. He had seen much worse. He had even felt the little one's warm, beating heart. So a mere eyeball was trivial. Hua Qinyun noticed his elder brother's change in demeanor and, while cradling the little one, freed a hand to pat Hua Qianwei's shoulder. "Elder brother, you are far stronger than I am." Before Hua Qianwei could respond, the little one curiously inquired, "Uncle, what did you say elder brother is much stronger than you at?" Hua Qinyun nearly let slip the truth, but managed to divert the conversation just in time. "I mean your uncle is stronger because he has a son, while I currently do not even have a girlfriend." The little one giggled, "Uncle, your fate has yet to arrive. When it does, you will have many, many girlfriends." Hua Qinyun was left momentarily speechless. Hua Qianwei, feeling a tingling sensation all over his body, couldn't help but chuckle. "Kai Kai said your uncle will have many girlfriends in the future?" Indeed, Kai Kai could foresee her uncle's romantic prospects. Within 6 months, a plethora of peach blossoms would bloom above his head, and numerous young ladies would confess their love to him, proclaiming, "I love you, I want to give you." Kai Kai scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. Hua Qianwei instinctively inquired, "Did those young ladies say they want to have children with him?" Kai Kai shook her head, her expression growing even more perplexed. "Uncle, those young ladies didn't say they want to have children. They said they want to give your uncle monkeys." Before Hua Qianwei could respond, she curiously glanced at her uncle, ensuring he was indeed human. She then couldn't resist scrutinizing her uncle's romantic prospects again, confirming that there were no monkeys among them, which only deepened her confusion. "Uncle, can people give birth to monkeys?" Hua Qianwei and Hua Qinyun exchanged a glance, both at a loss for words. Eventually, Hua Qinyun explained, "Kai Kai, 1.5 monkeys means 1.5 babies." Suddenly, Hua Qinyun felt a sharp pain on his arm, causing him to yelp and instinctively release his grip. However, in that fleeting moment, he quickly tightened his embrace around Kai Kai, fearing the consequences if she fell. Hua Qinyun was visibly agitated and turned to see Grandma Hua had approached without him noticing, wielding a feather duster and glaring at him disapprovingly. Feeling wronged, he protested, "Mom, why are you hitting me?" Grandma Hua yelled downstairs for Hua Jinqin, who hurried up and, following his grandmother's wishes, took Kai Kai away before swiftly descending the stairs. On the staircase, Grandma Hua looked at her 2 sons. "You two come upstairs with me." Hua Qianwei and Hua Qinyun exchanged puzzled glances. "Is there an issue?" Grandma Hua raised the feather duster in her hand. Hua Qianwei and Hua Qinyun quickly shook their heads, no. As she led them upstairs, she began her lecture. "Look at you two. One is about to graduate from college, and the other, although single, should understand that Kai Kai is only 3.5 years old and still a girl. What are you teaching her? That people can give birth?" Hua Qinyun opened his mouth to explain, but Hua Qianwei tugged at his sleeve. "Mom, we were wrong. We made a mistake." Hua Qinyun glanced at his elder brother and then back at their stern mother, deciding he still needed to clarify. "Mom, we didn't mean to discuss having children with Kai Kai. It was just—" Grandma Hua interrupted him with a swat from her feather duster. "Oh, acknowledging your mistakes is one thing, but how dare you argue? Kai Kai is only 3.5. How could she even think about having children?" If she asks how people give birth, are you going to demonstrate it for her? If you had a girlfriend, that would be one thing. But do you even have one? Do you? Huo Qinyun was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. Hua Chenhui discreetly retreated, hoping to avoid the fallout. However, Grandma Hua's attention swiftly turned to him. And you? Are you getting a divorce or not? The green hat on your head is nearly reaching the sky. Are you planning to keep your wife who brings you shame around for the holidays? Hua Chenhui felt both awkward and ashamed, momentarily forgetting the sage advice of silence during maternal reprimands, and instinctively began to explain. Mom, Grandma Hua sneered. Is it because Wang Yuling disagrees? If she disagrees, won't you file for divorce? When you got married, you asked your father and me to tea. Now, when you're divorcing, do you want us to drink her divorce tea too? Hua Chenhui's throat tightened, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Mom, Grandma Hua dismissed him with disdain. Is it about couples photography? With your measly 2 tails of flesh, what man doesn't tea have that? If Wang Yuling is willing to expose herself, why can't you, a grown man, feel embarrassed? Kai's innocent and curious voice pierced through their conversation, posing increasingly shocking questions. Big brother, second brother, third brother, what is couples photography? How much is 2 tails? Do all men weigh the same? Chapter 227. Who will be more embarrassed? The trio of Hua family members on the second-floor staircase heard Kai's innocent yet startling questions, causing their lips to twitch in unison. Kai, at the forefront, lay prone at the staircase's edge, believing she had not been noticed, twisting her little head to glance at Hua Xiqing beside her. Hua Xiqing, also lying down, rested his arms on the stairs, looking somewhat confused and embarrassed as he met Kai's gaze. Kai blinked her large eyes. Third brother, you don't know what couples photography is either? Hua Xiqing instinctively shook his head, genuinely unaware. Kai continued, then what about? Hua Siju, lowering his voice, coughed softly. He and Hua Jinqin stood at a lower position and had not noticed that Grandma Hua and the others had caught on to their eavesdropping. Due to Kai's awkward questions, he quickly redirected the topic. Kai, don't make a sound. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear anything. Hua Jinqin nodded in agreement, lowering his voice to shift the conversation, subtly reminding Kai to refrain from asking embarrassing questions. Yes, we are too close. If we listen, we might overhear. Kai nodded her little head. Oh, so big brother, second brother, and third brother, you also don't know the answer to this question? Her gaze swept over the bodies of her 3 brothers, causing Hua Jinqin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing to become instantly uneasy. None of the brothers dared to meet Kai's gaze, fearing to touch upon her curiosity, and they all averted their eyes. Instinctively looking up, they found themselves locking eyes with Grandma Hua Chenhui, and Hua Qinyun, all 6 pairs of eyes meeting. Hua Chenhui thought this was 100 times more embarrassing than being questioned about a birthmark on his rear end by his young nephew. Blood rushed to his head as he prepared to speak when Grandma Hua suddenly shot him a fierce glare. Hua Chenhui felt utterly baffled and even more embarrassed. Grandma Hua, noticing the 3 grandsons also caught in awkwardness, smiled benevolently and raised her hand, signaling them to take Kai downstairs first. Hua Jinqin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing, caught eavesdropping, were eager to escape. Receiving their grandmother's permission, Hua Jinqin swiftly scooped up Kai, not waiting for her to turn her head before covering her eyes. Kai, don't move. There's a big bug about to fly into your eyes, and Big Brother is here to block it. Kai, confused but trusting her family, nodded obediently. Her sweet, soft voice chimed, "Thank you, Big Brother." Hua Jinqin felt a pang of guilt for deceiving Kai. His face flushed as he hurried downstairs with her. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing awkwardly waved goodbye to Grandma Hua Chenhui, and Hua Qinyun before hastily exiting. Hua Chenhui and Hua Qinyun exchanged glances, their expressions as bleak as wilted flowers. Grandma Hua suddenly turned to them. What? Do you want to call them back and lecture them? Before they could respond, Grandma Hua reminded them. Hua Chenhui and Hua Qinyun thought, if it weren't for their mother wielding a feather duster, would they have allowed Kai to hear those things? Yet, faced with their mother's piercing gaze, both brothers remained silent. After reprimanding them once more, Grandma Hua set aside the feather duster and descended calmly. Hua Chenhui and Hua Qinyun, feeling like kindred spirits in their misfortune, looked up at the ceiling. 3 minutes later, after enduring Kai's repeated inquiries about why their uncle and big brother had not yet come downstairs, the 2 finally made their way down. As they entered the dining area, Kai greeted them with enthusiasm. Uncle, big brother, do you want to have some more dinner? The young one woke up late. While the members of the Hua family had already finished their dinner, just as Hua Chenhui and Hua Qinyun were about to nod in agreement, the brothers exchanged a glance and vigorously shook their heads. No, let the little one eat. Both the elder uncle and the younger uncle are quite full. The young one was not disappointed and cheerfully brought a plate of fruit to the two men. While the elder uncle and younger uncle enjoyed the fruit, the young one proceeded to indulge in meat. Hua Chenhui and Hua Qinyun felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, fearing the young one might change her mind. They hurriedly stuffed grapes into their mouths. Thank you, little one. Having been influenced by the exquisite barbecued meat prepared by her, they had recently adopted a vegetarian diet. Meanwhile, in the dining area, Grandma Hua, who was tending to the young one's meal, finally found a moment to inquire about the incident involving the three grandsons, who had vomited upon seeing the barbecued meat. What was wrong with them? Hua Laoyes, while serving soup to the young one, paused momentarily before casually explaining that they had simply eaten too much meat and were now inclined to consume more vegetables to alleviate their discomfort. Grandma Hua sensed that Hua Laoyes was not being entirely truthful and speculated that the young one might have said something inappropriate. So she refrained from pressing further and continued to feed her precious granddaughter. Hua Laoyes, rarely feeling embarrassed in front of his wife, exhibited a hint of annoyance. I couldn't get it out of them. Grandma Hua, incredulous, exclaimed. What? Hua Laoyes replied. The three mischievous boys adamantly insisted it was due to overeating bad meat that made them nauseous. Neither threats nor persuasion could sway them. Grandma Hua was taken aback. Not even threats worked. Hua Laoyes turned his back to her, falling silent. Unable to contain her laughter, Grandma Hua remarked, "It seems that when it comes to the young one, those three boys are steadfast and unyielding. How delightful." And so, in the bedroom on the third floor, the young one, feigning sleep, slowly rose after her grandfather left. Her bright eyes sparkled in anticipation as she prepared to sneak into the garden for some playtime. But a voice from the depths of her consciousness interrupted her. Kai. The young one smiled widely, her eyes crinkling with joy. Daddy, are you feeling better? The voice of the Lord of the Underworld sounded remarkably pleasant, indicating a smooth recovery. Daddy is doing quite well. You need not worry. Kai, have you started kindergarten? This question immediately deflated the young one. The little one's voice became forlorn. Daddy, I might not be suited for kindergarten. The Lord of the Underworld, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Are children under 3.5 not accepted into kindergartens? He had inquired with the principals of the public kindergartens or the Education Bureau. And 3.5 years was indeed the age to enroll. The young one sounded quite aggrieved. Daddy, it's not about age. It's just that when I speak, all the children in the class start crying. The Lord of the Underworld was taken aback. They recognized your identity? The young one looked even more distressed. No, they didn't. But why did they cry? She was equally perplexed. Daddy, can I not go to kindergarten? I don't want to see the other children cry. The Lord of the Underworld replied, That is certainly not an option. If you do not attend school, how will you understand what it means to be a little weakling? How will you manage the underworld in the future? In Chapter 228, the weight of love almost crushed the heart. The Lord of the Underworld coughed gently and asked, How many kindergartens have you visited? Did all the children cry? The young one explained in her sweet voice, Daddy, I only went to one kindergarten for a morning, and those children cried 4 times. The Lord of the Underworld mused. Crying 4 times in one morning and all at once? That scene is too vivid. It makes me shudder, recalling the times when my dear daughter cried her heart out. Kai, perhaps the children at that kindergarten are just sensitive. Should we try another kindergarten? The young one had considered this, but still felt apprehensive. Daddy, what if they cry again when they see me? The Lord of the Underworld offered advice. Next time you go to a new kindergarten, try to speak less and listen more, observing and learning. All right? The young one pondered this and realized that the children had cried after she spoke. Finding her father's suggestion quite sensible, she made a mental note, listening to his daughter's adorable voice. The Lord of the Underworld crushed a rebellious spirit with a mere thought. His gaze turned cold, yet his tone remained gentle. Kai, you are so obedient. According to earthly time, it is now your bedtime. Sweet dreams. With a subtle gesture, he pointed to a spot in the night sky. The young one, who had initially been quite alert, found her eyelids growing heavy upon hearing her father's voice, her small body relaxing and sinking into the soft bed. The bedding was plush and infused with the scent of sunlight, enveloping her to the point where she was nearly unrecognizable. A smile graced her lips as she mumbled sleepily, "Good night, Daddy." The Lord of the Underworld chuckled softly in response, casting a glance at the mountain of work before him. The Lord of the Underworld felt a muscle twitch on his forehead. He had to work overtime. Only then would he have time to check on how his daughter was faring in kindergarten. Meanwhile, the Underworld staff were in disarray during their holidays. Some had just received their leave requests only to see them vanish instantly. I want to cry. Others waited for signatures on their leave requests, only for the signed documents to disappear along with the royal decree. They were already in tears. After countless days and nights of relentless work, those who had barely enjoyed an hour of respite were left feeling utterly defeated. The Black and White brothers reassured the new employees, "You'll get used to it." The newcomers responded, "Huh?" The Black and White brothers continued, "Even someone as powerful as the king is busy beyond measure. What can we expect for ourselves?" Upon hearing this, the new employees began to realize the truth. The Black and White brothers pressed on. The king cannot act at will. He has even entrusted his precious daughter to the human realm to be raised by a caregiver. We merely cannot take a break. In comparison, isn't this a far better situation? The new employees nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us go. No time for breaks. It's time to work." They lamented, "Oh, can we not reduce the daily mortality rate in the human realm? If everyone adhered to traffic safety laws, we could reduce deaths by 70%. They sighed. Summer has arrived. Children love swimming, and it's crucial to emphasize water safety education in the human realm. Just this summer alone, the number of fatalities from car accidents and drowning exceeded 10,000 in just one region. Looking at the nationwide numbers, the urgency to work intensified. They hurried to register information, inputting data into the Underworld database, and then sending it to the review department to verify all pre-death records. Those without disputes would receive identification numbers to queue for reincarnation, while any discrepancies would be investigated by the 10 Yama Kings before reporting back to the king. The Underworld was bustling with activity, while in the human realm, the young one slept soundly. When Hua Siju, and Hua Siqing quietly came to check on her, they were astonished to find her fast asleep. Hua Sijin gently touched the young one's chubby cheek, exclaiming, "She is truly asleep." Hua Siqing played with her tiny hands, which were delightfully pudgy, each little dimple appearing particularly adorable. Hua Siju pondered, could it be that the commotion at the kindergarten this morning exhausted her? Hua Sijin agreed. "It's possible. Since she is asleep, let us wash up and rest as well. We can take her out to play tomorrow." "All right." The three brothers quickly washed up, and as they settled down on the couch, the carpet, and the recliner, Hua Siju suddenly inquired, "Brother, what is going on at Shikio? Is the Gu family being roasted over the fire?" Upon hearing this, Hua Sijin shook his head, a hint of frostiness appearing on his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Hua Chenling. Gu Xinghua has his own escape routes. The surveillance footage from Shikio is sufficient to prove that the three individuals involved have no ties to our Hua family. However, it does not directly implicate Gu Xinghua. As the person who acted, there was a Taoist named Huang Shi. Swiftly grasped his meaning. Was it because Gu Xinghua had never set foot in Shikio from beginning to end? Nodded in affirmation. Clicked his tongue. "No wonder. I thought that if the issues at Shikio were resolved, our father would not still be stationed at the company. It seems one cannot easily pin down Gu Xinghua." Furrowed his brow. "Can't we follow the clues?" And echoed in unison. "Follow the clues?" But Guanin and the three villagers of Shikio were sent for reincarnation immediately after their deaths. "Where can we trace the clues now?" Fell silent, ultimately muttering a curse, and patted their younger brother's shoulder. "Sleep now. A person like Gu Xinghua will surely face retribution. It is merely a matter of time." Although there is no direct evidence linking Gu Xinghua to the three deaths at Shikio, with the entire internet currently tracking Taoist Huang Shi, once Huang Shi is captured, we can pry open the truth from him. However, it has already been 2 days, and Huang Shi seems to have vanished without a trace. The police department has not found a single clue. Huang Shi is dead, his soul extinguished, and communication with the underworld is impossible. Gazed at the information, his expression gradually darkening. Sent a message. "Do not interfere in the Gu family's matters. Everything is under father's control. Take good care of yourself and your younger siblings." After some contemplation, forwarded the message he received from Bai Mingxiu to his father. The little one turned over, facing. Drowsily reaching out, she found no one. So she closed her eyes and relied on her sense of smell to search. The chubby body twisted and turned, soon making its way from the middle of the large bed to the edge, then plopped down onto who was just about to put his phone away and sleep. Let out a muffled grunt, nearly having his heart and lungs crushed by this sudden weight. In Chapter 229, the brothers had just settled down, only to be startled by the sight of their elder brother being knocked off the bed by the little one, leaving them momentarily stunned. Once they recovered, they couldn't help but laugh. The little one's heavy affection was truly amusing. Hushed them, urging them to keep their voices down. It was rare for the little one to be asleep at night. Would they really wake her up to join their late-night vigil? Grinned, if you don't sleep. I won't sleep either. We'll turn into little bald treasures together. Twitched his lips. If anyone is to go bald, it shall be you. I refuse to. I also refuse. Lifted the little one, concerned she might fall again, so he decided to hold her in bed, using a pillow to block her other side to prevent another accidental tumble. Chuckled. Big brother, I think this is unnecessary. Can't we simply create a makeshift barrier? Had already settled down on the other side. Big brother, how does this position look? As observed his three brothers, each guarding a direction while the headboard stood firm at the other end. He couldn't help but smile. Quite splendid. The bed was ample enough, and there was no fear of insufficient space. The three brothers, worried the little one might sneak off to play again, hesitated to sleep. However, fatigue eventually overcame them, and they gradually succumbed to slumber. At 5:30 the next morning, jolted awake from his dreams, instinctively calling out, "Little one," and were simultaneously startled awake. "Big brother, where has the little one gone this time?" The three brothers quickly scanned the large bed, not spotting the little one, and hurriedly got out of bed to search for her. Just as they descended, the drowsy voice of the little one emerged from beneath thick blankets. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, where are you going?" The brothers, having dashed to the door, paused. The little one was struggling to crawl out of the depths of her cocoon, initially confused, and her small voice grew increasingly discontented. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, where am I? Little one, how did you end up inside the duvet cover? Little one, huh?" Hurriedly pulled her out, revealing her rosy cheeks, tousled hair, and a pair of bright, expressive eyes, so adorably charming that the three brothers were instantly smitten. "So adorable. I want her." Promptly scooped up the little one. "It's still early. Do you want to sleep a bit more?" The little one was already wide awake, curious about her brothers getting dressed. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, what were you planning to do just now? Can little one join you?" Nearly blurted out that they were going to find her, but managed to hold back. "We were about to go for a morning run. Little one, would you like to join us?" The little one had never gone running with her brothers before, and cheerfully nodded in agreement. "Let us go." The three brothers and the little one, clad in matching black and white sportswear, greeted their grandfather, who was seated on the sofa reading the newspaper before stepping outside. Peeked out from the kitchen. "Be sure to run slowly. The little one is too small. Don't tire her out." The three brothers nodded in acknowledgement, each harboring the same thought. If their grandparents witnessed the little one's chubby legs, they would surely be astonished. The little one, in her soft voice, turned to, "Don't worry, grandmother. Little one is very healthy and won't get tired. Okay, goodbye, grandmother. Farewell." The family residence was situated in the Blue Lake Villa area, built around a natural blue lake, bustling with individuals exercising in the early morning. It was the little one's first time accompanying her brothers for a run in the villa area since joining the family. Being adorably plump, her little body swayed enticingly as she ran, drawing warm smiles from many elderly passersby. "Is this the little granddaughter of the family? How adorable. Oh my, such a chubby bundle, truly precious. Grandfather is cute too. Grandmother is so beautiful and exquisite. Little one is truly cherished. The little one's sweet." Soft voice greeted everyone with cheerful smiles, calling out to grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, aunts, and all. In less than half an hour, the entire Blue Lake Villa area was aware of the family's sweet and lovely adopted daughter, making the elderly couples without granddaughters envious. "Quick, quick, little one. Let Grandma Han hug you. She adores you. Little one, come to Grandma's song. I brought you freshly baked milk biscuits. They're so delicious." The little one looked left and right, unsure whom to approach, her eyes nearly turning into spirals, until scooped her up. "I wonder why you all chose to visit me for tea instead of going for a morning stroll. It seems you are here to admire my precious granddaughter." The grandmothers gathered for tea erupted into laughter. "We are indeed here to chat, but we also wish to dote on the little one. Oh dear, where did your son find such a delightful daughter? She is simply irresistible. Seeing her makes me want my son to adopt one as well." S lips twitched. Before she could respond, the little one nestled in her arms spoke up. "Grandma Han, There's only one little one. Any others wouldn't be the same. Grandma Han and the others burst into hearty laughter. The little one continued earnestly. Grandma Han, Grandma Song, Grandma Bo, Grandma Shu, Grandma Sue. Little one needs to take a bath first. You all enjoy your tea, and I'll come down to play with you later. All the grandmothers were once again charmed by the little one's soft, earnest expression as she wriggled out of S' embrace and waddled upstairs with her chubby little legs, making them wish they could carry her away. Grandma Bo inquired of, I heard she is 3.5. Once September arrives, will she be sent to kindergarten? Mentioning kindergarten sighed, not for the time being. Little one is quite bold, and some teachers might not be able to handle her. We'll first hire a tutor. Grandma Sue, curious, asked, what do you mean by that? Thus, old Lady Hua recounted the events of yesterday when she sent Zai to kindergarten, resulting in 4 bouts of tears from the entire class throughout the morning. The other grandmothers were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter, quickly glancing at Grandma Bo. Grandma Bo, why not let Zai attend the kindergarten where Bo Nian is? Let's see who is bolder, him or Zai. Old Lady Hua was aware of Bo Nian's character. He was remarkably handsome, yet his temperament was notoriously poor. Just as Old Lady Hua was about to decline, Zai, freshly bathed and dressed, scampered down the stairs and dove into her embrace. Grandma, can I still go to kindergarten? Old Lady Hua was momentarily stunned. You still wish to go to kindergarten? Zai nodded eagerly. Grandma Bo, troubled by her own little tyrant who was hard to manage, thought that if Zai could make the entire class cry in one morning, he must be extraordinary. Thus, she kindly asked Zai, would you like to visit the kindergarten where Brother Bo Nian is? As Zai looked at Old Lady Hua, she noticed her 3 grandsons coming down from upstairs, and decisively declared, all right, after breakfast, I will take you to the kindergarten where Brother Bo Nian is. Just as she was about to head downstairs, Hua Siju overheard this, and, realizing he could not stop it, hurriedly called his father. Dad, Grandma is sending Zai to kindergarten again. In the office, Hua Chenling was conversing with the captain of a special department, Chen Jiantao. Chen Jiantao got straight to the point. Huang Shi is dead. Hua Chenling listened, a faint smile spreading across his face. He deserved it, and his death is quite timely. Chen Jiantao was puzzled. How is his death timely when it means there are no witnesses? Hua Chenling rarely explained himself. The Gu family can use public opinion to roast our Hua family over a fire, and conversely, we can do the same. He signaled for Jiang Lin to come in. Have everyone in the PR department work overtime to release news that the Taoist Huang Shi, who tampered with Anshikyo, was murdered by Gu Xinghua, the chairman of Fanyuan Group, leaving no evidence. Just as he finished instructing Jiang Lin, his second son's phone rang. Siju, what is it? Hua Siju's voice was low and urgent. Dad, Grandma is sending Zai to kindergarten again. Hua Chenling immediately stood up. Again? On the other end, Hua Siju spoke even faster. She took him for the whole morning yesterday, and it didn't go well. Grandma was initially planning to hire a tutor for Zai. But after chatting and drinking tea with Grandma Song and Grandma Bo, she decided to take Zai to the kindergarten where Grandma Bo's grandson is. Hua Chenling nodded at Jiang Lin, signaling him to entertain Chen Jiantao while he rushed out. Dad knows, I'll head over right away. Hua Chenling exited the office and quickly entered the elevator, heading straight for the underground parking lot. As his car emerged from the parking garage, he suddenly remembered a crucial detail. He did not know which kindergarten Bo's youngest son attended. Hua Chenling maintained a serious expression as he called Jiang Lin. Please investigate which kindergarten Bo Yining's youngest son is attending. Understood. At Han Ning's bilingual international kindergarten, the 3.5-year-old Bo Nian suddenly sneezed loudly. He furrowed his attractive little brows and shifted to the side, causing a little girl next to him to inch closer, her face filled with anticipation. Bo Nian, shall we play a game together? Bo Nian frowned. I'll say it again. I don't want to play. Stay away from me. The little girl was displeased and responded somewhat angrily. Bo Nian, if you don't play with me, I'll tell the teacher you're bullying me. The little girl, upset, quickly chased after him. However, in her haste, she tripped and fell, crying out in pain. Teacher's son, Bo Nian, is bullying me. My leg hurts. Teacher's son, who was bringing Zai from the office, happened to witness the moment Bo Nian turned and accidentally knocked Wang Lu down. She hurriedly released Zai's hand and rushed over to pick Wang Lu up. I'll take you to the infirmary. Although Wang Lu was crying, she kept her gaze fixed on Bo Nian. Teacher, Bo Nian is bullying me. He did it on purpose. I want to tell my mom. Teacher's son noticed a small red bump on Wang Lu's knee and comforted her while glancing at Bo Nian and Zai. Bo Nian, this is Ming Zai. Our new classmate. I need to take Wang Lu to the infirmary. Could you please help and take Zai Zai to the classroom first? Bo Nian looked at Ming Zai Zai, who was also gazing at him. Upon seeing Bo Nian, Zai Zai's pupils constricted. Such a heavy aura. However, the malevolence did not emanate from Bo Nian himself, but rather seemed to have been brought from somewhere else, lingering without dissipating. How intriguing. Zai was momentarily captivated. While Bo Nian initially thought the new classmate resembled a doll and found her quite likable. Yet, he soon realized that this doll-like little girl was staring at him just like those girls he disliked, as if he were a piece of braised pork rib, ready to be devoured at any moment. He immediately felt repulsed. Nevertheless, he still listened to Teacher Sun's request, so he wore a serious expression and walked over. Taking Zai Zai's hand, he didn't want to make things difficult for her. Wang Lu peeked out from Teacher Sun's arms and glanced at Bo Nian, just in time to see him holding Ming Zai's hand, which caused her to cry even louder. I want to tell my mom. Bo Nian and the new classmate are bullying me. Bo Nian, adhering to the principle of less talk and more observation, did not even glance at Wang Lu and maintained a cold demeanor towards Zai Zai. Keep up. Zai remained silent and took her short legs to walk. Although Bo Nian was the same age as Zai, he was half a head taller and leaner, not intending to wait for her, so he moved quickly. Zai was initially walking at a slow pace, but seeing him getting further ahead, she picked up her speed, her little voice following closely behind him. Remarkably, she arrived at the classroom door 2 steps ahead of Bo Nian. Upon reaching the door, Zai politely greeted the teacher. Hello, I am Ming Zai. Teacher Wei observed everything and squatted down to embrace Zai. You are so well-behaved. I'm Teacher Wei from the Sydney class. Zai sweetly responded, Hello, Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei glanced at Bo Nian, who stood behind Zai looking somewhat dazed, and couldn't help but suppress a smile. All right, Zai and Bo Nian, please enter the classroom together. We will have art class shortly. Zai was assigned to sit on a small chair next to Bo Nian, who did not welcome her presence and nearly turned his back to her. Zai observed him curiously, gazing at the heavy aura surrounding him. It was unusual for someone not directly involved to carry such a weighty malevolence. It made her wonder if those associated with him were not far from their own demise. After a moment of hesitation, Zai lowered her voice to inquire, Bo Nian. Bo Nian interrupted her with a stern expression. Don't talk to me. Zai replied. That malevolence is clearly abnormal. It must be an unnatural aura. Typically, individuals tainted by such energy meet untimely ends, and the process of dealing with them in the underworld is far more complicated than ordinary human deaths. Considering her father, the king of hell, Zai decided to add one more thing. Bo Nian's little face darkened, and he turned to look at Ming Zai. Ming Zai, you are a girl. Girls should be modest. Do you understand? Zai understood the notion of modesty, as many workers in the underworld were women, and they often mentioned the importance of it. She promptly closed her mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Bo Yining while clenching her chubby little fist. He'd better have some backbone and never speak to her again. It would be best if he never sought her out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bo Yining's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot as he rushed into Gu Qifeng's office. Gu Qifeng, quickly tell me who the master that Liang Guomin mentioned is. You insist it wasn't you, but he was the one you saved. Gu Qifeng observed his friend, whose unkempt appearance resembled that of a disheveled wolf battered by wind and sun for an entire week, and he was momentarily taken aback. Have you been schemed against? Bo Yining forced a wry smile. What else could it be? Just as Gu Qifeng was about to answer Jiang Lin's call, he turned to Bo Yining and inquired. Assistant Chun is asking which kindergarten your son attends? Bo Yining frowned. Han Ning Bilingual International Kindergarten. What of it? Gu Qifeng cleared his throat, contemplating the peculiarities of the child and his father, his expression somewhat contorted. Then let us fetch your son from school. You might still salvage the situation. Bo Yining was left bewildered. Chapter 231. You are Ming Zai, come out. At the kindergarten, Zai remained silent, appearing as a soft, chubby bundle, smiling at everyone and quickly gaining the affection of all her classmates, except for Bo Nian. Due to the ongoing lessons, the children rarely whispered to one another, and the atmosphere in the classroom remained pleasant. Elder Mrs. Huo watched from the principal's office via surveillance, feeling neither anxious nor particularly pleased. Beside her, Grandma Bo sensed something amiss. Principal Li inquired, Elder Mrs. Hua, does Zai usually speak little at home? Does she communicate with you? Elder Mrs. Hua shook her head. Zai is quite lively at home. Grandma Bo added, Although I only saw her once this morning, she was also very lively, extremely charming. Principal Lee pondered. Zai Zai appears quite reserved at the moment, perhaps due to just starting kindergarten and not yet adapting. We shall observe further. Elder Mrs. Hua naturally wished for her granddaughter to engage and play with her peers, hoping to foster more conversation. The eldest brothers were all 4 to 5 years her senior, unable to provide the interaction that children her age could. Let us wait and see. Grandma Bo eagerly began conversing with Elder Mrs. Hua. Dear sister, my little grandson. Elder Mrs. Hua raised her hand, smiling as she interrupted. That child Bon Yin is cold yet warm-hearted. Initially, he treats everyone that way, which is understandable. Children, after all, may not grasp the nuances, but they are aware in their hearts. Although Grandma Bo felt her grandson's behavior was inappropriate, he was still her beloved grandson. She worried that Elder Mrs. Hua might be displeased with Bon Yin's cold demeanor towards Zai Zai, or harbor grievances against the Bo family, prompting her to clarify. To her relief, Elder Mrs. Hua seemed unconcerned, allowing her to relax. We shall observe further. Zai Zai may just need time to adapt and will likely regain her vivacity soon. Elder Mrs. Hua nodded as Grandma Bo's phone rang. I'll take this call. Elder Mrs. Hua smiled and nodded as Grandma Bo stepped out to answer. In a short while, Grandma Bo returned, fuming. Elder Mrs. Hua watched as her granddaughter diligently built blocks with her classmates, occasionally nodding or shaking her head, speaking very little, which was increasingly unsettling. Just then, Grandma Bo entered with an unfavorable expression. What happened? Grandma Bo began to vent. My grandson's father doesn't even know which class he is in at kindergarten. Can you believe he has a father? Elder Mrs. Hua was taken aback. Isn't he quite busy with work? Why is he here at kindergarten now? Is something wrong with Bon Yin? After speaking, Elder Mrs. Hua quickly glanced at the surveillance footage. In a classroom, Bon Yin sat close to Zai Zai. But it was evident that the two children had not spoken at all. When it came to the blocks they were supposed to build together, they were each working on their own. A little boy, noticing Zai Zai building alone, approached to help. Bon Yin shot him a glare, causing the boy to hesitate. Zai Zai smiled sweetly at the boy, prompting him to straighten up and raise his voice. Zai Zai, I'll help you build. Bon Yin watched from the side, unable to suppress a scoff. Without my blocks, you can't build anything successfully. The boy, named Yu Xiaofang, glanced at Zai Zai's blocks and then at his own, promptly pushing his blocks over to her. This will do. Zai Zai initially intended to remain silent, fearing she might scare the boy, but now she had no choice but to speak. What about you? Yu Xiaofang generously replied. I'm fine with it. I often mess up. Besides, Wang Lu hasn't come yet. We can build it first, and when she arrives, she can play with Bon Yin. Zai Zai's eyes lit up. That sounds perfect. Bon Yin's expression darkened. I don't want that. Yu Xiaofang glared at him in discontent. You're the one who didn't want to build with Zai Zai. Wang Lu likes to play with you. You should play together. I want to play with Zai Zai, especially since Zai Zai, seemingly eager to play with him, was the kind of girl he disliked, much like he found Wang Lu annoying. Bon Yin stiffly turned his head, stacking blocks alone. Yet his eyes betrayed him, glancing toward Zai Zai from time to time. As he did, he felt a desire to join in. However, recalling his mother's words about girls made him hesitate. It was at that moment that Huo Chan arrived. Zai Zai. Upon hearing her father's voice, Zai Zai froze for a moment, then looked up to see the tall, handsome man in a suit standing at the classroom door, instinctively calling out, Daddy. She quickly stood, and from the corridor came a sharp voice from a woman. Who is Ming Zai Zai, daring to bully our Lu on her first day of kindergarten? Step forward and let me see. Hua Chunling approached from the left, while Wang Lu's mother came from the right, preventing them from crossing paths. Both were accompanied by a life teacher. The life teacher next to Wang Lu's mother quickly explained. Wang Lu's fall has nothing to do with Zai Zai. She just started kindergarten today. Our Lu, said Ming. Zai Zai pushed her. How could she fall if she was fine? Such domineering behavior on the first day of kindergarten. If this continues, our Lu will be bullied every day. Let me put it this way. With our Lu in this kindergarten, there is no room for Ming Zai Zai. You can choose. The life teacher felt awkward. Wang's family held a respectable status, and she didn't want to offend them. Yet she could not allow the new child to be wrongfully accused. Wang Lu's mother, how about we check the surveillance first, and then? What is the point of checking? Wang Lu has already said it was Ming Zai Zai who pushed her. So, it was Ming Zai Zai. After saying this, she pushed past the life teacher and walked into the classroom, immediately spotting Zai Zai, standing there. So you're Ming Zai Zai, come out. The life teacher rushed forward to intervene. Wang Lu's mother, please calm down. Your actions might frighten the children in the class. Let us check the surveillance first. Conveniently, Zai's parent is also present at the kindergarten. We could discuss it. Wang Lu's mother, robust in stature, nearly toppled the life teacher as she pulled and shoved. As she lunged towards Zai, the little girl had initially turned her gaze toward her father, but looked back as her name was mentioned. In the blink of an eye, a large, stout woman charged toward her. Before Zai could utter a word, the woman's hand swung toward her cheek. Chapter 232. The funniest joke of the year, Zai. A deep and stern male voice coincided with a childish one, as the life teacher dashed over, attempting to prevent the scene. But it was too late. Wang Lu's mother was swift and forceful. Even though Zai was chubby, she might have been knocked aside by the blow. The other children stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, Wang Lu's mother let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward, her hand caught by a long, slender hand, crying out in distress. "Ah, it hurts, let go." Zai quickly turned and leaped in her father's embrace. "Daddy," as she leaped into the embrace of her father. She cast a glance at Bo Nian, who had just moments ago collided fiercely with Wang Lu's mother. After the impact, Bo Nian swiftly retreated and was now observing her. The little one pursed her lips and averted her gaze, embodying the modesty of a young lady. Huo Chenling's attention shifted from the petite Bo Nian to the unreasonable woman before him. He seized her wrist, applying pressure inch by inch. "Call your daughter over. I wish to inquire when, where, and how she pushed my daughter." Wang Lu's mother cried out in distress, while the life teacher looked both anxious and fearful. Kai's father, this is a classroom, and there are many children present. Huo Chenling retorted sharply, "What, as Kai's father? Am I not permitted to protect my own daughter? Yet she can openly strike others in this classroom?" The life teacher awkwardly apologized. "I am sorry, Kai's father. It is my failure to safeguard Kai. Kai lifted her head, her voice sweet and innocent as she explained, "Daddy, the teacher tried her best." Huo Chenling understood that the life teacher had indeed done her utmost, yet his expression remained as cold as ice. If he had arrived, even a moment later, would Kai have suffered that slap? Even if Kai were exceptional enough to evade it, it would not alter the fact that Wang Lu's mother had struck his daughter in the classroom. The calamities that could have unfolded were averted solely due to their own capabilities, irrelevantly linked to the belligerent Wang Lu's mother. Huo Chenling turned away from the life teacher, raising his hand to gesture Wang Lu's mother back. Fixating on her pained, contorted visage, he spoke with a chilling tone. "Now, you shall apologize to my daughter, Kai, lest we escalate this matter into an ugly confrontation." As a member of the parent committee, Wang Lu's mother had never faced such indignity. Gaining her composure, she glared at Huo Chenling. "Why should I apologize? Your daughter pushed mine. If anyone owes an apology, it should be your daughter to mine. This is a matter where we are clearly in the right. How can your daughter's aggression be justified?" Huo Chenling nodded, bending to lift Kai into his arms. "Very well, then await a legal notice from the Huo Group's legal department." Wang Lu's mother laughed mockingly. "A legal notice? Who are you trying to intimidate? The Huo Group's legal department? Your daughter bears the surname Ming, yet you speak of the Huo Group's legal team as if I am naive." "Yes, the Huo family has adopted a daughter, but their children typically attend the prestigious kindergarten within the Lanhu Villa area, not the Han-Ning Bilingual International Kindergarten nearby." Wang Lu's mother felt invigorated by her own words, her irritation simmering just beneath the surface. After all, the man before her was tall and imposing, his demeanor cold and indifferent, and his visage undeniably handsome. A striking man naturally draws admiration wherever he goes. Were it not for the fact that his daughter had pushed hers, she might have offered him a more pleasant expression. With a scowl, she reminded him, "Where do you come from? Surely you are aware that the Huo Group is the enterprise of the foremost family in Hua country? A person surnamed Ming, attempting to impersonate the Huo family. What sort of mind is that?" Guqi Feng, accompanied by the pale-faced Bo Yining, who bore bloodshot eyes, approached under the guidance of Director Li. Upon hearing the woman's words, he could not suppress his laughter. "Ha ha! President Hua, do you see? This is the consequence of your refusal to accept interviews or allow public photographs." His voice boomed with mirth. "The illustrious President Hua of the Hua Group, the ruler of the foremost family in Hua country, is being accused of impersonation. This is the funniest joke of the year." Wang Lu's mother stared incredulously at Huo Chenling, who offered her not even a glance as he cradled Kai and moved toward the door to converse with Guqi Feng. "What brings you here?" Gu Qifeng eagerly reached for Kai Kai, but Huo Chenling sidestepped him. Let us discuss business. Gu Qifeng glanced at Bo Yining, hesitating to speak. Bo Yining, though familiar with Huo Chenling, was not well acquainted and quickly greeted him. President Hua, I am Bo Yining. Huo Chenling nodded in acknowledgement. Kai Kai chimed in, hello, Uncle Gu. Hello, Uncle Bo. At that moment, Director Li finally found an opportunity to speak. President Hua, Madam Hua is currently in my office regarding the matter between Kai Kai and Wang Lu. I have already reviewed the surveillance footage. You may view it at your convenience. Huo Chenling nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Please invite that parent as well. Director Li hurriedly agreed, of course. President Hua, please. Once Huo Chenling, with Kai Kai in his arms, and Gu Qifeng had departed, Bo Yining, preparing to leave himself, remembered Gu Qifeng mentioning that his young son was in the same class as Huo Chenling's son. He quickly sought out his own child. Xiaoyan, come over here. Upon spotting his father unexpectedly at the classroom door after several days apart, the usually aloof little boy instantly broke into a smile. Daddy, Daddy, Wang Lu fell by herself. It has nothing to do with Ming Kai Kai, nor with me. Bo Yining swiftly scooped up his son and departed. I understand. Let us go take a look. The urgency was compounded by the fact that Gu Qifeng had brought him to the kindergarten to assist. He was at a loss as to how to help, but he knew Gu Qifeng was not one to act rashly, so he patiently awaited developments. As Kai Kai was held by her father, she glanced at Bo Yining with her large, dark eyes. Leaning on her father's shoulder, she observed both Bo Yining and Bo Nian. After they had walked some distance away, she saw Bo Yining lift Bo Nian into his arms, her face breaking into a soft smile. So, the source of the ominous energy was that uncle. What was Kai Kai laughing about? Fearing others might overhear, she nestled closer to her father, whispering softly in his ear. Daddy, Kai Kai has discovered that the uncle brought by Uncle Gu carries a heavy aura of malice. He is bound to report to the Underworld within 2 days. Upon hearing her words, Huo Chenling immediately grasped why Gu Qifeng had hesitated to speak earlier. The pale visage of Bo Yining, marked by dark circles under his eyes, flashed through his mind. Was he seeking Kai Kai's assistance? Huo Chenling's understanding deepened, and he lowered his voice to inquire of his precious daughter, and what of the malice surrounding him? What his son? His concerns were not unfounded. After all, when he had been ensnared by the Zhang family, Siju had also been caught in their schemes. Chapter 233. It is best not to look when the subject of Bo Nian arose. Kai Kai huffed softly, her voice dropping even lower, manifesting her displeasure. There is some. I can confirm he is the next target, though it is not severe at present. Currently, it was not critical, but if Bo Yining did not handle the situation effectively, the malice would soon transfer to those closely related to him by blood. Huo Chenling was taken aback by the rare show of disdain from Kai Kai towards another child. Did she not like this little boy? She burrowed further into her father's embrace, obediently resting on his shoulder, continuing to share secrets with him. Daddy, I wanted to tell him, but twice now he dismissed me as bothersome and said I, as a girl, did not understand modesty. Huo Chenling's expression darkened instantly. What modesty could a 3.5-year-old child possibly comprehend? Encouraged by her father's affirmation, Kai Kai's eyes sparkled with delight. She understood that she was not upset. Rather, she simply did not wish to speak with him anymore. Huo Chenling's gaze deepened, tenderly stroking his daughter's head. If you wish to speak with him, do so. If not, that is perfectly fine. Do not give it too much thought. Moreover, after today, I will not allow you to return to this kindergarten. So any desire to converse will be moot. Kai Kai, in her sweet, childlike voice, cooed, Daddy is so wonderful. Recently, overwhelmed with responsibilities, Huo Chenling suddenly felt all fatigue vanish as he quickened his pace, preparing to resolve matters swiftly. Upon reaching the principal's office, he greeted Madame Hua and Granny Bo, both of whom were reviewing surveillance footage. Having learned of Kai Kai's false accusation by Wang Lu, their expressions were decidedly grim. Upon the arrival of Wang Lu's mother, Granny Bo wasted no time in reprimanding her without mercy. Wang Lu's mother, as an important member of the parents' committee, did you investigate the circumstances before admonishing the child? Upon learning of Huo Chenling's identity, she was so taken aback that she felt utterly lost. On her way, she had already called Wang Lu's father, only to be met with a barrage of scolding over the phone for her ignorance in not recognizing a child from the Huo family. After abruptly hanging up, she hurriedly made her way here. When scolded by Grandma Bo, Wang Lu's mother lowered her head, shedding the previous air of arrogance and unreasonable behavior. She adopted a humble demeanor, saying, "Grandma Bo, I realize I wrongfully accused Zai Zai. It was my fault. I was merely concerned for our Wang Lu and did not intend to target Zai Zai." After finishing, she quickly turned to Zai Zai. Zai, I apologize. It was Annie who misunderstood you. I'm truly sorry." Zai Zai raised her head, about to speak, when Hua Chunling gently pressed her little head down, encouraging her to continue resting on his shoulder while he addressed Wang Lu's mother. "Not only did you misunderstand my daughter without discernment, but you also intended to strike her and even took action." Wang Lu's mother appeared embarrassed, and just then, Wang Lu's father rushed in, drenched in sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped his wife. The sound echoed in the quiet office, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Director Li quickly stepped forward. "Mr. Wang, please remain calm." "Mr. Hua, it is my failure in educating the children that led to Wang Lu's misunderstanding of Miss Zai Zai. I apologize. I will have Wang Lu come in to apologize to Miss Zai Zai immediately." Before Hua Chunling could respond, Wang Lu's father shouted towards the door, "Wang Lu, come in and apologize to Zai Zai." Wang Lu, taken aback by her father's sudden aggression towards her mother, was stunned into silence. "Daddy, please don't hit Mommy. It's not her fault, nor mine. It's all Zai Zai's fault for wanting to take Bo Nian from me." As Wang Lu's father prepared to strike again, Hua Chunling interjected, "Mr. Wang, hitting the child will resolve nothing. It will only complicate matters further." He then turned to his own mother, speaking in a calm manner. "Mother, Zai Zai is merely 3.5 years old. I do not intend for her to start kindergarten at such an early age. As for this matter, I leave it in your hands. I have other matters to attend to with Qi Feng, so we will take Zai Zai home now." Zai Zai glanced between her grandmother and her father, feeling somewhat conflicted. Grandma Bo, unable to bear her granddaughter's distress, acquiesced, especially given the unfortunate circumstances of the day. Hua Chunling carried Zai Zai out of Lu Kindergarten, where the sky loomed dark and oppressive, hinting at an impending storm. Qi Feng observed the arrival of Bo Yining and Bo Nian, approaching Hua Chunling to speak in hushed tones. "Chunling, could you ask Zai Zai to assist Bo Yining? I fear he is nearing a breaking point. Medical examinations reveal no physical ailments, yet he suffers from insomnia, plagued by nightmares, and encounters misfortune daily. Even seeking guidance from a master at the temple has proven futile. It is evident that those who conspired against him wield considerable ill will." Before Hua Chunling could respond, Bo Yining, still on the phone, was suddenly confronted by a truck barreling towards them, honking wildly. Gu Qifeng's expression shifted dramatically. "Yining, watch out." Hua Chunling's countenance also changed, but upon seeing Zai Zai raise her small hand and point towards the oncoming truck, an inexplicable sense of calm washed over him. With a screech of brakes and a chilling presence that swiftly dissipated, the out-of-control truck came to a halt just inches from Bo Yining and his son. The driver, drenched in sweat, rushed out, bowing deeply to apologize. "I'm terribly sorry. My brakes failed unexpectedly. Did I hit anyone? Do you need to go to the hospital?" The voice sounded familiar, and Zai Zai, recognizing the bowing figure, exclaimed simultaneously with her father, "Uncle Su, Sulu." Sulu paused, stiffening as he raised his head. Upon realizing it was Mr. Hua and Miss Zai Zai, his previous fear and concern faded, replaced by awkwardness. "Mr. Hua, Miss Zai Zai, are you both unharmed?" Zai suddenly stretched out her arms. Uncle Su hugged. Sulu, taken aback and covered in sweat, hesitated, unsure. Zai leaned forward and leaped into his arms, causing him to instinctively catch her and hold her a bit tighter, only to hear her ask, "What do you have in the truck, Uncle Su?" Zai. Uncle Su's truck is filled with furniture. "I'm helping someone move," Sulu replied. Zai's gaze pierced through the truck's cargo area, fixating on a large box that seemed to trap a ghostly entity atop it. Suddenly, the box burst open with a loud bang. Sulu jumped in surprise, quickly apologizing to the others and forgetting to set Zai down. He hastily moved to the back of the truck, opening the rear door. Hua Chunling, Qi Feng, and Bo Yining exchanged concerned glances and followed. Upon witnessing the scene inside the truck, Hua Chunling swiftly scooped Zai into his arms, pressing her face against his chest to shield her view. "Sulu, call the police immediately." Bo Yining, cradling his son Bo Nian, was blocked from seeing by Qi Feng. Best not to look, quickly cover Nian's eyes. 10 minutes later, the police cordoned off the area. Given Su Li's connection, Hua Chunling and the others were also present to provide statements at the precinct. The identity of the dismembered body found within the cargo was confirmed to be Wang Yuling, which came as a shock to all. When Hua Chenwei arrived, he appeared dazed. Staring at Hua Chunling, who was holding Zai Zai, he incredulously asked, "Is it confirmed?" "It's her." Hua Chunling nodded. "It has been verified multiple times." Still in disbelief, Hua Chenwei murmured, "I spoke with her on the phone last night. We confirmed plans for this morning to obtain our divorce certificate. She agreed, and I waited at the civil affairs office, but she never arrived. I tried calling, but her phone went unanswered. How could this happen?" Just then, Hua Chenling's phone rang. Zai Zai suddenly stiffened. "Daddy, Uncle, Brother Si Lin is in trouble." Without hesitation, she slipped from her father's arms and ran outside with her little legs. Hua Chunling, unable to answer the phone, chased after her, with Hua Chenwei following closely behind. Zai Zai ran so swiftly that she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hua Chunling and Hua Chenwei, alarmed by her words about Brother Si Lin being in trouble, felt their hearts race. Hua Chenling's phone continued to ring urgently, and soon Hua Chenwei's phone chimed in as well. They exchanged a worried glance. One rushed to the monitoring room to check the cameras while the other quickly inquired with the officer on duty. "The child? I didn't see any child running out." As for the surveillance footage, it was a snowstorm of static, yielding no results. Anxious, Gu Qifeng and Bo Yining, still holding Bo Nian, hurried out, with Gu Qifeng urgently stating, "Chanling, Grandma said she received a call from the Cayenne District Precinct, stating that Si Lin has attempted suicide. We couldn't reach you. Chinyan has already gone there." Hua Chenwei felt darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing, but Hua Chunling caught him. "Brother, Zai Zai's gone over. She will be fine." Recalling Zai Zai's unique abilities, Hua Chenwei's tense nerves and racing heart suddenly froze, gripping Hua Chenling's hand tightly. "Yes, Zai's gone over. Cayenne District, Cayenne District." Hua Chenling recalled something. "I remember you have a property in Cayenne District." Hua Chenwei nodded slowly, "Yes. I have a property there. Si Lin's mother said it was empty, so she rented it out." The group promptly made their way to Cayenne District, in a luxurious residential community within Cayenne District. Two doctors clad in white coats prepared to carry away Hua Silin, who lay unconscious on the bed. However, Zai Zai appeared silently, declaring, "Do not touch my brother Si Lin. Who are you little milk dumplings? Get lost." Instead of retreating, Zai Zai swiftly entered the bedroom, grasping one of Hua Silin's hands while channeling her spiritual energy to expunge all harmful substances from his body. The two doctors exchanged glances, and one of them retrieved a syringe from his belt, aiming it at the nape of Zai's neck. Unfazed, Zai ignored him as the needle bent upon contact. The doctor, momentarily stunned, grew even more ferocious and produced another syringe, this time successfully injecting the medicine. After administering the drug, he pulled out the needle and awaited its effects, planning to carry the unconscious Hua Silin away. Just as they calculated the time for the arrival of the real ambulance, a loud bang resonated, and one of the doctors collapsed beside them. Remarkably, Zai remained at the bedside, casting a chilling gaze upon the doctor. Realization dawned on the doctor, and his voice trembled as he stuttered. Yu Zai coldly retorted, "You are not a doctor. Neither is he." Not only were they imposters, but their hands were stained with innocent blood. The faux doctor, terrified by Zai's icy stare, broke into a cold sweat and fled, disregarding his unconscious partner. Zai, watching him escape, raised her small hand and traced a circle in the air. Fall! An invisible circle descended, enveloping the false doctor, who remained oblivious as he rushed toward the elevator. Frantically pressing the buttons and dashing inside, Zai shook her head, thinking, "Run if you must, but if you tire yourself to death, the consequences shall not fall upon me." Hua Silin groggily awoke and turned his head to see Zai. His mind was still hazy as he stared blankly at her. Noticing her brother had awakened, Zai hurriedly attempted to climb onto the bed, her short, plump legs struggling with the height. Eventually, she resorted to dangling her legs over the edge, conversing with Hua Silin. "Brother Si Lin, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts, especially your throat?" "Zai, why are you here? You must leave. It's dangerous." He pushed her away, causing her to tumble off the edge. Quick to react, Hua Silin extended his long arm to catch her, rolling to cushion her fall. Zai, feeling the impact, quickly scrambled to her feet and reached for Hua Silin. Asking anxiously, "Brother Si Lin, did I hurt you?" Hua Silin waved his hands and scooped her up, hurrying toward the exit. Upon seeing the fallen doctor on the floor, he paused. Zai pointed at the door, explaining this fake doctor was injected by the one who escaped, and then he collapsed. Hua Silin exclaimed, "So it's a betrayal among them? Does that mean my mother is safe?" He rushed into the adjacent room. where he knew his mother's property deed and jewelry were stored, but found no sign of her. Zai, sensing his concern, hesitated before speaking. She recalled how the other brothers had cried when they learned of their mother's absence. She thought perhaps Huo could persuade his mother to leave Guxinghua, believing that as long as Huo fortune remained, she would benefit, and her transition to the afterlife would be much gentler. However, she had not anticipated such rapid and tragic changes. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Huo glanced down at Zai, who seemed to hold back her words. He instinctively tightened his grip on her. Zai, understanding her worried expression, he realized his mother was indeed gone. Chapter 235. Zai, did you administer the wrong medicine? Upon receiving a call from the elderly lady, Huo hurried to the residential complex in Kaiyun district where Huo was located. Noticing the ambulance still present downstairs, he dashed into the building. The elevator remained out of service, prompting him to ascend the stairs, panting as he reached the 12th floor. Drenched in sweat, he did not pause, making a beeline for Huo's room. Passing the elevator, he spotted a doctor in a white coat moving frantically in and out, leading him to believe Huo was inside. Wait, I am a relative of the patient. The doctor appeared oblivious to his words, rushing into the elevator. Huo called out again, "Hello, I am a relative of the patient. Can you tell me how my nephew Silin is?" As he approached the elevator, he realized it was empty aside from the doctor. The physician continued to rush in and out, seemingly in a frenzy. Huo, confused and worried about his nephew, turned and sprinted toward the room, where he found Huo facing away from him. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Silin, thank goodness you are all right." Reaching his nephew, Huo then noticed Zai and Huo's embrace. Zai, when did you arrive? Who did you come with? Zai looked at her brother, pale as a ghost, and then at her uncle, who was soaked in sweat. In her sweet voice, she replied, "Uncle, I got here a while ago and saw those two fake doctors trying to take Brother Silin away." Following her gaze, Huo spotted a doctor in a white coat sprawled on the floor. A fake doctor? Zai nodded yes. They injected Brother Silin with a drug that could make him faint, and they were planning to take him away, which would have been fatal for him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huo kicked the unconscious imposter hard in the side, causing him to involuntarily moan in pain. Zai, wait here. I will call the police. Before he could retrieve his phone, sirens blared from outside. Simultaneously, the sound of an ambulance approached. Huo stared in surprise. Rushing to the balcony to look down, he saw police cars and ambulances arriving almost simultaneously and quickly turned to Zai. Zai, did you call the police? She shook her head. It wasn't me. I came to save Brother Silin. Frowning, Huo sensed the situation was becoming more complicated. Suddenly, Huo took a deep breath, tears streaming down his handsome face, and bitterly said, "It was my mother's people who called the police. She was deceived by Guxinghua." Zai, though unaware of the details, sensed misfortune surrounding Huo and feared the ordeal was far from over. Moreover, the ghostly energy she had seen atop Uncle Sue's truck was not Huo's mother, yet it contained her remains. Zai was too young to grasp the complexities, but she understood Huo was innocent. Huo then glanced at the frantically moving fake doctor in the elevator. "Is that the evidence you left behind, Zai?" She turned to look, surprised he hadn't even made it down to this floor yet. "Brother Silin, put Zai down. I know what to do." Huo complied, uncertain of her intentions but trusting that she was there to help. Huo rushed over. Zai, do you need Uncle's assistance?" Zai waved her hand dismissively, saying, No, I've seen you several times. I can handle this." Sensing the imminent arrival of the police and doctors, she swiftly moved. In the blink of an eye, she retrieved a syringe from the pocket of a phony doctor who had been in and out of the elevator. "Gij Silin, you are one of the victims. There must be medication in your system." Suddenly, Huo and Huo comprehended Zai's intent. Huo decisively rolled up his sleeve for Zai to inject him quickly. Following suit, Zai pushed the liquid from the syringe into his body. Huo hurriedly pulled disposable gloves from his pocket. Don't ask him why he had them. He had been at the hospital for the past few days and occasionally needed them, so he brought a pair along. With the gloves on, he assisted in wiping away the fingerprints Zai had left on the syringe. Zai looked puzzled and asked, "Little uncle, what are you wiping?" Huo replied, Zai's fingerprints. Zai took the syringe from Huo and raised her little hand. "Look, little uncle, Zai has no fingerprints." Huo and Huo were both astonished and quickly glanced at her. Upon seeing this, they could not help but twitch their lips. Goodness. It was clear that Zai Zai had fingerprints. The fingers that had directly touched the syringe were entirely transparent, making it appear as if the syringe was floating in her chubby little hand. Zai Zai reminded her little uncle, you are wiping the fingerprints of that fake doctor. Huo Chunyun felt a wave of panic and quickly grabbed the hand of the fake doctor on the ground, making him hold the syringe and simulate the action of pushing it, confirming the fingerprints were accurate. Zai Zai did not forget to inquire about Hui Si Lin's condition. Gid Si Lin, how are you feeling? Hui Si Lin felt quite unwell, his tongue dry and his body ablaze with heat. The heat was utterly inexplicable. He was not an ignorant youth. He understood a bit about medication. As his body began to react, his face flushed a deep crimson. It was not only the drug's effect, but also the embarrassment. Zai Zai, confused, asked, Gid Si Lin, are you running a fever? She slapped her forehead, realizing, oh no, their medications are different. The effects were potent and took effect rapidly. Before long, Huo Si Lin was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration forming layers on his forehead. Gid Si Lin, just wait. Zai Zai will help you draw the medication. Huo Si Lin and Hua Chunyun both exclaimed simultaneously, no way. Where was there any prison calamity? However, Zai Zai did not expect her little uncle and Gid Si Lin to refuse at the same time. The police officers were already closing in, and in her panic, Zai Zai directly made her move. Hua Chunyun and Huo Si Lin tried to stop her, but in the end, amidst their resistance and concern for Zai Zai's safety, she perfectly swapped the medication, causing Gid Si Lin to collapse instantly. The police officers and doctors rushed over, shouting towards them, stand still. Don't move. Hua Chunyun lowered his voice, asking Zai Zai, did you swap the medication for the wrong person? Zai Zai looked bewildered, huh? Hua Chunyun sensed something was off with his body, but with the police arriving, he refrained from saying much. Soon, his face began to flush, and his body felt hot. Chapter 236. The rift between father and caregiver was born 5 minutes later. Hua Chunyun was also lifted onto the ambulance. Zai Zai sat beside him, her chubby little face filled with embarrassment. Little uncle. Hua Chunyun was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. The doctor was administering 4 fluids while simultaneously grumbling. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to use such a heavy drug. This is a matter of life and death. How cruel. Hearing this, Zai Zai immediately chimed in with her babyish voice, yes. Those 2 fake doctors are so cruel. The doctor and nurse momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. Indeed, the little one is absolutely right. Such wickedness will not be spared by the law. Zai Zai nodded in agreement. The doctor and nurse are correct. The law will not spare those 2 big bad guys. They even impersonated doctors, which is a crime in itself. The doctor and nurse were once again amused by Zai Zai's words, surprised that such a small child, appearing only 3 or 4 years old, knew the idiom crime upon crime. The atmosphere in the ambulance was particularly harmonious. Gid Si Lin was still unconscious. However, the drug's effects were not as severe as Little Uncle's, so Zai Zai chose to stay by Little Uncle's side, just in case, secretly thinking that, if necessary, she could quietly draw out some of the medication. But seeing Little Uncle continuously shake his head in refusal, she held back. Fortunately, the doctor, with years of experience, was skilled, and the fluid being administered was potent. In less than 10 minutes, Hua Chunyun's condition showed significant improvement. Hua Chunyun was terrified that Zai Zai might act recklessly, and even though the restlessness was making him lose consciousness, he remained vigilant, occasionally glancing at Zai Zai's little chubby hands. If Zai Zai were to mistakenly swap the medication again, he feared he might not survive the experience, which was quite distressing for a young man who had never even been with a woman. The very thought was unbearable. As his body began to feel relief, the tension in his nerves and the enormous physical exertion made Hua Chunyun feel as if he was finally at ease. Once he relaxed, he felt drowsy. The doctor's voice echoed in his ears. Doctor, is Zai Zai's little uncle not doing well? The doctor shook his head. For now, he is doing fine. He just expended a lot of energy, and the 4 fluid contains a sedative, so he will sleep for a while to regain his strength. When the effects of the medication kick in again, he will have the energy to cope. Hua Chunyun was horrified, making a concerted effort to widen his eyes. Zai Zai's incredulous voice rang out, huh? There's a second time? The doctor nodded, that's right. This is truly potent. Even the donkeys in the production team are afraid. How heartless. Hua Chunyun noticed Zai had grasped his hand, and he quickly recoiled, struggling to lift his eyelids to caution her, his voice hoarse and barely coherent. Zai, don't help your little uncle. Let the doctor come. Zai Zai, eager to assist, replied, okay. But little uncle, if the doctor said you could explode, should I find Uncle Gu to stitch you back together? Then you would be a living corpse, right? Hua, Qinyun. The doctors and nurses couldn't help but laugh. How could a 3 or 4-year-old comprehend the meaning of exploding after being injected with such a drug? She thought her little uncle's entire body would burst apart, and then she would need to find the doctor to sew him back together. Zai Zai's reasoning was quite impressive. Zai Zai, in her innocent voice, explained, Doctor, it's not that Zai Zai has a good idea. It's just that Zai Zai's tried it before. Hua Chunyun, gradually drifting away, was startled by Zai Zai's words, jolting back to attention, his eyes widening. He struggled to say, Zai Zai, don't frighten the doctor and nurse. Unfortunately, he couldn't articulate the latter part of his sentence, as his voice grew fainter, making it difficult to hear. Zai Zai blinked her big eyes, little uncle. As she expressed concern for Hua Qinyun, the doctor and nurse smiled indulgently. Ha! Zai Zai must be talking about building Lego robots or something, right? When they fall apart, it's like exploding, and then reassembling is akin to stitching, correct? Hua Qinyun, this line of reasoning was truly. Zai Zai pondered for a moment and agreed. She then nodded cutely yes. Hua Qinyun, all right then. What was there for him to worry about in this nonsensical conversation? He could no longer hold on and completely succumbed to sleep. The ambulance soon arrived at the nearby hospital, and as Zai Zai bounced up, preparing to get out, the moment her legs left the vehicle, she was lifted up by the doctor. What a brave little one. This vehicle is quite high. What if you fall? The doctor, having rarely encountered such a well-behaved and understanding child, especially one only 3 or 4 years old, patted her little head. Zai Zai, can you contact your family? Your little uncle and Gij Si Lin are still unconscious, and the hospital needs a parent signature. Zai Zai cheerfully responded, Zai Zai's daddy. The doctor nodded. Please tell me the phone number. Zai Zai. It seems she still didn't have her daddy's contact information. The doctor realized that Zai Zai likely did not know how to reach her guardians and reluctantly went to retrieve Hua Qinyun's phone. The little one hesitated briefly before invoking the language of the netherworld to contact her father, the king of the underworld. Father, could you come and help me with a signature? Just as the towering pile of documents on the office desk of the underworld was finally processed, the last signature completed. A staff member outside, burdened with another mountain of paperwork, caught his eye. With a flick of his robe, he vanished. Wait, father will be there shortly. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement as she relayed the news to the doctor. Doctor, my father is coming soon. The doctor, who was preparing to unlock the device with Hua Qinyun's fingerprint, immediately paused upon hearing her words. That is truly wonderful. Downstairs, Hua Chunling, having learned of the situation in Cayenne District through Xiongqi, sped over with Hua Chenhui, racing against time. However, they were still a step too late. When they arrived at the residential complex in Cayenne District, Hua Qinyun, Hua Silin, and the little one had already been taken away by an ambulance. Without hesitation, they inquired about which hospital they had been transported to and sped off in that direction. The car skidded dramatically into the hospital entrance, where Hua Chunling slammed on the brakes and yanked the steering wheel upon seeing a man suddenly appear in front of the vehicle. Yet it was too late. The tires screeched against the concrete as Hua Chunling watched helplessly as the car collided with the man who had unexpectedly materialized before them. Hua Chenhui, seated in the passenger seat, shouted in alarm, Chunling, be careful. The ruler of the underworld, feeling the impact on his back from the collision, displayed a flicker of agitation in his strikingly handsome yet ominous visage. The car door clicked shut, trapping them within a barrier as the vehicle began spinning at a dizzying speed. Inside, Hua Chunling and Hua Chenhui found themselves disoriented. In Chapter 237, the paternal figures clashed. Thanks to the timely arrival of the doctor, Hua Silin and Hua Qinyun had been moved to a regular ward. As the ruler of the underworld arrived, a nurse was gently cradling the little one in her arms, engaging her with a mobile game. A knock on the ward door was followed by the deep, melodious voice of the underworld's lord. Is the little one here? The moment he stood at the door, the little one sensed her father's presence and quickly wriggled out of the nurse's embrace, scampering towards the door. Father. The nurse paused momentarily before standing up. Little one, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Inside the room, another patient and their elderly spouse observed the little one's rapid waddle, filled with both delight and concern for the child's safety. Slow down. Don't fall, they echoed. The little one responded adorably while hastening her pace, resembling a little cannonball as she dashed towards the door. Just as the door swung open, a large, pale hand effortlessly scooped her up from the ground, depositing her into its warm embrace. Guy. Both the nurse and the elderly couple gasped at the sight of the ruler of the underworld lifting the child as one might a chick. Oh dear, how can you hold a child like that? She is barely 3 years old, and her body isn't fully developed yet. What if you dislocate her little arm? The ruler of the underworld replied, Kai is just fine. The elderly lady, having spent over 10 minutes with the little one and finding her particularly well-behaved, mistakenly assumed the child was merely speaking on her father's behalf. She interjected, her words quickening. Is this your second or third child? Or do you prefer sons over daughters? You cannot hold a child like that. Linai, my father loves me, the little one chimed in. The elderly gentleman dismissed her, continuing to grumble. Indeed, how can the elder of a family leave a 3.5-year-old child here alone while the adults are absent? The nurse echoed her discontent. What if such a small child goes missing? Not at all, the little one protested. The ruler of the underworld interjected. I am the father. What do you mean, I am the father? With your child-rearing skills, you have no right to sit there. You're lucky we're not related to Kai. The elderly gentleman added, yes, losing a child is a minor issue, but encountering kidnappers is another matter entirely. Where would one go to regret that? These days, those kidnappers are truly heartless and devoid of humanity. To them, children are merely tools for profit. The ruler of the underworld, overwhelmed by their tirade, attempted to clarify, but was repeatedly interrupted. Meanwhile, outside, Huo Chenhui and Huo Chenling, feeling dizzy and nauseous, had finally arrived. The brothers nearly stumbled their way into the ward, their legs weak and their heads spinning. Huo Chenling assumed his brother Huo Chenyun was the subject of the complaints and instinctively tried to explain, I'm sorry, there has been a misunderstanding. However, upon seeing the tall, imposing figure before him, his words faltered. Is it you? Release my child. He straightened his posture and rushed forward to reclaim the little one. Upon recognizing her earthly father, the little one called out, Huo Baba, you're here. Then, spotting her uncle, she exclaimed to Bobo, be careful. As she called out, the ruler of the underworld stepped aside, deftly avoiding Huo Chenling's grasp. You dare, he intoned ominously. Dare? I see you as the one who dares. In broad daylight, you attempt to take my child. Return her to me. The little one, realizing there was a misunderstanding, hurried to clarify, but the ruler of the underworld silenced her. He recognized the two men as the ones who had collided with him earlier and let out a cold snort. So, this is Kai's earthly father? He looks respectable, but has no regard for traffic rules. How can he teach a child? The ruler of the underworld held a poor first impression of her earthly father. His demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Kidnapping? I am Kai's father. What child am I kidnapping? It is you two who are racing in front of the hospital during the day. If you wish to die, just say so. I will personally escort you. The little one, unable to articulate her thoughts, tugged at the sleeve of the ruler of the underworld, growing anxious. The ruler of the underworld, mistaking her distress for sympathy, gently patted her head. Kai, those who race in broad daylight on the main road are not worthy of sympathy. No, father, this is Kai's earthly father. He must have come to see uncle and brother Selen. Unable to express herself, the little one felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead as the conversation grew tense. As the ruler of the underworld and the earthly father exchanged heated words, the elderly couple and the nurse, having formed a poor opinion of the ruler, exchanged glances. The nurse promptly picked up her phone to report the situation. Hello, this is the first hospital of Cayenne District. I wish to report a kidnapping taking place in the ward. Not at all, cried the little one, flailing in distress. They are all my father. No one is kidnapping anyone. In her agitation, she prepared to slip from her father's embrace, but the ruler of the underworld, fearing she might fall, tightened his grip around her. Father, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing the little one struggle, Huo Chenling's pale face turned ashen with worry, and he lunged once more at the ruler of the underworld. Release my child. Huo Chenhui followed closely behind, even as his legs trembled. The elderly couple, sensing the tension escalating, shouted towards the nurse still on the phone. The kidnapper is young and strong. We need backup. The operator on the other end responded decisively. Understood. You must maintain composure. Do not allow anyone to escape. We will dispatch the police immediately. Certainly. The elderly couple, holding the child, were astonished by the man's exceptional skill. The two men who entered afterward could not even touch the edges of their clothing, and their steps were unsteady. Exchanging glances with the nurse, they shifted to persuasion. Oh dear, this is a misunderstanding. Please do not fight. Do not frighten the child. Yes, yes. Don't scare the child. Everyone, cease your actions. The child, yes. Quickly stop. We are all on the same side. The scene in the ward descended into chaos. 5 minutes later, the police arrived, restoring order to the tumultuous ward. The team leader was not Xiong-Chi, and there were no familiar faces, though one person recognized Huo Clan. However, everyone was aware of Huo Clan, the esteemed elder of the Hua family, frequently seen on television. The child remained cradled in the arms of the formidable figure from the underworld, while Huo Clan supported the pallid Huo Clan. The two brothers leaned against the wall, their steps wavering. The team leader inquired, "Who reported the incident?" The nurse quickly stepped forward. "Officer, it was I. Where's the panhandler?" Everyone pointed at the imposing figure holding the child. Him. The team leader and his colleagues followed their gaze and beheld the man cradling the child. Their expressions were one of astonishment, for the man radiated an aura of power, his cold, piercing eyes captivating, although his attire did not reveal any brand. The impeccably tailored black three-piece suit accentuated his tall, elegant silhouette, exuding an extraordinary identity. The dark green cufflinks glimmered faintly in the sunlight, casting a subtle sheen that deterred anyone from gazing directly into his eyes. The team leader, feeling an invisible pressure, raised his head to meet the man's gaze. In that instant, it felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair, his back drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to ask, "What is your relationship with the child?" The figure from the underworld released his daughter from her silence, and she immediately chimed in. "Officer, this is a misunderstanding. The man holding me is my biological father, and the two who enter behind him are my father and uncle." The team leader swiftly turned to the nurse and the elderly couple. The elderly couple remained skeptical. "Officer, you can check the surveillance. If he is indeed the biological father, how could he neglect to care for his child?" The team leader responded. Huo Clan interjected. "Officer, I am Huo Clan, and this child is my daughter. This can be verified within the public security system." Huo Clan, feeling weak and dizzy from spinning, nodded in agreement. "Yes, we are members of the Huo family from the imperial capital. If you do not believe it, you may verify it immediately." The team leader, trusting their words, smiled and nodded. The figure from the underworld spoke softly. He merely adopted her. "I am her biological father." Biological? Huo Clan's face turned pale from nausea. Yet his gaze remained sharp. "If the biological father were still alive, would the state permit me to adopt?" The figure from the underworld cast a sidelong glance. "Your mind is still sharp. Perhaps you have not spun enough to make you dizzy?" Huo Clan remained unyielding, despite his evident physical disadvantage. His eyes retained their cutting sharpness. The figure from the underworld leaned down to ask his daughter, "Little one, has your father passed away?" The child, observing her father's frail condition, shook her head honestly. No. She had initially thought her father, the king of the underworld, was so weakened that he required reincarnation, but she realized she had underestimated him. The child could not help but feel a swell of pride. The figure from the underworld chuckled, though the smile felt strange. Despite the laughter, the coldness in his eyes seemed to intensify, sending chills deep into the bones. The child sensed the shift and felt uneasy. Her father, the king of the underworld, was confronting the earthly guardian. Although she did not understand why this confrontation occurred, she still sweetly reminded her father, "Daddy, when I first arrived in the imperial capital, I did not have a household registration." The figure from the underworld responded. Huo Clan scoffed. "Yes, when the child first arrived, she was in an orphanage. If you were living well, why would you send her to an orphanage?" The elderly couple nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If you're her biological father, why did you not take care of her yourself, instead of sending her to an orphanage?" The child quickly defended her father, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li. "My father is just too busy with work." Grandpa Li and Grandma Li, realizing they were in the presence of the head of the Hua family, felt a surge of excitement. "Child, your Hua father is the leader of the first family in Huagua. If he has time to care for you, how could your biological father be busier?" The nurse chimed in. "Indeed, he is not the president of a country. Why would he be too busy to care for you?" Glancing at the figure from the underworld, they dared not look at his chilling face as the nurse added, "He does not appear to be lacking in money. If he were busy, could he not hire a nanny?" Yes. Another round of personal attacks on the figure from the underworld began, accompanied by the child's innocent explanations and defenses. However, the elderly couple's impression of the figure from the underworld, who had seemingly abandoned his daughter in the orphanage, was quite poor. and their efforts were evidently in vain. The figure from the underworld spoke. Officers, this is not your concern. The team leader urged everyone to quiet down, ultimately mediating between both parties, calming them down swiftly. After all, family matters of the Hua family were not within the purview of the police. Did they not know that even the fairest officials struggle to resolve domestic disputes? They slipped away quickly. The effects of the medication were potent. Shortly after the police departed, Hua Qinyun, who had been quietly sleeping on the hospital bed, began to stir. Hot, so hot. The blanket was kicked to the floor, and he started tearing at his clothing. The nurse, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly pressed the call button. The doctor rushed in, initiating another 4-drip. Hua Chenhui and Hua Chenling, concerned about their brother's condition, were momentarily distracted, but Hua Chenling had made arrangements on the way there, ensuring the area was secured by Hua family bodyguards. The figure from the underworld carried the child to the door, observing the line of bodyguards outside, and a smirk escaped his lips. Is this all? The child, clinging to her father's neck, nuzzled against him and sweetly cooed. Daddy, do not be upset. Being angry will worry me. The figure from the underworld felt somewhat comforted and decided not to hold grudges against ordinary people. He shifted the conversation back to his daughter. Which kindergarten are you attending now? The child pointed with her small fingers, recounting her day at kindergarten in her sweet voice. She emphasized, Daddy, when I was almost hit by Mama Wang Lu, it was Hua Daddy who rushed over to protect me. Oh, and Bonyan also bumped into Mama Wang Lu quite hard. The figure from the underworld patted his daughter's head. If he had not come, would you have been hurt? The child resolutely shook her head. No, I always fight against bad things. She sweetly added, but Daddy, Hua Daddy knows I would never be hurt. He still rushed over to protect me. The figure from the underworld gritted his teeth. If he has adopted you, he should protect you. That is his duty. The child eagerly nodded. So why don't you like Hua Daddy? The figure from the underworld replied. He does not obey traffic rules. Child, do you know how many souls come to the underworld each day due to car accidents? The child certainly knew. But Daddy, Hua Daddy hurried here because my little uncle and brother Silin are here. The figure from the underworld lamented. Oh no, my precious daughter has revealed too much. The child glanced at her father, recalling how he had been misunderstood by Grandpa Li and Grandma Li, and quickly planted a kiss on his face, snuggling close to him and sweetly cooing. Father, the little one knows that you love her, and she will always love you. Chapter 239. The Underworld Boss returns to the Hua family together. The Underworld Boss felt particularly comforted by his precious daughter's words and gently leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead. The little one felt reassured, knowing that her father was not angry. She continued to cling to her father's neck, tilting her little head up to ask him, Really? The Underworld Boss could not help but chuckle, of course. The little one beamed with joy, saying, That's wonderful. If Daddy isn't angry, then he will recover faster. The Underworld Boss, reflecting on his own improving condition, wore an even more indulgent and tender smile. Thank you, little one, Daddy understands. While the father and daughter conversed, the commotion on Hua Qinyun's side gradually subsided. The hospital became remarkably quiet. After the doctor provided instructions, he nodded at everyone and left with the nurse. Hua Chenling's phone rang. It was a call from Hua Laotai. Oh, Hua Chenling caught a glimpse of the Underworld Boss holding the little one at the door of the ward. Her biological father has arrived. Hua Laotai seemed a bit confused. Her biological father? Yes. Hua Laotai was nearly at a loss for words, but wasn't he it already? Hua Chenling pursed her lips and lowered her voice. Anyway. Yes, here, Mom. I'll hand the phone to the little one. You can talk to her. Oh. Hua Chenling quickly walked over and placed the phone in the little one's hands. Kai, Grandma's looking for you. The little one replied with a soft "oh" and quickly bent down to answer the call. Hua Chenling updated Hua Chenhui on the situation, confirming that both Qinyun and Silin were fine and that they would proceed with the discharge. The little one held the phone, cutely explaining to her grandmother about her father, the king of the underworld. She looked up at the Underworld Boss and asked, Daddy, can we? The Underworld Boss, unwilling to make his precious daughter uncomfortable, nodded gently. The little one's eyes curved with joy. Grandma, Daddy agreed. Very well. I shall await your return, Hua Laotai replied. Recently, the Hua family had been embroiled in numerous troubles. Although the focus of the incident involving Xiao had shifted from the Hua group to the Fan Yuan group, the revelation of Hua Chenhui's wife, Wang Yuling, being murdered and dismembered had implicated both Hua Chenhui and his son Hua Silin as suspects, thrusting the Hua group back into the spotlight. The case was led by Captain Xiong Qi, who was somewhat familiar with the Hua family. Upon seeing him, the little one eagerly called out, "Uncle Xiong." Xiong Qi smiled at her. Kai Kai is so well behaved. However, when Xiong Qi caught sight of the handsome man holding the little one, his smile instantly froze. When can one meet the underworld boss? After death, perhaps? Where else could one encounter the king of the underworld? He discreetly pinched his thigh, nearly grimacing in pain, but managed to suppress it. "Greetings, Mr. Mingming." The underworld boss glanced over casually. His strikingly handsome features and the chilling aura inherent to his identity evoked a natural instinct to flee. After all, who would want to gaze upon the eerie charm of the underworld? Seeing Xiong Qi avert his gaze, the underworld boss simply smiled faintly. "Hello." His demeanor was remarkably calm and devoid of emotion, yet somehow it heightened the urge to escape. "Kai Kai, come here and let Grandma hold you." The little one had not yet seen her father, so the underworld boss gently lifted her by one arm and set her down. "Go on." Those aware of the underworld boss's true identity wondered, "Is this how you handle children in the underworld? Aren't you afraid of injuring her?" Hua Chenling could not bear to watch. "Mr. Ming, how can you treat a child like that?" Hua Laotai, not fully understanding the situation, also felt compelled to speak up. Upon witnessing the underworld boss casually lift her precious granddaughter by one arm and set her down unceremoniously, she feared the little one's arm might snap. Dislocations can be fixed, but the child would suffer. She hesitated to voice her concerns, knowing her son had already spoken. As the little one approached, Hua Laotai could no longer sit still. She hurriedly walked over and scooped the little one into her arms, checking her arm anxiously. "Quickly, let Grandma take a look." Everyone present turned their attention to the underworld boss. Though Hua Laotai did not directly address him, her eagerness to inspect the little one's arm made the underworld boss feel somewhat embarrassed. Yet, they noticed a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, indicating he was in good spirits. Indeed, the underworld boss was quite pleased, for his precious daughter was remarkable. Having spent so much time in the mortal realm and at the Hua family, Hua Laotai remained oblivious to the potential peril that could have befallen her granddaughter. Although Xiong Qi had some dealings with the Hua family, he was still an outsider. Hua Laotai, filled with maternal affection, examined the little one's arm and found it to be fair and unblemished, without any signs of injury or dislocation. Unbeknownst to her, she had slightly tested the little one's arm, and the little one remained cheerful and giggly. If there had been any injury, a 3.5-year-old child would have been in tears. Hua Laotai felt a flicker of confusion, but she suppressed her doubts, recognizing Xiong Qi was an outsider. Xiong Qi summoned his colleague, who had been waiting in the side room, and then resumed his professional demeanor. Hua Laotai, assessing the situation, took the little one and invited the underworld boss to join them in the children's playground. The underworld boss surveyed the expansive play area with satisfaction and nodded. "Thank you, Madam Hua, for taking care of my little one." Hua Laotai beamed with warmth, encouraging the little one to play while she conversed with the underworld boss at the entrance. "Mr. Ming, you are too courteous. Kai Kai is now part of our Hua family. Caring for our own is only natural. We have but one daughter, and Kai Kai is exceptionally well-behaved and endearing, which makes her beloved by all." Before the underworld boss could respond, Hua Laotai continued with a smile. "Of course, it is an undeniable fact that you are Kai Kai's biological father. If I may be so bold, what prompted you to send a 3.5-year-old child to an orphanage?" The underworld boss, tall and composed, replied with a slightly cold tone, "I was too busy with work." Hua Laotai's lips twitched, feeling a surge of indignation. What kind of father abandons his child to an orphanage due to work? No wonder Kai mentioned her biological father had gone to the underworld. It was almost akin to being dead. Hua Laotai's expression darkened. "Mr. Ming, you hardly appear to be in need of money. Wouldn't it have been better to hire a nanny to care for her rather than send her to an orphanage?" The underworld boss remained focused on his daughter playing in the children's playground, oblivious to Hua Laotai's changing demeanor. He responded casually, "We do not have nannies there. Everyone has their duties. When I was busy, employees at the company would help care for Kai, but it affected work efficiency. The company does not maintain idle personnel, and ultimately, I thought it best to send her away." Hua Laotai thought to herself, "If this were my son, I would have picked up the nearest feather duster and struck him." Unfortunately, he was not. After hearing the underworld boss's rationale for sending Kai to an orphanage, Hua Laotai was furious but restrained herself, knowing he was not a member of the Hua family. Unable to watch any longer, she huffed heavily and turned to leave. determined to discuss with her husband the necessity of keeping Kai Kai within the Hua family. Hua Laotai's husband frowned. Have you conducted a paternity test? Hua Laotai was momentarily taken aback. What? Hua Laotai's husband's brow furrowed even deeper. Have you conducted a paternity test between Kai Kai and Mr. Ming? If she is indeed his biological daughter, considering his apparent wealth, there would be no reason to abandon her at an orphanage. Hua Laotai waved her hand dismissively. If she were a love child, he certainly would not have sent her to an orphanage. What if she were adopted and they met again? How awkward would that be? Madame Hua felt her husband's reasoning was quite cogent. Could it be that the child, Zai Zai, is not the biological offspring of Mr. Ming? Mr. Hua decisively declared. Let's devise a way for him to undergo a paternity test with Zai Zai. Very well. I shall arrange it shortly. As an individual of action, Madame Hua, fearing that she might be unable to restrain herself in the presence of the Underworld sovereign, instructed the household maid to deliver tea, fruit platters, and an array of Zai Zai's favorite snacks to the children's amusement park. At that moment, Zai Zai was joyfully sliding down a slide, catching a whiff of delectable meat aromas from afar. Mr. Ming, I'm uncertain whether you prefer tea or coffee, but the madam has instructed that both be prepared for you. The sovereign of the underworld maintained an impassive demeanor, responding, thank you. The maid, smiling, shook her head humbly. It is my duty. After placing the tray on a nearby wooden table and arranging Zai Zai's beloved treats, she lifted the tea just as her foot slipped, causing her to lurch toward the sovereign. In that instant, Zai Zai, who had been approaching for a snack, noticed the impending mishap and rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. She grasped the maid's hand with one tiny pudgy hand while securely receiving the precariously tilting teacup with the other, subsequently offering it to her father, the king of the underworld. Aunt Zhang, are you all right? The maid, momentarily stunned, had hoped to spill the tea on the sovereign and seize an opportunity to touch his hair under the guise of assisting him in changing clothes. Zai Zai, puzzled and concerned, called out in her tender voice, Aunt Zhang? The maid quickly regained her composure and apologized. Miss Zai Zai, I am fine. She then turned to the sovereign, Mr. Ming, I apologize, it was unintentional. The sovereign, holding the tea, directed his gaze slowly toward the maid, who appeared flustered. No harm done. The simplicity of the words belied a chilling tone. The maid felt an unaccountable fear and dared not make further movements, hastily placing the remaining cup of coffee down before nodding and promptly departing. Zai Zai, eagerly devouring small pieces of meat, found her father's unwavering gaze on Aunt Zhang rather peculiar. Daddy, what are you looking at? The sovereign of the underworld replied bluntly. Father believes that Aunt Zhang harbors ill intentions towards him. Zai Zai's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? The sovereign casually sipped his tea and settled onto a nearby bench. She deliberately stumbled. Zai Zai, perplexed, recalled Aunt Zhang as a kind and enthusiastic person who always prepared an abundance of food, fearing she might not eat enough. With a furrowed brow, she inquired Daddy why. The sovereign replied, even ghosts might be unaware. Zai Zai, having polished off all the meat before her, puffed out her small chest. Daddy, I will go take a look. The sovereign chuckled, pulling his daughter into his embrace. No need to concern yourself. Whatever she does is inconsequential. Zai Zai paused, realizing that both she and her father were currently in the human realm. As the sovereign of the underworld, he was impervious to any schemes Aunt Zhang might concoct, and even if he were to be ensnared, she would be there as well. With this in mind, Zai Zai nestled comfortably in her father's arms, tilting her head to drink from a bottle of yogurt. Zai Zai listens to Daddy. The sovereign cast a glance at the fortunes surrounding the old residence, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zai Zai, did you choose this earthly father yourself, or did he seek you out? Zai Zai, feeling a bit bashful, smiled shyly. After taking a generous gulp of yogurt, her cheeks bulged as she had yet to swallow. Her large, round eyes sparkled with liveliness. Once she swallowed, she lowered her head and explained slowly, Daddy, I chose him. The sovereign chuckled. Is it because the atmosphere here is heavy with energy, leading to a fortuitous encounter with the wrong crowd while you were indulging in snacks? Zai Zai simply responded with a thoughtful expression. The sovereign gradually lifted his head, mentally envisioning the circumstances at the Hua family estate and the Hua family manor, and let out a chuckle. Did you go to the old locust tree behind your earthly father's residence to find snacks? Zai Zai's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Daddy. The sovereign playfully pinched his daughter's chubby cheeks, finding them delightfully soft and irresistible. Thus, your fate is not yet sealed. The Hua family, as the foremost clan in Huagua, has stood resilient in the imperial capital for centuries, attributed to the accumulation of their ancestors and the capabilities of successive heirs in maintaining control over the family. Yet, in the current generation of Hua Chunling, the emergence of an inexplicable system that should not exist in this world threatens to topple the long-standing Hua family, leading to its disappearance from the public eye. Zai Zai blinked her big eyes, innocently asking her father, "Daddy, is this what they call fate?" The sovereign of the underworld replied, "Indeed, it is." In a moment of distraction due to his busy work, he had casually sent Zai Zai into the human realm, where she became an orphan in an orphanage, ultimately finding her way to the doorstep of a man who was supposed to meet an untimely end, all due to her insatiable craving for snacks. The sovereign ground his teeth together. Yes, this wretched fate. Their first encounter had resulted in a collision with his back. Chapter 241. Please don't come any closer. Zai Zai and her father spent over an hour at the amusement park when the sovereign received a notification from Underworld staff requesting his personal signature on a document. The sovereign felt a throbbing ache at his temples, prompting Zai Zai to tenderly pat his forehead with her little hand to soothe the tension. Frustration coursed through him. He had only just arrived and had yet to indulge in enough time with his precious daughter. Furthermore, Zai Zai's earthly father had been recklessly speeding, which, while understandable, warranted stern reprimand, given the multitude of vehicular accidents the underworld had dealt with over the years. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Unsafe driving leads to tears from loved ones. This was not mere rhetoric. A single misstep could mean Zai would have to find another earthly father. The underworld staff sent another message. The sovereign communicated telepathically with the staff, his irritation escalating. Reason: the voice of the underworld staff trembled. A foreign friend has met with an unfortunate demise in a car accident, and the staff responsible for guiding him has sent him to the respective country's reception department. However, they have refused to accept him, citing their overwhelming workload, and have accused us of being unfriendly for not allowing the foreigner to stay longer. The sovereign let out a series of cold laughs. How could we deny them a longer stay? In such cases of untimely demise, we shall first send them to the 10 Yama Kings for processing. Then they must learn our classical Chinese, as it is mandatory for all transfers. The underworld staff expressed disbelief. Your Majesty, do we not typically conduct transfers in vernacular? The sovereign's spirit grew icy. From this day forth, in dealing with countries that are ignorant and ungrateful, all transfers shall be conducted in classical Chinese. The underworld staff expressed concern. Your Majesty, what if they cannot comprehend? Will they remain with us indefinitely? Our workload is already substantial. The sovereign's mood unexpectedly lightened. The underworld staff, the sovereign of the underworld, spoke with satisfaction. With an increase in such individuals, the reception department of that country will eventually come to collect them, at which point we shall smile. The underworld staff, the sovereign of the underworld, while feeding his cherished daughter, lazily outlined his intentions. When they come to collect, we shall tally up the cost for their prolonged stay, learning, and management, and present it right to their faces. The underworld staff was left in awe. Seizing the opportunity of the sovereign's good mood, they swiftly brought up another more troublesome matter. The lord of the underworld, feeling a wave of anxiety, rubbed his forehead as he remembered that the 10 Yama Kings were still waiting for him to convene a meeting. He had become so absorbed in his tasks that he had completely forgotten about it. His mood soured considerably. I shall be there shortly, he declared. The underworld staff let out a sigh of relief. We await our king with utmost reverence. Ending the call, the lord of the underworld sighed heavily while holding his cherished daughter close. She clung to his neck, showering him with affectionate kisses upon his handsome face. Do not worry, Daddy. I will take good care of myself, and you must take care of yourself too. The lord of the underworld's thoughts drifted to the fact that his beloved daughter had yet to enroll in kindergarten, causing him great agitation. Will it be all right if you don't stay in the underworld, Daddy? She asked, her voice laced with concern. He forced a smile. But there are staff members and the 10 Yama Kings. Are they not capable? In a soft voice, she reminded him, Daddy, the staff and the 10 Yama Kings do not simply exist. They require offerings and faith. The lord of the underworld covered his face in despair. After a moment, a voice almost squeezed from between clenched teeth emerged from his long fingers. My dear, I must personally ensure you are enrolled in a top-tier kindergarten. This credential must be obtained swiftly. His daughter hesitated, sharing what the human caregiver and her 3 brothers had said about kindergarten. But Daddy, who Daddy and my brothers think kindergarten isn't good. I also feel it's not very good. The Lord of the Underworld straightened abruptly, causing his daughter to slide from his embrace unexpectedly. Are they all against your attending kindergarten? She blinked, hesitant to nod, as her father's expression seemed to darken. Quickly, she burrowed back into his arms, sweetly pouting. Daddy, they just think I'm too young. I have been to kindergarten. The children there do cry a lot, just as my brothers said. Just as the Lord of the Underworld was about to respond, his gaze shifted abruptly, piercing coldly toward a peach blossom tree outside the children's playground. His daughter sensed someone was nearby and peeked over his shoulder. Aunt Zhang, who had previously failed to snag a lock of the Lord of the Underworld's hair, attempted once more, bringing with her an array of treats that the little girl adored. She froze in sheer shock, quickly covering her mouth and instinctively retreating a few steps behind the tree to hide, overwhelmed with dread. Recalling her nephew Jiang Lin's earlier remarks about Miss C.I.'s peculiarities, she connected the dots and felt her heart nearly stop. The moment the Lord of the Underworld cast his icy gaze her way, she fell to the ground, scattering the snacks she had been holding. "C.I., what has happened?" She heard her daughter call, rushing towards her. Aunt Zhang scrambled backward, her voice shaky. "Don't come any closer." C.I. felt a tinge of embarrassment as she prepared to assist Aunt Zhang, while simultaneously erasing her memory. However, a chilling wind swept past her from behind. The Lord of the Underworld remained seated on a distant bench, yet Aunt Zhang was enveloped by the wind, her memories erased in the blink of an eye, and she was casually deposited on a chair beneath a nearby eave. C.I.'s eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, Daddy." The Lord of the Underworld slowly stood. "It is my fault for being so engrossed in our conversation that I failed to notice someone eavesdropping." "Daddy, why would Aunt Zhang want to eavesdrop?" she inquired, and he reiterated his earlier thoughts. "I do not know, but she must have had an incomplete objective previously," prompting her return. Looking at the unconscious Aunt Zhang and then at her father, who seemed utterly indifferent to her presence, she remarked, "Daddy, Ming P said that when a woman likes a man, she often eavesdrops or spies on him. Does that mean Aunt Zhang likes you, Daddy? Are you going to find me a stepmother?" C.I. pondered, recalling the unsettling comments made by the spirits of stepmothers she encountered in the underworld. Her delicate brow furrowed. "Daddy, can I not have a stepmother?" She added, "Besides, Daddy, Aunt Zhang may be only in her 50s, but she seems much older than you. You two aren't suited at all." Then, she brought up a crucial point. "Daddy, Aunt Zhang already has a husband." The Lord of the Underworld was taken aback by his daughter's imaginative deductions. "C.I.," he sighed, gently patting her round forehead. "Let us hurry to kindergarten." C.I. looked puzzled. "Daddy, I was talking about Aunt Zhang. Are you purposely changing the subject?" He winced slightly, realizing that his daughter was indeed adept at diverting conversations. Lifting her up, he brought their gazes level. "C.I., I am not changing the subject. I simply wish for you to understand the significance of a kindergarten diploma." Her eyes widened in confusion. Unable to contain himself, the Lord of the Underworld explained, "Once you attend kindergarten and earn that diploma, you will comprehend that a man of my age and a woman like your Aunt Zhang, who is over 50 and married, have no possibility of a connection." C.I., utterly bewildered, asked why. The Lord of the Underworld replied with a somber tone, "Have you ever witnessed the union of an ancestor with a descendant many times removed?" After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head decisively. "No, I have not." Relieved, the Lord of the Underworld affectionately ruffled her hair once more. "C.I., I will help you find a new kindergarten tomorrow." As he needed to attend the meeting, he carried her to her room. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and a deep voice from the human caregiver called out, "C.I., are you inside?" C.I. quickly hopped off the sofa, bouncing towards the door. "Daddy," upon opening it, whose CHNL instinctively bent down to scoop her up, scanning the room for the Lord of the Underworld, who is nowhere to be found. "Gee, where is your father?" Hao NL inquired. "He must be worried, we'll say. He cannot take care of children," she replied. C.I. clung to whose CHNL's neck, sweetly explaining, "Daddy can take care of me, but he is just too busy. Besides, I am very strong. I can't be broken or hurt." "Is that so?" Whose CHNL mused, concealing his discontent with the Lord of the Underworld. "Well, as long as you are accustomed to it, that is fine." The matter of teaching the Lord of the Underworld how to care for a child was an adult concern, one C.I. need not involve herself with. "Daddy, how are uncle and brother SLN?" she asked, her worry for CHNYN evident. "Do not worry. They are all doing well," whose CHNL reassured her, his heart softening at her concern. In truth, Hua Chenhui and the awakened Huasilin have already gone to the police station with Xiongqi due to the report made by Wang Yuling's relatives. On Su Li's side, Gu Qifeng and Bo Yining, along with Bo Nian, remain at the police station as the Wang Yuling case is fraught with uncertainties, preventing Su Lu, as a suspect, from leaving. He now intends to visit the police station once more, concerned that his unreliable child's father might silently take the child away. Hence he comes to fetch the child to accompany him. Daddy is going to the police station to pick up Uncle Gu. Do you want to come along? I want to go with Daddy. As the father and daughter arrived at the police station's entrance, they heard a 70-year-old woman shouting vehemently, Hua Chenhui is utterly heartless. Because my daughter refused to divorce him, he colluded with his own son to murder her. A throng of journalists nearby quickly surrounded Huasilin, who had just stepped out of the car holding a child, but they were blocked by accompanying bodyguards. The reporters raised their microphones and shouted, Mr. Hua, how much do you know about your elder brother and nephew's heinous act of brutally murdering and dismembering Ms. Wang Yuling? The reporters' inquiries became increasingly incisive, prompting Huasilin to immediately cover the child's ears. He cast a sharp gaze over the journalists, his voice cold and serious. Are you all prepared to receive a legal letter from our Hua Group's legal department for asking such leading questions? The reporters fell silent in shock. Huasilin's expression was frostily intense as he fixed his gaze upon them, his tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with sarcasm. I advise you, when doing someone else's bidding for money, consider whether you might be putting yourself at risk, like in the Anshikyo incident, without the later exposed video, who would have benefited, and who lost their life. The journalists felt a chill run down their spines, left speechless. A few instinctively glanced at the elderly woman who had first raised her voice. The elderly woman was Wang Yuling's biological mother, Lu Guilon. Years ago, she had married her current husband, Su Laoyes, bringing along her daughter Wang Yuling from her deceased first husband. They had a son, Wang Yuling's biological brother, Su Mingqiao, being the youngest son of Su Laoyes. Su Mingqiao was spoiled and had become lazy, developing a gambling addiction in recent years. After Su Yao's incident, the Su family faced continuous misfortune. Su Laoyes suffered stroke, leaving him unable to speak, and Lu Guilon and Su Mingqiao were expelled from the Su family by Su Mingji, the eldest son from Su Laoyes' first marriage. The mother and son relied almost entirely on Wang Yuling for their livelihood. With Wang Yuling's sudden death, Lu Guilon panicked. After all, her son still owed several million in high-interest loans. How could they repay it now that her daughter was gone? Naturally, she sought out the Hua family. After having approached Hua Chenhui in private, but receiving a cold response, she felt compelled to escalate the matter. With nothing to lose, she believed the wealthy Hua family would not dare to ignore her in the face of such a public outcry. She had even discussed compensation amounts with her son. Seeing the journalists momentarily intimidated by Huasilin's words, Lu Guilon took a few steps forward, attempting to confront him directly. However, the bodyguards blocked her path, preventing her from getting close, forcing her to shout, Silin, by lineage, you ought to address me as aunt. Our Yuling was your dear sister-in-law. Now that she is gone, your Hua family turns its back and does not even recognize her own mother? Is this your family's attitude? The child, whose ears were covered by her father, could hear everything clearly and understood that the old lady was causing trouble, squirming restlessly in her father's embrace. Huasilin gently patted his daughter's back while coldly observing the obstinate Lu Guilon. Wang Yuling would never cheat without cause. She must have felt cornered, leading her to such drastic measures. Lu Guilon lamented, Oh, it is all my fault. She once confided in me about Hua Chenhui's abuse, and I did not believe her. Oh, Yuling, it is my fault. I failed to protect you, allowing the Hua family to mistreat you. You finally found someone to speak for you. And Hua Chenhui deliberately poisoned you to force you into a relationship with the Gu family. Huasilin could no longer endure it. Observing the silent journalists capturing photos and videos, his lips tightened, and he turned to command the bodyguards behind him. Immediately arrange for someone to infiltrate their computers. No video or photo is to be leaked. He was indifferent to the attacks of rumors, but with mid-August upon them and only half a month until school began, he did not want his children to be pointed at and whispered about once they returned to school. The child chirped, Daddy, don't worry. I am here. They won't be able to take any videos or photos. Huasilin paused. The child beamed. When those cameras start working, I will block all the nearby signals. She did not forget to mention her father, the king of the underworld. Daddy King of the underworld told me that there are many cameras in the human realm, and we must always be vigilant. If we can block them, we must. Huasilin couldn't help but chuckle. My little one is truly remarkable. The bodyguard, who seemed to understand yet not fully comprehend the child's words, remarked, Sir, don't you find what the young lady said somewhat eerie? King of the Underworld? The human realm? Why does that sound so much like something from the Underworld? At the police station's entrance, surrounded by a throng of journalists, Lu Guilin continued her relentless antics. When the officers attempted to disperse her, she wailed, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, leaving the officers at a loss for how to handle the situation. The officers felt helpless. Should they allow the commotion to escalate, they might find themselves in a predicament. Amidst their frustration, Huo Clan smiled at them. It's fine. Let her make a scene. If no one pays her any attention, she will tire herself out. The officers were astonished. But Mr. Hua, there are so many reporters. Huo Clan cast a glance at his precious daughter, who stood proudly in his arms, and his voice softened. It's fine. Let them take pictures. There won't be any signal. The officers were taken aback. Huh? Huo Clan lowered his voice, so only another nearby officer could hear, leaving him both stunned and in admiration. Truly, as the head of the foremost family in Huagua, his actions were meticulous and decisive. Ignoring Lu Guilin, who was still weeping for sympathy behind them, Huo Clan carried his daughter into the police station's lobby, where he encountered Bai Mingxiu, who had just exited an office. Having not seen Bai Mingxiu for a while, the child greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Mingxiu. Bai Mingxiu quickly stepped forward, reaching out to embrace her. However, before he could get close, the child sneezed several times upon catching the scent of sandalwood on him. Bai Mingxiu retreated, looking somewhat regretful. He had come to the police station after assisting Uncle Chenhui with his ants, but had been unable to locate Wang Yuling's spirit. This was illogical, and he was worried about Uncle Chenhui and Brother Clan, which is why he rushed over without even freshening up to rid himself of the sandalwood scent. I'm sorry, little one. I'll change my clothes right away. The child quickly shook her head. No need, Brother Mingxiu, to stand a little further away. Bai Mingxiu resigned, maintained a distance to prevent the child from sneezing due to the sandalwood fragrance. Huo Clan was aware of Bai Mingxiu's efforts to consult the spirits for his elder brother, and noting Bai Mingxiu's expression, he realized there were likely no leads. His brows furrowed. Have you uncovered any clues? Bai Mingxiu shook his head. None so far. Huo Clan was not surprised. Even without evidence, he had already set his sights on Gu Xingbo. Aside from Gu Xingbo, he could not find anyone else capable of such a calculated and ruthless act as to brutally murder Wang Yuling and frame his elder brother and nephew. Even regarding Lu Guilin, it was plausible that Gu Xingbo was stirring the pot from behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could she manage to enlist the media given her current situation? It was simply impossible. While the human father conversed with Brother Mingxiu, the child quietly delineated her territory. Having already exposed her identity, she felt no need to conceal it, speaking up in her sweet voice. Bai Mingxiu's pupils widened dramatically, clearly startled. After all, their family, known for its spiritual connections, required elaborate rituals, including bathing, burning incense, and even offering blood from the heart to summon a spirit for inquiries concerning the underworld. Those lacking skill might even face backlash from the summoned spirit. As for Zai Zai, Bai Mingxiu exclaimed, do not be so casual. Investigate Wang Yuling, the true biological mother of Gu Anan. Zai Zai understood and frowned in discontent, saying, got it, you may leave now. Bai Mingxiu was left speechless. He thought, do not be so casual, or he might think he can do the same. As Bai Mingxiu pondered, Huo Clan, who could not see anything, suddenly inquired. Bai Mingxiu snapped back to reality and nodded gently. Huo Clan expressed his discomfort, stating, it is unbearable to see what both Mingxiu and Zai Zai can perceive while I cannot. He gently touched Zai Zai's little head, asking, how are you, Zai Zai? Zai Zai shook her head, declaring, Wang Yuling has not been reincarnated, and Mingxiu Gij cannot ask the spirit. There can only be one conclusion. Huo Clan's voice resonated from behind them, imbued with a hint of sorrow. Zai Zai, where's my mother's soul? Zai turned abruptly, surprised to see Huo Clan, who had emerged from the office unbeknownst to her. Gij. Huo Clan clenched his fists, already having an answer in his heart, but yearning for Zai to confirm it. Zai, please tell me where my mother is. Zai felt a pang of sympathy as Huo Clan suddenly smiled, approached his second uncle, and gently took Zai from his arms, speaking softly to her. Upon hearing the last question, Zai shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. Huo Clan inquired why. She must have been devoured by a powerful ghost. Zai replied. Huo Clan froze, his voice barely a whisper. Devoured by a powerful ghost? Zai Zai pursed her lips, and Bai Mingxiu continued the conversation. Gitch, to be consumed means she will not be reincarnated, and thus, she will vanish forever. Huasilin's legs buckled, and the once tall and upright youth fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the blow. Hua Chenling reacted quickly and supported him, urging, Silin, be strong. Huasilin braced himself for the worst, accepting that his mother was no longer in this world, yet he did not anticipate that she would not even have a next life. His pale face resembled fragile paper. Tears streamed down in torrents, cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the pristine tiles below. The silent tears fell without a sound, yet in that moment, they felt like a heavy stone crashing against the hearts of those present. Zai Zai thought of her biological mother, whom she had never met, as well as the earthly mother she had never known, and her mood grew heavy. It was stuffy, sour, and painful. Zai Zai felt a tingling sensation in her eyes and promptly dove into Huasilin's embrace. Gidge, she murmured softly. Huasilin wiped away his tears, revealing a smile that was more painful than crying, yet he still endeavored to maintain his composure. I'm sorry, Zai Zai. I've caused you worry. I'm sorry. Zai Zai shook her head, feeling Huasilin's sorrow mirrored her own, her small voice tinged with a quiver. You don't need to apologize, Gidge. Although I have never been cared for by my mother, I have seen how my older brothers grieved when they learned of her departure. Third brother was especially heartbroken, and it pained me to watch. Just as she observed Huasilin's distress, she too felt sorrowful, yet she understood. Thus, Huasilin truly did not need to apologize. The 3.5-year-old, chubby child, with her tender voice, spoke words of comfort and understanding, shattering the fragile calm Huasilin struggled to maintain. He embraced Zai Zai tightly, tears spilling forth once more. Hua Chenling observed from the side, gently patting his nephew's shoulder before turning to head towards Xiongqi's office. Bai Mingxiu wished to approach and offer comfort to Huasilin, akin to Hua Uncle, but considering Zai Zai's inability to detect the sandalwood fragrance on him, he retreated a few steps, wary of disturbing Huasilin. He remained nearby, stationed at the corridor's entrance. 2 hallways led to Xiongqi's office, and as officers prepared to pass by in search of Xiongqi, Bai Mingxiu lowered his voice, apologetically explaining the situation. The officers nodded in understanding, both impressed and sympathetic, before turning to take the alternate route, ascending the stairs from the opposite corridor to seek Xiongqi. Huasilin allowed himself 3 minutes of indulgence, after which he decisively wiped away all his tears. He looked down at Zai Zai, whose eyes were red and watery, and took a deep breath to relax. Zai Zai, it was Gu Xingbua who caused my mother to be consumed by ghost. Wasn't it? Zai Zai could not be certain, as she had yet to encounter Gu Xingbua. Gidge, I must meet Gu Xingbua first to confirm. A flash of resentment crossed Huasilin's gaze. Fine. I will bring him to meet you shortly. Zai Zai sensed the shift in Huasilin's emotions and quickly embraced his handsome face with her chubby hands, her dark, glistening eyes fixed on his slightly reddened ones. Gidge, Gu Xingbua will inevitably descend into hell, but you must not pay the price. The innocent observation from Zai caught Huasilin off guard, his pale face reflecting shock, followed by embarrassment and shame. Zai then wrapped her arms around Huasilin's neck, planting soft kisses on his cheeks. You need not feel awkward, Gidge, I understand. Huasilin was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel embarrassed or ashamed, or to laugh or cry. His emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, filled with a tumult of feelings and profound sorrow. Zai blinked her large eyes and suggested with her soft voice, Gidge, would you like me to take you to teach Gu Xingbua a lesson? Huasilin shook his head without hesitation. No. Zai was taken aback. Huh. Huasilin gently stroked her soft hair, his voice still a bit hoarse, but his emotions had calmed, and he spoke with tender warmth. Zai, can Gu Xingbua cause her any harm? Zai suddenly turned her head and called out to Mingxiu Gidge, silently disabling the nearby surveillance system, transmitting her thoughts to the earthly caretaker, and instantly vanishing with Huasilin and Bai Mingxiu from their location. By the time Huasilin and Bai Mingxiu realized what had happened, Zai had already transported them to the entrance of the chairman's office on the top floor of the Fanyuan group. Huasilin was no longer composed. Zai raised a chubby finger to her lips, shaking her head at Huasilin. She then pointed at the tightly shut office door, taking Huasilin's hand with one and Bai Mingxiu's with the other, enveloped by an eerie aura as they passed through the walls. Arriving inside Gu Xingbua's office. Chapter 245, Summoning the Emperor of Fengdu. Upon seeing the incense burner, Zai Zai immediately held her breath. Bai Mingxiu also considered this issue and instinctively prepared to pull Zai away when she smiled at him and gently shook her head. Bai Mingxiu was astonished as Zai took his hand and placed it against her nose, raising her eyebrows proudly as her expression conveyed a sense of triumph. Bai Mingxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Hua Silin's attention was drawn to the emaciated hygiene meditating, as he noticed 3 paper figures on the small altar before him. 2 of the paper figures were completely black, resembling burnt paper ash, struggling to maintain their forms. One of the ash-like paper figures bore the name of his mother, Wang Yuling. Hua Silin, overwhelmed with emotion, breathed heavily, in a state of deep meditation. Hij and opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold and sinister orbs. A fleeting flash of crimson flickered in the depths of his gaze before it settled back into a somber chill. Who dares to intrude? The vast office was empty save for him, yet Hij remained on high alert, narrowing his eyes as he delicately touched the incense ash before him. Hua Sln, devoid of any supernatural sight, was oblivious to the ensuing circumstances. However, Zizi and Bimngx observed with clarity as a bloodthirsty aura coalesced from the ash, violently surging towards them. Alarm bells rang in Bimngx's mind as he summoned a golden talisman, but Zizi's small hands grasped it tightly. He cannot perceive us. Hij, through the palpable malevolence, sensed the presence of others in the office, their voices echoing. His gaze darkened further, infused with a palpable intent to kill. He no longer concealed the peculiar crimson hue in his eyes, his lips curling into a twisted, sinister smile. I shall inquire once more, who are you? Step forward, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I clutched her 2 elder brother's hands, her innocent voice chiming. Otherwise, what? Will you take your own life in atonement for the countless souls wrongfully perished? Hij remarked, this voice, it seems reminiscent of a cherubic child. Momentarily forgetting Zizi, he instinctively voiced his curiosity. Cherubic child? Zizi huffed. I have a name. It is Zizi. You skeletal wretch, destined for the depths of hell. Hij's pupils widened in shock, the bloodthirsty crimson in his gaze intensifying, akin to a torrent of surging blood, filled with excitement. Zizi. It is indeed the little princess of the underworld that my master has sought. Hij was suddenly exhilarated, his voice raspy and grating. How intriguing that the underworld princess has resorted to hiding, perhaps knowing she cannot contend with me. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Zizi, I was not so easily deceived. She had heard such words many times in the underworld. Maintaining her composure, she turned her large, dark eyes towards the dissipating ash figure inscribed with the name W. Yling. Her tone turned grave, imbued with an intangible pressure. Did you take the life of W. Yling willingly, or was it at GXNGB's behest? Hij's cold laughter echoed in response. What of it? What does it matter to you? You wish to know? Then I shall reveal it to you slowly when I refine you. As his words faded, Hij was suddenly enveloped by a dense malevolence, charging towards Zizi like a blade. Bimngx summoned several protective talismans, affixing 3 to Hua Sln and preparing the remaining 2 to counter Hij's onslaught. Zizi looked on, disbelief etched across her face. A practitioner relying on dark sorcery dares to strike at me? She found it utterly incomprehensible, questioning the sanity of the gaunt figure before her. Has your mind withered away alongside your flesh? The malevolent spirit emanating from Hij exuded a heavy, tyrannical aura, already resembling one of royal stature. As his bloodthirsty gaze fell upon Bimngx, the latter felt as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, paralyzed and powerless. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing GXNGB, plump yet benevolent in demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene within, he appeared entirely unperturbed, as if this were all anticipated. He could not help but applaud. Brilliant, truly magnificent. He had intentionally enabled Hidling to gain supernatural sight, allowing him to perceive everything clearly. Upon seeing Mngzi, GXNGB burst into laughter. Mngzi. So you're the little princess of the underworld. No wonder you could thwart Hidolang's scheme and Shurqiao. This has caused considerable misfortune to the innocent. As I momentarily lost focus, GXNGB brazenly continued. MNGZZ. In light of your status as the little princess, I offer you a chance for survival. Join forces with me, and we shall ensure that the King of Hell is obliterated. I abruptly interrupted him. Obliterate Father King of Hell? How much Mengpa soup have you consumed to forget your own identity? GXNGB's benevolent smile evaporated instantly, his eyes narrowing with malice as they bore into MNGZI. To refuse a toast is to accept a penalty. MNGZI. Do you believe you are still the formidable little princess of the underworld? Even at your prime, my master was unafraid of you. Let alone now, when your power has waned. ZZ was perplexed. Though she had indeed diminished her strength previously, she had since regained it. Was GXNGB's mind also failing? Unaware of her thoughts, GXNGB's gaze remained cruel. My master has instructed that if MNGZI can be apprehended, it matters not if her soul is scattered. Hua SLN, despite being an ordinary person, instinctively shielded ZIZI upon hearing GXNGB's command. HIJN, now wholly corrupted by evil, sneered mockingly, then opened his gaping maw, lunging toward Hua SLN and MNGZI. BIMNGX swiftly positioned himself before Hua SLN, resolutely piercing his chest to draw forth the purest blood. Having learned from the previous encounter, BIMNGX directly targeted himself this time. With my blood, I offer tribute to the Lord of Jiyo, 30th heir of the spirit-calling family, BIMNGX, welcoming the esteemed presence of the Emperor of Fengdu. HIJN hesitated for a moment, his grotesque visage enveloped in malevolent energy as he emitted a hoarse, chilling laugh. Ha ha ha, you a mere boy, dare to summon the Emperor of Fengdu? Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. You are likely unaware that the Emperor of Fengdu is gravely injured, preoccupied with his own affairs, and entangled with the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, unable to extricate himself. GXNGB was astonished to discover that this adolescent was indeed a spirit caller, and a discreet one from the BI family at that, prompting him to grow wary. A spirit caller from the BI family never fails unless their target vanishes from existence. There is no time for idle chatter. Subdue them. HIJN nodded, declaring, watch me. ZIZ, I intended to stop BIMNGX from summoning. But the voice of her father, the King of Hell, resonated within her mind. In her moment of distraction, BIMNGX had already drawn forth his heart's blood to summon. Coincidentally, the entity he summoned was indeed her father, the King of Hell. As HIJN lunged toward BIMNGX, ZIZ, I made to act, but the atmosphere shifted abruptly. An unmistakably familiar aura descended. Ecstatic, ZIZ, I shouted towards the large window. Father! Everyone in the office turned to gaze at the expansive window, which was suddenly shrouded in a thick, inky fog that enveloped the entire area. Even in its shapeless form, the aura emanating from the ruler of the underworld caused everyone present to instinctively bow, trembling in reverence. ZIZ, I hurriedly shielded Hua, LN, and BIMNGX, ensuring they were not overwhelmed by the formidable presence of her father. Father! The fog gradually coalesced, forming a figure that slowly manifested into the tall, imposing, and cold demeanor of the ruler of the underworld. Who summoned spirits? BIMNGX's face paled, yet he quickly replied, Your Majesty, it is I, BIMNGX. The ruler of the underworld gazed with an inscrutable expression, his memory sharp and unwavering. A millennium ago, he could recall every detail, and upon seeing the refined and elegant young man before him, he was reminded of the last time this heir had summoned spirits for the precious daughter of the BI family. His eyes darkened, and his voice dripped with an icy chill. For what purpose do you summon? Bai Mingxiu sensed the discontent of the underworld overlord towards him, yet he was oblivious to the reason behind it. At this moment, he only focused on mentioning the numerous crimes committed by Gu Xinghua and Haijin. Your Majesty, Gu Xinghua is born with a fate of early death, yet he has conspired with the Taoist Haijin for many years, employing dark arts to harm countless innocent lives, rearing malevolent spirits to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, leading to the untimely demise of numerous souls, and even causing some to lose their very essence. I implore your majesty to see clearly and mete out severe punishment. Upon the appearance of the underworld overlord, Gu Xinghua and Hai Jin froze in place. Neither of them anticipated that Bai Mingxiu would successfully summon Ling Fengdu Dadi. Had it not been witnessed with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Especially for Hai Jin, a man of Taoist origin, who, before delving into nefarious practices, had once been a legitimate Taoist priest with outstanding talents. He had also attempted to summon spirits, witnessing his master do so several times, with the highest rank being merely one of the 10 Yama Kings. He had tried to summon Ling Fengdu Dadi in the past, but it was said that the Dadi was exceedingly busy, once proclaiming that matters of the mortal realm should be left to mortals, who would be bold enough to seek his intervention. Unexpectedly, Bai Mingxiu, unafraid like a young calf, approached the matter head-on, while Ling Fengdu Dadi disregarded his previously uttered words. Gu Xinghua and Hai Jin were filled with both anger and fear as they exchanged glances. At this point, although it was unforeseen, it was somewhat anticipated. It was merely an addition of Ling Fengdu Dadi. Observing his figure, they felt emboldened. Hai Jin commanded the Ghost King to charge at Ling Fengdu Dadi, who, in turn, directed his attack at Bai Mingxiu. If Bai Mingxiu were to perish, what did it matter if the summoned spirit was the ruler of the underworld? His calculations were flawless. Yet he never expected that the Ghost King he had nurtured for years would falter, collapsing at the sight of Ling Fengdu Dadi. The suppression of bloodline rank made the kingly ghost utter a single word: King. The underworld overlord scoffed coldly, raising his hand casually, and the so-called bloodthirsty Ghost King was instantly reduced to ashes. Hai Jin let out a furious roar and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Gu Xinghua turned to flee, but upon seeing the approach of the Dadi, he was pursued without a second thought. Gu Xinghua, return my mother's life. Huo, tall and swift, fueled by deep-seated hatred, caught up to Gu Xinghua. The latter, being of a shorter stature and rather rotund, stumbled and fell at the office door after being struck at the back of his knee. A flash of sinister calculation crossed his eyes as he lay on the ground. Shouting toward the outside, call the police. Quick, Huo has gone mad. He killed my mother and is trying to kill my sister's father. Gu Xinghua's words ignited Huo fury, reminding him of his tragically deceased mother and the sister who had already fallen victim to Gu Xinghua's schemes. In a fit of rage, he seized a nearby ornamental jade and hurled it at the back of Gu Xinghua's head. As the jade soared towards him, a glint of amusement appeared in Gu Xinghua's eyes. The area was monitored by numerous cameras. Huo was already implicated in a conspiracy with his biological father, Huo Chenhui, to murder his mother, Wang Yuling. Now, should he kill Gu Xinghua, he would be firmly entrenched in the crime of intentional homicide. Assistant Jiang Fong rushed to assist the chairman, while the secretaries from the office hurried to call the police. Everything unfolded in a seemingly chaotic yet meticulously orchestrated manner according to Gu Xinghua's plan. He awaited the moment his head would bleed, leading to unconsciousness, and subsequently be taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, with the fortune of luck and a life-and-death thread in his favor. Gu Xinghua was not at all concerned about being killed by Huo's jade. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, he suddenly felt someone stepping on his lower back. The little one, Zai Zai, had knocked out the enraged Huo, gazing at Gu Xinghua with surprise and a sweet smile. Bad uncle, you want to send Zai Zai's brother Silin to prison, don't you? Gu Xinghua glanced towards Hai Jin's direction, where a piercing scream echoed, almost reminiscent of a monstrous creature, chilling the secretaries to their core. Chairman? Gu Xinghua turned to the crowd, shouting, what are you standing there for? Call the police. Jiang Fong rushed over, attempting to push Zai Zai, who was standing on Gu Xinghua's back, but failed to budge her. The underworld overlord's chilling voice resounded above them. What are you doing? Are you striking my daughter in my presence? With a wave of his hand, Jiang Fong was sent flying like refuse, crashing into the wall with a thud. Howling in agony. Call an ambulance, quickly. The overlord smiled coldly, witnessing several vengeful spirits emerging from the corridor after Jiang Fong spat blood. With a wave of his large hand, he commanded, go. Remember to arrange the scene properly when you kill them. This is the mortal realm, not the underworld. The three malevolent spirits, grateful for the permission granted by the king, bowed repeatedly before rushing forth to exact their vengeance. Gu Xinghua, sensing the dire situation, struggled frantically. Zai's little chubby legs felt like a mountain, firmly pinning him to the ground. Help! Save me! Looking up, he saw Hai Jin collapse before the floor-to-ceiling window, lifeless. As for the Ghost King he had raised for years, he had vanished without a trace. The Underworld Overlord regarded him with a look of amusement, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Is this the level of intelligence you possess as a chairman of a public company? Before Gu Xingbo could respond, the Overlord sighed wistfully. Indeed, all your accomplishments stem from usurping the fortunes and opportunities of others. In terms of insidiousness and malice, none can surpass you. With this, why would you require any intelligence? Gu Xingbo's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. The talisman in his hand crumbled to pieces, and the one he had promised to protect had yet to appear. A flicker of venomous coldness crossed his gaze. I was wrong, your majesty. I was wrong. I beseech you to show mercy this once, just this once. As I pressed down harder, causing Gu Xingbo to scream in agony once more. Zai looked down at him. Bad uncle, even at death's door? You still wish to scheme against Zai's father? Gu Xingbo protested. How would Zai know he intended to conspire against the Underworld Overlord? Seeing the confusion in Gu Xingbo's eyes, Zai chuckled softly. Because your aura is too wicked, so insidiously foul. You must have ill intentions. Gu Xingbo retorted. You can detect bad energy? Even dogs cannot sniff as well as you. Yet Gu Xingbo was unafraid. He even deliberately slammed his head against the ground. His forehead broke open, blood streaming forth. The Underworld Overlord casually lifted his precious daughter, glancing at Bai Mingxiu, who was supporting the unconscious Huo Clan, and carelessly commanded the vengeful spirits. Clear this place. The spirits, having avenged their deaths and receiving a direct order from the king, nodded eagerly. Rest assured, we will complete the task. The Underworld Overlord nodded, and with a wave of his hand, whisked away his precious daughter along with Huo Clan and Bai Mingxiu in an instant. Gu Xingbo was left bewildered. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and several police officers rushed out. Don't move. We received reports of fight. Everyone put your hands on your heads and squat down. No talking, no whispering. Gu Xingbo, unable to move due to the pain in his lower back, quickly explained, Officers, you've got it wrong. We're the victims. Huo Clan is the one who killed his mother, and he is trying to kill me for revenge. The police officer frowned, lifting him off the ground. The ambulance is downstairs. We will arrange for someone to take you down. As for everything else, we will take your statement later. Suddenly, one officer raised his voice. Deputy Han, we need emergency assistance over here. Another officer echoed. Deputy, this one also requires urgent care. A doctor arrived just in time, hurrying over to assess the situation. After examining one, then the other, he sighed and shook his head. It's too late. The pupils have fully dilated. The officer's gazes toward Gu Xingbo shifted immediately. Take him away, and do not let him out of your sight. Two officers approached, one on each side of Gu Xingbo. Yes, Gu Xingbo exclaimed furiously. I told you it wasn't me. It was Huo Clan. The officers recognized Huo Clan and glanced down at the lifeless Hai Jin and the tall, also lifeless Jiang Fong sprawled on the coffee table. Whether it was Huo Clan or not, justice would prevail. Suddenly, one officer, who was drawing a line around Jiang Fong's body, called out, Deputy Han, there's something here. Deputy Han quickly made his way over, and upon seeing the packet of white powder, his gaze sharpened with intensity. He turned to the two colleagues supporting Gu Xingbo. Cuff him and take him away. Yes. Gu Xingbo was bewildered. As the handcuffs clicked onto his wrists, realization dawned upon him that he had been set up. Officers, you've made a mistake. It was Huo Clan. That brat betrayed me. And that Ming Zai, she's not even human. She's a ghost. The officer's lips twitched in disbelief. Seeing ghosts in broad daylight? This isn't a television drama. Gu Xingbo's mouth twitched as well. While television may be fictional, he knew that the supernatural truly existed. If the entity was powerful enough, it would not fear the sun. He recalled the ghostly entity that Hai Jin had raised, which had succumbed before Fengdu Dadi in mere moments, and his fear escalated. If he died and his soul entered the underworld, he would be surrendering his future and the afterlife to Fengdu Dadi. The thought sent Gu Xingbo into a frenzy of struggle. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to. I'm innocent. It was the Huo family. They did this. Deputy Han observed Gu Xingbo's frantic behavior with a colder gaze. Feigning madness? Huh. Every police officer abhors drugs, especially narcotics. Deputy Han's father fell victim to a drug dealer, making him particularly sensitive to such matters. He ordered the nearby officer, call the psychiatric department at the First People's Hospital, and have the director personally send someone to the station for an evaluation. Yes, he would not allow anyone tainted by drugs to slip through his grasp. This was the essence of his duty as a police officer, and indeed his reason for living. Meanwhile, in the surveillance blind spot below, the Underworld Lord paused with his 3 children. He had not come in his physical form, but had sent his spirit ahead, leaving his body in the Underworld to multitask, conducting a meeting while also summoning spirits. Though dissatisfied with Bai Mingxiu for previously summoning Zai Zai, his expression softened slightly. Considering Bai Mingxiu's initiative, Zai Zai, go play. Daddy will come find you after the meeting, no later than this morning. Bai Mingxiu, experiencing close proximity to the Underworld Lord for the first time, was initially intimidated by his chilling presence, but had since adapted. The Underworld Lord glanced at Huo, who had been knocked out by Zai Zai, and snapped his fingers lightly. He gathered all the negative energy surrounding Huo and the entire building, preventing ordinary people from becoming ill or, worse, reporting to the Underworld after exposure. After completing this, the Underworld Lord kissed Zai Zai's forehead. Be good, Zai Zai. See you tonight. Zai Zai tilted her little head and puckered her lips to plant a kiss on her father's cheek. See you tonight, Daddy. The Underworld Lord transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished just as Huo opened his eyes. Sensing that Gusilin had awakened, Zai Zai scrambled up his legs and wrapped her chubby arms around his neck. Gusilin, are you okay? Huo mind was blank as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Nearby, the revolving door of the Fangyuan Group's office building swung open, and Gu Xinghua was escorted outside, handcuffed and flanked by 2 police officers. Zai Zai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, he's handcuffed. Daddy is amazing. The sight of Gu Xinghua's furious face jolted Huo awake. Yes, he was handcuffed. This meant Gu Xinghua would face legal consequences. He could no longer act impulsively as he had upstairs. He needed to avenge his mother, but could not endanger himself. Gu Xinghua was not worth it. However, as Gu Xinghua was led away and placed in the police car, Huo suddenly felt a sense of redemption. Huo embraced Zai Zai, his voice soft yet trembling. Zai Zai, thank you, truly thank you. Thank you for saving me. Huo, time and again. Zai Zai quickly shook her head, her small voice explaining, it wasn't Zai Zai. It was Daddy. Zai Zai's daddy. But Gusilin is part of Zai Zai's family, and family helps each other without needing thanks. Huo's emotions became increasingly complex. Was he truly family with the Underworld Lord? The thought felt strange. Would he need to report to the Underworld to see this family member when necessary? Chapter 248, a scene too disturbing to witness. While Huo was lost in thought, Bai Mingxiu noticed reporters approaching in the distance and lowered his voice. Let's go. The trio quickly departed, and as they passed a noodle shop, Zai Zai could not help but swallow hard. The sound caught the attention of Huo and Bai Mingxiu, prompting them to chuckle. Are you hungry, Zai Zai? Zai Zai shook her head. Gusilin, Mingxiu Gij, Zai Zai isn't hungry. Huo smiled. Shall we go then? Zai Zai shyly hummed. But Gusilin, my mouth says it wants to eat, and my tummy feels like it can hold at least 10 bowls of noodles. Huo replied. Zai Zai, listen to Mingxiu Gij. Bai Mingxiu, charmed by Zai Zai's obedience, felt his heart soften. Yet he maintained a respectful distance of at least 3 meters, yearning to touch her soft hair, but restraining himself. Zai Zai is so good. Let's go. The trio, exceptionally attractive, especially Zai Zai, who was a rosy, chubby bundle with bright, large eyes, melted the heart of the shop's owner. Little one, what noodles would you like? Annie will treat you. Zai Zai giggled, her eyes nearly drooling over the signature beef noodles. Zai Zai wants that one, the one with lots and lots of meat. The shop owner eagerly nodded. Okay. Annie will make it right away, with plenty of meat. The owner thought to herself, how much meat could a 3 or 4-year-old possibly eat? And she was so adorable. She could afford to treat not just 1 but 10 of such charming little ones. Zai Zai cutely added, Annie Zai wants 10 bowls. The owner chuckled in response. All right, 10 bowls. While agreeing, she assumed the little one didn't quite grasp the size of the bowls, thinking 1 bowl would be enough for her to eat for a day. Just then, Bai Mingxiu and Huo chimed in simultaneously. Shop owner, a total of 12 bowls. As they prepared to settle the bill with their phones, Zai Zai pulled out a black gold card from her pocket. Annie, Zai Zai has money. No need for Annie to treat. The owner was taken aback. This was a high-end noodle shop in the city center, frequented by countless professionals, yet she had never encountered a child using a black gold card to pay. Zai Zai, licking her lips in hunger, pressed the card into the owner's hand, her sweet voice urging, "Annie, my mouth and tummy are really hungry. Can Zai Zai have noodles? I really have money. It's all on that card." The owner, worried about the little one going hungry, took the black gold card, bewildered. Upon seeing it in the kitchen, the chef was startled. What? Where did this global limited edition black gold card come from? The shop owner gestured towards Zai Zai, thinking, I was going to treat that adorable little girl to noodles because she looked so cute, but now she's paying with a black gold card. And I'm too stunned to even cook the noodles. Are our noodles fresh? Will a 3 or 4-year-old have trouble digesting them? Can a little one chew the beef? The boss replied, "Let me check." The sweet, endearing voice of the little one echoed from the doorway. "Andy, uncle, I have strong teeth. I can eat raw meat without upsetting my tummy, but my tummy keeps rumbling. Could you please make some noodles for me?" The aroma of beef wafted through the air, drawing the little one closer. The owners, slightly dazed, set about preparing the noodles. Soon, 3 bowls were placed on the table, the rich fragrance of the noodles mingling with the savory scent of meat, creating an enticing aroma. The little one and his 2 older brothers eagerly dug in, slurping and savoring every bite. Bai Mingxiu and Huo Clan blew on the noodles to cool them down, while the little one, already embracing a bowl larger than his head, slurped the broth with delight. Once he set the bowl down, it was completely empty, no trace of soup left. Bai Mingxiu and Huo Clan were astonished, thinking the little one could never finish it. The owners were equally surprised. The little one, with a soft insistence, urged his brothers, Mingxiu Gij, Clan Gij, hurry and eat. It's so delicious. After a moment, he turned to the kitchen, asking, Andy, is it ready? I've finished 1 bowl already. The owners replied, just a moment. It's almost done. 10 minutes later, the little one, patting his flat tummy, left with his 2 brothers, leaving the owners in a state of disbelief. Bai Mingxiu, with the best composure, and Huo Clan, still adjusting, walked together. Little one, is your tongue all right? The little one, sticking out his tiny tongue, chuckled and, noticing no one was around, pulled it out completely. Huo Clan, witnessing this, turned his gaze away in shock. Bai Mingxiu struggled to suppress a smile, maintaining a distance of 3 meters as they walked together. When Huo Clan appeared holding the little one, accompanied by Bai Mingxiu, and seeing the 3 children unharmed, Huo Dad swiftly approached to take the little one into his arms. Little one, you mustn't do that next time. It worries your father. Huo Clan lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, uncle. It's all my fault that the little one did that. I promise it won't happen again. In light of his recently bereaved nephew, Huo Chan chose not to say much more, gently patting Huo Clan's shoulder. Your father is waiting for you at the Xiong team office. Gu Xinghua is under investigation, and the police will soon clear your name. Yes. Huo Chan turned to Bai Mingxiu. Mingxiu, thank you for your efforts. Bai Mingxiu, feeling a bit awkward, replied, Uncle Huo, you flatter me. I haven't been much help. The little one quickly shook his head. No. Gij Mingxiu is amazing. He even summoned King Ming when calling the spirits. Mr. Ming is here? Huo Chan asked. At that moment, Jiang Lin called, Sir, there is an important document that requires your signature at the company. Are you still at the police station? Huo Chan quickly responded. I'll be at the company shortly. If the Ming King were to pick up the little one, it would be more convenient for them to meet at the office. Ensuring necessary communication without alarming the elderly at home, Jiang Lin, who was preparing to deliver the documents, paused. Okay. Bai Mingxiu ventured, Uncle Hua, may I accompany you to help watch over the little one? Huo Chan did not hesitate, of course. Chapter 249. The little one's legs have their own ideas. When Gu Xinghua was arrested, drugs were discovered hidden in his office. Despite being a nationally renowned philanthropist, the police swiftly launched an investigation into him and the entire Fanyuan group. The news sent shockwaves throughout the capital. Most people found it hard to believe due to Gu Xinghua's impeccable public persona. His Fanyuan group had previously established a special department for the hearing impaired, greatly aiding countless individuals in securing employment, earning widespread acclaim, and being recognized as an outstanding philanthropist for 5 consecutive years. Now, with allegations of drug use, the shares of Fanyuan Group plummeted. Previously, due to the continuous minor issues caused by Fanyuan Group, Huo Group had been inevitably constrained. Now that Fanyuan Group was under investigation, Huo Chan naturally found himself busier. Upon returning to the company, he instructed the 2 children to stay in the office while he attended a meeting in the conference room. During the meeting, he sent Jiang Lin to deliver clothes to Bai Mingxiu, who understood the hint and went to freshen up in the restroom. Upon emerging, Bai Mingxiu felt refreshed, free of any lingering scent of sandalwood. He couldn't help but smile, relieved that he no longer needed to maintain a 3-meter distance from the little one. The little one was busily fiddling with his father's phone, poking and prodding without any logical sequence due to his inability to read. However, he remembered the green and white icon with 2 little eyes he had previously opened, eagerly tapping at it. The phone vibrated occasionally, and though he couldn't comprehend it, he continued to play joyfully. It wasn't until Gij Mingxiu finished his bath that the little one finally put the phone down. Gij Mingxiu, you're done washing. The little one, missing the scent of sandalwood from his brother, hopped off the sofa and scampered over, attempting to climb up by Mingxiu's legs. Bai Mingxiu, intending to bend down and pick him up, was momentarily amused by the little one's antics. Are you a monkey? The little one shook his head vigorously. No. Granny Ming said I'm a chicken, a little weak chicken. Bai Mingxiu's lips twitched slightly. Gij Mingxiu, what happened to your mouth? Bai Mingxiu, startled, quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Suddenly, he realized the little one was now 3.5 years old and would be starting school on September 1st. Reflecting on the earlier conversation about being a weak chicken, Bai Mingxiu posed a question. Little one, does your Ming Papa want you to attend kindergarten? The little one nodded. Yes, I want to go to learn. Bai Mingxiu sighed in relief, fearing the little one might resist school, which would pose challenges. Just as he thought this, he noticed the little one suddenly looked dejected. But Gij Mingxiu, Daddy, and my older brothers think kindergarten is bad. I've been there twice, and it really isn't good. Bai Mingxiu was taken aback. You've been to kindergarten? The little one nodded, forlornly recounting his experiences. At that moment, the phone abandoned on the sofa began to vibrate wildly. The little one, with his keen hearing, stretched his neck to see. Bai Mingxiu also heard the commotion and hurriedly picked up the phone. Little one, it's Uncle Gu on the line. The little one grabbed the phone, but had never answered a call before. Gij Mingxiu? Bai Mingxiu paused, then understood the little one's intent. He didn't know how to use the phone. Little one looked to swipe from left to right, and that will answer the call. As soon as he finished speaking, the call connected, and Gu Qifeng's impatient voice came through. Chenling, is the little one with you at the company? The little one replied in a soft, sweet voice. Uncle Gu, I'm at Daddy's company. Upon hearing the little one's voice, Gu Qifeng immediately chuckled. All right. Little one, wait for Uncle Gu and Uncle Bo at the company. We'll see you soon. After hanging up, the little one suddenly remembered the ominous presence of Uncle Bo. I know. Uncle Bo is not good. Bai Mingxiu, who had never met Bo Yining but had heard the little one mention kindergarten, realized that if the little one deemed Uncle Bo as unfavorable, the situation must be quite dire. Faced with such evidently ominous circumstances, Bai Mingxiu frowned. Little one, how about we wait on the first floor? It may not be safe to go upstairs. The little one, feeling bored in the office, cheerfully nodded. I'll listen to Gij Mingxiu. The little one tucked his father's phone into his pocket, took Bai Mingxiu's hand, and exited the office, quickly arriving at the lobby on the first floor via the president's exclusive elevator. The front desk had closed for the day, leaving the spacious lobby empty. The little one looked around, finding the area spotless but devoid of any tempting snacks, which left him a bit disappointed. Bai Mingxiu noticed this and smiled. Beside us lies a supermarket. Shall we procure some snacks? Zai shook her head, expressing her desire to wait for Uncle Gu and Uncle Bo here, insisting she could not leave. Bai Mingxiu, naturally concerned about leaving Zai alone, took out his phone to place an order. Let's purchase online and have a courier deliver it. Zai shook her head again, stating Mingxiu Gij. Currently the residents of the Underworld are restricted from entering or exiting freely due to the ongoing scrutiny of appearances. Couriers cannot come. Bai Mingxiu responded with surprise. But upon noticing there was no one around, as they were in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, Zai boldly detached her little chubby leg and tossed it into a nearby corner. The detached leg sprang to life, scurrying away through the crack of the open glass door. Bai Mingxiu exclaimed, No, Zai, we must not do this. Even though Mingxiu Gij is a medium, encountering a disembodied leg running in the dead of night is quite alarming. Zai, observing her legs retreat, solemnly explained, Mingxiu Gij, look how peculiar it is for a leg to run off like that. Third Gij was frightened before. The Underworld does not permit such incomplete bodies to appear, especially not a single leg. Bai Mingxiu found himself at a loss for words. As they conversed, footsteps approached from outside. Zai, noticing her leg's distance and the approaching figure, hurriedly leaped into Mingxiu Gij's embrace. He sighed in relief, thinking it good that Zai Zai understood the potential to frighten others. The passerby was oblivious to Bai Mingxiu and Zai Zai in the corner. Although it was late, the nightlife in the capital was yet to commence, with many returning home from work. When car headlights shone nearby, the leg, fearing discovery, dove into a flower bed. Zai Zai, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled and explained, Mingxiu Gij. My leg might have its own thoughts. I shall not pull it again next time. It runs swiftly and is rather disobedient. Unlike my eyes, which are well-behaved and can be played with like a glass ball, they do not run about. Chapter 250. Can we see if your brother can be saved? It was not particularly late, and the lobby was bustling with people coming and going. Fortunately, when Bai Mingxiu and Zai Zai descended, they were discreet, and at that moment, no one noticed them. After waiting for over a minute and confirming the lobby was once again empty, Bai Mingxiu swiftly exited with Zai Zai, heading toward a nearby flower bed. He looked down at the fully restored Zai Zai, particularly at the little leg that might have its own intentions, and found it difficult to meet her gaze. Zai Zai, your leg. Zai Zai playfully slapped her chubby leg, reassuring, Mingxiu Gij, do not worry. Zai Zai will not let it run amok again. Bai Mingxiu silently gazed up at the sky. Zai Zai, feeling idle, wandered about the lobby. After a while, another person entered from outside. Upon seeing the plump little Zai Zai, a female employee's eyes sparkled. Such a cute little child. Is Annie still at work? The employee's mood brightened further upon encountering the adorable little one. Zai Zai responded with an O, waving at the female employee. Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, little one. Zai Zai watched as the employee entered the elevator, noticing her press the nearby button. She stood still, her eyes filled with curiosity. She remembered that when she came down, Mingxiu Gij had also pressed that round, glowing button. Last time she had visited the company with her nanny, Uncle Gu had encountered an incident, and Uncle Jiang had taken her in the elevator, pressing it as well. Zai Zai's hands itched. She wished to press it too. Bai Mingxiu, who had been sitting on a nearby sofa, noticed Zai Zai peeking around the elevator doors and walked over with a smile. Zai Zai, what is it? Zai Zai pointed at the elevator, saying, Mingxiu Gij, I also want to press that round, glowing button inside. Bai Mingxiu smiled indulgently, taking Zai Zai's hand and leading her to the private elevator for the president. This elevator sees less traffic, allowing Zai Zai to press the button here. Zai Zai's eyes brightened. Thank you, Mingxiu Gij. Once inside, Zai Zai stared blankly at the 4 rows of round, glowing buttons, suddenly realizing she did not recognize the numbers. Bai Mingxiu, witnessing her initial excitement turn into confusion, chuckled softly. Zai Zai, do you not recognize the numbers above? The bewildered Zai Zai quickly turned to Mingxiu Gij and nodded shyly. Mingxiu Gij, I do not know these numbers. Bai Mingxiu affectionately ruffled her hair, lifting her up for a better view. Do not worry. Mingxiu Gij knows them and will teach you. Zai Zai nodded vigorously. Thank you, Mingxiu Gij. Bai Mingxiu's affection deepened. And concerned that the president's office might need the elevator, he did not linger, but carried Zai Zai to the sofa, taking out his phone to dial numbers and teacher. This is 1, representing the first floor, and we are currently on the first floor. This is 2, indicating the second floor. Despite her youth, Zai Zai learned quickly. She swiftly memorized the dialing keypad numbers. 3 seconds later, a car pulled up to the building entrance, where Gu Qifeng carried Bo Nian down, quickly entering with the pale-faced Bo Yining. Bai Mingxiu and Zai Zai turned to the noise. Zai Zai joyfully called out, Uncle Gu, Uncle Bo. As for the little Bo Nian in Uncle Gu's arms, Zai Zai held a grudge and chose to ignore him. Just as the 3 entered, the elevator opened, revealing a construction worker carrying a large bucket and pushing an aluminum ladder. The bucket contained a steel rod over 2 meters long. The ladder collided with the wall, causing the bucket to topple, and the steel rod shot towards Bo Yining. Anticipating the danger, Bo Yining retreated rapidly, but his heels stepped on by Mingxiu's toes, halting him abruptly. Witnessing the bucket's fall, Gu Qifeng cursed and was about to assist when Zai Zai raised her hand. An unseen force seemed to divert the steel rod away from Bo Yining, allowing it to slide past and clatter to the ground. Bo Yining's already pale face turned even whiter as he gasped for air, shaken from yet another brush with death. His sleep quality had plummeted over the past few days, plagued by nightmares, leaving him hardly able to rest. Every outing felt like a calamity waiting to happen, with each misfortune threatening his life. For instance, a massive flower pot had fallen from the rooftop, ensuring no survivors. Car journeys were fraught with peril, whether from runaway dump trucks or reckless drivers, where injury or death seemed inevitable. Even brushing his teeth that morning, his son had slipped and collided with his back, nearly choking him with a toothbrush. It was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. As Bo Ening remained shaken, the construction worker hurriedly apologized. "I am so sorry. It was not intentional." Bai Mingxiu regarded the worker closely, subtly shaking his head under Gu Qifeng's scrutinizing gaze. Gu Qifeng, skeptical, turned back to Zai Zai, who blinked her sparkling eyes and gently shook her head. Unaware of Gu Qifeng's gaze, Bo Ening wearily shook his head at the construction worker's apologies. "It is nothing. It has nothing to do with you. I have just been rather unlucky lately. Let us move on." The construction worker, feeling particularly grateful, gathered the fallen steel rod and quickly departed. Gu Qifeng, puzzled, could not directly question Zai Zai. Instead, he turned to Bai Mingxiu. "Mingxiu, what exactly is going on?" Bai Mingxiu observed the ominous aura enveloping Bo Ening, which had now transformed into a deathly pallor. His attractive brows furrowed tightly. Uncle Bo must have fallen victim to a curse, but the practitioner lacked the skill to claim his life directly. Instead, it had morphed into a series of misfortunes over time. Gu Qifeng cradled Bo Nian in one arm while patting Bo Ening's shoulder with the other. "How unfortunate. No wonder you mentioned almost succumbing to your toothbrush this morning. If you had indeed perished by toothbrush, it would be the ultimate stroke of bad luck." Bo Ening appeared utterly exhausted, his unkempt beard contrasting starkly with his former image of an elite executive. "If we are to consider him as a brother, might we ascertain whether he can be salvaged? He truly cannot endure much longer." Gu Qifeng burst into laughter. "No worries. Having found Mingxiu, everything will be all right. Right, Mingxiu?" Bai Mingxiu felt awkward. In the presence of the child, his capabilities seemed insignificant. Before he could speak, the child beamed and nodded. "Uncle Gu is correct. Mingxiu Gige is indeed formidable. Uncle Bo will certainly be fine." Bai Mingxiu's ears turned red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gu Qifeng's laughter grew louder. "This is truly splendid. Quickly, let's take the elevator to the top floor." Bo Ening interjected. "Are you serious? With such dreadful misfortune lurking, do you not fear a repeat of the elevator malfunction that nearly claimed us en route from the first hospital?" Chapter 251. The gift from the child to her peers. Having long passed the peak hours of work, there were few individuals entering or exiting the elevator. Close to the public elevator, Gu Qifeng held Bo Nian in one arm and the child in the other as they entered. The two 3.5-year-olds exchanged glances. Bo Nian's eyes were red and swollen, streaked with remnants of tears, presenting a pitiful sight. The child, feeling a pang of sympathy, recalled Bo Nian's earlier comment about her lack of modesty, causing her tone to come off somewhat brusque. However, at merely 3.5 years old, she believed her tone was assertive. Yet her voice emerged soft and tender. "Rest assured, your father will be fine." Bo Nian pressed his lips tightly together, and tears welled up in his already red eyes, quickly filling them to the brim. After a moment of puffing his cheeks, he managed to utter 2 words. "Thank you." His voice trembled, laden with emotion. The child responded with a hum. "You're welcome." Bo Nian's cheeks puffed up again. He was a particularly delicate child, with long eyebrows and large eyes. His deep-set gaze quite captivating. Upon hearing the child's words, he looked at her with a sorrowful expression, his eyes brimming with tears. "I'm sorry." Upon uttering this, Bo Nian burst into tears. The child immediately rushed into Bai Mingxiu's embrace, then turned to Gu Qifeng and Bo Ening, urgently explaining. The child neither scolded nor intimidated him. He had apologized of his own volition, not because she had made him cry. Witnessing the exchange between the two children, Bai Mingxiu, Gu Qifeng, and Bo Ening were left in a state of bemusement. Leaning against the wall, Bo Ening, despite his disheveled appearance and hoarse voice, spoke gently. Uncle Bo noted that regardless of the child's actions, it was Bo Nian himself who wished to apologize, and the child had offered comfort. She was truly remarkable. Bo Nian, already frightened at the prospect of losing his father, cried even harder upon hearing his father's voice. The child remarked, "It seems I'm not suited for playing with little ones, huh?" She buried her head in Bai Mingxiu's chest, her back turned to the others. Gu Qifeng, charmed by her antics, reached out to tease her. "You see, it really has nothing to do with you. Bo Nian is crying out of concern for his father, and once his father is safe, he will surely stop crying." The child turned her head, revealing only half of her eyes as she gazed up at Gu Qifeng. "Is that true?" Gu Qifeng, utterly smitten, turned to the sobbing Bo Nian. "Is what Uncle Gu said correct?" Amidst his tears, Bo Nian nodded vigorously, his concern for his father evident. "I don't want anything to happen to my dad. I'm worried about him." The child immediately straightened up from Bai Mingshu's embrace, feeling empowered. With her large, sparkling eyes fixed on the weeping Bo Nian, she declared, "This is simple. I can ensure your father will be fine right now." Bo Nian remained skeptical. Many masters have been consulted, and they all said they couldn't help. My grandparents have been secretly crying, saying if my father is gone, I will be a child without a father, and I do not wish to be a child without a father. The child grew anxious. What I said is true. Bo Nian, with tear-filled eyes, stared at her. You are lying. The child, somewhat irritated, conjured a barrier, simultaneously blocking signals both inside and outside the elevator. She then invoked a complex incantation. I declare, within this barrier, ordinary people will be able to see ghostly entities. After issuing her command, she did not forget Bo Nian's words. With a huff, she asserted, I do not lie. Just watch with your wide, red rabbit eyes. Bo Nian retorted, I do not have rabbit eyes. My mother says I have phoenix eyes. The child huffed. Your eyes are red, so they are rabbit eyes. Bo Nian protested. That is because I am crying. My eyes are not red normally. Suddenly, the child pointed directly at Bo Yining's forehead, who was caught off guard in the midst of his argument with Bo Nian. Now they are red. They are indeed rabbit eyes. Bo Nian. The child then directed her fingertip to Bo Yining's brow, and a faint but potent aura of negative energy seeped from her fingertip, swiftly entering his consciousness. The quickest resolution to this situation was to conduct a soul search, regardless of whether it was a curse or some other form of sorcery. The child's formidable strength yielded results in an instant. Bai Mingshu, observing from the side, was filled with trepidation. That gesture resembled the soul-searching technique described in ancient texts within the Bai family study. Yet this technique is generally effective only on particularly healthy individuals. Otherwise, it could backfire and result in dire consequences for the subject. The child glanced over, and with a gentle tug of her hand against Bo Yining's forehead, the most concentrated essence of negative energy surfaced, revealing a transparent voodoo doll. Bai Mingshu could not utter a word, for the child was multitasking, watching him, conducting the soul search, and simultaneously threatening Bo Nian. If you cry again, I will not save your father. Bo Nian, startled, widened his swollen phoenix eyes, instinctively covering his mouth with his hands. The child found this amusing. Yes, cover your mouth and do not cry. I truly have not bullied you. I do not wish to hear little ones cry. Bo Nian's shoulders shook as he struggled to suppress his sobs. The child, feeling increasingly frustrated, offered the voodoo doll she held, which had yet to open its eyes, to Bo Nian. Here, play with this and stop crying. Bo Nian, Gu Qifeng, and Bo Yining's pupils dilated in shock, especially Gu Qifeng, who screamed in terror as the doll suddenly opened its eyes. It opened its eyes. The child, observing Gu Qifeng's reaction, felt somewhat helpless. Does Uncle Gu not like dolls with open eyes? Very well then, I will just remove its eyeballs. Gu Qifeng, Bo Yining, what is this ghastly utterance? The voodoo doll, sensing imminent danger, began to struggle violently, transforming into a thick fog that slipped away through the child's fingers. The young child, Bin, gazed blankly, instinctively exclaiming, it has run away. Upon seeing that Bin was no longer crying, I sighed in relief and explained in a sweet voice, It's all right. There is a barrier. It cannot escape. The terrifying doll, emanating a chilling aura, evidently recognized the barrier, and after bumping around in vain, its eye sockets began to weep blood. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and fiercely lunged at Bin. Bin, in a state of terror, shouted Daddy. Gu Qifeng and Bin were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, forgetting to evade. Bin swiftly cast a talisman, but before it could reach the doll, I had already slapped the doll against the elevator wall, causing it to tumble to the floor. I wanted to keep you for I's friend to play with, but since you were so ungrateful, let us see how I deals with you. With that, I crouched down and delivered another slap to the doll's face, which attempted to escape. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. After 2 slaps, the doll was nearly incapacitated. But I was not finished. Her anger only grew. The little one crouched down and seized the doll. You bite, huh? I will pull out all your teeth. With a series of crunches, I began to remove the doll's teeth. You scare people with your blood tears, right? I will take out your eyeballs. With those dark sockets, you won't be able to scare anyone anymore. Snap! Snap! Ziz, I skillfully extracted the doll's eyeballs. Observing the now harmless doll, Ziz's gaze fell upon its belly. Why not turn you into a mummy for fun? It's just a matter of emptying your belly. This Ziz I can do. However, the doll was too small. And Ziz, I worried about accidentally injuring other parts. So she used her strength to enlarge the doll to a size similar to her own before nonchalantly beginning to dissect its abdomen. The doll, with unseeing eyes, lay inert. Observing the scene were Gu Qf ing, By ing, Bnin, and Bim ing x. Chapter 252. It's just a toy. Ziz, I worked with remarkable speed, and, having previously experienced her own transformation, possessed some expertise in disemboweling the doll. In less than a minute, the doll was hollowed out, though she lacked the skill to stitch it back together. Ziz, I considered it a waste of effort to spend time sewing the doll. After pondering, she remembered that she was not alone in this place. Raising her little head, she sweetly asked the nearest Gu Qf ing, Uncle Gu, can you sew the doll back together? Ziz kente. Gu Qf ing, still reeling from the shock of Ziz's ferocity, leaned against the elevator wall for support, momentarily at a loss. Bim ing x, demonstrating the best adaptability, being a young man accustomed to dealings with the underworld, was the first to respond. Ziz. This isn't a hospital. Uncle Gu likely doesn't have the tools. Gu Qf ing, finally regaining his composure, nodded vigorously, his face pale. Yes. Uncle Gu didn't bring a needle and thread. It might not be possible to sew it now. Ziz, I felt a twinge of disappointment, but accepted the situation gracefully. Then let us go upstairs later, and Uncle Gu can sew it then. Gu Qf ing swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Okay. Instinctively turning to his good friend By ing. He was startled to see By ing staring blankly, seemingly devoid of breath. The most alarming part was that he saw two versions of his good friend By ing. Gu Qf ing was taken aback, his voice rising sharply. Ing. Ziz, I tilted her head and waved her hand. With a gentle press of her finger, Ing's spirit instantly reunited with his body, compliant and whole. Gasping heavily, Ing exhaled deeply and began to breathe in great gulps. He clutched his chest with one hand, staring wide-eyed, his eyes mirroring those of Bin at Ziz, nearly popping out of their sockets. You. Ziz, I tilted her head, offering Ing a sweet, innocent smile, her voice soft and melodious. A stark contrast to the fierce little tyrant who had just dismantled the doll. Uncle B, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Ing shook his head vigorously. In that moment, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Gu Qf ing holding his son, prompting him to remember that not only he had witnessed the event, but his 3.5-year-old son had too. Ozunien? Bin's eyes widened even further, fixated on Ziz, while occasionally glancing at the doll. Now transformed into a toy. Rather than fear, his face was one of sheer incredulity. Ziz, where did this doll come from? Ziz pointed to Be Ypsilon and Nagi. Didn't you see? It came from her daddy's body. This doll was inside him, which is why he nearly went to the underworld. Bin had indeed seen everything. His curiosity heightened. He had forgotten to cry. As for fear, a 3.5-year-old witnessing an ugly doll emerging from his father's body felt more like wonder than dread. Bin could hardly believe. So, my daddy had a doll hidden inside him? Is that why he was close to death? Ziz, I pondered a moment, nodding her little head. Sort of. Bin asked again, now that the doll is out, daddy won't die, right? Ziz, I proudly nodded, of course, quickly wiping his tears. Bin slipped from Gu Qf ing's embrace and approached Ziz, looking at her with red and swollen eyes, his demeanor serious. Ziz, I'm sorry, and thank you very much. Observing Bin's earnest apology, Ziz, I displayed her brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's all right, no need to be polite. Though fear lingered on Bin's face, curiosity dominated. The 3.5-year-old child had no concept of what ghosts and monsters meant. He crouched beside Ziz, fixated on the now harmless doll, which had been disemboweled. Ziz, dis doll. Ziz, I quickly interjected. It's dead. It's just a toy now. Bin looked astonished. A toy doll can die? His toys at home couldn't change size or suddenly come to life and run around. No, some could run. but none were as grotesque and frightening as this doll. I inspected the doll as hollow belly. With it like this, it definitely can't live. It's not like me. B&I was momentarily stunned, wanted to ask more, while Gu QF-ing, BY-ing, and B-I-M-ing X listened in horror to the conversation between the two 3.5-year-olds. B-E-M and geeks. Fearing I might demonstrate something akin to a lively doll with an empty belly, quickly spoke up. ZZ. Would you like to make the doll the previous size? It would make the elevator seem larger. I looked around the spacious elevator and then at the concerned B-I-M-ing X. Although she was unsure of his worries, she obediently nodded. All right. With a swift motion, no one could see how she did it, and the doll was instantly reduced to the size of a man's palm. I picked up the palm-sized doll from the floor and handed it to B&IN. Here you go. B&IN was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted it. Thank you for the gift, ZIZI. After saying this, B&IN felt a bit awkward, quickly adding, ZIZI, I'm sorry I didn't prepare a gift for you, but don't worry. I will definitely pick the best gift for you in a few days. I had received gifts from her brothers. Aside from a jade pendant given by B-I-M-ing X, the rest were various keys. She was unsure of their purpose and had no desire for more keys. Do not give the little one any keys, for keys cannot be consumed or quench thirst. While the little one may have the capacity to eat, such objects possess no flavor and are unpalatable. Hence, the little one does not favor them. The little friend Bon Yin felt a tinge of anxiety, as he could not comprehend what the little one was saying. Being intelligent from a young age, he preferred not to play with those who appeared somewhat dull, and he feared that the little one, being even smarter than himself, would not wish to associate with him, the seemingly foolish child, so he nodded earnestly. I understand now. I will not give you keys, but rather something else, he declared. The little one smiled even more joyfully. Then I thank you first. Bon Yin felt a bit bashful and dared not meet the little one's gaze. No need to be polite. Observing the conversation between the two 3.5-year-olds, Gu Qifeng, Bo Yining, and Bai Mingshu noted that Bo Yining was drenched and appeared frightened. He bent down to lift his son, lowering his voice to inquire, Xiaoyan, are you not afraid of this doll? The little friend Bo Yin gazed quizzically at his father, whom he regarded as the bravest and tallest figure. Father, the little one said it is merely a toy. Why should I fear a toy? It is just a toy. The little one heard this clearly and chimed in indeed. Uncle Bo, it is a toy that can grow and shrink while doing mischief, but it is truly just a toy, so there is no need to be afraid. Bon Yin nodded emphatically yes. It is just a toy. Father is the bravest, so why would he fear such a small toy? Bo Yining exclaimed. It is just a toy. I nearly lost my life to this toy. Initially, the little one felt a bit apprehensive, but seeing that Bon Yin was unafraid, she assumed that the adults must also be fearless. Yes, Uncle Bo, it has already perished. In Chapter 253, the atmosphere in the elevator felt stifling to the two adults, especially upon seeing the tattered doll with its belly exposed, making it difficult to look directly at it. Bai Mingshu, noticing the expressions of Uncle Gu and Uncle Bo, found it somewhat unkindly amusing and struggled to suppress a laugh, fearing a reprimand. Observing that the ominous aura surrounding Uncle Bo had vanished, though his complexion remained pallid, he felt reassured with the little one present. Uncle Gu, shall we ascend? Gu Qifeng instinctively nodded, yes. Bai Mingshu affirmed and pressed the button for the top floor. The little one, sensing the matter had been resolved, promptly dispelled the barrier. The moment the barrier was lifted, the once terrifying appearance of the doll transformed before Gu Qifeng, Bo Yining, and Bon Yin's eyes, revealing it to be an exceedingly unattractive rag doll made from scraps. Bo Yining thought to himself that had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would not have believed that such an extraordinarily ugly scrap doll could have nearly claimed his life. Gu Qifeng, a veteran of the Underworld, found it surprising that he had been so frightened by such an unsightly object. He coughed lightly and was about to speak when a young man in his 20s entered the elevator, appearing quite amiable. The little one enthusiastically inquired, Big brother, which floor are you going to? I can help you press the button. The young man paused momentarily before smiling and stating the number. The 27th floor, thank you. Little friend. The little one cheerfully replied that no thanks were needed, then propped herself up in Brother Mingshu's embrace, stretching her chubby little hand to press the elevator button. Upon viewing the options, she was momentarily stunned. She thought she had misheard and turned to ask again, Big brother, which floor did you say? The young man repeated. The 27th floor, thank you. Then, she was once again taken aback. 13590. Thankfully, she managed to restrain herself, fearing that it might cause the little one further embarrassment. He held her hand, guiding her chubby little finger to accurately press the button for 27. All done. No one could hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha. The little one buried her small head in a Brother Mingshu's not-so-wide embrace, facing his chest, feeling her cheeks still exposed. She snuggled against him, eventually burying her little head between his arm and chest. Perfectly concealed, her bashful, rosy little face and adorable antics were so charming that even Bai Mingshu struggled to contain himself. Gu Qifeng, Bo Yining, and the young man laughed heartily. Ha ha, the little one is so adorable, exclaimed Gu Qifeng. Far more charming than my little Nian. Bo Nian protested, Father, I am a boy and do not need to be so cute. It is sufficient that the little one is cute. Bo Yining promptly agreed. Yes, yes. It is enough that the little one is cute. The young man added, absolutely adorable. So endearing. The little one nestled further into Brother Mingshu's embrace, wishing to hide her entire small frame. Bai Mingshu, watching her, found it difficult to maintain his composure. A smile broke across his face, revealing a set of bright white teeth, his dark eyes glistening with warmth. The little one, with a slight misjudgment of her own adorability, was utterly endearing, captivating his heart. Upon returning to the top-floor executive office, they found it empty, as Father Huo was likely still in a meeting. The little one, with her cheeks flushed, nestled obediently in Bai Mingshu's arms. Bo Nian wished to converse with her, but could not see her face, causing him to fidget anxiously. Gu Qifeng, having inquired around, finally found a female secretary with spare needles and thread, which he borrowed to stitch up the grotesquely disfigured doll. Bo Yining, realizing he was still alive, sat on the sofa, repeatedly questioning life. Observing the shy little one and his son, who wished to speak with her, but was at a loss, he sighed softly. With a sudden clap on his thigh, he stood up abruptly, having forgotten to ask the little one who had plotted against him. Gu Qifeng jumped in surprise, having made an error while sewing the doll's belly, inadvertently stitching into the armpit. The little one, hearing the commotion, cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing the doll stitched incorrectly, she sweetly reminded Gu Qifeng, Uncle Gu, that is for the tummy, not the armpit. Gu Qifeng responded, and the little one turned to the standing Bo Yining, asking, Uncle Bo, what happened? Bo Yining suddenly knelt before the little one. Little one, I am forever indebted to you for saving my life. The little one was the daughter of Hua Chenling. Even if he were to give his entire company to the Hua family, it would likely be considered a hassle. Truly, he felt he could never repay her. Seeing his father kneel, Bo Nian hurriedly followed suit, his small frame serious despite his tender voice. Little one, thank you for saving my father. Whatever you desire, we shall grant you. The little one was momentarily taken aback by the sudden kneeling of both Bo Yining and his son, and did not have time to assist them. Realizing, she rushed to help them up. Uncle Bo, please rise. Bo Nian, you too, please get up. Gu Qifeng and Bai Mingshu quickly assisted in lifting them. The little one looked at Bo Nian with a hint of exasperation. Originally, when I saw you at kindergarten, I wanted to speak to you, but you did not allow me to talk, so I did not say anything. Bo Nian inquired, but father, at kindergarten, we children only play, eat, go to the restroom, and sleep. I have helped the little one with these. What will the little one do? The little one shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. The little one must learn to eat independently. Otherwise, what you consume will not belong to her, and she will remain hungry. The same goes for using the restroom or sleeping. Uncle Bo, these matters cannot be assisted. Bo Yining, little Bonian nods earnestly, ingid. Then, with a soul-searching question directed at his father, Dad, what else can I do for her in kindergarten? Without a moment's thought, Bo Yining responds, protect her. If anyone bullies her, you must retaliate. Little Bo Nian, astonished, retorts, Dad, which child in kindergarten could possibly defeat her? Bo Yining, Gu Qifeng, and Bai Mingshu, who had been observing, burst into laughter at the father-son exchange. Bo Yining, here he is, a so-called elite CEO, who, in the presence of two 3.5-year-olds, becomes the butt of the joke. He thought that was the end, but the situation escalated further. Little Bo Nian suddenly found his father somewhat unreliable, prompting him to ask, Dad, did you ever attend kindergarten? Do you possess a kindergarten graduation certificate? Bo Yining, who had been mischievous as a child and only began to comprehend things in his late 20s, admitted he indeed never attended kindergarten and, of course, lacks a graduation certificate. Chapter 254. The Arrogance of Father Hua. Mr. Hua. Hua Chimling nodded. Mr. Bo Ening, feeling a bit awkward, shook hands with Hua Chunling. Just call me Ening, Mr. Hua. Although the Bo family holds some standing in the capital, they pale in comparison to the formidable Hua family. 10 Bo families could barely serve as practice for the descendants of the Hua family. Little Bo Yin called out, Uncle Hua. Hua Chunling smiled faintly, his lips curling slightly. Hello. Seeing her father approach, the little one hurriedly leaped from by Mingshu's arms. Daddy. Hua Chunling lifted the child and turned to Gu Qifeng. Is everything resolved? Gu Qifeng, aware that he was inquiring about Bo Ening, nodded with a smile. It has been handled. Hua Chunling glanced at him and then at Bo Ening. Bo Ening quickly caught on and assured him, Mr. Hua, rest assured, today's events will remain buried within our father-son duo for this life and the next. Although little Bo Yin didn't fully grasp the meaning behind his father's words, he nodded in agreement. Whatever Dad says is true. Hearing this, Hua Chunling was convinced that the Bo family had some understanding of the little one's identity, but the Bo family's character seemed commendable. Of course, even if the Bo family were to disclose secrets, much like Gu Xingbua, who was caught and claimed the little one was a supernatural being, who would believe it? Hadn't he already been sent for a mental evaluation? Moreover, the evaluation revealed nothing unusual, and Gu Xingbua, who had insisted on the little one being a ghostly figure, was ultimately judged to be evading legal responsibility, feigning madness. After leaving the conference room, he received a call from Xiong Qi, who remarked that Gu Xingbua's antics would only exacerbate his sentencing. He laughed at that moment. Xiong Qi laughed too. Everyone knew that Gu Xingbua spoke the truth, but who would believe it? Before the little one arrived at their home, all members of the Hua family were staunch atheists, especially the eldest son, who studied medicine. He certainly didn't believe it. Reflecting on this, Hua Chunling chuckled softly. You may express your thoughts, but no one will believe you. Bo Ening, indeed, the head of the Hua family, the foremost family in Huagua, is indeed so arrogant. However, upon reflection, Hua Chunling merely spoke the truth. After all, without witnessing it firsthand, he himself did not believe it. Hua Chunling changed the subject. Have the masterminds been identified? Bo Ening had initially intended to ask the little one this question, but was interrupted, so he quickly glanced at her. The little one was beaming, nestled in her father's embrace, her voice filled with cheer. She didn't know who it was, but it was certain that the doll required blood and hair from Uncle Bo Ening understood. This was the work of someone familiar. The little one glanced at the rather unsightly voodoo doll and recalled something. Bo Ening nodded eagerly. You need not express your gratitude, little one. If you ever encounter problems or face bullying, just seek Uncle Bo or Bo Yin. The little one obediently agreed. Very well, little Bo Yin, ever the disruptor, interjected. But Dad, if she can be bullied, I will only suffer even more. After all, previously in the elevator, the little one had viciously pulled out the doll's teeth and gouged out its eyes. He felt that even if he could do such things, he could never be as swift as her. Bo Ening. Little Bo Yin glanced at his father, who was momentarily speechless, then looked at the little one with her big, blinking eyes and innocently added, But if you ever need a human punching bag, I can volunteer. Bo Ening sighed in relief. Yes, a human punching bag would suffice. The little one reminded them. Uncle Bo, eating human flesh is illegal. One would descend to the 18th level of hell after death. Bo Ening, little one, can we not think of such gruesome and bloody matters? Little Bo Yin hurriedly explained. No, little one. A human punching bag means I can stand in front of you if anyone bullies you. The little one felt embarrassed and suddenly turned to her earthly father. Daddy, can I still go to kindergarten? Hua Chunling, amused by his precious daughter's flushed face, found it hard to suppress a smile. As Bo Ening was about to recommend the kindergarten attended by his younger son to Hua Chunling, a call from Grandma, Bo interrupted him. Gu Qifeng, standing close to Bo Ening, overheard her loud voice clearly. What the heck? Shen Xiang? A flicker of shock crossed Bo Ening's pale face as he recalled the little one's words, and his expression quickly darkened. He swiftly picked up his younger son, nodded apologetically to Hua Chunling, exchanged pleasantries, and departed hastily. Little Bo Yin waved at the little one from his father's shoulder. Little one, see you in kindergarten tomorrow. The little one waved back. Whether I see you in kindergarten tomorrow is uncertain. Gu Qifeng could not help but chuckle. He pinched the little one's chubby cheek, laughing so hard he trembled. Little one, how can you be so adorable? Your father has been particularly busy lately. Would you like to stay at Uncle Gu's house for a few days? Hua Chunling immediately refused. No need. Gu Qifeng clicked his tongue. With Gu Xingbua being caught and his actions exposed, the Fanyuan group will undoubtedly collapse. Are you sure you can manage to care for the little one amid all this chaos? Hua Chenling remembered the little one's words. Her biological father would come tonight. Gu Qifeng. That fool who claimed he would leave land for him in the underworld and then gifted him surgical room, ghost money as thanks? Upon recalling that fool's identity, Gu Qifeng's lips twitched, feeling deflated. Hua Chenling was unaware. The little one shook her head. No, Daddy said he would personally take me to kindergarten. Hua Chenling, why has the little one suddenly expressed a desire to attend kindergarten? Didn't you think kindergarten was unpleasant? The little one looked down at her hands. But Daddy, if I don't go to kindergarten, I want to learn to read. Just now, I didn't even know what a human punching bag meant. But little Bo Yin did. Before her earthly father could respond, the little one whimpered pitifully. Daddy, I don't want to be illiterate. Hua Chenling, that stings. He didn't want his precious daughter to be illiterate either. After all, the underworld is not a place one can simply wish to enter. But is it appropriate to deny the little one attendance at kindergarten for this reason? Clearly not. Hua Chenling pursed his lips, gently caressing his precious daughter's soft hair. Very well, tomorrow I will take you to kindergarten. You can inform your ghostly father that he is too busy and need not come this time. Since he is so occupied, let him be. The little one has him. The little one understood that her ghost father was busy and thought her earthly father's suggestion was excellent. All right, I will tell my ghost father now. Chapter 255, King of the Underworld. Mr. Gu, have you had enough of life? The temperature in the office suddenly plummeted, and Hua Chenling and the others frowned simultaneously. Only the little one remained cheerful, her small voice filled with joy. Father, much like his child, the esteemed figure from the underworld was well aware that these individuals knew his true identity. Thus, he chose to reveal himself without reservation, abruptly manifesting before them. The dense aura of malevolence rendered the office lights nearly overwhelmed, flickering intermittently, and occasionally emitting a crackling sound reminiscent of a circuit malfunction, instantly amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Upon witnessing the emergence of the underworld's lord, Hua Chenling's lips pressed into a thin line, his attention drawn to the lights that danced erratically with the figure's arrival. Mr. Ming, the underworld's lord, with an excessively pale visage, turned his abyss-like eyes slowly towards Hua Chenling. As his beloved daughter hurried towards him, he remained still, only bending slightly to casually lift her into his embrace. Mr. Hua, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Just as Hua Chenling was about to speak, Gu Qifeng, feeling a chill envelop him, interjected with fervor. What is the meaning of this? You show up unannounced, as though your dominion over the underworld grants you some sort of superiority? Here, in the realm of the living, we abide by our own rules. The child hastily intervened to clarify. Uncle Gu, father did not intend to frighten you. He must have just come from a battle, and the overwhelming aura of malevolence is causing the lights to flicker uncontrollably. The air is also affected. Gu Qifeng struggled to retort, caught off guard by the child's defense of her father. The underworld's lord raised an eyebrow at Gu Qifeng's sudden outburst. And who might you be? Gu Qifeng replied with a hint of irritation. Who do you think you are? The child quickly explained, Father, Uncle Gu is the doctor you met at the hospital who helped me with my injuries. Upon hearing suture, the underworld's lord frowned. Also, it is he. No wonder he seems familiar. Gu Qifeng's frustration bubbled over. Can you really tolerate this? Do you have any idea how much those underworld coins in the operating room are worth? The underworld's lord responded nonchalantly. While I may overlook the fact that this earthly doctor used inferior sutures on my child, one must be accommodating, for the living realm differs greatly from my own. However, why does this doctor appear as if I owe him something? With a furrowed brow, he inquired, What? Do you feel that I have shortchanged you? Noticing Uncle Gu's agitation, the child innocently asked, Father, did you forget to allocate the land for Uncle Gu? Before the underworld's lord could reply, the child added, And didn't you say you would help Uncle Gu build a house on it? Is it done? The underworld's lord felt a pang of embarrassment, but maintained a composed demeanor, clearing his throat. I have been quite busy, and the land allocation slipped my mind. Understanding. The child reassured, Uncle Gu is upset because he hasn't seen the land. Don't worry, Uncle Gu, father will allocate it to you right away. Fearing her father might forget again, the child quickly asked, Isn't that right, father? The underworld's lord could hardly refuse his beloved daughter's request, nodding indulgently. Of course. With a swift motion, he conjured the map of the underworld from his mind, and, with a flourish, circled the section. Done. To the eyes of Gu Qifeng, Hua Chenling, and by Ming Xiu, the underworld's lord appeared to stand there, one arm cradling his child while the other gestured in the air. Suddenly, a rectangular black sandalwood box materialized in his hand. Here, this is the deed to your land in the underworld. Keep it safe, and upon your passing a century from now, you may claim your residence in the underworld. Gu Qifeng, staring at the small box, felt his mouth twitch as the words escaped through gritted teeth. Am I supposed to express my profound gratitude? The underworld's lord, seemingly unconcerned, replied, no need. It is merely a token for your child's suturing, albeit the outcome was less than ideal. Yet, I'm a man of my word. This is rightfully yours. Observing Gu Qifeng's heightened emotions, the lord dismissed them as mere gratitude. No need for excessive thanks. While this land is precious to the denizens of the underworld, it is but a trivial matter for me. The child, wishing to ease Uncle Gu's reluctance, chimed in, Father is correct. Uncle Gu, you must accept it. Such land is exceedingly rare. Ordinary individuals seldom attain a plot of land, often relying on rentals or scavenging for a deserted area to build a home. However, the underworld is fraught with desolation, making construction exceedingly difficult. In a flurry, the child seized the box and pressed it into Gu Qifeng's hands, feeling the coldness radiate from it. Frustrated, she lightly tapped her forehead, contemplating how to wrap it, when the underworld's lord produced a pristine white silk handkerchief to envelop it. The chilling sensation dissipated, replaced by a hint of warmth. Seeing Gu Qifeng's excitement and confusion, the underworld's lord spoke softly. It is merely a piece of incorruptible silk. Should you desire it, I can gift you a bolt, ensuring that your remains remain untainted and lifelike for eternity. Gu Qifeng incredulously asked, should I truly be thanking you? Not necessary. Does this esteemed lord of the underworld not comprehend human speech? I genuinely wish to express my gratitude. Hua Chenling, observing his friend's agitation, felt a vain throb on his forehead and urged, Mr. Ming, this is the realm of the living. The underworld's lord nodded. I am aware, otherwise. I would have simply handed him the deed without wrapping it. Wouldn't it suffice to present it to him on the land itself? At this, the lord queried Gu Qifeng, or perhaps you wish to visit your land in the underworld now. Before Gu Qifeng could respond, the child interjected, her innocent voice laced with curiosity. Father, don't ordinary people lose years from their lives by going to the underworld? The underworld's lord patiently explained, Kai. The notion of losing years pertains only to those lacking the cultivation, yet daring to intrude upon the secrets of the underworld or those with malicious intentions. Normal individuals may only traverse to the underworld upon death. He then regarded Gu Qifeng, perplexed, especially in the case of inspecting land. One must have passed the mourning period before the land can be acknowledged and open to its rightful owner. The underworld's lord pondered aloud. Has Mr. Gu exhausted his time? Chapter 256. Will Father and Daddy clash? Gu Qifeng's breathing became rapid, his chest heaving, as darkness encroached upon his vision. He was thoroughly exasperated. Caught in the presence of the child, Gu Qifeng refrained from unleashing a torrent of expletives. Unable to contain his frustration, he fainted. Bai Mingxiu quickly supported him. Uncle Gu. Hua Chenling rushed to assist with the other arm. Qifeng. The underworld's lord and his daughter observed as the child recalled the previous instance when her father had bestowed coins upon Uncle Gu, causing him to faint. She couldn't help but remark, Father, does Uncle Gu feel overwhelmed by the generous offering of incorruptible fabric, just as he did last time? The underworld's lord nodded, disdain evident in his expression. Indeed, fainting at the slightest provocation, his tolerance is truly lacking. Is he really a doctor? The child affirmed, yes, Father, Uncle Gu is exceptionally skilled. The underworld's lord replied, then he ought to train his endurance. Bai Mingxiu, watching the exchange, could only twitch his lips at a loss for words. Hua Chenling remarked that he could hardly blame Gu Qifeng for fainting. Were he in the same situation, he too would likely succumb to the overwhelming anger. Supporting the unconscious Gu Qifeng towards the rest area, Hua Chenling coldly addressed the ruler of the underworld, stating firmly, do not take the child away. I have matters to discuss with you. The ruler of the underworld also had pressing issues to address with Hua Chenling, settling onto the sofa while cradling the child. Perfect timing. Assured that Uncle Gu would be fine, the child preferred to nestle in the embrace of her father, the king of hell, due to the limited time she could spend with him. She detected a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from him. Daddy, are you hurt? The ruler of the underworld realized he could not conceal the truth and readily admitted, it is but a minor injury, nothing to worry about. It was to draw the snake out of its hole. The child, however, did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, and the ruler of the underworld had no intention of elaborating further. She had already been exceedingly well behaved. A 3.5-year-old should not be burdened with adult concerns. Do not fret. My dear, your father is aware of what he must do. Yet, the child remained anxious, but Daddy, your previous injuries have not fully healed. The ruler of the underworld dismissed her concern. It will mend with time. The child, with an innocent yet piercing observation, questioned, but Daddy, are you saying you cannot even defeat me right now? The ruler of the underworld felt a pang at her words. My dear, could we perhaps entertain more positive thoughts? Understanding her father's vulnerabilities filled her with both affection and concern, leaving the ruler of the underworld at a loss for words. Rest assured, my dear, this time it will be a one-time resolution. The child tilted her head in contemplation. Daddy, do you need my help? I can assist in defeating the bad guys. The ruler of the underworld's lips twitched. Though I may be injured, I am hardly a weakling. Moreover, the adversary is far worse off than I am. You must have faith in your father. Do you understand? The child sighed heavily. But Daddy, isn't it true that in the underworld, power dictates who reigns supreme? You. The ruler of the underworld pressed a hand to his aching heart, striving to maintain a paternal smile. The rules of the underworld may suggest that, but remember, I have you. As long as you are strong, even in my weakened state, none would dare to provoke us. The child pondered something significant. But Daddy, during the capture of Guxinghua, both he and that wicked Taoist were aware of your serious injuries and your meeting with the 10 Yama Kings. Does this not imply that there are still malevolent forces within the underworld? A glimmer of contemplation crossed the ruler of the underworld's eyes. Logically, given Jiang Wei's grievous wounds, any contact with the henchmen from the human realm would have alerted the underworld. Although it was not an impromptu decision for the 10 Yama Kings to convene at the King of Hell's palace, the number of personnel privy to this information was limited. His prior concerns had indeed been valid. There were issues within the underworld's management. During their discussions, he had sensed something amiss, despite having proposed meetings before. How many had actually been conducted? Not a single one on schedule. Do not inquire why. The answer is simple. Too busy. Each time, there was something urgent to address. Yet, this time, the messenger had pressed with an unusual urgency, as if they were about to miss the reincarnation cue. To uncover the truth, he intentionally instructed the child to summon spirits, allowing part of his soul to detach, facilitating dual focus and observation. However, the opposing party exhibited far greater composure than Jiang Wei had, which had surprised him at the time. Upon hearing the child's words, clarity dawned upon him. The individual who had delayed him must certainly be connected to Guxinghua. Guxinghua was not the first to die and then resurrect. The ruler of the underworld recalled that he was the fourth such case within a decade of increased workload in the underworld. To deceive the underworld's staff, merely being a practitioner of nefarious arts from the human realm was insufficient. There had to be an insider within the underworld. The previous 3 individuals had been discovered to be resurrected, but reported to the underworld only after their natural deaths, leaving no trace whatsoever. Guxinghua was still alive, and that Taoist soul was in his possession. The ruler of the underworld glimpsed a flicker of hope. Following the trail would soon yield results. With this thought, he could not help but smile. Noticing her father's silence, the child initially felt a twinge of worry, but upon seeing him smile again, her curiosity was piqued. Daddy, why did you suddenly smile? Realizing the reason, she too felt a surge of joy for her father. At this juncture, Hua Chanling and Bai Mingxiu emerged from the rest area, having assisted Gu Qifeng inside. The ruler of the underworld, seeing them exit, gently set his precious daughter down and ruffled her hair. Be a good girl and play with Brother Mingxiu outside. Your father and I need to talk. The child nodded obediently, her thoughts uncomplicated. Both were her father's, and they treated her with kindness. A chat was simply that, a chat. Hua Chunling engaged in conversation with Bai Mingxiu, who, surprised, remarked Uncle Huai. He wished to remain as a mediator. For the elder had previously mentioned that despite the ruler of the underworld's significant weakening, his temper remained formidable. Hua Chunling, a man of high standing, was not easily approached. Observing their apparent discord, the little girl's soft fingers intertwined with Bai Mingxiu's, her cheerful voice chiming. Granny Meng said that at 3.5. Underworld affairs are for grown-ups, and I don't need to meddle. I should play, eat, and drink. When it's time to manage the underworld, I want to have as much freedom. Bai Mingxiu, observing the gentle demeanor of the ruler of the underworld and the amiable expression of Uncle Hua. Took a deep breath and then led the child outside, aware that neither adult had spoken the full truth. Upon exiting the office, rather than descending immediately with the child, I took the opportunity to teach her 2-digit numbers and lingered by the elevator. The powerful figure of the underworld, aware of the situation, maintained a calm demeanor while conversing with Hua Chunling. However, his gaze had turned significantly colder, the warmth and gentleness seemingly dissipating with the child's departure. His deep, tranquil eyes bore no emotion, only an abyss of silence. Hua Chunling remained undaunted, even as the oppressive aura of the underworld leader loomed before him. He held his gaze steady and sharp. Given the urgency of his responsibilities, it was unnecessary for Mr. Ming to oversee the child's schooling. At the mention of this, the pallid countenance of the underworld leader narrowed his eyes. Unlike Hua Chunling's imposing stature, he was tall yet somewhat frail. His excessively handsome face marred by a hint of illness due to his severe injuries and prolonged residence in the underworld, exuding a delicate yet ruthless aura. Upon hearing Hua Chunling's words, the underworld leader couldn't help but let out a low, sinister laugh. How could he have known that the surname Hua had no intention of sending the child to kindergarten? Hua Chunling recognized the fault in his reasoning, for at that moment, he had acted with selfishness. Reflecting upon it now, the child had reached the age for schooling, and despite being her guardian, he should not have withheld her education. Thus, Hua Chunling sincerely offered his apologies. I apologize for not wanting the child to attend kindergarten. I'm truly sorry. The sudden apology caught the underworld leader off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless, his prepared retorts stuck in his throat. You're simply apologizing? You're not fighting back or arguing your case. Hua Chunling lowered his gaze, his voice low yet earnest. I apologize for my selfishness. I am sorry. She indeed should attend school, and I will select the best and most suitable kindergarten for her. The underworld leader felt as if struck by a punch to cotton, an unsettling sensation. He leaned back slightly, letting out a soft huff. I accept your apology, but the child's situation is unique. The kindergarten she attends must undergo my scrutiny. Hua Chunling frowned, sensing the implication of distrust in his capabilities. You will scrutinize? How will you do that? Check for ghosts? The underworld leader replied. Are you not aware of the incident 2 years ago at Nanhua Kindergarten where a teacher harmed the children? Or the break-in at a kindergarten a year ago that resulted in casualties? Or the scandal involving the leadership at a kindergarten a month ago? Each revelation darkened Hua Chunling's expression, for he was only vaguely aware of such events, as his focus primarily lay within the business realm as the head of the foremost family in Huagua. The underworld leader cast a sidelong glance at him, his gaze growing even more frigid and murky. Mr. Hua, you must understand that sometimes human malice is far more terrifying than any ghost. Hua Chunling, aware of the stakes concerning the child, knew the underworld leader's cautions were not unfounded, prompting a moment of self-reflection. He recognized he had been neglectful regarding the child's welfare, particularly concerning her kindergarten education, a matter he had only recently decided upon without thorough consideration. Mr. Ming was correct. He would pay closer attention to such matters in the future. The underworld leader raised an eyebrow, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Are you truly this agreeable? Hua Chunling, noticing the leader's scrutiny, grew more solemn. Mr. Ming's words hold merit, and I fully acknowledge them regarding the safety of the child. However, do you not owe me an apology for confining my brother and me in the car outside the hospital? Recalling the circumstances and the child's intervention, the underworld leader pressed his tongue against his molars. You are right, Mr. Hua. Although I was eager to find the child, I should not have used my powers to inconvenience you and your brother. I apologize. Hua Chunling was taken aback, his feelings mirroring those of the underworld leader from earlier, clearly surprised by the leader's willingness to apologize so readily. The underworld leader raised an eyebrow. What? Is my apology insufficient? Should I personally take a few spins? If you enjoy spinning in place, the office is spacious enough for you to perform. Slowly rising, the underworld leader's irritation simmered. Under the suggestion of Bai Mingxiu, the child, who had come to eavesdrop, sensed the shift in her father's demeanor and hurriedly pushed the door open. Daddy and Daddy must not argue. Drawing from memories of witnessing the underworld staff pacifying fighting spirits, she suddenly devised a plan. Daddy, I also like to spin. Can you both spin with me? In a moment of excitement, the underworld leader momentarily forgot the child's presence. Hua Chunling watched as the child grasped one father with each hand. exerting force as they spun together in a 360-degree whirl. The child, recalling Bai Mingxiu's entry, exclaimed, "Brother Mingxiu, count for us. We will start with 100. The underworld leader, caught off guard, felt the spinning sensation overwhelm him. Huo Clan, struggling against nausea, managed to suppress his discomfort long enough to speak. "Child, stop for a moment, please." Noticing the pallor on Huo Clan's face, the child promptly released him. "Daddy, are you all right?" As Huo Clan prepared to explain his dizziness, his peripheral vision caught the underworld leader's face, which had grown even whiter. In that moment, he inhaled deeply. "Child, I believe your underworld father truly enjoys spinning. Please speed up the pace." The child, incredulous, looked at her father, who was attempting to mask his weakness. The underworld leader, faced with his daughter's sparkling eyes filled with joy, found it difficult to decline her request, relishing this rare moment of familial interaction. Without hesitation, he nodded, "Yes, child, I thoroughly enjoy spinning with you and your father." Huo Clan shot him a fierce glare, but the child quickly turned to him, sensing the change. Huo Clan, fearing she might sense something amiss, quickly donned a tender, affectionate expression. "Child, my dear." The warmth in his gaze was unmistakable, and the child understood instantly. "Do not worry. Daddy, I understand." Huo Clan, perplexed, watched as she took action once again. With her small hands grasping both father's larger ones, they resumed their spinning in the office's central space. Not forgetting Bai Mingxiu, she shouted, "Brother Mingxiu, it's a new count. We will start at 200, and it must be exceptionally fast. Pay close attention, or you might miss it." Bai Mingxiu, overwhelmed, could only respond, "All right." The dynamic between Huo Clan and the underworld leader was fraught with tension, each plotting their own means to gain the upper hand, while the child, blissfully unaware, eagerly initiated the next round of spinning. Upon encountering mountains or thick walls, one can directly traverse through them. There's no such thing as turning in circles at the same spot. Thus, the overlord of the underworld faced a tragic fate. Equally unfortunate was Huo Clan. Just as he was about to vomit, he managed to suppress it, only to find that the little one misunderstood his meaning and, while continuing to spin around with the overlord, included him in the whirlwind. They spun rapidly in place, counting to 10, 20, 30, and even 40. They scarcely had the chance to vomit because the little one was far too playful. Initially, all 40 spins were in one direction, and the little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy, let us spin the other way." Just as they contemplated vomiting, the little one abruptly changed direction, causing the overwhelming sensation of nausea to vanish almost instantaneously. As Bai Mingxiu resumed counting, that intense urge to vomit surged once again. The little one's adorable voice resonated like a melodic spell. "Daddy, we can play like this too." The overlord of the underworld and Huo Clan thought they could no longer endure it. They wished to vomit, but the speed was too great, and the constant direction changes rendered them incapable of doing so. The rapid pace and myriad of spins made it impossible for either the overlord or Huo Clan to feel dizzy. Both the biological father and the honorary father simultaneously lamented, regretting their choices deeply. After 500 dizzying spins, the little one paused to look around. "Daddy, was it fun?" Their response was the pale faces of the overlord and Huo Clan, accompanied by their frantic gestures to push her away. "Let us go." The little one, confused, asked, "Daddy?" Bai Mingxiu, understanding the overlord and Huo Clan's predicament, swiftly scooped her up and made his exit. The little one, perplexed, inquired Bai Mingxiu what's wrong. As he dashed out of the office, he reassured, "Don't worry, Mr. Ming and Uncle Hua are having a splendid time. They might just need to exchange some insights." The little one was whisked into the exclusive elevator for the president, with the doors gradually closing. Peering through the crack, she pointed toward the office. "But Brother Mingxiu, Daddy and Daddy look unwell." Bai Mingxiu pondered silently, not just unwell, but likely traumatized by circles for life. However, the overlord and Uncle Hua hastily pushed the little one away, indicating their desire to keep her unaware of the reality. Consequently, Bai Mingxiu had no choice but to look up at the elevator's ceiling, fabricating a lie. Perhaps they spun too fast and are temporarily unable to adjust. At that moment, the overlord and Uncle Hua were likely experiencing a bout of intense vomiting. The little one responded with an "oh," realizing, "So that is how it is. Next time, I'll slow down when I play this game with Daddy." At that point, the little one suddenly turned to Bai Mingxiu. "Brother Mingxiu, do you want to play?" Bai Mingxiu almost reflexively shook his head. "Not really." The little one exclaimed, "Huh?" Bai By Mingxiu cleared his throat. As for this little one, Brother Mingxiu prefers playing hide and seek. Don't you enjoy hide and seek? By Mingxiu checked the time. It was already midnight. He recalled a previous outing to the countryside villa, where the little one had played hide and seek with ghostly entities. Rubbing the little one's head, he said, "Aren't you going to kindergarten tomorrow? Playing hide and seek at night means you won't be able to rest at school." The little one paused, pondering. "Isn't that bad?" Bai Mingxiu nodded. "Indeed, it's not ideal. While kindergarten does allow for a nap, you still need to participate in activities and cannot sleep all day." He sighed in relief, observing the little one's soft and agreeable demeanor, and couldn't he help but smile affectionately. "You are truly well behaved." Upon reaching the first floor, Bai Mingxiu carried the little one into the lobby, where Jiang Lin was already waiting outside. As they emerged, he quickly opened the car door. "Young Master Mingxiu, Mississippi." The little one cheerfully called out, "Hello, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Lin felt a pang of discomfort, knowing that the gentlemen were unaware that the little girl might be a ghostly entity. He wrestled with the unease of pretending not to know while secretly attempting to gather evidence for the gentleman, though he had yet to find an opportunity. Chapter 259. Who exactly is Daddy? Jiang Lin seized every opportunity, ensuring the car's surveillance was always active. He thought to himself that as long as the little one made any small movements, they would be captured clearly on camera, serving as undeniable evidence. The gentleman had shown him kindness, and he naturally could not remain silent. Observing the interaction between the young master and the little one as they read picture books together, the older brother caring for the younger sister, the atmosphere was harmonious to a fault. This led Jiang Lin to begin questioning the identity of young Master Mingxiu as the heir of a spiritual family. As the car arrived at the entrance of the manor villa, before the little one could exit, the three brothers from the Hua family who had been waiting eagerly rushed to open the car door. Little one, Mingxiu, Hua Xiqing, being the youngest and strongest, squeezed between his older brothers to scoop the little one into his arms. "Little one, let third brother carry you upstairs to rest." Hua Sijuan and Hua Siju watched as the little one softly called out to her older brothers, only to be whisked away by third brother, who feared being outdone by his siblings. By Mingxiu, recalling the circumstances of the overlord and Uncle Hua, nodded in agreement without hesitation. "All right." As he prepared to enter, he noticed Jiang Lin hesitating. "Uncle Jiang, is there something on your mind?" Jiang Lin glanced at the eldest and second young masters, then back at Bai Mingxiu. "Young Master Mingxiu, I would like to speak with you privately." Bai Mingxiu was taken aback, but nodded with a smile. "Brother Sijuan, you all go ahead. I'll join you shortly." "Okay." Bai Mingxiu inquired about Jiang Lin's hesitation. "Uncle Jiang, what would you like to discuss?" Jiang Lin spoke with difficulty. "Young Master Mingxiu, as the heir of the spiritual family, have you noticed anything peculiar about the manor or the whole corporation?" Bai Mingxiu was puzzled. "Such as?" Jiang Lin hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Without solid evidence, would young Master Mingxiu trust his word, especially given his close relationship with the little one? Additionally, there had been odd remarks from the gentlemen today in their group chat. "Oh," Bai Mingxiu responded. Jiang Lin quickly pulled out his phone. "Young Master Mingxiu, take a look." Though young, Bai Mingxiu, as the heir of the Bai family, was well-versed in various fields and could certainly comprehend stock trends. Jiang Lin continued, "These two stocks. A normal person would definitely not buy them, right?" Bai Mingxiu nodded, feeling a sense of foreboding. "I had previously examined these two stocks and confirmed that no one was buying them. Now, those who invest in them are certainly experiencing tremendous gains." Although he did not understand why the gentleman would invest in these stocks, Jiang Lin, who was accustomed to following the gentleman's orders, had also jumped on the bandwagon. "Young Master Mingxiu, what about this note?" Jiang Lin inquired, showing Bai Mingxiu a message from the executive chat, where the father's contact was labeled. Bai Mingxiu's lips twitched as he realized it was Uncle Hua's private WeChat ID. He instinctively thought it might be the little one's doing, but quickly dismissed the idea, as the little one did not know simplified characters and had only just begun learning Arabic numerals today, only recognizing single digits, let alone modifying Uncle Hua's WeChat note. Bai Mingxiu's brows slowly furrowed. "So, Uncle Jiang is suggesting that Uncle Hua's personal phone has been compromised?" Jiang Lin shook his head in disagreement. "That should not be the case. The gentleman's private account has a firewall that ranks second globally. No one dares to claim the first place. If it were truly hacked, it wouldn't take this long to merely change a note or invest in previously unpromising stocks. By the way, young Master Mingxiu, take a look at these messages sent from the gentleman's account today." As Bai Mingxiu read the messages from the account labeled as Dad in the executive chat, he couldn't help but grimace once more. The initial statement is a call to action, while the subsequent remarks consist predominantly of emoticons, all exuding a sense of mischief. Were it not for the knowledge that the contact, labeled as Papa, corresponds to the private WeChat account of the esteemed Sir, Jiang Lin would have been tempted to join the executive team in their expletive-laden tirade. During a meeting, the Sir was indeed perusing his phone. Thus, regardless of what this Pop account might convey, he resolutely maintained his silence, merely casting furtive glances. As he engaged in this discreet observation, he inadvertently drew the Sir's attention and received a stern reprimand. Thereafter, he dutifully continued with the meeting, feigning ignorance. The executives, engrossed in their dual pursuits, unleashed a torrent of invectives in the chat. Clad in formal attire, they astonishingly vented their frustrations in a manner that broadened his horizons. Who on earth is this fool? How long has it been? Still not aware of the department this pertains to? Who is utilizing this secondary account? The audacity to remain unchanged while constantly taking advantage of me. Is this an addiction to being called Papa? You coward, have the guts to remain incognito. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences, and kneel to call me Papa. If you possess the courage, stand and let me call you out. What is the use of your incessant chatter in the group? Bai Mingxiu almost instantly recalled the little one, only to dismiss the thought just as quickly. The rationale remained unchanged. The little one was illiterate. If the individual behind these emoticons bore no ill will towards the executives, there was no way every emoticon would be so infuriating. Were it truly the little one, the content would not be so uniformly provocative. With this thought, Bai Mingxiu furrowed his brow even more tightly. Jiang Lin promptly interjected, "Young Master Mingxiu, please do not inform the Sir that it was I who spoke, as I am also in the group, but the Sir seems to have forgotten." As an unwitting observer, having glimpsed the Sir's various outputs while enduring the executive's incessant curses, he preferred to remain unnoticed. Bai Mingxiu immediately grasped Jiang Lin's intent and couldn't help but chuckle. "Understood, Uncle Jiang, rest assured." Jiang Lin exhaled in relief, feeling somewhat awkward. "I appreciate your assistance, young Master Mingxiu." Bai Mingxiu composed his expression, returning to a serious demeanor. Not at all. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding the identity of the individual behind the account labeled as Papa. Surely it could not be Uncle Hua. He was too aloof and meticulous to engage in such frivolity. Perhaps it was Sir Ji and his companions? With such questions in mind, Bai Mingxiu turned to enter the house. The narrative now shifts to Chapter 260, questioning why they were not on the hunt for the little red-haired zombie. Upon inquiring with Huo Clan, Bai Mingxiu discovered that Huo Clan had stepped out to take a call from his cousin, Huo Clan. Huo Siju and Huo Xiqing were stationed outside the little one's room, having succumbed to slumber. Bai Mingxiu glanced at the two sprawled across the bed, then at the little one sandwiched between them, unable to suppress a smile. As dawn broke, the garden echoed with the sweet melodies of birdsong. The little one rubbed her eyes and climbed out of bed. With Huo Siju and Huo Xiqing still lost in sleep, she eyed the chirping birds outside, quietly retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as she approached the edge of the bed, her small hand was seized by Huo Siju. "Where are you off to, little one?" he inquired. The little girl blinked her large eyes and pointed towards the bathroom. "Second brother, I'm going to wash up." Huo Siju, battling drowsiness, managed to prop his eyelids open to check the time. "It's 6:30. Little one, sleep a bit longer, there's still time." However, the little girl was wide awake, recalling her father's promise to take her to kindergarten. "Second brother, you can sleep. Daddy said he'd take me to kindergarten today. I'll wash up and then have breakfast before heading out with him." Oh, instinctively, he released his grip on her, comforted by the fact that their father would be there to care for her. Yet, mere seconds after closing his eyes, he jolted upright. What? The little one is going to kindergarten? The sleepiness evaporated as he hurried to find her. After just a couple of steps, he turned back to nudge his still sleeping brother awake. A shrill scream echoed through the morning bedroom. "Ouch. Ping. Rabbit hi-hey. Are you trying to bite me to death?" In the washroom, the little one hastily brushed her teeth, hearing the commotion and rushing out, toothbrush in hand and a cup precariously held, spilling water along the way. Rabbit hi-hey, cornered against the wall, lamented it should have taken advantage of the little adult's absence to devour this unformed two-legged creature. Rabbit hi-hey, expressing its grievances, sought to maintain its innocence. "Dear little adult, I have never left this cage. It wasn't me. The little girl's brows furrowed tighter. Rabbit no lying. Rabbit Hai, reluctant to fabricate stories but fearful of becoming a mere dish, stammered, "It's not my fault. I was compelled by the hairless ghost and the pen fairy. They removed my door panel, and that is how I ended up outside." Curiosity piqued, the little girl asked, "Why did they take your door panel?" Hua Siju, smirking mischievously, threatened, "Rabbit Hai, my elder brother makes the best spicy rabbit heads. They're so delicious you might end up swallowing the bones." Rabbit Hai, striving to appear humble and pitiful, explained little adult, second young master. "They provoked a red-haired zombie. It's indestructible and exceedingly fierce, and it coveted my door panel, using it as a coffin lid." Hua Siken, still rubbing his thigh, suddenly became intrigued. "Red-haired zombie? Do zombies really exist?" Rabbit Hai, eager to retort, thought, "If the princess of the underworld exists, then surely I, the great rabbit, do too. Why wouldn't zombies, those unkillable entities, exist?" However, mindful of the little one's presence, it merely replied, "Third young master, zombies do exist, and they're quite ferocious. They possess a pure bandit nature, completely unreasonable, biting anyone they encounter." Hua Siken's mouth twitched in fear, yet upon seeing the little one, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little one, are zombies the strongest among all ghostly beings?" The little girl, with toothpaste bubbles adorning her mouth, expressed her disdain in a sweet voice. "Brother San, zombies are not even worth mentioning. They are utterly unimpressive." Tu Hai suddenly conceived a bold idea. The red-haired little zombie possesses formidable combat prowess. If it could inflict even the slightest harm upon Xiao Darren, it would be sufficient for it to seize the opportunity to escape. Xiao Darren, however, is the very same red-haired little zombie that claims to be invincible. Not only could you not contend with it, but even the Emperor of Fengdu would be devoured whole. Zai Zai has decided against brushing its teeth. Where is it? Let's seek it out. Tu Hai, sensing the potential for mischief, was about to speak when it was abruptly silenced by Hua Siju, who wrapped tape around its mouth. You rascal. How dare you seal the mouth of your esteemed Tu Daxian? Once I am free, I shall be the first to sink my teeth into you." Hua Siju, being older than Hua Sicheng and possessing a keen intellect, noticed Tu Hai's scheming glance. He picked up Zai Zai and headed toward the washroom. "Zai Zai, let's wash up. Did you not hear that your father is taking you to kindergarten?" Zai Zai's large eyes widened. Yes, Gidge. Zai Zai still needs to go to kindergarten." Tu Hai, Hua Sicheng, confused as ever, sat on the bed and inquired of Hua Siju, who had his back turned. "Ergo, why the sudden decision to send Zai Zai to kindergarten? Did Grandma not mention hiring a tutor?" Hua Sicheng, accustomed to bouncing ideas off his father, was unperturbed. He asked again. After wiping his face, he exited the room. "Did we not agree to search for the red-haired little zombie?" Chapter 261. Who is pregnant? Perhaps it is Hua Zong. The living room was desolate, with the aroma of breakfast wafting from the dining area. Zai Zai and Gidge descended the stairs, drawn by the rich scent of food toward the dining room. "Oh, we're to Gidge and San Gidge. As for Sicheng, Zai Zai, the guy has gone out for something, and Sicheng is likely in our father's study." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hua Sicheng dashed out of the study, making a beeline for the dining room. Zai hastily offered a cup of milk, trembling as she extended it. Hua Sicheng, fearing Zai might drop it, hurried over to take it. "Oh dear, Zai. San Gidge can come on his own." Zai, with a beaming smile, took a bite of the large meat bun. Zai saw San Gidge rushing and thought he must be thirsty, so she offered him some milk first. One mention of it, and Hua Sicheng felt an undeniable thirst. He lifted the cup and gulped it down, quickly finishing the milk, gasping for breath. "Ege, is it not yet 7 o'clock?" Hua Siju nodded. "It is 6:50. Hua Sicheng, puzzled, asked, "Did our father leave for work this early?" Hua Siju shook his head. "Not quite. Our father usually departs around 7:30. Zai understood. "San Gidge, you mean father's not at home?" Hua Sicheng nodded. "The living room is empty, the study is also empty, and I even checked the garden. There's indeed no one." Hua Siju smirked slightly. "Why not just ask Butler Luo to find out?" Hua Sicheng, "Oh yes, I nearly forgot. Zai, so, Zai does not go to kindergarten today." Hua Siju had initially hoped Zai would not attend, but seeing her eager anticipation, he voiced his agreement. Hua Sicheng, heartily munching on his meat bun, "Yes." Zai assumed both daddies were busy, so it was perfectly fine for Air Gidge and San Gidge to take her to kindergarten. As she pondered the various scenarios she might encounter at kindergarten, Zai Zai devoured her meal, reminding herself to be sociable, lest her daddies worry about her adjustment. She nodded, her little voice particularly soft and adorable, appearing exceptionally well-behaved. Zai Zai understood. She would indeed be obedient. Receiving affirmation, she appeared incredibly sweet, prompting Butler Luo to smile fondly before swiftly departing. Sir, the second young master and the third young master have decided to escort Miss Zai Zai to kindergarten. Hua Chunling, in the office lounge, appeared listless, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Leaning against the sofa, his long legs bent slightly, he seemed at a loss for where to position himself. He tilted his head back, eyes closed, resting, his complexion a pale hue. Upon receiving Butler Luo's call, Hua Dad remained with his eyes shut, yet his thick brows furrowed. They are taking Zai to kindergarten? Yes. You are to meticulously select a kindergarten near the Hua estate, and finalize the one Zai will attend before they depart. I shall have Jianglin assist you. Understood. Sir. Jianglin happened to enter at that moment, bringing breakfast. Observing the sir's unusually listless demeanor, he hesitated, unsure of what to say. Sir, your breakfast. Hua Chunling cast a glance at the breakfast, which appeared to contain round buns, and felt a pang in his throat, his stomach churning. He abruptly sprang to his feet. Racing toward the restroom, Jianglin jumped in surprise. Sir. Hua Chunling waved off the breakfast Jianglin had placed on the table, collapsing over the toilet to vomit. Jianglin hurriedly handed him a glass of water. Hua Chunling retched for nearly 2 minutes, then leaned against the door frame, gasping for air. Jianglin furrowed his brow. Sir, shall I call Dr. Gu to take a look? Hua Chunling rejected the notion without a second thought. No need. Jianglin, seeing his poor condition, became increasingly worried. Sir, your state appears to be. Hua Chunling was well aware of his own health, but how could he express it? How could he explain to Jianglin that he had been spun around by Zai Zai, and now struggled to regain his composure? Zai Zai was so well behaved, knowing this would only burden her with guilt. Moreover, he was not the only one affected. Zai Zai's biological father had fared even worse. Almost the moment Zai Zai had been ushered out the door, the underworld overlord had transformed into a swirling mist and vanished. The mist appeared to sway as it dissipated before the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, seemingly in a hurry to escape any potential ridicule. Contemplating this, Hua Chunling suddenly felt much improved. He rinsed his mouth once more, standing upright after some time. Jianglin, remove all circular objects and decorations from the office. Jianglin, huh? Hua Chunling did not glance toward the desk, but the mere scent of the buns was enough to provoke his nausea. First, take the buns away, and never let me see round buns again. Jianglin, buns are not round. Can they be angular? Although the sir is typically cold and indifferent, he is rational. Yet, this rational individual was now behaving quite absurdly. Not daring to delay, Jianglin hurriedly grabbed the breakfast from the desk and dashed out of the office. The morning tumult subsided. 20 minutes later, Hua Chunling, accompanied by Jianglin and 2 managers from the sales department, was en route to the 35th floor. Upon entering the elevator, he spotted the round elevator buttons and hastily covered his mouth, bolting out of the elevator toward the office restroom. Jianglin, the sir merely instructed that no circular objects should be present in the office. He did not specify that elevator buttons must be removed as well. Did he? The 2 sales managers looked utterly bewildered. Jiang assistant, what is going on with Hua Zong? Jianglin, I am not entirely certain, but it seems he has a strong aversion to round objects. The 2 sales managers were left speechless. They had heard of pregnant women being repulsed by various scents, but had never encountered a grown man repulsed by shapes. Jiang assistant chose not to elaborate, as he could not even muster a feeble excuse. The 2 sales managers were left feeling confused and anxious. What had they done to offend Jiang assistant, or perhaps even Hua Zong? Opting not to take the elevator any longer, they began walking instead. As they walked, Hua Chunling glanced up and spotted a round sensor light, quickly departing to vomit once more. Later, upon reaching the 35th floor, they found the area bustling with celebrations for a successful project signing, adorned with balloons and cake. Yet again, Hua Chunling was overwhelmed and retched uncontrollably. The sight of round cups on employees' desks was even worse. Jianglin was thoroughly unsettled. In a secluded corner of the office, he lowered his voice to call Gu Qifeng. Dr. Gu, under what circumstances might one suddenly find themselves nauseated by a baozi, or perhaps by a cake, balloon, or any round object or food? Gu Qifeng responded lazily. The meat Bowsy? Yes, both Bowsy and cake could indeed be perceived as overly greasy, leading to a sense of revulsion upon their scent. Generally, women experience such strong reactions during pregnancy. The situation you described regarding balloons, cups, or round food items may be a pregnant woman's self-association during morning sickness. Jiang Lin, puzzled, remarked, "Who is pregnant? I remember you being single." Jiang Lin hesitated, feeling the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Huo Chunling happened to approach, seeking something, and upon noticing Jiang Lin clandestinely making a call, he frowned. He tapped Jiang Lin on the shoulder. Startled, Jiang Lin turned to see Huo Chunling and gasped, "Mr. Hua." On the other end of the line, Gu Chiefeng quipped, "So, what Jiang Lin means is that Huo Chunling is expecting." "No way, he wants to witness the commotion, haha." Chapter 262. The first day of kindergarten, unbeknownst to him, the lively little one, accompanied by butler Luo and his two older brothers, ultimately chose Han Ning Bilingual International Kindergarten, where Bon Yin was enrolled. Following the discovery of Wang Yuling's body, the police swiftly cordoned off the scene, and the kindergarten's entrance was sealed for no more than 20 minutes, which did not incite panic. Aside from Bon Yin, the other children remained oblivious to the incident. Concerned about potential repercussions from the Hua family, Wang Lu's father arranged for his daughter to transfer that very afternoon. Hence, the little one did not encounter Wang Lu upon arrival. Naturally, the little one also did not see Bon Yin. Not recognizing any of her classmates and fearing that speaking might frighten them, the little one remained silent except when prompted by the teacher to introduce herself. "Wang, shall we lean closer? Where's Bon Yin?" The little one speculated that something significant must have occurred at Bo Shu's home, explaining Bon Yin's absence. However, worried that discussing it further might distress the other children, she shook her head. "I don't know." Another child approached, pulling Wang Xiaohui away to share a secret. Wang Xiaohui hesitated, glancing at the little one and then back at the newcomer, ultimately waving goodbye to the little one. "We'll play together next time." The little one pondered whether to inform Wang Xiaohui and the other child that she could hear everything they said, but thought better of it to avoid upsetting them. Throughout the morning, the little one was exceptionally well behaved. However, just before lunch and the subsequent nap, a child disregarded the teacher's instructions, running about and cutting in line, which caused another child waiting to wash their hands to stumble. Seeing the child about to fall, the little one quickly reached out. "Are you all right?" The girl, startled and pale, regained her composure only to burst into tears upon realizing it was another child her age who had helped her. "Wah, I want my mommy. Someone bumped into me." The little one noted the chain reaction that ensued. Being new to the class, many children began to cry, and soon the entire class was in tears. The teachers, flustered, scrambled to comfort the children, with one teacher holding at least 3 in her arms while others leaned against her. Amidst the chaos, several children cried out for their mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, and fathers. The little one observed the crying children, contemplating whether to join in as it would seem more in line with the group. However, despite several attempts, she found herself unable to cry. Consequently, she quietly walked to her little bed, removed her shoes, climbed in, and pulled the small blanket over herself. Covering her head with the blanket, she nestled down, fashioning a makeshift barrier for herself, ensuring the teachers and her classmates could see her without disturbing her rest. The cacophony of wails soon faded, and satisfied, the little one sighed contentedly, closing her eyes to sleep. It was a full half-hour later that the teachers managed to calm all the children, except for the little one. At such a tender age of 3 or 4, they soon tired from crying, and many fell asleep in the teacher's arms. Of course, some children would awaken and begin to cry again, while others would occasionally need to use the restroom, and some, in their restless sleep, risked tumbling from their beds. 3 teachers kept watch over 25 children, whispering to one another about the little one. "I've never seen a child as easy to manage as her. Indeed, today marks her first day at kindergarten, and she is even more well-behaved than many who have been here longer." While everyone else was crying, she remained calm, even finding her own bed to sleep in. How delightful and adorable she is, so chubby and precious. In the afternoon, the teachers decided to allow the other children to play with the little one more, as although she rarely spoke, she was particularly steady in demeanor. During nap time, 2 children awoke from dreams, crying, prompting another round of comforting from the teachers. Fortunately, their cries were mild, and they fell back asleep without waking the others. As nap time concluded, the children began to wake one by one. Some remained asleep, and the teachers did not force them to awaken, leaving one teacher to supervise while the other two organized the awake children into a line for restroom and washing. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the other children had awakened except the little one, who continued to slumber soundly. The children began to enjoy snacks of fruit and treats, but the little one remained asleep. The homeroom teacher's son called her name twice, yet the little one remained in her deep slumber. The afternoon held music and basketball classes, yet still the little one did not stir. Teacher's son grew anxious, as did the other two teachers. We must try again, or before we know it, dismissal time will arrive. Teacher's son called out again, gently tugging at the little one's plump hand. Kai, it's time to wake up. The response from the little one was merely a sleepy mumble and soft breathing. Fearing something might be amiss, teacher's son reluctantly summoned the school nurse for an examination. After the checkup, the nurse chuckled, shaking her head in bemusement. Teacher's son, the child is simply in a deep sleep. Teacher's son remarked, aside from the little one, there are still over 20 children in the class. I cannot continually call her name, so I must proceed with the other children to play games and attend music and basketball classes. By 4:30 in the afternoon, the young class began to line up to wash their hands and pack their bags in preparation for dismissal. The little one, however, remained blissfully asleep in her little bed. Teacher's son approached once more, raising her voice slightly louder than before, yet the little one continued to sleep soundly. Eventually, teacher's son reached out to lift the little one, saying, Kai, wake up, it's time to go home. With a sigh, she pinched the little one's chubby cheek, calling out, Kai, time to wake up, it's dismissal. The little one, still lost in dreams, sensed the touch but felt too drowsy to respond, simply turning over to continue her slumber. Meanwhile, Butler Luo and Huo, who had been waiting at the school gate for the little one, grew increasingly puzzled as they had yet to see her emerge. Where's Kai? Teacher's son emerged from the classroom, cradling the little one, and observed the awkward expressions on the faces of the three boys, one tall and two small. Those were Mr. Luo, young Master Hua Heir, and young Master Hua San, while the little one remained asleep. Teacher's son felt quite embarrassed. After all, attending a prestigious kindergarten that charged exorbitant fees. It was disheartening that the child had slept through the entire first day of school. As the homeroom teacher, she found it challenging to explain this to the parents. Chapter 263. Oh dear. Little one, help me. The little one finally awoke at 9:30 in the evening, hungry. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of three brothers' heads. Little one, you are finally awake, said Huo Clan. It's 9:30, remarked Huo Siju, who had been glancing at his watch. It's good that you're awake. I'll have the kitchen send the prepared meals to the dining room, added Huo Sijin. The stubborn tuft of hair on top of her head, combined with the little one's bewildered expression, instantly amused the three brothers. Huo Siju promptly scooped the little one into his arms. Come, little one, your second brother will help you wash up, and then we will eat. Confused, the little one asked, Second brother, wasn't T.I. at school? I still had classes after my nap. Before Huo Siju could respond, Huo Clan burst into laughter at the little one's puzzled demeanor. Little one, it's already 9:30. You slept through school. When the teacher carried you out, you were still sound asleep. The little one suddenly recalled that she had established a barrier based on her size, rendering her immune to any sounds from outside while she slept. Thus, she had overslept. Realizing this, she felt embarrassed. Second brother, I didn't mean to fall asleep. Huo Siju smiled affectionately. It's all right. If you were tired, you should sleep. Now, let me help you with your hair. Huo Clan chuckled while leaning against the door frame of the washroom. Little one, your third brother envies your quality of sleep. Truly unshakable. With a sudden thud, the little one startled herself, but remained unfazed. She considered whether to inform her third brother that she had blocked all external sounds, only waking up if danger approached. Just as she was about to explain, Huo Sijin, who was calling from the staircase to have the meals ready, interjected. Little one, come. Your big brother will take you to eat. Knowing that the little one hadn't eaten enough at kindergarten, they had prepared a sumptuous dinner. The little one had been quite restrained at the kindergarten, and the meager portions barely filled her. However, she didn't want to go to kindergarten, so she refrained from sneaking into the cafeteria to devour the food. Hearing about dinner now made her eyes shine with excitement. Big brother, I want to eat. I'm so hungry. Washing up could wait. Huo Siju quickly covered the little one's face with a wet towel and efficiently wiped her face. The little one pressed the damp towel against her face, then deftly wriggled out of her second brother's arms and scampered off. Big brother, here I come. Huo Siju and Huo Clan exchanged looks as they watched the little one run off, unable to keep up with her pace. Slow down, don't fall. But the little one didn't fall. Instead, she was already eating. Second brother, third brother, come quickly, it's delicious. By the time Hua Siju and Hua Sikin reached the bedroom door, they realized they couldn't catch up at all. After a hearty meal, it was nearly 10:30. The little one was full of energy and made a round upstairs and downstairs, only to realize something. Big brother, second brother, third brother, where's daddy? Hua Sijin was busy preparing milk for her, regardless of whether she was sleepy. A cup of milk was essential at this hour. The company was incredibly busy, and the little one missed her father. How about big brother takes me to the company to see daddy? The little one shook her head vigorously. No. Daddy is too busy. I can't disturb him. Hua Sijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Sikin felt a wave of bittersweet emotions wash over them. When they returned, their father might already be asleep, and when they left, he might still be in bed. Each mention of their father stirred a complex array of feelings within them. They longed for him deeply, yet he was always too busy. Having dinner with him once a week felt like a luxury, and most weeks, they barely saw him at all, let alone share a meal. At that time, Hua Sikin was too young to remember much. But Hua Sijin and Hua Siju vividly recalled their mother's unwavering gentleness. She was always soft-spoken on the phone, reminding their father to take care of himself, not to overwork, and assuring him that they were well-behaved and not to worry. Did their father love them? Did they believe it? Hua Sijin, reflecting on his rebellious phase, realized he didn't truly believe it. He even harbored the audacious thought that perhaps his father had someone else and had secretly followed him. When his father discovered this, he was brought to the office for the first time and saw his father in a different light, working diligently. If their father was stern at home, instilling both fear and a yearning for closeness, the father at work was distant and cold, making one want to retreat. As for the suspicion of another person in his father's life, it was indeed true. All were employees of the Hua Corporation, aside from Assistant Jiang. There were 25 secretaries, half of whom were women, but they sat far from their father's office. When female secretaries spoke of him, they fell silent, as if uttering another word would have their salaries. They would never approach their father's office unless absolutely necessary, and even then, they kept the door wide open while reporting their work. After a week of witnessing their father tirelessly working like a robot, Hua Sijin's resentment had completely evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of guilt and embarrassment that nearly engulfed him. His father, without addressing the secret he had been keeping, merely ruffled his hair. Sijuan, I'm very sorry for not being able to spend more time with you and your mother. He wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, simply shaking his head. He heard his father continue, I'm very busy, but it's good that you have grown up and become responsible, knowing how to protect your mother. I'm very gratified. His eyes turned red as he prepared to apologize, but his father's words choked him. Recalling this, Hua Sijin looked up, not wanting the little one to see the sorrow in his eyes. Hua Siju, sensing something, also glanced up at the ceiling. The little one followed suit, almost blinded by the opulent crystal chandelier. Witnessing all of this, Hua Sikin glanced at the half-eaten crystal candy in his hand, then at the little one's sparkling eyes, suddenly feeling unwell. Little one, I need to use the restroom. The little one looked puzzled. Oh, moments latte. A terrified scream echoed from the restroom. Oh no, little one, help me. Chapter 264. The little red-haired zombie arrives the moment Hua Sikin shouted. The little one sprang into action. Hua Sijin and Hua Siju, who had been staring at the ceiling, saw her dash off, disappearing in an instant. Hearing Hua Sikin scream again in terror from the restroom, they hurriedly followed. Sikin, little one, just as the two brothers were about to rush over, they heard the little one's fierce voice from within. Big brother, second brother, don't come over. Hey, protect the little one from my big brothers. Yes. Hua Sijin and Hua Siju felt a surge of anxiety. Little one, what could be so daunting that it prompts you to call for hey to protect you from us? But as hey approached, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. Inside the restroom, Hua Sikin was being held by a small creature with red hair, about the same size as the little one, but much thinner. Its blood-red eyes and two tiny fangs protruding from a pale face made it clear that it was no ordinary person. The little one glanced at the red-haired creature and then at its small fangs. A red-haired little zombie? The creature tilted its head, its body stiff, and they could hear a cracking sound as it moved its neck. You, my dear, blink your eyes. I am anxiety. The red-haired little zombie bares its teeth, its blood-red eyes glinting with menace. Food. The little one appears utterly bewildered. Huh? The red-haired zombie glares at her and stammeringly repeats, "Food, food, food." The little one struggles to comprehend the zombie's words. Food? The red-haired zombie grows increasingly agitated, its blood-red eyes beginning to bulge, gradually turning a deeper crimson. A chilling wind swirls around, mingled with an ancient, putrid odor that envelopes the entire restroom. The little one, now irritated, exclaims, "What are you doing? Speak properly. If you can't articulate, why not let others inquire? Is a fight you seek? Come on." The red-haired zombie, fierce and bare teeth, roar. As it opens its mouth, the stench of decay bursts forth, overwhelming Huo and making him feel dizzy and nauseous. "I vomit. Damn it, I'm going to be sick." The little one glances at her third brother. "Hold on, I'll get you out of here." Upon approaching, the red-haired zombie is momentarily stunned by her presence. Originally intending to bite Huo, it abandons him, fixating its blood-red gaze on the little one. It remains silent, forgetting to tighten its claws around Huo neck. Yet, once it speaks, its claws extend menacingly, poised to pierce Huo delicate skin. The little one quietly interjects, "I heard Tu Hei say you are immortal." The red-haired zombie halts, regarding her with a look that suggests an understanding. The little one haughtily declares, "I, too, am immortal, but I am far more formidable than you." The red-haired zombie appears confused, prompting the little one to raise her fist. Her chubby little fist emits a delightful clattering sound as she beckons the red-haired zombie with a playful gesture. "What else should I do?" The little one recalls that residents of the underworld sometimes provoke others with a downward finger gesture, inciting a furious response. Thus, she glances at her finger, then at her brother in distress. While beckoning, she twists her hand downward, raising her chin defiantly, casting a proud glance at the red-haired zombie. The red-haired zombie roars. No one has ever dared to provoke it since its emergence. Huo is flung aside, and the little one rushes to catch her brother. Third brother, Huo, about to vomit, is startled to see the little one holding him. However, due to their size difference, she can only grasp his head while his body remains on the floor. The contents of his stomach erupt all over her face. Huo quickly covers his mouth and rolls onto the ground. The surge of nausea overwhelms him, and he can no longer contain himself. At this moment, the little one calls for Tu Hei. Tu Hei, not daring to delay, arrives in the blink of an eye, concerned for her brother's well-being. The little one inflates Tu Hei to a size larger than Huo and positions it beneath him just as he collapses. Wow. Ugh. Tu Hei is doused in vomit. The entire rabbit is stunned. The red-haired zombie approaches, its eyes burning with a deeper crimson, its aura darkening the restroom. The little one swiftly gestures, creating a small realm. She ensures Tu Hei and Huo are safely dispatched before the red-haired zombie, believing her to be the mastermind. Unleashes its ferocity. Its fangs elongate, poised to strike the little one's delicate neck. Observing its movement, the little one initially intends to kick it away, but changes her mind. She tilts her head, exposing her neck, even pulling out a tissue from her pocket to place it on her neck before the sharp teeth can touch her skin. "Your teeth are too filthy and foul. Keep your distance and do not tarnish me." The red-haired zombie, ready to attack, suddenly halts. The little one gazes at it, raising an eyebrow. "Go on, I prepare the tissue." The red-haired zombie inspects her eyes, her tissue-covered neck, and then its own elongated fangs. Its gaze lingers on the little one's gleaming white teeth. "Your teeth." The little one grins, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. "I brush daily. Mine are pristine, unlike yours, which are uneven and foul." The red-haired zombie blinks its blood-red eyes, baring its yellowed, decayed teeth. "Dirty white?" The little one exclaims. "I have always relished my meals. Even the most heinous of creatures do not turn my stomach." Suddenly, she feels queasy. She raises her hand, signaling for a halt. "Stop. Are you certain you want to attack with such toxic breath?" The red-haired zombie appears perplexed. Stiffly, it raises its arm, extending a bony finger, crackling as it bends awkwardly, pointing to its own teeth, then to the little one's. "White teeth?" The little one responds, "No way. I am craving a delicious dinner." She shoves the red-haired zombie aside and rushes to the toilet, retching violently. Ugh! The red-haired zombie stumbles, crashing into the wall, staring blankly at the little one who is heaving. Realization dawns upon it, and a faint blush rises to its pale, rigid face. It then covers its face with its bony hands and begins to sob. The little one, overwhelmed by the stench, continues to vomit. "It's me who is gagging from the smell, and I'm not crying. Chapter 265. What happened? 5 minutes later, the little one has shoved the red-haired zombie into the bathtub in the guest room. The red-haired zombie seems particularly averse to water, desperately attempting to climb out. The little one's voice, though sweet, holds a hint of fierceness. Then go ahead. Just remember to clean your fangs before you try to bite someone next time. Otherwise, the stench is unbearable. The red-haired zombie freezes, its hands gripping the bathtub's edge. Upon hearing her words, its blood-red eyes blink mechanically, then lower to inspect its own dark, greenish fingers, shifting its gaze to the pristine bathtub. Due to its stiffness, it loses control of its body and tumbles into the tub. The bathtub is spacious, and the red-haired zombie is submerged. Struggling to rise, it glances at the white bathtub wall and surrenders, resigning itself to float in the tub. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the little one peering over the edge, dangling her chubby legs. The little one, too short to see over the edge, becomes alarmed upon witnessing the red-haired zombie's predicament. As the water begins to churn, the once clear liquid becomes murky, emanating a potent stench from the bathtub. The little one, not wishing to vomit any longer, quickly holds her breath. Change the water. The red-haired zombie surfaces from the murky, almost porridge-like water, its once discernible hair color now obscured. Yet its blood-red eyes shine brightly. Hey, the little one responds, I don't want my home to smell horrendous. My brothers are still waiting outside. Resolutely, she continues to hold her breath, reaching out to lift the red-haired zombie and place it under the shower. Wash for 10 minutes. Only when the water running off you is somewhat clear can we proceed to soak in the tub for a proper cleansing. The red-haired zombie complies willingly, even lifting its head and parting its lips to display its blackened, yellowed, foul teeth while being rinsed. The little one, unable to bear the sight, finds it far more appalling than any ghostly being she has encountered in the underworld. 2 hours later, the red-haired little zombie was finally clean. He had even brushed each of his teeth until they sparkled. With a white base, he tilted his little head to look at himself in the mirror, baring his teeth. They were bright and shiny, except for the elongated and sharp fangs. The rest of his teeth bore no distinction from those of a normal child. The red-haired little zombie stared at his teeth, then glanced through the mirror at the little one beside him, who was puffing and panting from the effort of rinsing him off with her chubby hands on her hips. Your fangs are long, she remarked disdainfully in her sweet voice. You're a zombie, and zombies have fangs. The red-haired little zombie seemed dissatisfied with this answer, turning his head to look at her, his gaze fixating on her small mouth, as if he could see her perfectly aligned and gleaming white teeth through it. The little one was puzzled by the red-haired zombie's intentions. Teeth can only be cleaned, but they can't be cut. The expression on his exquisitely clean little face was stiff, yet his blood-red eyes surprisingly conveyed a sense of pitiful longing. You want to have your fangs cut off? The little one understood. The red-haired little zombie nodded vigorously. The sound of snip, snip, made her worry he might accidentally sever his own neck. If you cut your fangs, won't you be unable to eat? The red-haired little zombie froze. She glanced at him, then at the filthy bathroom, preparing to step outside to find Butler Luo. Just as she took 2 steps, the red-haired little zombie tugged at the hem of her clothing. Remember, don't scare people. Humans are quite timid. If they get frightened, they might very well end up in the underworld. The red-haired little zombie tilted his head, his facial muscles stiff, rendering him expressionless, though his eyes appeared a bit foolish. The little one finally recalled a question. How old are you? The red-haired little zombie looked utterly bewildered. You don't even know your age? She asked, looking at the slightly taller red-haired little zombie, then at his thin and rigid little body, her dark eyes twinkling. All right, he's a zombie. Who knows how many years he has been dead? After a moment of thought, she asked another question. How old were you when you died? The red-haired little zombie tilted his head again, his face unable to express emotion, and his blood-red eyes transitioned from confusion to contemplation, the process slow and mechanical. The little one was still concerned about her frightened older brother, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. She grasped the red-haired little zombie's hand and bent one of his fingers. Is this the number? The red-haired little zombie stood on tiptoe to observe his bent finger, a joyful smile flickering in his blood-red eyes as he nodded emphatically. Then you must have died at 4 years old. Let's say you are 4, she concluded. The red-haired little zombie nodded vacantly, inching closer to her. She patted the back of his head, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. The red-haired little zombie pointed at her, then at the outside, attempting to speak clumsily. Rabbit ghost. The little one didn't comprehend. But upon noticing the red-haired little zombie pointing towards the door, she suddenly thought of Tu Hai, who had mentioned the red-haired little zombie previously. So, he came to find Tu Hai and ran into my brother, who was going to the bathroom. Is this all Tu Hai's fault? The red-haired little zombie was essentially a delivery boy, and since the adults were preoccupied with protecting them, it would be wiser to wait here. Hua Xiqing recalled the foul stench and the sharp fangs akin to blades, his complexion turning pale. What if the little one couldn't fend for herself? Aren't zombies undying? Tu Hai remarked. The little adults are quite formidable too. Ideally, both would suffer, and then he would finally be free. Hua Xiqing. Hua Xijin was the eldest and the most composed. After an initial surge of anxiety, he quickly calmed down. Tu Hai had a point. They were ordinary people, and if they entered, the little one would have to divide her attention to protect them. However, Tu Hai was not. Suddenly, Hua Xijin snatched Tu Hai, who was bathing in the fish tank, and prepared to kick him toward the door. Just then, the door opened slightly, and he seized the opportunity to toss Tu Hai inside. Caught off guard, Tu Hai exclaimed, Chapter 266. Indeed non-human, all ruthless characters. Soon, the bathroom echoed with Tu Hai's heart-wrenching screams. Ugh, hiss, little adult, I was wrong. It's not just the little one's fault. There's also the pen spirit and the hairless ghost. The little ones were all incited by them. Ugh. Hua Ju and Hua Xiqing initially wanted to rush in to check, but were stopped by the composed and emotionally restrained Hua Xijin. They soon found solace in the sounds of Tu Hai's cries for mercy from the bathroom. As they drew nearer, the stench from the bathroom, which had yet to ventilate, assaulted their senses, leaving the three brothers dizzy and their stomachs churning. The little one, who was busy pummeling Tu Hai, noticed her three brothers entering and quickly turned to caution them. Big brother, second brother, third brother, stay back. It stinks too much over here. Hua Ju held his breath and pressed further inside, rushing to her side to scoop her up and turn to flee. However, he found himself unable to move. Something had grasped his arm. The stench from the bathroom was horrendous, and Hua Ju pressed his lips tightly together, refusing to look back as he continued to run, yet remained stuck. He had to turn his head to see, but found no one there. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed an excessively pale little hand tightly clutching his arm. Hua Ju's gaze lowered, finally landing on the owner of the hand, a child slightly taller than the little one, with a thin, bare body and a head of bright red hair reaching his waist. Hua Ju instinctively glanced at the child's notable features and then felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Why do you have long hair if you're a boy? And how dare you be naked in front of her? Hua Ju felt his eyes burning, preparing to strike. Hua Xiqing rushed over. Hey, where did this child come from? He looks quite handsome, though a bit too pale. The red-haired little zombie stiffly lifted his head, blinked his blood-red eyes, and grinned, revealing his long fangs. His eyes suddenly filled with menace. Hua Xiqing. Hua Xiqing swiftly snatched the little one from Hua Ju's arms and bolted. Help! There's a zombie. With the sudden emptiness in his arms, Hua Ju was about to lean down to examine the boy who had grabbed his arm, but the child vanished in the blink of an eye. Hua Xijin was at the door, and upon seeing this, immediately blocked the exit. However, he only felt a gust of wind brush past him, leaving only himself and Hua Ju in the bathroom. And Tu Hai, who was cornered and treated as if he were invisible. Kai Xicheng. The two brothers hurriedly chased after them. Hua Xiqing, holding the little one, had dashed into the living room, but before they could escape the room, they were startled by the sudden appearance of the red-haired little zombie in the center of the living room, causing Hua Xiqing to clutch the little one tighter. This is unfair. This is an overwhelming disadvantage. The red-haired little zombie fixated intently on the little one in Hua Xiqing's arms, stuttering as he spoke. Put her down. Hua Xiqing suddenly regained his composure. He realized that despite being a little zombie, this one seemed to be a stuttering zombie. Kai is my sister. You are parading around naked in front of her. I have been quite lenient by not beating you, yet you dare ask me to put her down. The red-haired little zombie appeared not to comprehend his words, his gaze fixating precisely on the little one. It was then that she noticed the red-haired little zombie was not wearing any clothes, and his previous outfit had decayed in several places, clinging to him in a filthy, tattered mess that barely qualified as clothing. The little one hurriedly climbed down from Hua Xiqing's arms and grasped his hand. Don't be afraid, big brother. He is not bad. Although he smells terrible, he is not a threat to life. He just can't find too high hay. The red-haired little zombie nodded and then shook his head. Looking for a rabbit, and you too. The little one blinked her big eyes, gazing at him in confusion. Why look for me? The red-haired little zombie opened his mouth, revealing sharp, elongated fangs. Gah! The little one. Hua Nation was taken aback by the words of the red-haired little zombie. Without a moment's thought, he blurted out, A zombie are going to gnaw on zombie teeth? Are you out of your mind? Hua Nation and Hua Nation had already approached, observing that the situation was stable, and exchanged a glance, calming down. Hua Nation, hearing his brother's words, smacked him on the back of his head. God, that's good. If you don't gnaw, just wait for him to bite you. Hua Nation, that seems right. The red-haired little zombie stared intently at the little one, but being exposed was not ideal. So Hua Nation hurriedly found one of his shirts for him. Put this on first. The red-haired little zombie looked at the little one, then at the shirt, then back at the little one, tilting his head in confusion. Where? Hua Nation could no longer contain himself. Little one, will he bite? The little one assured he won't. I'm here. He can't bite anyone. Hua Nation felt relieved and immediately went over to help the red-haired little zombie put on a shirt. However, just as he approached, the red-haired little zombie teleported to the little one's side. He was slightly taller than her, leaning slightly against her, gazing at her eagerly. Where? Hua Nation was no longer afraid. This little zombie seemed a bit slow and spoke awkwardly, plus he didn't understand modesty. I've had enough. My second brother is personally dressing you, and you're still picky. You should know that when I was 3, I asked my second brother for help getting dressed, and he wouldn't even bother. The red-haired little zombie ignored him, continuing to gaze at the little one. She understood. He wanted her help to wear it. All right, I can help with the shirt. The little one took the shirt and tiptoed to place it over the red-haired little zombie's head. However, it was still a bit too short, and the red-haired little zombie, seeing this, surprisingly bent down. With a snap, the hearts of the Huo brothers skipped a beat. Hua Nation felt a twinge of concern. He's a zombie, his body is stiff. Bending down should be particularly awkward, right? The neck might be fine, but how will he manage with both hands? The little one giggled. This is simple. Just pull it down and then put it back on. After saying this, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked the red-haired little zombie. Can you pull your hands down and then put them back on? The red-haired little zombie blinked his blood-red eyes, looking a bit dazed. The little one said, then try lifting your hands. Afraid the red-haired little zombie wouldn't understand, she demonstrated with her own little arms. The red-haired little zombie watched, his eyes lighting up. Pull. With a snap, he pulled off one of his own little arms. The Huo brothers, all right, even non-humans, no matter how small, are indeed formidable. Be able to pull off and reattach made things much easier. In the blink of an eye, the little one had successfully dressed the red-haired little zombie in the shirt. Hua Nation's shirt was sufficiently large, covering the red-haired little zombie from neck to ankle. The red-haired little zombie pointed at his fangs. Gah! The little one looked around, but there were no tools for tooth extraction. Suddenly, the red-haired little zombie grabbed her hand and pointed in a certain direction outside. There is. Chapter 267. A non-human patient acquired at around 1 in the morning. The Huo brothers, along with 2 little bundles of joy, drove to a small town in the suburbs, stopping in front of a blacksmith shop. At this late hour, the blacksmith shop was already closed. The red-haired little zombie hopped out of the car and bounced to the door, then turned back to the little one, pointing inside the shop. There, although the little one had not been in the human world for long, she knew that entering someone else's home at such an hour was a violation of the law. Clearly, the red-haired little zombie was unaware. He had already leapt onto the roof of the building. After that, he jumped down, disappearing from sight. The Huo brothers got out of the car and rushed over, with Hua Nation astonished by the red-haired little zombie's actions. Little one, he is trespassing. He is going to get taken to the police. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired little zombie emerged from inside, holding a large pair of tongs and bouncing back onto the roof. Clutching the iron tongs, the red-haired little zombie's blood-red eyes sparkled. Gah! After saying this, he remembered to tilt his head back, opening his mouth to reveal his sharp fangs, which glinted with a chilling aura. Hua Nation and Hua Nation twitched at the corners of their mouths. Little one, why don't we wait until tomorrow morning to see Uncle Gu at the first hospital? Hua Nation nodded in agreement. Yes. I heard from a classmate that his father had a tooth extraction that went wrong and ended up in a mess. Hua Nation added, Little one, we can't go to the hospital. This tool is not suitable. The little one glanced at the eagerly staring red-haired little zombie, and then at her 3 disapproving brothers, feeling that their reasoning was sound. She discussed with the red-haired little zombie. Shall we go to the hospital? The red-haired little zombie did not understand what a hospital was, but it seemed that as long as the little one spoke, he generally listened. As a result, when the red-haired little zombie emerged, he had a few chicken feathers stuck to his mouth and was holding a blood-soaked rooster. He excitedly brought it to the little one's mouth. Here, eat. The little one. At that moment, a woman's sharp voice echoed from the yard. Deplorable. Which little rascal stole one of my chickens again? Husband, wake up. Our rooster has been stolen. Hearing this, the Huo brothers quickly scrambled to search their pockets for money. However, nowadays, with almost everything paid via mobile phones, WeChat, or Alipay, the three brothers managed to pool together just over 20 yuan, which they left at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Before the other party emerged, the three brothers, along with the two little ones, got back in the car and left. On the way back to the city, Hua Sijin drove, while Hua Siju and Hua Siqing questioned the red-haired little zombie. Where did you come from? The red-haired little zombie seemed to understand and nodded his head. Hua Siqing, impatient, said, Speak. I'm not a zombie. I don't understand your zombie body language. The red-haired little zombie blinked and suddenly turned to look at the little one being held by Hua Siju, his expression one of utter dismay. However, he did not cry or complain. Instead, he spoke awkwardly. Underground. The little one glanced at her fierce third brother and then at the pitiful red-haired little zombie. Third brother. He still doesn't know how to speak well. Hua Siqing scoffed. The little one added, Third brother. I asked him he was 4 when he died. So he has 4 now. Hua Siju spoke softly. Then we need to see how many years he's been dead. The little one suddenly felt that her second brother made a valid point. So she asked the red-haired little zombie, How many years have you been dead? The red-haired little zombie looked up at the ceiling, his expression blank. At this point, the little one didn't need to explain. Everyone understood. The red-haired little zombie didn't even know himself. Hua Siju then asked, Do you have any family? Hua Siqing quickly added, Are there any other zombies at home? The red-haired little zombie turned his blood-red eyes around and shook his head. Hua Siqing snorted. I doubt there are any. Otherwise, will his parents let him run around scaring people? By the time they arrived at the first hospital, they had hardly gathered any information. The Huo brothers decided to take the little zombie for a tooth extraction since he insisted on it, and it had nothing to do with them. Gu Qifeng was originally at the Huo group, but because Hua Chunling was mistakenly thought to be pregnant and went to watch the fun, he ended up getting a beating and was left with a bruised face. Yet he was still overjoyed. Ha ha ha. President Hua, you finally have your day. With a bruised face. Gu Qifeng laughed heartily, his teeth bared. Ha ha. Indeed, the little one brings so much joy. Hua Chunling narrowed his eyes dangerously. Then I'll call over to the manor right away and have the little one give you a whole new experience? Gu Qifeng. Ha ha. No need for that. Hua Chunling was preparing to rest, and Gu Qifeng was also getting ready to leave. The phone rang. It was a call from Hua Sijin. Sijin, what is the matter? Upon recognizing his eldest son's voice, Hua Chunling raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling Gu Qifeng to activate the speakerphone. Gu Qifeng smiled as he did so, and Hua Sijin's steady voice came through. Uncle Gu, are you at the hospital? The first hospital was not far from the Huo group. And Gu Qifeng replied with a smile. I'm near the hospital. What is going on? We have a little friend here who needs a tooth extraction, and the situation is somewhat special. We're not at ease with other doctors. Both Gu Qifeng and Hua Chunling furrowed their brows. A little friend? What do you mean by a special situation? Although the dental department had already closed, the emergency room could still handle urgent cases. However, Hua Sijin had not taken anyone to the emergency room. Hua Chunling and Gu Qifeng simultaneously rose and headed for the door. Hua Sijin's voice came through once more. Uncle Gu, I hope you want to mention this to my dad. He has been very busy with the Fangyuan group's matters lately, and we don't want to distract him. Hua Chunling halted, his thin lips pressing into a straight line. Gu Qifeng glanced at Hua Chunling and promptly agreed. All right, Uncle Gu understands. I'll be there in 10 minutes. With a wave of his hand, Gu Qifeng swiftly departed. Hua Chunling dialed the landline at the estate. Luo Guanjia. Is something wrong at home? Luo Guanjia was currently supervising workers as they cleaned the restroom of the guest room on the first floor. The workers, wearing masks, needed immense courage to enter due to the nauseating stench that pervaded the air and spread throughout the entire living room. Following the eldest son's instructions, Luo Guanjia reported to the master, Sir, a 4-year-old child has come to the house, and it seems he hasn't tea-bathed in quite some time. He is emitting a terrible odor, and it appears there are issues with his teeth. The 3 young masters and Miss Zai have taken the child to the first hospital. Huo Chan acknowledged and ended the call, feeling that this 4-year-old child might not be entirely normal. Thinking of Gu Qifeng, who had come specifically to witness the spectacle, a smirk crept onto Hua Chunling's lips. Well, congratulations to Gu Qifeng for acquiring a non-human patient. Chapter 268. This is a challenge that must be faced head-on at the first hospital in the dental department. Gu Qifeng first encountered Hua Xijin waiting for him in the office. Not seeing Zai Zai, Gu Qifeng clicked his tongue. Whereas Zai Zai, Hua Xijin, thinking of what Zai Zai was currently doing, found it hard to articulate. She is helping the little one with his teeth. Gu Qifeng raised an eyebrow. Really? What do you mean by helping with his teeth? Hua Xijin nodded. Indeed, she is helping him. Upon arriving at the hospital, the little red-haired zombie was not immediately eager for the dental procedure and was quite displeased. When he was unhappy, his fangs grew wildly, like weeds after rain. If it weren't for the current lack of patience, and Zai having blocked the surveillance signals, he would likely have been discovered by now. At this moment, Zai was truly in the restroom, helping the little red-haired zombie with his teeth, accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, as no one felt assured. Gu Qifeng listened with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "So, is a surgery required?" Hua Xijin succinctly replied, "Something like a tooth extraction." Gu Qifeng pressed, "An extraction is an extraction. What do you mean by something like an extraction?" Xijin, "Uncle Gu is not a dental professional. If it's something like an extraction, please find a trustworthy dentist who can guarantee complete confidentiality." Hua Xijin shook his head. "No, Uncle Gu, I think it's better if you come." Zai said you would definitely be able to handle it. Gu Qifeng relented. "All right then." 5 minutes later, in the operating room, Gu Qifeng finally laid eyes on the little red-haired zombie. The child appeared slightly older than Zai, but he was quite thin, covering his mouth with a towel and even wearing a pair of blood-red contact lenses. Upon seeing this, Gu Qifeng couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, whose child is this? Those eyes are quite beautiful, but isn't it a bit early to be wearing contact lenses? Aren't you afraid of damaging your eyes?" Zai approached from behind, wielding a large kitchen knife that was larger than her face. Listening to Uncle Gu, Zai spoke in her sweet voice, "Uncle Gu, the little one isn't wearing contact lenses. His eyes are naturally red." Zai, seeing her, Gu Qifeng's heart softened, and he promptly picked her up. "Zai, it's so late. Aren't you tired?" Zai giggled. Not tired. Zai napped at kindergarten today." Gu Qifeng was surprised to learn that Zai was already in kindergarten and was about to ask more when a ripping sound echoed, like fabric being torn. Zai quickly interjected, "Uncle Gu, hurry and help the little one with his teeth. Otherwise, they will keep growing longer and could scare people." If the little red-haired zombie truly frightened someone to death, that would indeed be unfortunate. Such circumstances would render any calculations of cause and effect in the afterlife moot. To put it simply, it would be a matter of fate. Seeing Zai's urgency, Gu Qifeng promptly set her down and turned to observe the little red-haired child. Upon doing so, he burst into laughter. "Goodness, whose child is this? Why does he have what looks like ivory stuffed in his mouth?" Out of curiosity, Gu Qifeng reached out to touch it. Zai quickly grasped his hand. "Uncle Gu, be careful. The little one's teeth are exceptionally sharp and toxic, especially if they come into contact with human blood." Gu Qifeng's hand froze mid-air, perplexed. According to what Xijin had conveyed over the phone, the child's situation was unique, yet he had previously encountered strange beings. With the child's red hair and contact lenses and those excessively long teeth, he had never heard of elephant tusks being toxic. The 3 Hua brothers silently acknowledged the brilliance of Uncle Gu's reasoning. He had mistaken the little red-haired zombie for an elephant spirit. What a talent! How could one possibly associate such long and ominous fangs with an elephant spirit? The little red-haired zombie clearly understood Gu Qifeng's words and suddenly emitted a fierce and terrifying roar, discarding the towel that had been torn by his fangs, exposing 2 fangs that he struggled to retract. His blood-red pupils glowed ominously, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. "Roar!" Gu Qifeng nearly lost his wits, clutching Hua Xijin tightly. "Xijin, what have you brothers brought for Uncle Gu to extract teeth from? This certainly doesn't resemble an elephant spirit." The little red-haired zombie was furious, letting out a roar that echoed through the room. Zai, in her sweet voice, cautioned, "It's late at night. Making such a racket will disturb the neighbors. You might get taken to the police station for a chat." While helping the little red-haired zombie with his teeth, Zai had already taught him various human rules. Although the little zombie struggled with speech, Zai Zai deliberately spoke slowly, and the little zombie listened intently and understood. This was not the kingdom of zombies. It was the human world, and rules had to be followed. Otherwise, the police would come to apprehend the zombies. Chow was akin to a punishment for zombies. Generally, when punishment was mentioned, it could result in utter annihilation. Moreover, Zai Zai had not deceived him. His experiences since emerging from the ground indicated that human societal laws operated in this manner. The little red-haired zombie, who had been fiercely roaring at Gu Qifeng, suddenly fell silent, his head drooping. Roar. The roar abruptly shifted, becoming soft and pitiful, reminiscent of a weaned kitten. At this moment, he hung his head, gazing at Zai Zai with his large, blood-red eyes, which held a hint of grievance. Zai Zai hurried to comfort him. "It's all right. You didn't roar long ago. So the police want come." Gu Qifeng, whose soul had nearly exited his body from fright, abruptly turned to the Huo brothers, taking a deep breath. "Do you know what he is?" The three Huo brothers nodded in unison. "We know." Gu Qifeng, covering his wildly beating heart, gritted his teeth and questioned. "Then why didn't you inform me, Uncle Gu?" Huo Chenling replied. "Uncle Gu, you didn't ask." Huo Chenhua added, "Didn't it seem obvious?" With such sharp teeth. "We all grew up watching zombie tales. Isn't it apparent?" Huo Sijuan. "Uncle Gu, I mentioned over the phone that the child is in a unique situation." Gu Qifeng, oh dear. He is aware of his uniqueness, which has made him quite vigilant. But who could have predicted just how unique it truly is? The little one's battered body can still bounce around, as if nothing is amiss. And now we have a powerful figure from the underworld who might just whisk him off to the operating room with a handful of ghostly currency. He probably thinks this uniqueness is akin to something supernatural, or perhaps even a spirit. Indeed, the legendary zombie has arrived. A cold sweat broke out on Gu Qifeng's back as Huo Clan chuckled, making light of the situation. "Really, Uncle Gu? Us kids aren't afraid. So isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be scared?" Gu Qifeng thought to himself that he wished he could silence Huo Clan. Just then, the little one eagerly defended Gu Qifeng. "Third brother, you're mistaken. Uncle Gu is definitely not afraid. Last time I was in pieces, it was Uncle Gu who stitched me up without a trace of fear. I just had a few teeth grow in, and all was well. Uncle Gu isn't scared at all, right?" With anxiety gnawing at him, Gu Qifeng replied, "Of course. Uncle Gu is not afraid. This is something that must be faced head-on." Chapter 269. President Hua, your three sons are exceptional. The red-haired little zombie lay on the operating table, the bright lights glaring down, prompting him to close his eyes. However, as Gu Qifeng approached, he abruptly opened his blood-red eyes, filled with malice, his fangs glinting ominously, causing Gu Qifeng's lips to twitch uncontrollably. With such a fierce demeanor, how could he possibly extract those teeth? This was zombie dental work. He had never heard of zombies needing dental extractions. If he extracted them, could the zombie still drink blood? What if he inadvertently harmed himself and ended up like the characters on television, succumbing to zombie poison and transforming into a fresh, warm zombie? "Uncle Gu?" The little one called out curiously as he noticed Gu Qifeng hesitating with the tools, fixated on the red-haired zombie. Before he could finish his thought, the zombie expressed his disdain. "Dirty." "Gu Qifeng, what?" The zombie, still struggling to articulate, managed to utter another word. "Blood. Dirty." "Gu Qifeng, you filthy zombie, just wait. I'll pull those two zombie teeth out by the roots and starve you." Being a man of action, Gu Qifeng wasted no time. But as soon as he gripped the pliers and exerted force, they snapped in half with a crack. Gu Qifeng, the three brothers of the Huo family, watching the spectacle, were perplexed. Why did the pliers break? Gu Qifeng, if you're asking me, perhaps you should inquire with him. Gu Qifeng shot a fierce glare at the red-haired zombie. The zombie, with pride in his blood-red eyes, thought to himself that his teeth were formidable, and no ordinary tool could extract them. The little one, observing, turned to the zombie, who took the opportunity to grasp her clothing. "Little one, pull." The little one was in a bind, raising her chubby hands in confusion. However, she had no idea how to extract teeth. The zombie pointed a bony, cold finger at Gu Qifeng. "He can't do it. Gu Qifeng, this little zombie is too much. How can a man say he can't do it?" Determined, Gu Qifeng found another pair of pliers and resolved to show the red-haired zombie what he was capable of. This time, he didn't pull. He went straight for the extraction. With a crack, the pliers split apart once more. Gu Qifeng, the Huo brothers, Huo Clan, shook his head. "Uncle Gu, why not let the little one try? Although she can't extract teeth, she has great strength, and you might really be unable to do it." Gu Qifeng's lips twitched. Hua Sijuan and Hua Siju exchanged glances, trying to stifle their laughter. Being older, they understood Uncle Gu's psychological struggle. Ha ha ha. Gu Qifeng, not one to back down, attempted 5 times, breaking 5 pairs of pliers, until only 1 pair remained. Fearing that the red-haired zombie's fangs might become irretrievable, the little one rushed to take the pliers. Uncle Gu, let me. As she took hold, Gu Qifeng sighed in relief. Primarily because he was genuinely out of strength. The pliers kept getting larger, and he was almost ready to bring in a large orthopedic hammer. In the dead of night, helping a zombie with tooth extraction, it was a tale so outrageous that few would believe it if they hadn't witnessed it themselves. The little one approached with a straightforward method. She clamped the pliers around the root of the fong, aligning it with the remaining teeth, and then, with both chubby hands gripping tightly, she pulled with all her might. Crack! Accompanied by a puff of green smoke, a fong snapped off. She quickly moved on to the second one, using the same method, and it broke off just as easily. Hua Sikin, scratching his head and yawning, mused, had I known you could help him extract teeth, we wouldn't have had to come to the hospital. Gu Qifeng, I feel somewhat insulted. Hua Siju playfully smacked his younger brother on the back of the head. If we hadn't come, how would Uncle Gu have discovered that zombies exist in this world, right, Uncle Gu? Gu Qifeng's lips twitched again. Indeed, not only are there supernatural beings, but there are also zombies. Haha, who knows what else might be out there next time? The little one, thinking Uncle Gu was intrigued, eagerly began to educate him. Uncle Gu, there are many more. Last time, you didn't TC the voodoo dolls, the vampires from abroad, and the mountain spirits, among others. After finishing, she blinked her big eyes at Gu Qifeng. If you want to meet them, next time I'll bring a few over to play with you. Gu Qifeng, I really hope I won't have to prepare for the Underworld's real estate offerings anytime soon. He placed a hand over his heart and took a deep breath. There is no need for that. Little one, Uncle is a doctor of the living. The little one looked at him with some regret. All right, then I'll just play with them myself. If you want to join, I'll bring them back for you. Gu Qifeng, maybe in the next life. In the dead of night, he had been graced with an extraordinary patient. Unbelievable. Emerging from the operating room, Gu Qifeng pulled out his phone and began to vent on WeChat to Hua Chunling. President Hua, your 3 sons are remarkable. After a moment, Hua Sijuan, along with his 2 brothers and sister, accompanied by the red-haired zombie, also exited the operating room to bid him farewell. Sorry for bothering you, Uncle Gu. Gu Qifeng waved his hand, letting out a sigh. It's nothing. Just remember to find Uncle Gu. It truly makes me happy. Suddenly, Hua Sikin inquired, Uncle Gu, I have a rabbit at home. Can I bring it to you for a checkup? Gu Qifeng gritted his teeth. You little rascal, your Uncle Gu is not a veterinarian. Take the rabbit to the pet hospital. Hua Sikin chuckled as he explained. But Uncle Gu, that rabbit isn't an ordinary one. Gu Qifeng, with Hua Sijuan present, he need not worry about the little ones, allowing him to leave without a care. Then, he promptly sent a flurry of messages to Hua Chunling. President Hua, your 3 sons and the little one sent a non-human patient my way. Do you have any idea what that is? I initially thought it was a spirit, but oh dear, I truly did not expect this. Gu Qifeng ground his teeth in frustration. He had set everything up so perfectly, yet Hua Chunling remained unfazed. Truly a testament to his status as the head of the foremost family in Huagua. He was impressed. Chunling, today's non-human patient, is a zombie. And quite a handsome one at that. Had he not been lacking pants, I might have mistaken him for a little girl. Oh, and he came for a tooth extraction. Do you think he might have injured his brain when he was unearthed? He actually needed the extraction. Wouldn't he be sent to a special department for research if he didn't need the extraction? Gu Qifeng, congratulations, Director Gu. You've opened the door to a new realm of business. Gu Qifeng, he had never intended to engage with the underworld. In the break room of the Hua Group's president's office, Hua Chunling called Jianglin. Please check where ancient tombs have been discovered recently in the country and see if there are any graves belonging to children around that age. As Jianglin received the call, excitement surged within him. Has the sir finally noticed the young lady's uniqueness? Rest assured, sir, I shall investigate at once. Hua Chunling replied with a brief acknowledgement and added, the grave owner is a boy. Jianglin questioned, shouldn't it be a girl? Hua Chunling responded, why? Gu Qifeng mentioned that it is a particularly handsome boy. Jianglin found himself unable to sleep any longer on the other end of the line. Chapter 270. The pathetically indignant little zombie. At 4:30 in the morning, Jianglin arrived at the Hua family estate. Butler Luo, fearing something was amiss, hurriedly inquired, Assistant Jiang, is there something important regarding the master? Jianglin shook his head. It's not the master, but the young lady. Butler Luo sighed in relief, then became astonished again. Assistant Jiang, what has happened to the young lady? Jiang Lin asked. Butler Luo, has there been any noticeable change at the estate since the young lady arrived? Butler Luo, yawning and struggling to stay awake, suddenly brightened. Oh, there are numerous changes. Jiang Lin immediately became alert. For example, but does he really want to hear about these? Jiang Lin thought, clearly not. Meanwhile, the little adult and the young masters of the Hua family had gone upstairs to rest. A little black rabbit, named Tu Hai, looked up at the human who had stepped on its tiny foot. Hey, buddy, don't you feel uncomfortable stepping on my foot? Jiang Lin instinctively apologized. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Looking around, he noticed there was no one nearby. Tu Hai lifted its other foot and gently tapped Jiang Lin's ankle. Enough for him to feel it. You are stepping on this lord's foot. Jiang Lin then noticed a small, entirely black rabbit with dark red eyes had appeared by his feet. The most alarming part was that this rabbit could talk. As Jiang Lin began to break into a cold sweat, a soft voice floated down from upstairs. Tu Hai, do not bully Uncle Jiang, or I shall stew you. The rabbit, feeling the weight of the foot, fell limp and lay flat on the ground. Jiang Lin instinctively turned to the sound, and upon seeing a child with waist-length red hair bouncing down the stairs, his pupils widened in shock. This little red-haired zombie tilted its head, its pale face adorned with blood-red eyes locking onto Jiang Lin, before breaking into a smile. Hi, Jiang Lin exclaimed, Mamma mia, is that the legendary zombie? Although diminutive, it was indeed a zombie. Just as Jiang Lin was about to let out a terrified scream, the child floated down from the second floor, landing gracefully in front of him. With its tiny legs dangling and a chubby hand covering Jiang Lin's mouth, the child explained in a babyish voice, Uncle Jiang, don't scream. Although Xiao Jiang is a zombie, he doesn't tea-bite. He can drink chicken blood. Jiang Lin, wide-eyed, stared at her as she added sweetly, Uncle Jiang knows you are brave and surely not afraid, right? Jiang Lin thought, no, I'm terrified. I am on the verge of soiling myself. What normal person could endure this? As he felt himself losing consciousness, the child pressed her little hand against his forehead, forcing him to regain his composure. Once he steadied himself, she nestled into his arms, wrapping her small arms around his neck, her voice filled with concern. Uncle Jiang, zombies are really not scary. They truly exist, and their bodies are real. They're even less frightening than those ghostly things. Jiang Lin struggled to swallow, perplexed as to why. In such a terrifying situation, he hadn't fainted yet. He had felt a wave of darkness and his mind going blank moments ago. Uncle Jiang? Jiang Lin was lost in thought. 5 minutes later, Jiang Lin, feeling utterly drained, got into the car, his clothes drenched. Coming to his senses, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Both regret and fear filled him. Why didn't I bring a voice recorder and a miniature camera? With a heavy heart, Jiang Lin pressed the accelerator to the floor, heading straight for the special department. He needed to consult Captain Shun Jiantao about the 3 supernatural entities at the Masteress residence. The following morning at 8, Hua Sijuan rose to have breakfast with the child before taking her to Hanning Bilingual International Kindergarten. Hua Siju and Hua Siqing had been exhausted from several sleepless nights and were now sound asleep, even snoring slightly. As they stepped outside, the red-haired little zombie, wearing a hat to shield it from the light, clung tightly to the child as skirt, looking as pitiful as an abandoned puppy. The child paused for a moment and softly explained to him. The little zombie's blood-red eyes suddenly glistened with tears. It said nothing and made no move, simply gazing at her intently. The child asked Hua Sijuan, Big brother, can I bring him to kindergarten with me? Hua Sijuan, struggling to suppress a smile, shook his head. I'm afraid not, little one. The child turned to the little zombie, who began to cry. Oh no, you're crying again. The child climbed into Hua Sijuan's arms, burying her head against him, sweetly pleading, Big brother, I will keep an eye on Xiao Jiang and promise he won't scare the other children. Hua Sijuan trusted the child, but the little red-haired zombie was a stranger to him. After reviewing various tales of horror, he knew zombies were aggressive, bloodthirsty, and ferociously dangerous. How could he allow such a fearsome creature to accompany the child to school? Hua Sijuan struggled to maintain his resolve in the face of the child's adorable antics. He dared not look at the charming child in his arms, instead focusing on the little zombie. Noticing that the zombie was still wearing his oversized shirt, Hua Sijuan suddenly had an idea. Little one, since Xiao Jiang has no decent clothes after I drop you off at school, I'll take him to buy some. The child recalled the countless outfits in her wardrobe. I have clothes. Xiao Jiang can wear mine. Hua Sijun quickly shook his head. That one do. You are a girl, and Xiao Jiang is a boy. The child blinked her big eyes and suddenly asked the little zombie, who had been quietly watching them, "Can you wear my dress?" The little zombie's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly yes. Hua Sijun silently looked up to the heavens. Indeed, this little zombie had no kindergarten diploma. Would wearing a dress not lead to future embarrassment? Chapter 271. Startling the kindergarten children ultimately. Hua Sijun could not leave the little red-haired zombie at the estate, as the child posed a poignant question. Big brother, if he stays here and goes berserk, can the bodyguards handle him? Hua Sijun, recognizing the little zombie's unique nature, had no choice but to bring him along to kindergarten. However, before heading to school, they first visited a mall to purchase clothes for the little zombie. Although they were not of the same species, they were of the same gender, and Hua Sijun bought several outfits for the little zombie, including light brown contact lenses. They entered and exited the mall in less than 5 minutes. As the little zombie awkwardly changed clothes in the car, the moment his oversized shirt ripped, Hua Sijun realized that the little zombie had not been wearing any underwear since last night. He had forgotten to bring some for the little zombie. Thankfully, he had just bought some. As the little zombie tried to protest, Hua Sijun swiftly interjected, Kai, let him be good. Big brother will help him dress faster. The child glanced at the little zombie, who was bare and visibly dissatisfied, then back at the determined big brother. All right. The little zombie began to feel aggrieved, and the child's soft voice reassured him. Xiao Jiang, be good, or we will be late for kindergarten. The little zombie attempted to speak, but his slow speech was interrupted by the child. The red-haired little zombie instantly wilted, obediently accompanying Hua Sijun to change clothes. Swiftly dressing the red-haired little zombie, Hua Sijun picked up the little one and gave her a thumbs up. You did great. The little one praised Hua Sijun in return, exclaiming, Big brother is amazing too. He changed the little general's clothes incredibly fast. The red-haired little zombie glanced at the little one, then at Hua Sijun, and began to speak haltingly. You are great. After saying this, he leaned toward the little one, but was separated by Hua Sijun's large hand. Sit properly and fasten your seatbelt. The red-haired little zombie replied, Kai. The little one blinked her big eyes, unable to comprehend the red-haired little zombie's thoughts, but nodded enthusiastically. That's right, little general. When riding in a car, you must fasten your seatbelt. Otherwise, if the police uncle sees, you'll get points deducted and have to attend an education class. The red-haired little zombie, who held great respect for the police uncle as explained by the little one, immediately deflated and sat beside her, looking aggrieved. Hua Sijun asked, Little general, won't that hurt your body? The red-haired little zombie blinked and nodded stiffly. It will. After saying this, he used his rigid finger to lift the hem of his clothes, revealing cracked, stiff muscles. The muscles were hard, and when he sat down, they split apart, even exposing the similarly cracked bones inside. Hua Sijun thought that had he not witnessed the little one split open before, he might have jumped in shock. Yet even having seen it, he still felt a tingling sensation. You. The red-haired little zombie seemed to understand his meaning, blinking his blood-red eyes and tilting his head, then gestured for Hua Sijun to look again. Hua Sijun then witnessed the previously cracked bones and flesh begin to heal at an astonishing speed. This is unbelievable. I have never seen such resilience. This body recovers faster than the little one. It can instantly self-repair. Later, on the bus to kindergarten, Hua Sijun continuously reminded the little one of the things to pay attention to at kindergarten, especially advising her to keep a close watch on the red-haired little zombie. Just as they were about to exit the bus and enter the kindergarten, Hua Sijun cautioned, Little one, remember. The little one planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Seizing the moment while Hua Sijun was momentarily distracted, the little one chirped, Big brother, I remember, wherever I am in kindergarten, the little general must be there too. I absolutely cannot let the little general be alone. No matter which little friend the little general plays with, I must be together with them to ensure the little general does not scare any little friends or teachers. Hua Sijun responded, All right. The little one was very obedient, and the red-haired little zombie was the primary focus of observation. Observing the little one and the red-haired little zombie walk in sync into the kindergarten, Hua Sijun nearly called out to them several times. Teacher's son, noticing Hua Sijun's complex expression filled with reluctance, could not help but comfort him. Rest assured, young Master Hua, we will take good care of both the little friend and the little general. Hua Sijun could only force a smile. It was not that he feared the teachers would not care for the little ones. Rather, he was concerned that these two non-human children might end up managing the entire kindergarten. Inside the kindergarten, the children were freely engaged in activities. Time was tight, and Huo had not yet had the chance to give the red-haired little zombie a haircut, so he still sported a very conspicuous mane of long hair. The hair was significantly softer, yet the ends remained somewhat dry and appeared slightly rough, giving the impression of a wig. Upon seeing the red-haired little zombie, the other children were immediately drawn to his hair, and one child voiced their discontent. "Teacher, why can you bring a toy to kindergarten while we cannot?" Teacher's son was taken aback. "Who brought a toy?" 3 or 4 children simultaneously raised their hands, pointing at the red-haired little zombie. Him. Teacher's son was puzzled, as she had not noticed either the little general or the little one bringing toys during morning inspection. She inquired about what toy he had brought. Child 1, a wig. Child 2, I've seen my dad wear one at home. Child 3, why does your dad wear a wig? Aren't wigs usually for girls? Child 4, I've seen videos where many bald men wear wigs to trick pretty ladies. The first, third, and fourth children all turned to child 2. So your dad wears a wig to find pretty ladies? Does that mean your parents are about to divorce, and you will soon have a stepmother? Child 2 was left speechless by the question. The little one did not comprehend the meaning of divorce, but knew what a stepmother entailed. The image of Snow White being poisoned by her stepmother flashed in Child 2's mind, causing him to break down in tears. I don't want a stepmother. I don't want to eat a poisoned apple and be killed by a stepmother. Teacher's son, observing the scene, was at a loss. The little one and the red-haired little zombie, who had been silent observers, watched as Child 2 was comforted by Teacher Sunday. The first, third, and fourth children turned their attention to the red-haired little zombie. Take off your wig. You're not allowed to bring toys to kindergarten. Exactly. The red-haired little zombie hesitated for a moment, recalling Huo and the little one's words. He must not bully the kindergarten children, as long as it was not excessive. He would let them be. Thus, without hesitation, the red-haired little zombie began to tug at his hair, accompanied by a slight crackling sound. Unbeknownst to him, as he pulled his hair, the rigid flesh also lifted the scalp, exposing a gruesome sight of blood and flesh underneath. The little one, preoccupied with her Rubik's Cube, did not notice, thinking the red-haired little zombie would end up like her, pulling his hair into a bald patch. Suddenly, several children began to scream in terror. The teachers rushed over. The little one felt a sense of foreboding as she played with the Rubik's Cube, turning to see the red-haired little zombie revealing a bloody skull, nearly causing her to have a second shock. In the classroom, the commotion subsided after a while. The teachers were drenched in sweat. The children were all young, with the longest time spent in kindergarten being just a week. They were all trying to adapt. This was expected by the teachers, as children in the kindergarten did tend to take things step by step. However, this year's class seemed particularly prone to tears. The lunch break had arrived, and with the experience from the previous day, Zai took the red-haired little zombie to their 2 small beds, nestled deep within the room for a rest. A child was reluctant and wanted to lean against the wall, asking Zai and the red-haired little zombie to swap places. Zai and the red-haired little zombie readily agreed to the exchange, but the child began to sob. The teacher hurried over to comfort the child, saying, "Don't cry. Tell me what happened." The child replied, Zai can bring her brother to kindergarten to study together. I want to bring my brother to kindergarten too. Zai explained. In order to bring the red-haired little zombie to kindergarten, the big brother spoke to the teachers, saying that the red-haired little zombie is a distant cousin. The teacher paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Naturally, they welcome new students. If you have a little brother who can attend kindergarten, he can come along too. The child nodded eagerly, yes. What more could the teacher say? They warmly welcomed the new arrival. The sobbing child finally quieted down, turning into soft sniffles. Zai and the red-haired little zombie glanced at each other, then silently removed their shoes and climbed onto their respective beds, pulling up the blankets snugly to sleep. Based on prior experience, Zai anticipated there would be crying midway, so she employed her usual tactics. She tilted her head to glance at the red-haired little zombie, who was twisting his neck to look at her with an exaggerated motion, his body facing left while his face turned a full 180 degrees toward her. Zai's lips twitched as she quickly scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, their beds were newly added, positioned somewhat further in, within the camera's blind spot. Little General, you must not turn your head that way. It will frighten others. The red-haired little zombie looked pitiable. I just want to see Zai. Zai's small face turned serious, but you mustn't scare the other children. The red-haired little zombie nodded, looking aggrieved. I understand. During their exchange, Teacher's son, who had just calmed down the second child, was attentively monitoring them. However, due to the small pillow and blanket obscuring the view. Teacher Sun did not notice the red-haired little zombie's head spinning 180 degrees. She did see Zai suddenly sit up to adjust the red-haired little zombie's pillow and blanket, and her gaze softened. Ah, such a well-behaved, understanding, and exceptionally cute child. Which teacher wouldn't adore? Who could possibly resist? Teacher Sun felt reassured, joining the other two teachers in caring for the other children. Unbeknownst to Zai, who was unaware of Teacher Sun's attention, she finished tucking the red-haired little zombie in and sweetly advised him. If you need to go to the bathroom, remember to call for Zai. You cannot go alone, understand? The red-haired little zombie hesitated momentarily, stammering, not going. In truth, he wished to say more, but due to his speech difficulties, he simply uttered the last two words, albeit with a stutter. Zai blinked her large eyes, already lying comfortably in her bed, glancing at the red-haired little zombie. Then let's sleep. The red-haired little zombie responded. Okay. Zai added, when it's time, Zai will call you. The red-haired little zombie's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. All right. Thus, the two non-human little ones closed their eyes and obediently fell asleep. Once the teachers had calmed the remaining children and ensured they were all lying down, they discovered the two little ones in the corner had already begun to softly snore. Each was more adorable than the other, with delicate features that would surely be even more charming with a little more chub. Teacher Sun couldn't resist gently stroking the soft, pudgy cheek of the red-haired little zombie, feeling a delightful texture that made her want to cherish it forever. Zai and the little general are truly well-behaved. The other two teachers reminded her, Teacher Sun, we can't let Zai sleep through dismissal today. Teacher Sun then recalled that Zai had not awakened after school the previous day, so she nodded with a smile. Do not worry. If Zai hasn't woken up by the time to get up, I will call her immediately. However, no one anticipated that from 2:30 in the afternoon until the parents lined up to pick up their children after school, Zai, just like the day before, remained fast asleep. The red-haired little zombie was also in a deep slumber. Teacher Sun felt increasingly embarrassed and ashamed in the presence of Zai's elder brother. Hua Jin, taking one child in each arm, was concerned that Teacher Sun would discover the peculiar nature of the red-haired little zombie. It's all right. Zai and the little general have always had their days and nights mixed up. Teacher Sun need not worry too much. Teacher Sun frowned slightly at his words. Hua Jin, if Zai and the little general continue to have their days and nights reversed, it may affect their physical development. Before Hua Jin could respond, Teacher Sun cautiously proposed, Hua Jin, how about we try not letting Zai and the little general take a nap tomorrow at noon? What do you think? Hua Jin eagerly agreed. That would be great. Teacher Sun genuinely adored Zai and the little general, her smile warm and gentle. Zai and the little general are so well-behaved. We find it no trouble at all. Hua Jin thought to himself. You have yet to discover the terrifying side of these two little ones. Never mind. Until they were discovered, they could continue this way for another day. However, the next day, chaos erupted in the kindergarten. Chapter 273. The elder brother cultivates a patch of bitter melon in his heart. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the second grade class at Hanning Bilingual International Kindergarten was surrounded by the parents and grandparents of the children. The principal, fearing a gruesome incident had occurred, immediately called the police and an ambulance, while summoning the security team to rush to the second grade class. The children were wailing, and the parents were clamoring, each more agitated than the last. The teachers, feeling the tension, struggled to discern the cause amid the chaos. Once they understood, the teachers could only twitch their lips in disbelief. The trouble stemmed from Zai and the little general. Daddy, the teachers in our class fed Zai and the little general sleeping pills. The parents were taken aback, incredulous. How could that be possible? The child insisted, Daddy. Zai's been going to school for 2 days, and every afternoon, no matter how the teachers call, she won't wake up. Daddy, didn't you say that when a patient takes sleeping pills, they can sleep like a log and no amount of noise can wake them? The doctor father, whose mother was another member of the parent committee, learned of the situation and privately formed a group to discuss it with other parents. Ultimately, the children's testimonies were largely consistent. They indeed had been sleeping soundly. The teachers couldn't wake them. Teacher Sun even brought a loudspeaker. The volume was exceptionally high. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't be concerned? Thus, one parent raised their voice, rallying the doctor father to storm into the kindergarten to confront the teachers. They specifically chose the afternoon, as the children had reported that the two little ones were well-behaved during the morning. One was a stutter, and the other hardly spoke, and whenever they did, everyone would cry. Was it possible that the teachers were worried these two children would cause a scene and thus allowed them to nap in the afternoon? Though the likelihood was slim, given the multitude of bizarre teachers reported online, the doctor father, with a strong sense of justice, insisted on checking the situation himself. Alternatively, perhaps the children had ingested something they shouldn't have. Meanwhile, the two in question, Zai Zai and the red-haired little zombie, remained sound asleep in the classroom corner. The doctor father's heart raced wildly. Amid the clamor, with their heads buzzing and nearly bursting, how could those two still be deep in slumber? It was undoubtedly abnormal. Song Yuming's father, why don't you go check on the two children? Yes, yes. It's so loud, and they haven't woken up. This is absolutely not normal. Indeed, hurry and check. We will prevent the teachers from doing anything. What could the teachers possibly do? The teachers retorted. They are Huo's children. What do they dare to do? Regardless of how the three teachers explained, none of the parents believed them. Even the director's presence could not sway the parents' disbelief. Ultimately, with no other recourse and the arrival of emergency services, the director had no choice but to hand the situation over to them. Meanwhile, the doctor, who was the father, swiftly approached the child and the little red-haired zombie to draw blood, as per the parents' wishes, in order to preserve evidence. The slumbering child felt a slight itch in his arm and couldn't resist scratching it. Just as the doctor finished drawing blood, he let out a heavy sigh and hastily changed the syringe to draw blood from the little red-haired zombie. To his surprise, the needle failed to penetrate. Bewildered, he attempted once more, but still met with failure. At that moment, the little red-haired zombie opened his eyes, revealing a pair of light brown lenses that only added to his bewildered expression, his small face rigid and aloof. The doctor glanced at the little zombie's slender arm and then at the two discarded needles. The little red-haired zombie merely cast a glance at him before shifting his gaze away. Seeing that the child was still asleep, he obediently closed his eyes once more. The police officers arrived. What is happening here? Before the doctor could speak, the other parents rushed to explain. We are gathering evidence. We strongly suspect these two children have been administered sedatives at the kindergarten. The officers turned to the director, who, being well acquainted with the character of her staff, immediately interjected. Officers, please allow them to gather evidence. It will also clear our kindergarten's name. The three teachers from Class 2 nodded in agreement. The director then asked Teacher Sun, have the parents of the children been notified? Teacher Sun confirmed, yes, they have been informed. They should be arriving shortly. As the words left her mouth, Hua Jin hurriedly arrived. After greeting Director Li and Teacher Sun, he quickly approached the beds of the two sleeping children. Seeing them peacefully slumbering, he let out a sigh of relief, finally having the opportunity to ascertain the situation. Teacher Sun, what has transpired? Hua Jin had been engrossed in writing a thesis at a nearby bookstore and, having stayed up late, had nearly dozed off. Had it not been for Teacher Sun's video call, he would still be in slumber. The grandparents expressed their astonishment. Such a young man, a father of two? Hua Jin, maintaining his composure and politeness, replied, I apologize, but I am the elder brother of the children. Where are your parents? They should come. Your siblings may have accidentally ingested or been fed sedatives. Hua Jin understood the gravity of the situation. Understood. This is becoming quite serious. Externally calm, internally he was anxious. No, it cannot be. Han Ning Kindergarten boasts not only excellent teaching staff, but also the integrity of each teacher. Prior to enrollment, we conducted thorough research, and such an incident would not occur. The doctor, clutching a vial of blood, slipped away from the crowd, hastening to a nearby hospital for swift analysis. This cannot be, exclaimed the parents. The doctor produced 4 identical test results, leaving the parents momentarily dumbfounded. Director Li and the teachers finally relaxed. Director Li addressed the parents once more. Dear parents, please trust our kindergarten. We would never engage in such perverse actions. The parents, feeling awkward, turned their gazes to their children. The little ones, who had been cradled in their arms, met their parents' stern stares and pouted, leading to an immediate outburst of tears throughout the classroom. Parents, teachers, children, sobbed the little ones, calling for their respective guardians. The parents realized that this commotion was not instigated by the children. Now they wished to seek out the teachers. What about their dignity? Oh, it's gone. The parents, feeling embarrassed and disheveled, apologized profusely to the director and teachers while keeping a watchful eye on the still sleeping children, their hearts heavy. Could they be blamed? Were they not acting out of concern for their children? In this day and age, who could maintain absolute composure when their child was in distress? Indeed, there was one, Hua Jin, the elder brother of the two children. Receiving the parents' attention, Huo wore a polite smile while internally grappling with a wave of bitterness. That night, the child awoke an hour and a half later than the previous evening, descending for dinner at 11:30, accompanied by the little red-haired zombie. Dressed in a loose, soft beige tracksuit, the little red-haired zombie appeared exceedingly thin, prompting Huo to shake his head disapprovingly. He is far too thin. Huo, who had similarly slept for most of the day, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he should eat more. The little red-haired zombie wished to decline, wanting to express that he could not eat. However, as he stumbled over his words, the hospitable Hua family, with the child even serving him soup and vegetables, rendered him unable to remind them of his inability to consume food. After a hearty meal, the little red-haired zombie excused himself to the restroom. In the early hours, while Huo and Huo accompanied the two children watching television in the living room, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Huo was the first to suspect the rabbit. "Rabbit, did you make a mess?" The rabbit, nestled in the corner of the sofa, retorted, "I am a centuries-old spirit. Would I not know to relieve myself properly?" Just as the rabbit was about to threaten Huo, the child peered over. "Rabbit?" The rabbit immediately wilted, feeling wronged. "I assure you, I am innocent. I have lived for centuries. Do you think I would neglect personal hygiene?" The child pondered. "Then where does the smell come from?" The little red-haired zombie, feeling guilty, darted his eyes away, turning to look at the child held in Huo's arms. Before he could utter a word, a furious voice echoed from an upstairs room. "Rabbit, you wretched creature, have you become so rusty in your old age that you no longer know how to store food properly?" An exasperated spirit floated down from the second floor, expressing disdain. "Indeed, Rabbit, you have gone too far. Hiding in the room where I keep my precious belongings, do you wish to fight?" The rabbit, equally enraged, retorted, "You too are being unreasonable. I am a spirit of many centuries. Do I need to store food?" The rabbit suddenly perked up. "If you wish to fight, say it directly. Our young master is present, and no tricks shall be tolerated." The two spirits fell silent, realizing that the child had grown stronger. Without uttering a word, they plummeted from midair, landing with a thud. The child recalled the little red-haired zombie's earlier mention of the board, and the rabbit's previous claims. The little one's deep, dark eyes gradually closed, and a soft, chilly voice emerged. "Who has taken the little general's board? What board is it?" The red-haired little zombie exclaimed urgently, "The coffin board." Suddenly, the air pressure around the little one dropped sharply, prompting them to wriggle free from the embrace of the second elder brother, so as not to freeze him. "You three, did you take the little general's coffin board?" Huo and Huo lips twitched in disbelief. Taking someone else's coffin board? How unscrupulous. No wonder this little zombie found its way to the manor. Huo added, "No wonder the little zombie wanted to kill me at first sight." The hairless ghost and the pen fairy trembled, their speech stuttering. "Little adult, we are wronged. We didn't take it on purpose. It was Tu Hai who said the little zombie wanted to exchange it." Tu Hai, realizing the situation was dire, quickly interjected, "Yes, it was a trade. We exchanged with the little zombie." It agreed. The red-haired little zombie protested, "No, they're lying, they stole it." Tu Hai, the hairless ghost, and the pen fairy exchanged knowing glances. They had committed mischief before and were particularly attuned to each other's thoughts. "No, it was the little zombie who suggested the exchange. That is why we did it." "Yes, how could we steal? We are not ignorant little children." The indignant red-haired little zombie protested, suddenly letting out a chilling roar. As the eerie sound escaped its throat, the little one quickly covered its mouth, and the fury in its blood-red eyes momentarily froze, tilting slightly to gaze at the little one who had muffled its voice. In an instant, the little zombie's fiery red eyes transformed into those of a pitiful puppy. "Woo! They are bullying the little general. They are lying." But the little general can't argue with them. However, as the little one covered its mouth, it did not wish to fight back, for the little one was quite adorable, even helping it clean up. The little one, speaking in a soft, babyish tone, communicated with the hairless ghost and the others. "If you do not lie, I shall promptly send you to be reincarnated to become super wealthy individuals in your next life." The pen fairy's heart raced in excitement. It never anticipated such a fortunate opportunity, thus hurriedly exclaimed, "Little adult, please let me be a person sitting at home with wealth raining down from the sky." The hairless ghost's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly unable to contain itself. It had waited in line for years, only to have happiness arrive unexpectedly. "I wish to become a super rich second generation. Tu Haihei was also immensely thrilled. Tu Haihei, do not need to be reincarnated. I just want to run freely in the jungle. The little one momentarily ignored Tu Haihei, as it did not need to be reincarnated. Seeing the hairless ghost and the pen fairy so eager and sincere, the little one pondered that they likely did not lie. It decided to send these two to be reincarnated first, then ask Tu Haihei. Whoever admits it is a fool. Both the hairless ghost and the pen fairy shook their heads in unison, exceptionally sincere. Little adult, we are speaking the truth. To fulfill their wishes, they would be reincarnated as two wish-granting turtles. What? Wish-granting turtles? The little one looked at them in confusion. I arranged it according to your request. The hairless ghost and the pen fairy were taken aback. But turtles are not human. The little one tilted its head and earnestly explained, but according to the reincarnation manual, wish-granting turtles are the most suitable for your requests. The hairless ghost and the pen fairy. In a certain temple's wishing pond in the capital, two little turtles suddenly hatched. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing were left dumbfounded, internally shouting in disbelief. What the heck? Super wealthy individuals and second-generation rich are wish-granting turtles. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed not entirely incorrect. After all, weren't wish-granting turtles the embodiment of wealth raining down from the sky? The duo could not help but laugh uproariously. The little one, curious at their reaction, decided to inquire about Tu Haihei before questioning why the two brothers suddenly burst into laughter. Thus, the little one turned to Tu Haihei. Tu Haihei, Chapter 275, The Little One Personally Alters Fate. Tu Haihei initially thought the little adult was incredibly easy to deceive. It had already prepared its excuse to regain freedom. However, upon realizing that the hairless ghost and the pen fairy had likely transformed into turtles, any ulterior motives vanished. It trembled in fear, its four little legs collapsing as it lay flat on the ground, utterly terrified. Little adult, I am guilty. I beg you not to hold my faults against me. The little one raised an eyebrow, regarding it with an impassive expression, such as, Tu Haihei, feeling embarrassed and fearful, was even more afraid of becoming a new life in the wishing pond. Thus, it began to explain rapidly. Little adult, the little zombie came to the manor because of our wrongdoing. We three went out to play and coveted the little general's golden Namu coffin board, taking advantage of the fact that the little general had just been unearthed and was not very alert, tricking it into letting us take its coffin board. The red-haired little zombie nodded vigorously in affirmation. Yes, they stole my board. It added, perhaps due to its heightened concern, without stuttering this time. The golden Namu. Hua Siju gasped. Golden Namu? The legendary imperial wood? Hua Xiqing, though younger and less knowledgeable, grasped the essence from his elder brother's words. This imperial wood is indeed precious and likely very rare. The little one, having grown up in the underworld, had seen countless graves of spirits, noting that most ancient royal families were buried with this type of wood. Over time, sightings of golden Namu had become exceedingly rare. The little one blinked, looking at the red-haired little zombie. So, you are of royal descent? The red-haired little zombie paused, turning its head elsewhere, its stiff little fingers curling slightly, producing a faint sound. I don't know. Seeing that the red-haired little zombie seemed reluctant to speak, the little one decided to move on. Even if the little zombie had been of royal blood in life, it was no surprise. There were ancient imperial palaces in the underworld specifically built for those emperors whose deeds were hard to judge. After thousands of years, many emperors remained. However, a mere 4-year-old royal was hardly worth the little one's astonishment. Hua Xiqing suddenly recalled something. Hey, little zombie, what about your burial items? Are they still around? At this, the red-haired little zombie lowered its head. They've all been placed in a big house. Hua Xiqing asked, what does that mean? Hua Siju understood immediately. A museum? The red-haired little zombie awkwardly replied, you don't know? The little one suddenly laughed, patting the red-haired little zombie's shoulder. Little general, so you were illiterate too? The red-haired little zombie, initially feeling ashamed, perked up upon hearing the word too. You are as well. The little one continued to chuckle, particularly amused. Indeed, this little one knows ancient characters, but not the modern script, which is why I need to attend kindergarten. The red-haired little zombie felt embarrassed. It lowered its head shyly. But as it did so, it inadvertently exerted too much force, and its recently active head finally could not bear the burden and fell to the ground. Hua Siju, Hua Xiqing, Tu Haihei, lying on the ground, was suddenly struck by the little zombie's head. It covered its mouth with both front paws, fearing that a cry would upset the little adult. It must be the most unfortunate rabbit since becoming sentient. Do you need to go find Uncle Goo to stitch that up? The red-haired little zombie quickly shook its head. No need. I just forgot. Hua Xiqing hesitantly suggested. How about we still get it stitched? It's safer. Hua Siju nodded. Yes, after all, there are others in the house. We may have built up immunity. But Butler Luo and the others do not know. The red-haired little zombie bashfully explained. I'll just bask in the moonlight. Or I can regenerate if I don't have this head. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing remained expressionless. Impressive. The red-haired little zombie stiffly grinned, chuckling awkwardly. The little one finally remembered Tu Hai Hei on the ground. It lifted Tu Hai Hei, examining it from head to toe. Thus, did Tu Hai Hei imply that the Wumagui and the Bixian deceived this little darling? Tu Hai Hei nodded vigorously. Indeed, they tricked you, young adult, in order to be reincarnated, yet they have met their just desserts. The little darling, puzzled, inquired. Just desserts? Tu Hai Hei clicked its tongue. Hasn't it turned into a wish-fulfilling turtle? Isn't that a fitting retribution? The little darling retorted without mercy, puffing up its small bun-like face in anger. Of course, it was not retribution. Rather, this little darling believed that they were speaking the truth and acted upon their request for reincarnation. The corners of Tu Hai Hei's mouth twitched. Even though it anticipated the young adult's thoughts, hearing it articulated still left it sighing in sympathy. Alas, the deed was done, and they had likely begun their new lives. The little darling scoffed coldly, summoning the book of life and death from its sea of consciousness, closing its eyes to rectify the fates of the two newborn turtles. Upon awakening, they were merely a few centimeters in size, gazing at each other, nearly fainting in the wish-fulfilling pool. Who could have known that the thoughts of the underworld darling were not on the same wavelength as theirs? A wealthy heir transformed into diminutive turtles, soaking in a wish-fulfilling pool situated in a bustling temple. From time to time, the sounds of young couples making wishes, seeking everlasting love and hoping never to part, reached their ears. The two were thoroughly vexed, wishing they could simply perish on the spot and await their next lives, having barely succeeded in their reincarnation for less than 10 minutes. It seemed heaven had heard their unspoken desires, for a large net swiftly captured them from the wish-fulfilling pool. The net was cast by two young acolytes of the temple. Ultimately, the two tiny turtles were presented as offerings to a customer seeking small aquatic creatures. Upon inspection, the customer deemed them too few to even satisfy a toothpick. They were eventually discarded for the amusement of two children at home. 5 minutes later, the two toddlers, aged 3 to 5, began wailing. The little darling, holding the judge's pen and pondering deeply, reconsidered its initial thought of sending them to the underworld immediately. Many spirits in the underworld preferred to avoid earthly suffering, claiming they did not wish to endure human woes. Thus, they could remain on Earth as turtles. However, the notion of the wish-fulfilling turtles enjoying happiness was entirely inappropriate for two deceitful spirits. With a decisive stroke, the little darlings summarized their fate: a tumultuous life, dying in poverty, lifespan 50. Upon finishing, the book of life and death vanished from its consciousness. It opened its eyes, smiling at Tu Hai Hei. Well then, their fateful fortunes were altered. They would meet their end in poverty after 50 years. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing, the red-haired little zombie, and Tu Hai Hei, were bewildered. Two turtles destined to die in poverty? It was utterly unimaginable how tragic their turtle lives would be. Chapitre 276, Tu Ashui. Are you eager to be reincarnated? Witnessing the dismal lives of the Wumagui and Bixian post-reincarnation, Tu Hai Hei was left without thoughts. The little darling hadn't even considered it. Tu Hai Hei took the initiative to pledge allegiance. Young master, I believe being a rabbit is quite wonderful. Your home is so vast, the garden so expansive, and the grass grows so quickly. Hiring someone to maintain the lawn incurs quite a hefty fee, which I could help you save. The little darling, unaware of the value of household expenses, gazed at it in confusion. Tu Hai Hei is Buddhist. Well, young master, I haven't finished. In fact, I have some knowledge of floriculture. The little darling frowned. Floriculture? Realizing the young master was not satisfied, Tu Hai Hei had no choice but to push further. Ahem. Young master, it's not just floriculture. I'm also well-versed in planting flowers and grasses. Tu Hai Hei even dared not be modest. The mere thought of such a scenario made it shudder. The little darling turned to Hua Siju. Second brother, is what Tu Hai Hei says feasible? Hua Siju, aware of the daily expenses of the estate, nodded in agreement. Tu Hei Hei was indeed correct. Merely maintaining the lawn alone incurred significant costs annually. Furthermore, managing the garden and planting greenery across thousands of acres of estate resulted in substantial expenses. Although their biological father was wealthy, perhaps only possessing money, why not save where possible? Hua Siju smiled and nodded. It is indeed feasible. He then cast a meaningful glance at Tu Hei Hei, who felt a chill run down its spine, sensing the humans were not to be underestimated. However, Tu Hei Hei, have you yet to disclose where you have hidden the coffin board of the young general? Attempting to sidestep the question, which had seemingly been successfully avoided. Tu Hei Hei nearly leapt up in alarm. The little darling nodded in agreement, asking, "Yes, Tu Hei Hei, where is the young general's coffin board?" "The one made of golden silk enamel." Tu Hei Hei stammered, the young general's coffin board is over in the little black room." Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing were taken aback. "The little black room?" Tu Hei Hei awkwardly explained. "Yes, it had previously become the meeting room for me, the Wumagui, and the Bixian." Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing exchanged glances, imagining the horror if they were ever confined to the little black room with two spirits and a strange creature. It would likely induce cardiac distress. The little darling furrowed its brow. Why hide it there? Tu Hei Hei, of course, had its own ulterior motives. That place was the least frequented area of the estate, ensuring the utmost safety for hiding. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing concluded the same, since the little darling's arrival. They had not been caught by their father for staying out late, gaming, or socializing. A place seldom visited yet of great importance was, for Tu Hei Hei, the safest option. Hua Siju chuckled. The little rabbit's brain may not be very large, yet it is quite clever. Tu Hei Hei, feeling praised despite its misgivings, remained silent. The red-haired little zombie felt quite content being with the little darling, especially because they could attend school together. Hesitating, the red-haired little zombie stammered a question. "Little darling, if I don't retrieve the coffin board, can I continue living with you?" Hua Siju's lips twitched. "What do you mean, living with you? Our little darling resides with us brothers." The red-haired little zombie, bewildered by Hua Siju's reaction, gazed at him in confusion. Hua Siju pointed at him. "You, even as a zombie, are still male. Understand?" The red-haired little zombie, unfazed, replied, "I can wear a skirt and a headband." For once, Hua Siju found himself at a loss for words. He gave the red-haired little zombie a thumbs up and looked up at the ceiling. Hua Xiqing glanced at his elder brother and then at the earnest red-haired little zombie, ultimately unable to contain his laughter. "Elder brother, you two have a day of being a loss for words." Only the little darling remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why the second and third brothers were reacting as they were, reflecting on the era in which the red-haired little zombie lived. The little darling explained in a soft voice, "Elder brother, third brother, the young general likely wore long robes frequently when he was alive, much like today's skirts." Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing nodded in agreement. Tu Hei Hei chuckled. "The young master is correct. In the era of the young general, men wore long robes." Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing simultaneously fixed a fierce gaze upon it, causing Tu Hei Hei to tremble, swiftly scurrying to hide by the little darling's feet. The little darling raised its foot and playfully nudged the tiny Tu Hei Hei. "You are the pet of third brother. Go find him. Otherwise, I shall send you to be reincarnated, to join the Wumagui and Bixian as their little brother." The unfortunate Tu Hei Hei felt despondent. Hua Xiqing caught the little Tu Hei Hei, grinning widely. "Tu Hei Hei, are you eager to be reincarnated?" Tu Hei Hei was on the verge of tears. "Young Master Si Chun, the manor's greenery still requires the presence of the little ones, for they are destined to cultivate a beautiful estate for the future generation. There is no haste in seeking rebirth. Just jesting. Is a turtle living in poverty truly living?" As Ho Si Chun playfully tugged at the black-eared rabbit, Ho Si Ju suddenly pondered another matter. What is that peculiar odor emanating from the bathroom? The little red-haired zombie cautiously glanced at the child, then at the bathroom radiating a foul stench, feeling a mix of guilt and embarrassment as he lowered his head and softly admitted, "That was the ingredient I expelled." Ho Si Ju, Ho Si Chun, and the child simultaneously turned their gazes toward him, the child's brows furrowing once more. "Why did you vomit it out?" The little red-haired zombie replied, feeling both wronged and awkward. "I am a zombie. I cannot digest human food, and it rots." The child, puzzled, asked, "Then why do you eat it?" The little red-haired zombie, head bowed, shy and embarrassed, explained, "You all so warmly offer me dishes, and the child even served me soup. It was hard to refuse. The black-eared rabbit's mouth twitched. All right, the mystery is solved. If the hairless ghost and the pen spirit were still here, they would have surely turned the little red-haired zombie into mincemeat. With the little red-haired zombie's inability to refuse, those two spirits would have gone to the realm of the impoverished. Chapter 277. Are you going to find Father? The strange odor intensified, even beginning to exude a putrid stench, prompting the little red-haired zombie to dash to the bathroom to clean up under the watchful eyes of 3 individuals and a rabbit. At 8 in the morning, after breakfast, Ho-Si-Ju and Ho-Si-Chun embraced the child, planting kisses on the chubby face, and entrusted the child to their older brother downstairs. The 2 brothers then ascended to catch up on sleep. The little red-haired zombie also approached. The child looked at him, blinking her big eyes. "Little General, do you need something?" The little red-haired zombie glanced at Ho-Si-Ju and Ho-Si-Chun, then at himself, and pointed at the child's face. "Quiche." His voice was not low, and it rang clear, prompting Ho-Si-Ju and Ho-Si-Chun to turn their heads simultaneously. Gazing down at him, the little red-haired zombie, Ho-Si-Ju, dared to kiss the child and see what happens. Ho-Si-Chun, although not entirely understanding the reason, cooperated with his second brother and spoke fiercely. "I will dig up your ancestral grave." The little red-haired zombie retorted, "My ancestral grave has long been gone. Wherever the coffin board is, that is home." Ho-Si-Chun clicked his tongue in surprise. "Oh, so you mean that our whole family is now your home?" The little red-haired zombie blinked, contemplated, then shook his head. "The whole family belongs to my brothers and the child. I'm also theirs." Ho-Si-Chun. Ho-Si-Ju spoke softly. "Since you are an ancient individual and of royal lineage, you should know that boys and girls do not share the same seat after the age of 7, right?" The little red-haired zombie replied. "But I'm only 4 years old." Ho-Si-Ju chuckled. "You have been dead for countless years, judging by your hairstyle. You are not from the Qing dynasty, but must have started from the Ming dynasty, which would make it over 600 years. If you were from the Han dynasty, haha, that would be 2,000 years ago." The little red-haired zombie suddenly fell silent. He looked at the child and the 3 brothers of the Ho family, and his gaze shifted. Just before Ho-Si-Jin picked up the child's backpack, he quickly rushed over to grab it. Ho-Si-Jin raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. The little red-haired zombie then attempted to fetch shoes for the child, seemingly preparing to change them, but was thwarted by Ho-Si-Jin, who was holding the child. The little red-haired zombie glanced at Ho-Si-Jin, had no choice but to give up, and then, with a tone he believed to be mature and composed, but which was actually quite juvenile, instructed Ho-Si-Jin. "Si-Jin, please take care of the child. I will escort Si-Ju and Si-Chun upstairs to rest." The Ho brothers. Ho-Si-Jin was left bewildered. "Little General, what are you doing?" The little red-haired zombie looked sincere. "It is the duty of our great-grandfather to care for the younger generation before leaving to study." The Ho brothers. The 3.5-year-old child suddenly chimed in. "Is 2,000 years considered the ancestors' generation?" The little red-haired zombie blinked and nodded. "It seems so." He then quickly glanced at the 3 brothers of the Ho family. His gray-brown eyes filled with the expectation for his grandchildren to call him ancestor. Ho-Si-Ju began to roll up his sleeves. Ho-Si-Chun dashed downstairs. And realizing the situation, Ho-Si-Jin swiftly lifted the child and grabbed the little red-haired zombie by the collar, hurrying out to send them to kindergarten. Before entering the kindergarten, Ho-Si-Jin reminded the little red-haired zombie, "In kindergarten, you're only 4 years old, remember?" The little red-haired zombie, fearing he wouldn't be able to attend school and be with the child, nodded quickly despite not fully understanding why. "Yes." As Ho-Si-Jin led the little red-haired zombie a bit further while the child had not yet exited the car, he cautioned him, "You also cannot kiss the child. She is a girl, and a girl's reputation is very important. Do you understand?" The little red-haired zombie, feeling wronged, replied, "But I can also be the child's brother." Ho-Si-Jin replied, "But you are not human and cannot register as a human." The little red-haired zombie seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly added, "What if I could?" Ho-Si-Jin left the statement open-ended. "Let's talk about it when the time comes." The little red-haired zombie nodded, and over there, the child had already exited the car. "Big brother, little general, haven't you finished your conversation?" Ho-Si-Jin and the little red-haired zombie simultaneously nodded. "We are done. Coming right away." Teacher Sun waited at the gate for the little friends of Class 2. Upon seeing Ho-Si-Jin escorting the child and the little general, his expression grew complex. However, upon reflection, it was not a significant issue, just that they could sleep too much. Moreover, now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, There would be no parents thinking the school had given their children sleeping pills. Teacher's son held the child's hand and was about to take the little general's hand when the child immediately grabbed the little red-haired zombie's hand and pulled him toward herself. Smiling brightly at Teacher's son, let's go to the classroom. Only the child knew the reason for her sudden assertiveness. It was because the little red-haired zombie was a little zombie, cold to the touch, and would easily reveal his identity. However, the child did not expect that there would be a health check at the kindergarten that morning. As the children sat on small stools watching the doctors in white coats enter, the child turned to the little red-haired zombie beside her and asked, "Will you reveal your identity?" The little red-haired zombie glanced at his hand and nodded. "Yesterday, a doctor uncle tried to prick my arm with a needle. It didn't go in. He tried several times." The child replied, "You didn't tell me." The little red-haired zombie blinked. "You were asleep." The child said, "Because they need to test blood. Although it was just a prick on the finger, many children cried out when they saw the doctors in white coats." Soon, many children were stirred up, and the entire class too was filled with cries. Taking advantage of the teacher's attention on calming the other children, the child pulled the little red-haired zombie to the restroom. The little red-haired zombie exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you going to reveal your identity?" The child proudly lifted her chin. "No, because I am considered human in the mortal realm." The little red-haired zombie queried, "Then why am I a zombie in the mortal realm?" This question puzzled the child as well, but after pondering, she provided a very confident answer. "Perhaps you don't have a powerful father." The little red-haired zombie responded, "Understood. To be considered human in the mortal realm, one must seek out their father. Are you going to find your father?" Recalling the fierce demeanor of his zombie father, the little red-haired zombie hesitated. However, if he wished to live a normal life in the mortal realm like the child, it seemed, according to her words, that he could only seek out his zombie father. But he had lost his coffin board. Would his zombie father beat him to death if he found out? Chapter 278. The child was called to the parents on the third day of school, after exchanging an arm with the little red-haired zombie. Both of their arms became one thin and one tender white like lotus roots. Thus, when it came time for blood tests, they both claimed to be cold and donned jackets to cover their arms. The child successfully passed, but when it was the little red-haired zombie's turn, the doctor drawing blood was somewhat astonished by the little red-haired zombie's small, plump hand. Oh, the child appeared to be severely malnourished at first glance, yet surprisingly, his little hands were quite plump. Another doctor beside him nodded with a smile, affirming that he resembled the previous little girl with delicate, tender arms akin to lotus roots. Teacher's son, having calmed several wailing children, chuckled upon hearing the doctor's remarks. They were siblings, both perfectly normal. One of the doctors shook his head, stating that the little boy's complexion clearly indicated malnutrition, questioning whether he weighed 30 pounds. In contrast, the little girl seemed robust. Just look at her adorably chubby physique, with little rolls in all the right places. Upon hearing this, the child, known as Zai Zai, sensed something was amiss and piped up in a babyish voice, "Dr. Andy, is Xiao Jiangguge better now?" Zai Zai was eager to play with Xiao Jiangguge, a doctor, initially intending to examine the red-haired little zombie's sleeve more closely, was interrupted and playfully bantered with Zai Zai before swiftly proceeding with the disinfection and blood draw. Zai Zai sighed with relief upon seeing this. Teacher's son was also taken aback when she noticed that the little zombie's hand was identical to Zai Zai's. "Xiao Jiang, your hand, Zai." Zai hurriedly leaned in to grasp the hand of the red-haired little zombie, winking at Teacher's son. "Zai Zai will take Xiao Jiangguge to play. Who wouldn't adore a sweet, well-behaved little dumpling?" Naturally, Teacher's son was fond of Zai Zai and had no reason to intervene, nodding to let the two little ones go play. Yet, she still found it peculiar and scrutinized the little zombie's other hand. Zai Zai, keen-eyed, noticed that the little zombie was about to raise his other hand toward a nearby toy and quickly position himself to block it. "Let us not play for now. Teacher's son is watching your hands closely. Let us switch hands first." If it were discovered that their hands were mismatched, as if each had an extra hand belonging to the other, it would surely alarm the teacher. Such a situation must not occur, lest they be barred from kindergarten. "Whatever, Zai suggested, the red-haired little zombie complied. Just as he was about to nod, Zai reminded him, "Don't nod, or your head might fall off." The little zombie weakly inquired, Zai, "Can I keep my head?" Zai firmly declined. "Not until your head is securely in place. Otherwise, you'll frighten the other children and the teachers." The little zombie obediently replied, "I'll listen to Zai." Zai, thoroughly satisfied, nodded in approval. Being obedient is correct, Otherwise, I'll send you away. The little zombie immediately donned a pitiful expression. Zai Zai, I'm good. Don't send me away. As long as you remain well-behaved and don't frighten ordinary people. Zai Zai assured him that he would not be sent away. The little zombie felt relieved instantly. But then Zai Zai posed a poignant question. Xiao Jiang, were you a stutterer when you were alive? The little zombie, fearful of Zai Zai misunderstanding, shook his head vigorously. Zai Zai noticed how fragile the connection between his neck and head appeared and was about to caution him when she caught sight of other children approaching. She quickly embraced his head to prevent any further conversation. Didn't Tiwi say to be good and not scare anyone? The little zombie froze, fearing he might frighten the ordinary children. A child entering the restroom glanced at them, rubbing his eyes. Xiao Jiang, did you get hurt on your neck just now? The little zombie instinctively tried to shake his head, but was restrained by Zai Zai and realized he could not. No, you must be mistaken. The child rubbed his eyes and touched the back of the little zombie's neck, staring at him quizzically. To confirm his suspicion, the child hastily approached and reached out to feel the little zombie's neck. Fortunately, it had already healed, and the child, being only 3 or 4 years old, couldn't he discern any issues. The child giggled. So it was just me seeing things. I thought you had a big red cut on your neck. The little zombie replied. No. After speaking, he instinctively glanced at Zai Zai, who had released his head. Fearing Zai Zai might be upset and send him away, he remained silent. Just then, the child who had entered the restroom spoke again. Xiao Jiang, no wonder you feel cold. Your neck is quite chilly. It felt hard like ice cream from the freezer. The little zombie grew increasingly anxious, fearing exposure. He glanced nervously at Zai Zai, feeling closer to being sent away. Zai Zai, not particularly adept at lying, realized this topic could not continue. With a quick thought, she whistled, mimicking the way the residents of the underworld coax children to use the restroom. Her rhythm was impeccable. The child in the restroom, accustomed to his grandparents whistling at home, lost control of his body, and his pants quickly became wet. Meanwhile, a shallow pool of yellow liquid rapidly spread towards Zai Zai and the little zombie. Zai Zai, little zombie Zai hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Zai didn't mean to make you wet your pants. The child who had wet his pants finally reacted and let out a wail. On the 3rd day of kindergarten, Zai was called to see her parents. Teacher's son, concerned about a repeat of the previous incident, promptly took the 2 children to her office to await their parents. This was a minor issue, and Zai had apologized immediately. But the mother of the child who wet his pants insisted on a meeting between the parents upon learning that her child had wet himself due to another child whistling. Despite teacher son's repeated explanations, she was at a loss and had no choice but to call Hua Chunling. Upon entering, Hua Chunling found his precious daughter slumped in a small chair next to a red-haired child. Zai. The child who had wet his pants was named Wang Zihao. Upon hearing a familiar yet strange voice, Wang Zihao's mother, Bai Qian, looked up, stunned at the sight. Her voice trembled, seemingly unable to believe her eyes, yet a hint of joy flickered within. Chunling, Chapter 279, The Sky Falls. There's a father here. Hua Chunling turned his gaze towards her, scrutinizing her for a moment. His deep, dark pupils revealed no hint of emotion. Once he seemed to confirm her identity, he coolly called out, Mrs. Wang. Wang Zihao's mother, Bai Qian, was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who had once lived in the same villa complex as the Hua family. The 2 families were less than a kilometer apart, and their children had grown up together as childhood friends. The way he addressed her as Mrs. Wang caused Bai Qian's expression to shift. Chunling. Hua Chunling had already turned away from her, bending down to scoop up his precious daughter. Zai, have you missed Daddy? Zai burrowed into her father's embrace, her soft, babyish voice particularly endearing. I really miss Daddy, but Daddy is too busy, and I can't go to the company to find him. Today, Zai quickly glanced at her father and then lowered her head again, her chubby little hands fidgeting nervously. Today, Zai made a mistake, which is why the teacher called Daddy to come and handle it. Before Hua Chunling could respond, Zai, with her head bowed and a shameful expression, apologized. Daddy, I'm sorry. Zai didn't mean to interrupt your work. She had only intended to whistle to remind Wang Zi how to go to the restroom, but unexpectedly, he had wet his pants upon hearing it. Zai felt guilty, while Wang Zihao cried. She kept apologizing, but he was inconsolable. Even now, Wang Zihao was still sobbing, casting her a resentful glance. On his way, Hua Chunling had already learned the sequence of events from teacher's son, understanding that the other parent insisted on a face-to-face meeting. which was why he had postponed his meeting to come. He and T expected that the parent of the child in question would be someone he recognized. Just as Hua Qinling was about to comfort his daughter, he felt a chill on his leg. It seemed that something was affixed to his thigh, transmitting a chilling sensation through his suit trousers to his skin. He furrowed his brow and took a step back. Looking down, he beheld a head of red hair. The red-haired little zombie raised its head the moment Hua Qinling bent down, blinking its large gray-brown eyes, fixedly gazing at him. Noticing that he was also looking back, the red-haired little zombie tugged at the corners of its mouth, revealing an exceedingly stiff smile. "Daddy," Hua Qinling. The little one immediately leaned towards the ear of the caretaker. Explaining Daddy, the little one has lost his ancestral grave and has not yet found his family. Moreover, he cannot read. The big brother has agreed for him to attend kindergarten with me, and all the children in the class know he is my big brother. So they can call you Daddy, right? Hua Qinling, a child from the heavens? Seeing the caretaker freeze, the little one blinked her large eyes, lowering her voice to a more serious tone, as if negotiating. Daddy, the ghostly daddy mentioned that families in the world are not allowed to have too many children. You already have 4 children with me, so can the little one call you Grandpa? Hua Qinling's lips twitched as he instinctively turned to his precious daughter. Who would take him as my father? The little one was perplexed. This was something she had never considered. She merely felt that her father's children should not be too many, lest it appear as if they were violating the Ghost King's decree regarding childbirth. Although the red-haired little zombie's body was stiff, its hearing was exceptionally acute. Upon hearing this, it tilted its little head and added in a tender voice, an orphan, without a mommy or daddy, can indeed call you Grandpa. The little one clapped her chubby hands, exclaiming, "You're so clever, little one. Why didn't he think of that?" Hua Qinling took a deep breath and looked down at the red-haired little zombie. We shall discuss this issue later. First, let us address the matter of your classmate's accident. The red-haired little zombie stammered an explanation, although the little one whistled. Wang Zihao couldn't hold it in, so it's not the little one's fault. Bai Qian had been almost obsessively staring at Hua Qinling ever since he entered, particularly when he spoke to the little one. Her gaze held a somewhat dazed expression. Seeing her in such a state, Sun Laosher noticed her fixation on the little one's father, and even as Hua Qinling mentioned resolving Wang Zihao's predicament, she remained entranced, unable to regain her composure, and involuntarily coughed. Zihao's mother, Hua Qinling, has arrived. You mentioned wanting to speak in person. Do you think now is a good time? Bai Qian came back to her senses and saw Hua Qinling gazing at her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly apologized. "Qinling, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought." Sun Laosher's eyes widened as she took a deep breath. Hua Qinling's demeanor remained indifferent and cold, his voice equally frosty. "May I inquire how Mrs. Wang wishes to handle this situation?" Wang Zihao had already fallen asleep in her arms, tears still glistening on his cheeks. And Bai Qian offered an awkward smile. "Qinling, I was about to speak, but it seems I've forgotten your nature." She hesitated. "Shall we discuss this outside?" Without hesitation, Hua Qinling firmly rejected her suggestion. "The incident occurred in the kindergarten. We shall discuss it here." Before Bai Qian could respond, Hua Qinling's gaze turned notably colder. "I have already gathered information on the matter during my journey here. I do not believe my daughter is at fault. After all, she merely whistled, and it was not deliberate. She has since apologized to your son, and as a 3.5-year-old, I believe my daughter has handled it remarkably well." After speaking, he gently stroked the little one's head, his tone markedly softer than when he addressed Bai Qian, exuding warmth. "With such a well-behaved and understanding daughter, I am immensely proud." The little one, previously drooping, suddenly perked up, her large eyes round with excitement. "Daddy, really?" Hua Qinling turned and kissed her cheek, his voice as gentle as flowing water. "Of course it's true." The little one giggled with delight. Hua Qinling glanced at Bai Qian, whose complexion had paled slightly, and continued to speak tenderly to his daughter. "You are such a good and understanding child. It pains me to see you so. Although I was scarcely present during our 3 sons' early years, I vividly recall what they were like at 3.5. Even now, my eldest son, Si Jin, who is remarkably composed, was once a lively little monkey at that age. As they grew, influenced by family and educational teachings, Si Jin gradually matured. The little one, as his daughter, possesses the privilege to be willful and free-spirited. Indeed, little one, as my daughter, your good nature fills me with pride. However, you are only 3.5. At that age, it is normal for children to be mischievous, self-centered, and prone to tears. I accept that. In fact, I cherish your mischievous and carefree demeanor even more, for everyone only has one 3.5-year-old self. A child at that age need not be sensible, as that is the domain of adults. You should play as you wish and create chaos as you please. He embraced the little one, planting another kiss on her cheek. You can be as carefree as you want. The sky may fall, but Daddy will be here. The red-haired little zombie looked up at the sky and shook its little hands. And there's also the big brother. He is tall and strong. He can carry and protect you. Bai Qian's complexion grew even paler. Was Huo Clan mocking her with his words? Just for a wedding of the pants. She insisted on a face-to-face meeting with both parents. But if not to ascertain whether the ghost child as father was truly Huo Clan, would she have concocted such a fuss? She longed to see him. Chapter 280. Do you wish to be the third mother of the little one? Having received an apology and confirmed that the little one was in good spirits, Huo Clan instructed her to wait outside while he spoke with Sun Laosher. The little one obediently nodded, not forgetting to pull along the red-haired little zombie. The red-haired little zombie hesitated. Grandpa? Huo Clan cast him a sidelong glance, causing the red-haired little zombie to instinctively lean closer to the little one, who led him out of the office while whispering secrets. Little one, Grandpa is so fierce. So cold. Before the little one could respond, the red-haired little zombie added, Is Grandpa also a zombie? The little one was taken aback. Why do you ask that? The red-haired little zombie had his reasons. Grandpa's eyes are so cold. He feels so icy, just like me lying on a coffin board. The little one was about to correct the red-haired little zombie when Bai Qian, who had just emerged carrying the sleeping Wang Zihao, called out to them. Little one. The little one halted and turned to face Bai Qian. Bai Qian, exceptionally beautiful and well-maintained, looked splendid even in her 40s, her face still radiant. Her figure was curvaceous, and at a glance, she could easily be mistaken for someone in her 30s. She hurriedly approached the little one, smiling gently as she spoke. Little one, may I have a moment to chat with you? The little one sensed some issues surrounding Bai Qian, particularly regarding her relationship with the caretaker, and halted her steps. What would you like to discuss with the little one? Bai Qian tightened her hold on her youngest son and smiled even more tenderly. Little one, my name is Bai Qian. We are childhood friends. The little one, with her innocent voice, asked, Annie Bai, what is a childhood friend? Bai Qian glanced at the chubby, comical little one and then at the slender, red-haired boy beside her. For instance, you and Xiao Jiang are childhood friends because you will grow up together. The little one shook her head vigorously, seriously explaining to Bai Qian, Xiao Jiang and I could never be childhood friends. He is much older than me, at least 600 years. The red-haired little zombie nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am a little one's elder. Bai Qian was completely unprepared for the little ghost's interpretation, especially with the little boy beside her echoing the sentiment. Bai Qian wondered if the whole family had mentioned her to these two children, resulting in their guardedness and refusal to associate her with Huo Clan. If that is the case, Bai Qian's heart, which had sunk to the depths in the office, suddenly sprang back to life. The way the Huo family raises their children suggests a concern that she might encounter Huo Clan again. This also implies that she holds a special place in Huo Clan's heart. After all, her separation from him was not by choice. Had it not been for the Zhang family's interference, Huo Clan would undoubtedly have waited for her. Bai Qian initially perceived the two little ones as merely indulging in innocent role-playing games, but after her momentary surprise, her gentle smile returned. Very well. Aunt Bai understands that although the little ones appear small, they are indeed the elders of the younger generation, and thus, it is her duty to care for them, correct? The little red-haired zombie found this reasoning entirely sound. Yes, Bai Qian had personally raised a son and a daughter, and she possessed her own methods for child-rearing. Children around 3 or 4 years old require acknowledgement above all else. Since they enjoy playing roles akin to elders, she would simply play along with them. Observing the little red-haired zombie nodding, Bai Qian felt more confident and turned her gaze towards the little one, steering the conversation in the direction she desired. Little one, Aunt heard that your mother passed away due to a car accident. Do you miss her? When the topic of their reincarnated mother arose, the little one nodded. Yes, I do. However, she has been reincarnated, embarking on a new life. Even if found, she would not be the mother of this life. Bai Qian seized the moment. Since you and your brothers miss your mother, have you thought about asking your father to find another mother? The little one blinked her big eyes in confusion. She had never heard of a father seeking a new mother. Bai Qian glanced down at her small son, sighed gently. and a hint of melancholy and guilt added depth to her previously warm smile. Zihua and his sister no longer have a father, like you. They miss their father very much, but he is no longer here, and Aunt does not know where to find them a new one. The little one replied, expressing her confusion. Bai Qian observed the little one's bewilderment, gently stroking her son's hair while murmuring. Aunt also wishes to help them find a father. But a father cannot simply be like a car on the roadside or flowers in the park, readily available whenever desired. Little one, would you not agree? The little one responded, it seems not. After all, she was sent to the mortal realm to find her father, and when she wanted to find him, she did. The little red-haired zombie was equally perplexed and leaned closer to ask her what she meant. The little one lowered her soft voice, pondering before providing an answer. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe finding a father is not difficult. Upon hearing the little one's words, Bai Qian couldn't help but smile, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. Indeed, you are exceptionally capable, little one, and the father you found is indeed remarkable. I wonder if you would be willing to let your father also become Zihua's father? The little red-haired zombie was momentarily taken aback, while the little one was bewildered. This Aunt Bai wants to be your mother? The little one blinked her big eyes and looked up at Bai Qian. Aunt Bai, I already have two mothers. My own mother passed away shortly after I was born, and my second mother went to the underworld due to a car accident. Are you intending to become my third mother? Bai Qian's pupils widened slightly, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Does the little one imply that she brings misfortune to mothers? How could she dare to marry Huo Clan then? Marrying him would mean becoming a third mother lost. Bai Qian's expression shifted several times before she slowly spoke. Little one, have you consulted a master about this? Master? The little one thought of Master Hai, knowing there were many masters in the temple. Aunt Bai, I have seen many masters. Bai Qian's heart sank. When she was fond of Huo Clan, her parents had consulted a master who foretold that Huo Clan would face misfortune for over a decade and would be abandoned by the elders of the Huo family. The years that followed proved the master's words to be true. A year ago, her parents had called her, informing her that the master said Huo Clan faced a calamity, and if he survived, fortune would follow. If not, he would perish prematurely. Now that Huo Clan had become the head of the Huo family, it was evident that he had endured the trial, and coincidentally, Madame Hua had passed away in a car accident. If she wished to be with Huo Clan, it might not be impossible. Yet the little one's mention of misfortune concerning mothers unsettled Bai Qian, who wouldn't fear death. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, a bold thought crossed Bai Qian's mind. What if the little one, who brings misfortune to mothers, is not a ward of the Huo family? Chapter 281. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts as various thoughts flitted through Bai Qian's mind. She smiled and affectionately ruffled the little one's hair when she saw the door to teach her son's office open. You are truly adorable. Aunt likes you very much. The little one looked at her and sincerely replied, but Aunt Bai, I do not like you. Bai Qian's expression stiffened for a moment, a glimmer of coldness passing through her eyes. Yet upon seeing Huo Clan emerge, she offered a gentle smile. It is all right. With time, you'll come to like Aunt. Ideally, she hoped the little one would not take a liking to her. She certainly did not wish to be favored by a child who should not belong to the Huo family. The little red-haired zombie sensed the discontent in Bai Qian's gaze, and, as Bai Qian turned to embrace Wang Zihua, suddenly extended his small foot. Bai Qian was caught off guard, stumbling as her foot struck something, propelling her forward. She fell directly into Huo Clan's path. The little red-haired zombie quickly pulled the little one aside, and upon seeing Huo Clan striding towards her, Bai Qian's expression subtly changed as she glimpsed hope. Chenling. Huo Clan indeed reached out, but only to grasp Wang Zihua's arm, effortlessly taking the child from her. With her arms suddenly empty and caught unawares, Bai Qian fell to the corridor floor. Teacher's son, who had escorted Huo Clan out, witnessed the scene and hurried over to help Bai Qian up. Zihua's mother, are you all right? Huo Clan handed the unconscious Wang Zihua to teacher's son, saying, Teacher's son, I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first. This afternoon, I will personally come to pick them up after school. Teacher's son nodded earnestly. All right, Mr. Hua, please take care. The little one and the little red-haired zombie hurried to Huo Clan's side. Huo Clan crouched down to pat his daughter's head and then looked at the little red-haired zombie. His voice lowered significantly. Well done. Just as the little red-haired zombie prepared to beam with a grin, Huo Clan spoke again. However, the corridor is under surveillance. Caught off guard, the little red-haired zombie forgot to avoid the cameras. While he was momentarily distracted, Huo Clan exchanged a few words with his precious daughter, planted a kiss on her cheek, and quickly rose to leave. When the little red-haired zombie regained his senses, only the little one remained before him. Little one, the surveillance. The little one turned to glance at the camera's position and then burst into laughter. Little John, look, that is a newly installed camera with wires still exposed. It's surely ISNT powered yet, so it hasn't captured anything. The little red-haired zombie sighed in relief, but soon felt a twinge of grievance. Grandfather scared me. The little one beamed, showing her teeth. Daddy was merely reminding you to be aware of your surroundings when doing bad things. Otherwise, you might end up with incriminating evidence. The little red-haired zombie instantly felt less aggrieved, glancing between the camera and the little one. Little one, how do you know everything? The little one scratched her head and thought carefully. Perhaps it is because my father is too busy, leaving me with uncles, aunts, and others to play with. So I have seen and heard a lot, and thus I know many things. The little red-haired zombie looked on with envy and admiration. I see, little one. You are truly amazing. The little one, feeling a bit shy from the praise, led the little red-haired zombie towards the classroom. Once you have seen enough and met many people, you'll also know a great deal. The little red-haired zombie smiled, his mouth slightly agape, his expression stiff as he grinned awkwardly, his voice ringing clear. By following you, little one, I will learn so much more. In the afternoon, as school was dismissed, Zai and the little red-haired zombie were, as usual, sound asleep. Teacher's son managed a dry smile at Mr. Huo Clan, who had come to pick up the two little ones. Mr. Huo, regarding what I mentioned this morning, I hope you could take it seriously. Teacher's son referred to the issue of the children's reverse day and night cycles, to which Huo Clan merely nodded, picking up each child in one arm. To his surprise, he found the little red-haired zombie's body temperature warm at that moment, a stark contrast to the previous instance when the child had clung to his pant leg. As he pondered this, Bai Qian, who had also come to collect her child, approached him. Chunling, can we have a proper talk? Huo Clan was strikingly handsome, dressed in a manner indicative of a successful individual in society. However, his cold and indifferent demeanor made many parents hesitant to approach him. Upon seeing Bai Qian, the mother of Wang Zihao, engage him with a familiar air, the onlookers began to regard her differently. Few parents recognized Huo Clan. He had always maintained a low profile, and even when interviewed, his personal photographs were seldom published. Even biographical entries merely noted him as the head of the Huo family conglomerate, lacking any images. Additionally, his residence at the distant Huo manor made it understandable that the younger mothers were unaware of his identity. Those who found him familiar only felt a vague recognition, failing to recall who he was. When Huo Laotai and Bo Laotai had brought Zai during the initial visits, only the principal and teacher's son were privy to their identities, while the other parents remained uninformed. Wang Lu's mother, who had previously encountered Huo Clan, had long since transferred her child to another school. Noticing the change in the gazes directed toward her, Bai Qian's smile grew gentler. Of course, if you're busy today, we can discuss it another time. Huo Clan, holding one child in each arm, maintained an icy expression. When he looked at Bai Qian, the chill in his gaze seemed to intensify, causing her to feel uneasy. Chunling, Huo Clan interrupted her, his expression unyielding. I am not well acquainted with Mrs. Wang. There is no need for idle chatter. Bai Qian felt a pang of unease, yet with everyone watching, she hesitated to concede. What if it pertains to work? Chunling, you are aware of my situation. Ever since Zihao's father left, Huo Clan cut her off without hesitation. I am sorry, but Mrs. Wang's circumstances are of no concern to me. I am not informed. His voice grew colder as he continued. As for work-related matters, please follow the appropriate procedures. I do not accept unscheduled meetings. Goodbye. With that, Huo Clan swiftly departed with the two children. Bai Qian stood rooted in place, her eyes slightly reddening. Hu Qingli, a parent with whom she had a good rapport, approached her, surprised to see her in distress. Bai Qian, what is the matter? Did Zai's father bully you? Bai Qian gently shook her head, her voice quivering. It's not his fault. Although we grew up together, I was the one who wronged him back then. Just as teacher's son called out for Wang Zihao's mother, Bai Qian hurriedly urged Hu Qingli not to speak recklessly, wiping her tears as she rushed to collect her child. Hu Qingli's voice was not low, and since the other mothers had been observing, there was little they did not comprehend. Oh dear, I didn't realize that Zai Zai's father and Wang Ziheo's mother were childhood sweethearts. Hu Qingli nodded. I heard they were each other's first loves. Wang Ziheo's mother was forced to marry Ziheo's father. Now that he is gone, I have heard that Zai also lacks a mother. Someone joked, what a lovely match. Childhood sweethearts reuniting with their children in the same class. It's quite nice. Another remarked cynically, Zai's father is clearly affluent. Wang Ziheo's mother might not be able to reach such heights. Hu Qingli objected, fully aware of Bai Qian's background and eager to establish a connection with her. Do you know what a first love is? It's a cherished existence. Besides, Bai Qian is not short on money. She is a scion of the Bai family and an internationally renowned artist. And she has a son who is a lawyer with an impressive family background. Laughter ensued. But do you know what Zai's father does? His demeanor is unlike that of an ordinary successful person. Hu Qingli fell silent. She genuinely did not know. This was her first encounter. Yet from Bai Qian, she learned that this childhood sweetheart had once been infatuated with her to the point of moving out from his family for her, having little contact with them. When she married, this childhood friend had attempted to take his own life for love. Had it not been for timely intervention, he would have long since been lost to the world. As the clock struck 9:30 that evening, Zai remained fast asleep, leaving Hua Chunling feeling overwhelmed. This issue of reverse day and night had recurred not just once. He recalled the considerable effort he had expended to help Zai adjust his schedule. Hua Chunling glanced at his three sons, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the pressing matter was the little red-haired child accompanying Zai. Hua Chunling scrutinized his three sons, his brow furrowing. Hua Xiqing promptly dragged the cornered Tu Haihei over. Dad, it's all Tu Haihei's fault. Tu Haihei had been engrossed since dawn in a frenzy of studying various gardening techniques and was now nearly dazed. Suddenly yanked into the spotlight, its red eyes barely opened. It drooped with exhaustion, its three-part mouth twitching silently. Hua Chunling inquired, sensing the formidable and frigid aura emanating from the father of the human child. Tu Haihei jolted back to reality. It dared not shift blame anymore. Recounting how the hairless ghost and the spirit pen had ventured to the night market and encountered the little red-haired zombie, ultimately becoming enamored with its coffin board, which it had tricked the zombie into acquiring. Hua Chunling's lips twitched. So, you all want to die, and you're sure a coffin board? Should I find someone to prepare one for you right now? Tu Haihei's three-part mouth quivered. Thank you, Mr. Hua, but that won't be necessary. The hairless ghost and the spirit pen have already been sent to reincarnation by the little adult. Hua Chunling narrowed his eyes dangerously. Then why are you still alive? Tu Haihei replied, that really stings, buddy. If I weren't alive, I'd be just another poor little turtle. Mr. Hua, the little adult thinks I still have some value, which is why I wasn't sent to reincarnation. Hua Chunling appraised Tu Haihei from head to toe, a chilling smile gracing his lips. You have some value? Are you suggesting we stew a pot of rabbit meat? Tu Haihei retorted. When has Tu Dage ever been bullied by humans? Yet Tu Dage clearly could not hop away. Seething with indignation, Tu Haihei trembled, its voice becoming increasingly meek. Mr. Hua, the little adult believes my horticultural skills are quite commendable, so I've been entrusted with the responsibility of cultivating the estate's greenery. Hua Chunling suddenly posed a question. Then tell me, how do you care for tulips? How do you select seeds? What type of soil is required? How often should fertilizer be applied? Tu Haihei was instantly flummoxed. It had just seen roses. It had not yet encountered tulips. Even though Tu Haihei's furry face bore no discernible expression, the three brothers, Hua Xijin, Hua Siju, and Hua Xiqing, watched in amusement as Tu Haihei's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets. They could not contain their laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. When Zai wakes up, I will inform him that Tu Haihei, like the hairless ghost and the spirit pen, is also a liar. It knows nothing about horticulture, merely fearing reincarnation to become another poor little turtle like the others. Tu Haihei lamented. Tu Haihei is on the verge of tears. It quickly raised a foot, pointing towards a rabbit hole, and exclaimed urgently, I admit I don't know how to grow tulips, but I can cultivate carrots, cabbages, bok choy, enoki mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kiwis, peaches, and many, many other vegetables and fruits. Truly. Yesterday, Xiao mentioned an interest in gardening. From dawn until now, Xiao has been diligently studying materials related to horticulture. Xiao truly had no intention of deceiving the elder. Upon hearing Tu Haihei sobbing, Hua Xiqing was taken aback. It turned out that even rabbits could weep. As Tu Haihei cried, He exclaimed, I didn't want to, but I am frightened, perhaps overwhelmed by fear. Tu Hei's aura shifted, disturbing the slumbering Zai Zai on the first floor. Zai Zai awoke, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Tu Hei, what is wrong? Why are you so scared? The sudden fear enveloping Tu Hei, who had been encircled within Zai Zai's protective embrace, compelled Zai Zai to wake. Upon looking, she saw that the nanny was holding Tu Hei, who was tearfully sobbing. Zai Zai exclaimed in surprise. Huo Chan disdainfully tossed Tu Hei to the ground, his gaze softening as he looked at his precious daughter. Zai Zai was awake now. Hua Nation quickly rushed over and enveloped her in his arms. Unexpectedly, Zai Zai kicked her legs and dashed away, followed closely by the little red-haired zombie who had just awakened. They both reached the spot where Zai Zai had previously stood. Hua Nation, upon embracing her, found himself holding the little red-haired zombie instead. Wow, little Jiang, you are so cold. The little red-haired zombie stood still, gazing up at him, apologizing in a tender voice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But I'm a zombie. Zombies aren't considered living beings. Hence I am quite chilly, cold enough to be a zombie. Hua Nation found the little red-haired zombie's reasoning compelling, leaving him speechless. Zhu interjected, is little Jiang stuttering or something else? The little red-haired zombie, eyes filled with confusion, earnestly explained, you see, I must have been dead for at least 600 years. Hua Nation swiftly covered its mouth with a towel. Good child, don't say that. It's just a joke. The little red-haired zombie tilted its head, looking at him with an expression of bewilderment. Hua Nation remarked, upon closer inspection, this little zombie, although not human, is remarkably sincere. The little creature, with its stiff posture and wide eyes, appeared somewhat adorable at first glance. Meanwhile, Zai Zai, having informed the nanny about the little red-haired zombie situation, suddenly called out, Little Jiang, come here. Daddy is looking for you. The little red-haired zombie nodded eagerly, yet with its mouth covered by Hua Nation towel. It attempted to speak in a muffled voice. Daddy. Hua Nation, fearing it might inadvertently utter something like big grandson, hastily released his grip. Zai Zai, I'm coming. Upon reaching Huo Chan, the little red-haired zombie, recalling the frightful surveillance at kindergarten, turned its big eyes. Its stiff neck moved slightly, head bowed in a submissive manner, embodying a pitiful and obedient demeanor, as if it would not dare to utter a second word against Huo Chan command. Even stealing a glance at Huo Chan, it called out softly, Daddy. This was the first time Huo Chan had encountered such a well-behaved, non-human entity since learning about the existence of spirits and supernatural beings. Aside from Zai Zai, upon closer inspection, the little creature appeared somewhat timid. It seemed as if their roles had reversed. He was the fierce, bloodthirsty zombie, while this genuine little zombie was utterly powerless. Huo Chan remained silent, observing. Zai Zai, in her sweet voice, reminded him, Daddy, don't you have questions to ask little Jiang? He is already here. Huo Chan gently patted his precious daughter's head, his gaze fixed on the little red-haired zombie who was cautiously looking up at him. Where did you come from? The little red-haired zombie replied, I emerged from the ground. Huo Chan, sensing the need for clarification, prompted, Zai Zai, it seems you need to help explain. Daddy, it seems like little Jiang's grave has been disturbed. Huo Chan settled onto the nearby sofa, holding his beloved daughter in his arms, ensuring he maintained eye level with the standing little red-haired zombie. He then inquired again, how old are you? The little red-haired zombie glanced at Zai Zai, hesitated, and extended its stiff, pale hand, struggling to bend its thumb with the other. For years old. Huo Chan expression remained impassive. I meant the area you lived in. The little red-haired zombie pondered and shook its head. Huo Chan pressed on. What about your parents or family? The little red-haired zombie looked up at the ceiling, falling silent. Huo Chan frowned. You are not human. If you have relatives, you will be better suited to live with them. The human world is not appropriate for zombies. Zombies are bloodthirsty, fierce, and possess formidable strength. If they were to appear in human society, it would undoubtedly incite panic. Upon hearing this, the little zombie's head drooped, its voice particularly meek and sincere. I don't drink blood. Huo Chan narrowed his eyes. What about your family? Do they not drink? The little red-haired zombie pressed its lips together, refusing to meet his gaze. Huo Chan frown deepened. Avoidance is not a solution. I can send you away immediately. Zai inquired curiously, Daddy. Where will you send little Jiang? The little red-haired zombie clutched Zai's hand tightly, No, please don't send me away. Hua Chunling's voice turned icy. If you do not wish to leave, speak the truth. Why are you here? The little red-haired zombie confessed. I came to find a coffin board. Hua Chunling inhaled sharply. Your coffin board is over there in the little black room. You can take it whenever you wish. The little red-haired zombie fell silent, beginning to shed tears. Hua Chunling remarked, what a sight to behold. A zombie shedding tears? Yet he remained unyielding. Noticing the little zombie tightening its grip on Zai Zai's small hand, he raised his hand to pry it loose. As he touched the cold, pale back of the little red-haired zombie's hand, he noticed its slender fingers suddenly sharpened to a deadly point, exuding a chilling menace. Zai Zai gasped. Little Jiang, the little red-haired zombie's eyes, originally adorned with light brown irises, reverted to a deep crimson hue, wide-eyed and anxiously gazing at Hua Chunling. Sorry. I didn't mean to. It was an instinctive reaction. Please don't send me away. Zai Zai, witnessing this, tugged at her father's sleeve. Daddy? As Hua Chunling was about to speak, Zai Zai softly interjected. Daddy, little Jiang looks so pitiful while crying. The little red-haired zombie continued to wail. It did not miss Hua Chunling's expression or Zai Zai's words. Upon hearing Zai Zai's remark, its sobs softened slightly, yet the sorrow within deepened. It even attempted to stifle its cries, but the thought of being sent away and unable to play with Zai Zai overwhelmed it, leading to an uncontrollable flood of tears. The three brothers approached as well. Dad, this Hua Chunling shot them a glare. You aren't afraid of a zombie being in the house? Hua Chin chuckled. That is just a good exercise for Zai Zai. Hua Ju chimed in. Exactly. Hua Jin added, Dad, little Jiang listens to Zai very well. Over the past 2 days at kindergarten, aside from sleeping a bit too long, no one there aside from Zai Zai knows that little Jiang is not human. Hua Chunling cautioned, what if he suddenly becomes aggressive? Zai Zai quickly shook her head. No, Daddy, I'll stick close to him. He wants to have a chance. The little red-haired zombie nodded, crying, I'm not fierce. I'm very well behaved. I only bask in the moonlight. I don't eat people. Hua Chunling perceived that the children wished to keep the little red-haired zombie. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from Gu Qifeng. Gu Qifeng laughed on the other end of the phone. It was originally inconsequential. But do you know what I heard while giving Bo Yining and Bo Nian a full-body examination today? Hua Chunling replied tersely, if you don't speak, I will hang up. Gu Qifeng urged, wait, I'll tell you right away. With a mischievous grin, Gu Qifeng recounted how, when she married Wang Donghua, you were heartbroken to the point of attempting to take your own life. Had it not been for timely rescue, you would have been lost to us. Hua Chunling's thin lips pressed into a straight line, his pupils darkening. She married, and I attempted suicide? Gu Qifeng burst into laughter. Isn't that so? Back then, when she married, you had that car accident, and I insisted you clarify it was unrelated to you. Yet here we are years later, and it's still being brought up. TSK, the illustrious heir of the Hua family attempted suicide over love. Hua Chunling inquired, who leaked this information? Gu Qifeng, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, replied, I don't know, but has nothing to do with me. Why would I investigate this? Before Hua Chunling could respond, Gu Qifeng added teasingly, oh, by the way, I even heard from old Madame Bo that your old residence has been buzzing with gossip about her losing her husband and you losing your wife, suggesting that old flames might be rekindled. Hua Chunling remained silent as Gu Qifeng continued her playful banter. Haha, I just discovered that our esteemed CEO, Hua, had a past romance with Bai Qian, and their parents separated them. Ha ha ha. Hua Chunling abruptly ended the call. The matter of the red-haired little zombie was trivial. Non-humans always had their own ways of dealing with each other. However, being linked to Bai Qian through rumors was another story altogether. Hua Chunling hoisted his child and stood up. Kai, Daddy will take you out for a meal. After eating, we will relax, and tonight, I will stay with you as you sleep. Tomorrow morning, I will personally take you to kindergarten. Kai hesitated for a moment and innocently asked, Daddy, what about Xiao Jiang? Hua Chunling answered without hesitation, we'll take him too. Kai's face broke into a bright smile as he wrapped his arms around his father's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. The red-haired little zombie mimicked the action, but being on the ground, he couldn't reach Hua Chunling's cheek, so he instead hugged Hua Chunling's leg and kissed it. Thank you, Daddy. The kiss left Hua Chunling feeling a chill. The next day, after breakfast, Hua Chunling personally drove Kai and the red-haired little zombie to kindergarten. Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing wanted to tag along, but were coldly rejected by Hua Chunling, who posed a rather piercing question. School starts in half a month. Have you both completed your summer homework? Kai blinked innocently and asked, Daddy, what is summer homework? Do I have any? The red-haired little zombie, fearing he would be forgotten, chimed in. Can Xiao Jiang have any too? Hua Siju and Hua Xiqing lamented. Kindergarten kids hate having homework, right? Because they don't have any. The two brothers attempted to say something, but Hua Qinling had already closed the driver's door and started the engine. Sijuan, as the eldest, you'll supervise them. Hua Sijuan smiled faintly. All right, Dad. Confident in his eldest son's maturity and reliability. Hua Qinling said no more and quickly drove Kai and the red-haired little zombie out of the estate, heading straight for the kindergarten. He purposely chose a low-key, unassuming car. After parking near the kindergarten, he did not immediately exit. Kai and the red-haired little zombie looked at him curiously. Daddy, why aren't you getting out? Hua Qinling's gaze caught a figure in the rearview mirror, and a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. We'll be getting out shortly. The two little ones nodded eagerly. Okay, Daddy. Each time Hua Qinling heard the red-haired little zombie refer to him as Daddy alongside Kai, he felt an indescribable sensation within, especially when Kai held his hand, and the red-haired little zombie wanted to hold it too. He instinctively avoided it. What a joke. After that kiss on his thigh last night, he felt a chill down to his bones. The red-haired little zombie, noticing Hua Qinling's evasive hand, looked at the disappointed Kai and pressed his small lips together, unsure of what to do. Kai turned his head and, seeing the red-haired little zombie standing motionless beside the car, raised an eyebrow and waved. Come here, Kai will hold your hand. Hua Qinling, choosing to selectively ignore the call, thought, what can I do if Kai wants to hold the red-haired little zombie's hand? Clearly, I cannot stop that. However, he still lowered his head to ask, Kai, is your hand cold? Holding one hand of his father and the other of the red-haired little zombie, Kai bounced along cheerfully, his little voice filled with joy. Not cold. Daddy, are you cold? Hua Qinling understood. Kai was not a typical human. He remained unaffected by the non-human red-haired little zombie's influence. Arriving at the kindergarten entrance, as Kai led the red-haired little zombie inside, they heard the voice of their classmate Wang Ziheo calling out, You two, wait for me. The one who wet his pants is calling us. Wang Ziheo glanced around, and several other children entering the kindergarten overheard the words wet pants and turned to stare at him. Wang Ziheo burst into tears. Wah. The supervising teacher hurriedly comforted, Don't cry, come here, let the teacher give you a hug. Wah. As the little toddlers from the nursery school arrived at the gate and heard the crying, they too began to weep. I want Grandma. I want Mommy. I want Daddy. I don't want to go to school. Wah. The teachers tried to console them. The red-haired little zombie timidly moved closer to Kai, lowering his head and softly saying, Kai, I caused trouble. Kai glanced at the crying children and then at the dejected, red-haired little zombie. Xiao Jiang, do you know the name of the child who wet his pants? The red-haired little zombie shook his head, his voice barely audible. I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't call him that. Kai immediately smiled and, seizing the moment while the teachers were occupied with comforting the other children, pulled the red-haired little zombie further into the kindergarten. Then it's not your fault. You didn't team mean it. Besides, he called us first, and you were just asking him what he wanted us for. The red-haired little zombie was momentarily stunned, then responded with a dazed, I suppose that's true. With Kai's reassurance, the once droopy red-haired little zombie suddenly perked up. He hadn't meant to cause trouble. He had nothing to fear. Fearing that a teacher might come over and send them to the classroom, Kai quickly tugged the red-haired little zombie towards the right side of the entrance. Not far to the right was a flower bed, and being small, the two of them stood just tall enough to peek over, revealing two pairs of wide, round eyes. As Director Lee approached from behind, he caught sight of this scene and nearly stumbled in surprise. Two little heads suddenly popped up among the colorful flowers. Had it not been daylight, he might have been frightened out of his wits. Just as he was about to scold them, he took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. There were two adorable little dumplings, and each had increasingly beautiful eyes, wide open and slightly tilted, as if they were listening intently to something. Director Lee held his breath, stretching his neck to watch the two little ones. Meanwhile, Kai held the red-haired little zombie's hand, diligently making their way towards the wall where Hua Qinling's voice could be heard from the other side. Like ice shards. Mrs. Wang, please maintain your dignity. The two little ones exchanged glances, then looked at their own small frames and the towering wall around them. Director Lee watched the scene unfold, finding it utterly amusing, nearly bursting into laughter. These two little ones, Do they truly believe they can scale the wall? Just as he was reveling in amusement, an uncanny sensation of being observed washed over him. Zai, having spotted Director Li, was already hurrying over with a puffing gait. Director Uncle, could you lend a hand to Zai and Brother Xiao Jiang? Suddenly called upon for assistance. Director Li, taken aback, lowered his gaze upon her. Zai pointed towards the surrounding wall. Director Uncle, does the kindergarten possess a ladder capable of scaling the wall? Director Li mused that were she not such an adorable little dumpling, he would surely have to reprimand her. How ridiculous! Lacking the height, she sought a ladder, and even had the audacity to request his assistance as the director. Yet, before him stood a diminutive figure, speaking in a sweet, childlike manner. Director Li's expression softened with an affectionate smile. I am terribly sorry, dear Zai, but the kindergarten does not have a ladder. With a sigh, Zai's eyes sparkled anew, filled with hope as she gazed at Director Li. Director, you are so tall, so grand, so imposing. Could you serve as a ladder for Zai? Zai could climb swiftly, she assured, and would certainly not hurt the formidable and handsome Director Uncle in the process. Director Li was hesitant. However, Zai not only praised him for his imposing stature, but also for his handsomeness. Without further ado, Director Li bent down and lifted Zai onto his shoulder, his voice booming with joviality. Come, Director Uncle shall be your ladder.